My name is Li Qingshan, and I am the mountain god of Niubei Mountain and the village of Li family. 10 long years have passed since I became a god, confined to a small, broken temple covered in cobwebs. The villagers rarely visit, and I've spent the years listening to their stories, learning about this harsh world filled with drought, famine, martial artists, and strange spirits. Finally, today, someone offered incense to me, a thin, humble girl named Xiao Shu. She begged for rain to save her family's crops, even offering her body to the gods in desperation. When the incense smoke reached me, a system awakened within me, granting me 2 abilities, rain calling and dream entry. These powers made me feel alive again, a true god ready to intervene in the mortal world. I tested my rain calling ability and managed to summon a tiny cloud that sprinkled weak rain over a small patch of land. It's not much, but it's a start. With more incense offerings and divine energy, I could grow stronger and help the villagers survive. Xiao Shu's plea touched me deeply. Her family is struggling, just like everyone else in the village. They work under the blazing sun, carrying water to their dying crops, hoping to save enough to survive the year. If I can make it rain for them, they'll see me as their savior and offer more incense. This is how I'll grow stronger and protect my small domain. Even though my temple and powers are modest now, I dream of building something greater. I'll strengthen my domain, gather followers, and perhaps one day establish a divine realm. But for now, my focus is clear. Help Xiao Shu, bring rain, and show the villagers that the mountain god is real and worthy of their faith. For years, I've been forgotten, my temple left in ruins. Today, everything changed when a desperate girl, Xiao Shu, came to me, begging for rain to save her family's crops. She had no offerings, only a heartfelt prayer. It was the first time in a decade that someone had turned to me with faith. Moved by her sincerity, I decided to help. With my newly awakened rain calling ability, I summoned a small cloud to rain over her family's fields. It wasn't much, just enough to dampen the dry soil, but it was all I could manage with my current power. Still, it was enough to give her hope. Her father, Li He, was doubtful at first. He remembered stories of gods who demanded cruel sacrifices. In this world, many so-called gods require tributes of children or livestock to grant favors. Despite his doubts, when he saw the rain falling exclusively on their land, he started to believe. Even the local blacksmith, who had mocked the idea of a helpful mountain god, looked on in amazement. Word spread quickly. The family hurried to prepare offerings, fruits, buns, whatever they could find. They worried I might demand something in return later. Little did they know, I didn't need sacrifices like other gods. Their faith and incense were all I needed to grow stronger. That single rain shower earned me their belief and additional incense offerings, which strengthened me further. The system rewarded me with a water flag, a tool to gather water elements and conserve energy when calling rain. Though my power is limited now, I'm determined to prove that I am a god who protects, not one who takes. This is just the beginning of my revival. After years of being forgotten, my temple finally came alive again. Xiao Shu's family returned to offer thanks for the rain I had summoned earlier. Her father, Li He, brought offerings of corn, dried fish, and incense, along with his family. Even the blacksmith, Li Taijiang, came with his sons and a prized piece of pork as tribute. Their faith was cautious, mixed with skepticism, but they still knelt and prayed earnestly. I watched from within the temple, my strength nearly drained from the earlier rainmaking. As the incense smoke curled into the air and entered my statue, I felt a surge of power. Their prayers and offerings replenished me, and I could feel my body regaining energy. The system even rewarded me with a new ability, Thunder Finger, a destructive skill I could use if my divine authority was ever challenged. The villagers' faith began to shift. Though some were still hesitant, others, like Xiao Shu, were already deeply invested in my divine power. I noticed her faith growing stronger, now marked as supportive rather than merely ordinary. She could soon become a truly devout believer. The offerings from the villagers, though humble, carried their hope and gratitude. Lihi prayed not just for more rain but also to express thanks, afraid I might demand something greater if left unpaid. They still feared me, thinking of the cruel gods they had known in the past, but their gratitude was genuine. As they left the temple, doubts lingered in their hearts, but they couldn't ignore what they'd seen. The rain falling only on their fields, a miracle in this drought-stricken land. I remained in the temple, absorbing the incense and planning my next move. More faith meant more power, and more power meant I could truly protect these people without resorting to the cruel sacrifices demanded by other so-called gods. This was just the beginning of restoring my place in their lives. After absorbing the villagers' faith and offerings, I felt my strength grow significantly. The first of my divine plaques in my dantian turned half gold, and the system rewarded me with a powerful new skill, Thunder Finger. Testing it, I summoned lightning to strike a wild rabbit outside the temple, leaving it charred in an instant. The power was immense, but it drained my energy quickly. Meanwhile, I began refining the land around the village. With the authority plaque, I started merging the village into my divine jurisdiction. This would eventually allow me to sense everything happening within my domain, but it would take years to complete due to my current limitations. The villagers were skeptical of my power, especially a man named Li Mule, who mocked Li He and Li Taijiang for believing in me. He claimed I was a long-dead god and swore he'd rebuild my temple if I truly brought rain. Little did he know, I was already preparing to act. By evening, the sun had set and water elements in the air had increased. Using my rain-calling ability and the Nuken water flag, I summoned larger clouds than before, covering 3 acres of fields. Rain poured down on Xiao Shu's family's land, soaking the dry soil and giving life to their crops. Xiao Shu's joy was contagious. She ran home shouting, spreading the news. Soon, her family and curious villagers gathered to witness the miracle. Seeing the rain fall exclusively on their fields left them astonished. The once skeptical villagers began questioning their disbelief, wondering if I had truly returned. As prayers and offerings strengthened me further, I moved the rain clouds to Li Tiejiang's fields. This earned me deeper faith from both families. Xiao Shu's belief deepened, and she became my first truly devout follower. With each act of divine intervention, my connection to the villagers grew stronger, and their faith became the foundation of my power. I could feel it, the start of my revival as their mountain god. This was just the beginning. The offerings and prayers from the villagers filled me with renewed strength. As I absorbed the incense and faith, I unlocked new abilities, Earth's Shield and the Faithful Body Refining Technique. These powers were not just for me, they had the potential to reshape the lives of my most loyal followers. As I returned to my temple after summoning rain for the fields, I noticed how my power had grown. My divine plaques in the dantian continued to absorb faith, slowly turning gold, while the authority plaque allowed me to refine the land as part of my divine domain. This work was slow and taxing but necessary. With time, I'd be able to oversee everything within the village and beyond. Word of my actions spread quickly. Villagers, once skeptical, began questioning their disbelief. Some, like Li Mule, were forced to confront their doubts. After mocking my power, he had no choice but to kneel outside my temple all night. Seeing his vulnerability, I used a small gesture, a blanket of fallen leaves, to shield him from the cold. By morning, his faith deepened, and he became a devout follower, offering incense with newfound sincerity. The next day, the village elders and their strongest men came to my temple in a large group. They brought offerings of pig's head, fruits, and simple food, and knelt in prayer. Though some remained doubtful, others were beginning to believe. The faith of my most loyal followers, like Xiao Shu and Li Taijiang, grew stronger, providing me with greater divine energy. The villagers were starting to see me not as a dead god or a mere coincidence, but as a protector who could bring rain and shield them from harm. Their faith was still fragile, but it was growing. Every prayer, every offering, brought me closer to becoming the god they needed, and I knew this was just the beginning of my journey to restore their trust and my own power. Li Qingshan sat in the small temple, looking at the incense sticks in front of him, and nodded with great satisfaction. It was not in vain. All the villagers who came to worship had already burned incense, and Li Qingshan took a look at his personal panel. Incense. 260 strands of incense. This amount of incense is really a lot, and it can come once a day. Wouldn't my strength increase? Among them, Li Xiaoshu alone contributed 40 points of incense. This girl is really good. Li Qingshan has begun to consider whether to let this girl serve as his temple priest in the future. The first person who can become a die-hard believer. It is very likely that Li Xiaoshu will still be the first one. Lord Mountain God, please don't blame me for the small tribute. If you can give rain and help my Lijia village to overcome the difficulties, my Lijia village is willing to offer a pair of boys and girls. The village chief of Lijia village said with piety and seriousness on his face. The villagers below heard it, looked at each other, and bowed their heads in silence. This is a very normal thing. It is impossible to let the gods work in vain. Compared to sacrificing 2 people, it is better than starving dozens or hundreds of people to death after the autumn harvest, right? After the villagers finished offering incense, they hurriedly left Li Qingshan's mountain temple to meet their mountain god. The villagers of Lijia village had to make 2 choices. After all, the wheat seedlings in the fields really couldn't hold on. Li Mule also went to invite the river god, but along the way he kept talking to the villagers on the roadside about what happened in front of the mountain temple last night, and many villagers were moved. Not long after, Li Qingshan discovered that the villagers in the village actually came to worship him and offer incense again, and they were all the old, weak, women and children in the village. The strong laborers went to invite the river god. Naturally, these old, weak women and children stayed. Today, ordinary believers in Lijia village offer incense plus 2 points of incense. Today, ordinary believers in Lijia village offer incense plus 3 points of incense. Today, supportive believers in Lijia village offer incense plus 6 points of incense. The entries kept jumping, and the number of his believers gradually increased from more than 50 to more than 60. More than 70. Hey! Maybe the new achievement task can be completed today. The new achievement task is 100 believers. The villagers of the entire Lijia village must be enough for 100 people. The new achievement task must be completed today. Li Qingshan no longer cares about the outside world, but uses incense to refine the 3 god tablets in his body. Wisps of incense keep drilling towards the first god tablet. After consuming 47 points of incense, the first god tablet successfully turned golden, and a new entry flashed in front of him. Congratulations to the host, successfully advanced to become a mid-level wandering god. Open the personal panel. Name, Li Qingshan Incense. 245 strands divine position. Mountain god strength. Middle grade wandering god divine power. 0/500 divine power. Raining technique. Dream induction technique. Thunder finger. Earth shield magical instrument. Kanzi water flag pounding medicine. No items. Believer body refining method. At this moment, Li Qingshan still has more than 200 strands of incense left, but the next time he wants to improve his realm, the divine power required has changed from 100 points to 500 points. No problem. Continue to refine if all the villagers in the entire Lijia village can become his believers. Every day, at least 300 points of incense are credited, and at most tomorrow, he can break through and advance again. Presumably by then, he will be a top-grade wandering god, right? I don't know what realm the top-grade wandering god will be after breaking through. Strands of incense began to refine the second god tablet. In the end, the remaining 245 strands of incense were all consumed, and half of the second god tablet had been refined by Li Qingshan into yellow. At the same time, the divine power in the body has increased significantly. If I use the rain spell again now, I can cover at least 20 acres of land. The population of Lijia village is about 130 people. Attack 190 acres of land. If the rain and dew are evenly distributed, the wheat seedlings can barely be guaranteed not to die, but the yield may be reduced. However, as my strength continues to improve, these are minor problems. It won't take long to irrigate a large amount of rainwater to ensure the maturity and harvest of Ligia village's wheat. Incense is constantly coming in. My divine power and realm will also continue to be enhanced. After refining all the incense, Li Qingshan glanced at the data panel. The number of believers has reached 93. There are only 7 people left to complete the new achievement task. Li Qingshan waited patiently in the small temple. Time passed by every second. Sister-in-law, have you heard that the mountain god in our village doesn't seem to be dead? Lemuel said that the mountain god used leaves as a quilt to cover him last night. Is it true? Didn't the old people in the village say that the mountain god was swallowed by a demon? Who cares if it's true or not? It's not a big deal to burn incense anyway. That's right. What if it's true? No, I have to burn incense too. Hey, Li Sanja, what are you going to do? Go to burn incense for the mountain god? Wait for me, I'm going too. Finally, as the old, weak, women and children in the village came to burn incense, Li Qingshan finally accumulated enough quota for 100 believers. Congratulations to the host, successfully completed the achievement of 100 believers and received rewards, a stone-pounding nest and a recipe for scattered pills. System prompt: get a die-hard believer to get a new achievement. Pounding stone-pounding nest? Li Qingshan was slightly startled, and then took out the 2 newly acquired items. The first is the stone nest for pounding medicine. Stone nest for pounding medicine. A magic tool which can be used to pound medicine, increase the success rate, and preserve the efficacy. Sandan pill recipe. Hemostatic pill, a Sandan level pill. Once taken, the symptoms of blood loss in the body will be relieved, and the bleeding will stop quickly. Medicinal materials required: blood clotting spirit flower, blood draining vine, ice leaf grass, and grass Ganoderma. This reward looks pretty good. With the stone nest for pounding medicine, you can pound medicine yourself. Then distribute it to believers. It can also increase the degree of faith of believers. The medicinal materials required for the pill recipe are not rare and can even be found everywhere. You can find them all on Yobei Mountain. When you finish the work in your hands, you can go find some medicinal materials and make a batch of hemostatic pills to see how the effect is. It would be best if you can find someone to help with these chores. The incense has been refined and the new achievement reward has been obtained. It's time to go out and bring rain to Ligia village. Li Qingshan's spirit body slowly floated out of the small temple and came to the dry fields of Ligia village. The scorching sun was shining brightly, which really made people irritable. There has never been a saying of good weather here. Everyone is struggling desperately on the line between life and death, trying to get a chance of survival. And this world seems to have never heard of the underworld or reincarnation. When people die, they will have nothing. Only a very few will turn into ghosts or gods. Rain-making technique. Clouds and mists are steaming, and sweet rain is waiting. Call the water spirits to moisten the 9 states. The breeze is moving slowly, attracting clouds to gather. Hurry up and rain will relieve people's worries. Li Qingshan silently recited the spell of the rain-making technique, and the originally clear and scorching sun began to accumulate dark clouds quickly and at an incredibly fast speed. The originally hot wind became cool at this moment. It was gloomy. Go! With a light sigh, Li Qingshan also sacrificed and refined the Kan character water flag, which swelled in the wind, floated in the dark clouds, and quickly gathered the water elements between heaven and earth. Drip, drip, drip. Then, in the cultivated land of Ligia village, it began to rain rapidly, and the area covered by the rain was many times larger than before. The mana in his body began to be consumed. Li Qingshan controlled the dark clouds to move and try to spread the rain and dew evenly. Hey, it's raining! The people in the village soon saw dark clouds above the fields, and a flash of excitement flashed across their faces. It's really raining, such big dark clouds. Great, great. This time the wheat seedlings won't be welded to death. Seeing this, the only old, weak, women and children left in the village showed surprise on their faces and ran towards the fields at home to see the situation of their own wheat seedlings. Outside Ligia village, a sound of gongs, drums and swona sounded, and a group of strong laborers carried a sedan chair on which sat a young man who was only in his early 20s. His face was full of frivolity and disdain. He looked at the villagers of Ligia village as if they were a group of ants. In his hand, he was holding a statue of a god. This statue is the statue of the river god, and the person sitting in the sedan chair is the disciple of the river god. In other words, he is the person who serves the river god, and the river god has nothing to teach him. When the team was about to reach the village, Li Qingshan happened to be making rain. An elder walking in front of him pointed to the dark clouds in front and said, "Village chief, look, it's raining. It's raining in our village." Suddenly, the villagers in the team looked forward. Under the dark clouds, there was raindrops falling continuously. For the long-dried land, these rains are sweet rain. With such a large-scale dark cloud, the wheat seedlings in Ligia village have a chance to survive. Great, it's raining. It's finally raining. Now the wheat seedlings can survive. This year, there won't be too many deaths in the village, alas. The team that invited the river god became excited, dancing with their hands and feet, looking at the large amount of dark clouds and rain in front, their faces full of excitement. "Ha! Your village is lucky. The river god has not collected your tribute yet, but it has already rained for you in advance." The disciple of the river god sitting on the sedan chair looked at the rain falling in front of him. Although he was a little surprised, he still attributed it to his god, the river god. River god? Is this the rain made by the river god? So it was the river god who made the rain. Thank you, river god. Thank you, river god. The villagers didn't know who made the rain. When they heard the river god's temple priest say that it was the river god who made the rain, they all believed that it was really the river god who made the rain. Their faces were full of respect for the river god's temple priest on the sedan chair. "Okay, the river god has already made the rain for you, but this tribute cannot be less. Let's go to your village and select 2 good tributes for the river god to send to him. I guarantee that you will have good weather and good harvests in the future," the disciple of the river god said with a proud smile on his face. "Of course, it's my duty." The village chief of Ligia village nodded in response and continued to let the villagers carry the sedan chair towards Ligia village. Soon, the team to invite the river god arrived at the village, and all the boys and girls were gathered by the village chief of Ligia village for selection. In the distance, dark clouds gathered, and the rain was still falling. Outside the boys and girls stood their parents and other people in the village, looking at their children with a touch of sadness in their eyes. Once they were chosen, they would definitely die. Everyone's children are the apple of their eye. Now, seeing that their children may die, no one would feel very happy. Children, our Ligia village has suffered from drought. If it is not resolved in time, I am afraid that many people will not survive this winter. Fortunately, the river god has shown his grace and brought rain to our Ligia village. Our Ligia village can now survive. In order to express our gratitude to the Lord River God, we are willing to offer 2 boys and girls to honor the Lord River God. Children, you're doing this for our Ligia village. Don't worry. Our village will help take care of your parents. The head of Ligia village had a helpless look on his face. He looked at the boy who had grown up in front of him since childhood and said with a sigh, "Grandpa village head, it is not the river god who brings rain in our village, but the mountain god, the Lord Mountain God." Li Xiaoshu suddenly stood up, with a flash of anxiety on his young face. "It's obviously the river god who made the rain. How can a mountain god make the rain?" "Ignorant child." The disciple of the river god snorted coldly, jumped down from the sedan chair, and then looked Li Xiaoshu up and down, nodded with satisfaction, and said, "You count as one. And you too." Li He was shocked, because the people the disciple of the river god pointed out were his 2 daughters, Li Xiaoshu and Li Xiaoxing. My lord, please don't. These two girls are from my family. You can't choose my family. Li He rushed forward in a hurry, trying to stop him, and begged. Get out. The disciple of the river god showed a trace of displeasure on his face, and his whole body of blood and qi burst out with a terrifying momentum, and kicked Li He out with one foot. The body fell heavily to the ground, stirring up a dust. 9th rank warrior. Fortunately, this disciple of the river god had just entered the 9th rank of warrior, so he did not leave serious injuries to Li He. He only needed to rest for a while. But the place where he was kicked was also very uncomfortable. Seeing this, the surrounding villagers immediately stepped forward. What are you doing? Are you rebelling? You have received the grace of the Lord River God and received rain. If you don't send tribute, no one in your village will survive. The disciple of the river god said with anger on his face. A bunch of lowly people. There is no need for the Lord River God to do anything. I will kill you today. After that, he drew out the long sword behind him, emitting a cold light, and the aura of a warrior was fully revealed. Like a hungry tiger, everyone was afraid and dared not step forward. What are you doing? What are you doing? All of you go back. The village chief of Lijia village stood up in a hurry and said, The river god has shown us kindness. We in Lijia village naturally know the rules. These two girls are sent to honor the river god. Hurry up, do it. Xiaoshu, Xiaoxing, this is the only way for the village. The village chief was helpless. The river god of Shangha village is extremely violent and no joke. If you don't send tribute after the rain, the consequences will be very serious. It is possible that the whole village will be retaliated. Xiaoshu and Xiaoxing's sacrifices are also for the village. At the beginning, if it weren't for the death of one villager after another in exchange for the protection of the gods, Xiaoshu and Xiaoxing would not have been born, nor would they have grown up. Every family has children as tributes, including the village chief's son, who is also a tribute to the gods. It's just that now it's their turn. Therefore, people in the village will try to have more children. Lord Mountain God, help me, Lord Mountain God, help me. Seeing this, the villagers of the surrounding Lijia village flashed a helpless look on their faces and shook their heads secretly.
Li Xiaoshu.
Li Qingshan, who was making rain, suddenly heard a faint voice calling him from a distance. Lord Mountain God, help me? Why does this voice sound a bit like Li Xiaoshu, his diehard believer? What are you yelling for? If you yell again, I'll cut off your tongue. Can you compare to my river god? After the disciple of the river god said this, he drew out the cold, long knife in his hand and pointed it at Li Xiaoshu's tongue, thinking in his heart which woman he would play with on the road. This one Li Xiaoshu was good. When he was on the way, he would drive the people from Lijia village back, take good care of them, and then imprison them in his own home and let him adopt them. When he got tired of playing with them, he would throw them into the brothel in Heishan town and sell them, and he could make some money again. The sky thunder attracted, and the purple lightning condensed. The sharp edge of the fingertip broke the 3 elixirs. The black thunder jade brewed the world and shocked the world, and the finger method circled the thunder and broke the cloud screen. The spell called the thunder spirit word by word, and the ghosts and monsters shook their powerful forms. Thunder finger.
Puff.
Just as the river god's disciple was imagining the scene of playing with women next, a dark blue arc suddenly shot from a distance, and the speed was so fast that he had no time to react. This dark blue arc, like a swimming snake, instantly fell on him. The river god's disciple showed deep despair in his eyes. It's over. I'm going to die here. The next moment, there was a pop sound, and the river god disciple's body immediately burst into a blue-white light, followed by bursts of black smoke. Severe pain swept over. All over the body, it was as if thousands of steel needles were piercing the flesh. The body fell straight to the ground, and the air was filled with a faint smell of meat. Even so, the charred body still stayed on the ground for half a minute before it died. It was really better to die than to live. Dead. It couldn't be deader. Looking for death. Li Qingshan's eyes flashed with anger, and he said with his hands behind his back. Li Xiaoshu was his only die-hard believer. He could provide him with 40 or 50 incense sticks every day. If he was taken away and killed, he would lose a lot.
Dead.
Dead? Li Xiaoshu looked at the disciple of the river god who was suddenly electrocuted into charcoal. A look of surprise flashed across his face, and then he seemed to remember something. A gleam of light flashed in his big watery eyes, and he said, "It's Lord Mountain God. It's Lord Mountain God who has appeared." If it was the river god who made the rain, how could he kill his disciple? Look, the rain has stopped. This guy is claiming the credit of the mountain god. He deserves to die. Thank you, mountain god, for saving your disciple, Li Xiaoshu said, and immediately knelt on the ground, kowtowed devoutly in a certain direction. More than 100 villagers were still in shock as they looked at the river god's disciple who had turned into charcoal on the ground. After hearing Li Xiaoshu's analysis, they all felt that it made sense. It was not the river god who made the rain, but the mountain god. The mountain god appeared. It was the mountain god who made the rain, not the river god. Thank you, mountain god, for saving my Lijia village. Thank you, mountain god. Mountain god, please forgive our ignorance. Thank you, mountain god, for making the rain and bestowing grace on my Lijia village. Thank you, mountain god. Immediately, a group of villagers followed Li Xiaoshu and knelt on the ground, worshipping towards one place. Li Qingshan nodded with satisfaction when he saw the villagers being turned over. He was doing hard work and was almost intercepted by the river god of Shanghe village. However, it is said that the river god of Shanghe village is very powerful. He should be a little more careful in the future, mainly for fear of capsizing in the ditch. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the achievement of the first die-hard believer and obtained a recipe for the scattered pill and the magic weapon 100 Ghosts banner. System prompt. After refining all the land within the activity range, you can get a new achievement reward. Li Qingshan looked at the entry flashing in front of him, and his eyes were happy. He has a die-hard believer? It must be Li Xiaoshu, right? After all, he just rescued her. It is normal for her to believe in him more. He immediately took out the items he had obtained and checked them. Sand and pill recipe. Jade dew pill. Sand and level pill that can effectively treat internal injuries. The materials needed to refine this pill are morning jade dew grass, and green bamboo heart. 100 Ghost banner. It can collect 100 ghosts to fight for you, or it can be directly refined and sent out to fight. It has extremely strong energy. Li Qingshan was very satisfied with the new harvest, especially the 100 Ghost banner. This is a good thing. I wonder if it is the descendant version of the legendary 10,000 Ghost banner. After checking the items, Li Qingshan immediately went to make rain again. He first completed the rain-making task of Lijia village today, and then returned to the small temple to study it carefully. Look, it's raining again, and the mountain god is making rain again. Great mountain god, please accept my disciples' worship. Our mountain god is so good. If it were other gods, they would not have such a good temper and would have to take it out on the villagers. Village chief, what should we do with the body of the river god's disciple? An elder frowned, not knowing how to deal with it. Our village is protected by the mountain god, so why should we care about the river god's disciples? Just throw them to the dogs. Li Daniu stood up at this time, took a step forward arrogantly, dragged the body of the river god's disciple away, and prepared to feed it to wild dogs. Yes, feed the wild dogs. Our village is protected by the mountain god. What is there to be afraid of? Everyone spoke up. Village chief, you said yesterday that if the mountain god was still there, the whole village would build a new temple for the mountain god together. Do you still mean what you said? Li Xiaoshu looked at the village chief of Lijia village and asked. Of course it counts. The head of Lijia village dared not say no. The mountain god would not let him go, and he nodded in response. Li Xiaoxing has two pictures of Li Xiaoshu above and the picture of Li Xiaoxing below. Li Xiaoxu's younger sister, and Li Xiaoxing's older sister. The villagers of Lijia village looked at the rain falling in the fields in the distance, their faces full of excitement.
Great.
It's really great. This year's Lijia village will not have a total harvest. However, the temperature is too high and the sun is too strong now, and the rain will soon evaporate because the gods cannot make rain for a long time, such as 2 days and 3 nights. After the rain in normal climate, the temperature will also change, so that the rain can be stored. The gods will not make rain for too long. There may be a poor harvest during the autumn harvest. But it doesn't matter, as long as it's not a total harvest, not too many people in the village will die. Wait until after the busy farming season. Then arrange the strong laborers in the village to collectively go to the mountains to hunt and catch some wild animals, and this year will eventually be over. Even if people starve to death, not too many will starve to death. Li Qingshan irrigated all the less than 200 acres of land in Lijia village. However, it was just a superficial rain.
There was no other way.
The magic power in the body was not enough, and he had to go back to recover. The body of the god floated back to the small temple, and fatigue immediately surged in his heart, and he began to take a nap. The rain stopped. Why did it stop so quickly? The land hasn't been watered thoroughly. A villager from Lijia village looked in the direction of the field and said,
Pa.
The next second, a middle-aged man slapped the young man on the back of the head and said in a serious and angry tone, "What nonsense are you talking about? This is a great disrespect to the gods. Kneel down and apologize to the gods." The young man then realized that he had disobeyed the gods by talking too much, and he knelt on the ground and begged for forgiveness, his face full of fear. Disobeying the gods is a big deal. Moreover, no one will stand up for him. However, most of the villagers in Lijia village thought that the land was not thoroughly watered. In order to ensure that everyone gets the rain evenly, Li Qingshan did not send down enough rain. Village chief, will the mountain god of our village send rain a second time? If there is no second rain, the little rain we send today might still result in a total crop failure. An elder said carefully in front of the village chief. How about we ask again tomorrow? Said another elder. Alas, that's the only way. A boy can be a strong laborer, so the ones who are abandoned will be girls, unless the family has lost a girl. At this time, they will also find a way to buy a girl. If there is really no money and no food, they can only bite the bullet and give away a boy. For the gods, there is not much difference whether it is a boy or a girl. In the ancestral hall, each family selected a representative to draw lots to choose the offerings to the mountain god. In the dim ancestral hall, the top was filled with ancestral tablets. The village chief filled the jar with bamboo sticks according to the number of households and said, "Each household comes up to choose a bamboo stick. If the bamboo stick you choose has a red mark under it, it means you have been selected. I won't say much about the rules. Do and think about regretting it. Whoever is selected, and it cannot be changed. Otherwise, the gods will take the lives of your entire family. Let's begin." As soon as the head of Lijia village finished speaking, the villagers came forward to draw lots. With trembling hands and violently beating hearts, they were afraid of drawing the red bamboo stick. But in the end, someone still fell for it. It was none other than Li the hunter in the village. "Lord Mountain God, why me, why me?" Li the hunter looked at the bamboo stick in his hand, sat down on the ground, his face full of pain and despair.
Alas.
Many villagers around saw this, and they were secretly happy at first, but then they couldn't help but sighed. Li the hunter had only one daughter, and his wife couldn't get pregnant later. On weekdays, the daughter was very precious, and it can be said that she lived better than other men. Being chosen today, it really took half of Li the hunter's life. The drawing of lots continued in the ancestral hall. Soon the second bamboo stick was also drawn, and it was none other than Li He. Li He and Li the hunter who drew the bamboo stick will stay, and the others should go back and get ready. "We will go to worship the mountain god tomorrow," said the village chief of the Li family. In the second half of the night, Li Qingshan's magic power was almost restored, so he took out the new items for today. One is the 100 Ghosts banner, and the other is the Jade Dew Pill. Jade Dew Pill is a recipe for pounding medicine, and the medicinal materials on it are also very common things. Li Qingshan put it away. Then he took out the 100 Ghosts banner. This thing is only the size of a palm, and once it is injected with magic power, it can fly up in the wind. The ghost road is dark. The wild ghosts are raging. The 100 Ghosts banner leads, and the power is overwhelming the earth. My curse is like a command, reaching the netherworld, awakening the evil spirits, and the order must be obeyed. The ghost eyes are wide open. The yin fangs are exposed. The ghost evil is everywhere, and the blood is rushing. The ghost banner is fierce. The netherworld, help my heavenly cause. Kill the evil. Hurry up as the law orders.
Go.
As soon as the voice fell, the 100 Ghosts banner in his hand rose in the wind, surrounded by thick evil yin energy. After rising to the middle of the air, it was embarrassed to find that there was no ghost in the 100 Ghosts banner. Ghosts in all directions, wandering souls and evil ghosts, listen to my call, and quickly go to the gathering banner. In shi gui gui, do not leave or retreat. The 100 Ghosts banner wave. Quickly enter the banner to summon the soul. Li Qingshan just used the spell, and saw the surrounding gusts of cold wind, and countless fallen leaves flew up. Not long. A black shadow floated from a distance, exuding a faint yin energy all over his body. Li Qingshan took a closer look and realized that it was the disciple of the river god who had just been killed today. Hey! Li Qingshan was surprised. This person obviously did not become the lowest level ghost. People become ghosts after death. The first step is to become a 9th grade ghost. Like the 9th grade warriors who have just entered the martial arts, they can feel the yin energy or blood on their bodies. But this person is not. Li Qingshan fell into deep thought. This person did not turn into a ghost, but was summoned by himself, which means that before the ghost, there were actually weaker ghosts. This weaker ghost, whether it is a ghost warrior, a god, a warrior, or an ordinary person, cannot be seen, and then will disappear with the passage of time, completely disappearing, and no one knows where it went. Maybe it's the soul flying away? After all, there is no underworld and no reincarnation in this world. It is normal for these ghosts, who are weaker than the little ghosts, to be scattered if they do not enter the underworld for protection. They are too weak. So weak that their souls cannot even withstand the yin qi and will be directly scattered. This is the only possibility. Li Qingshan now named the state of souls as wandering souls. The 100 Ghost banner has the function of nourishing ghosts. I don't know if it can nourish wandering souls. If it can, it will be much easier to replenish the 100 Ghost banner. Under Li Qingshan's soul-calling formula, this wandering soul quickly entered the 100 Ghost banner and accepted the nourishment of the 100 Ghost banner. Half an hour later, except for this wandering soul, no more wandering souls or little ghosts were summoned. I am afraid that the range of the 100 Ghost banner to summon souls is limited, and there are no wild ghosts and wandering souls nearby. Take back the 100 Ghost banner. Li Qingshan fell into deep thought. It doesn't matter if there is no heaven or underworld here, but how can there be no reincarnation? Where do new people come from? What if I try to establish a set of reincarnation order? Li Qingshan shook his head.
He was still too weak now.
Don't think too much. Let's complete the latest achievement task first. Immediately, sitting cross-legged in the temple, the authority tablet in his body exuded an ancient and mysterious power and began to refine the land of Lijia village. Time flew by. The next morning, Li Qingshan successfully refined 8% of the land of Lijia village. Adding the previous 1%, it was 10%, 1/10. With the improvement of his strength, the speed of refining the land was very fast. With his own strength, he could refine the land of Lijia village within 10 days. As for Nyobe Mountain, time might be more urgent. In front, the villagers of Lijia village beat gongs and drums, brought a pork elbow and 2 tied girls, and came over. Li He and Li Hunter, who were in the front, had sorrow and pain on their faces. Burn incense and worship. It was still the same process. One by one, the villagers began to burn incense, and entries kept jumping in front of Li Qingshan. All the villagers in the village finished burning incense. Total incense received 589 points. Looking at the data displayed on the data panel, Li Qingshan was a little surprised. There are so many incense today? It is mainly related to the improvement of the villagers' faith level. Yesterday, everyone did not believe that the mountain god was still alive, but some believed it. But since he made rain and killed the disciples of the river god, things have changed. The degree of faith has begun to grow. In addition, his die-hard believer has not yet offered incense to him. A die-hard believer offers incense for at least 50 points. In other words, today's incense has more than 600 points.
But now,
Lord Mountain God, this is the tribute promised to you. 2 girls, please ask Lord Mountain God to make rain for my Lijia village again. After that, the village chief of Lijia village knelt down and kowtowed again, and everyone followed. He continued, Lord Mountain God, the villagers of our Lijia village will jointly contribute to rebuild a larger temple for Lord Mountain God. I hope Lord Mountain God will protect the people of our Lijia village. After a process, the village chief led the villagers away, leaving only Li Xiaoshu and Li Hunter's daughter, Li Langni. Xiaoshu, are you afraid? Li Langni, who was tied to a big tree nearby, asked with a trembling voice. Afraid? No. Lord Mountain God has given rain to our village, which is a favor to our village. Otherwise, my father, my mother, my sister, and my brother would have starved to death. Lord Mountain God has helped us so much. It doesn't matter if I die. A firm look flashed across Li Xiaoshu's face. He did not hold too much fear of death. As long as his family could survive, it was enough. As for this rotten world, this time is enough. But I'm a little scared.
I don't want to die.
I'm the only one left for my parents. Li Langni was trapped on the tree and said with a depressed look, I heard that people who are drained of their essence will become very ugly. I wonder if I will become very ugly after I die.
Li Xiaoshu Li Langni.
He is a god, not those crooked gods. These villagers are really making trouble. However, these villagers don't know. It seems that it's time to choose an agent. Li Qingshan has always been optimistic about Li Xiaoshu, and I don't know if Li Xiaoshu is willing. Forget it. Let's untie the ropes on the 2 of them first. Hurry. 2 magical powers shot out and landed on the ropes of the 2 women. The thick and strong ropes broke immediately, and Li Xiaoshu and Li Langni, who were tied to the tree, flashed a look of confusion on their faces. What's the situation? The 2 women immediately looked around, but did not find anyone around, and did not find darts or daggers on the ground.
Why did the rope break?
Li Langni looked at Li Xiaoshu and asked in confusion. Did you see 2 beams of light coming out of the mountain temple just now? Li Xiaoshu asked. It seems so. Li Langni frowned and continued. At that time, I seemed to see 2 beams of light coming out of the mountain temple. Could it be that the mountain god let us go? The sudden change made Li Langni and Li Xiaoshu's faces flash with excitement. But it is best not to die. Quick, come and burn incense for the mountain god. Thank the mountain god. After Li Xiaoshu said this, he immediately took 3 incense sticks from the altar next to him and lit them to burn incense for Li Qingshan, including Li Langni, who was standing next to him. Today, Li Xiaoshu, a die-hard believer, offered incense plus 109 points today. Li Langni, a devout believer, offered incense plus 18 points. 2 entries flashed in front of Li Qingshan. So much? Li Qingshan looked at the incense provided by Li Xiaoshu for him, and a look of shock flashed across his face. I never expected it. A die-hard believer could actually provide so much incense? Of course. It is not easy to upgrade to a die-hard believer. In the whole village, only Li Xiaoshu has reached the die-hard level. As for Li Langni, it must be because she survived the disaster that her faith in herself increased, and she became a devout believer. Let's go. Tell my parents this good news. Li Langni couldn't wait. After the 2 girls offered incense, They hurriedly ran towards the village, their faces full of excitement and excitement. The mountain god actually let them go. This kind of thing has never happened before. Which god sees the offerings of living people? Li Qingshan in the small temple began to use incense to refine the god tablet. Breakthrough, no problem. Wisps of incense soaked into the god tablet. After consuming more than 200 incense sticks, the second god tablet, which had been half refined, successfully turned yellow. Congratulations to the host, successfully breaking through to the top-grade wandering god. At this moment, Li Qingshan could clearly feel the changes in his body, and his divine power became more surging. If he went to make rain again, it would definitely increase the rainfall by several times compared to yesterday's rain. Open the personal panel. Name: Li Qingshan Incense. 0 strands of divine position. Mountain god strength. Top grade wandering god divine power. For 61/2000 divine power. Rainmaking technique. Dream-inducing technique. Thunder finger. Earth shield magical tools. Kanzi water flag. 100 ghost banner. Stone pounding medicine. Nest pounding medicine. Hemostatic pill. Jade dew pill items. Believer's body refining method. Top grade wandering god. The data panel shows that there are still 2,000 points of incense to enter the next realm. With the amount of incense I received today, in 3 days at most, I can directly break through the realm of the upper grade wandering god and enter the next more powerful realm. As for now, I can go to make rain for the villagers of Lijia village. In Lijia village, Li He, Li Hunter, and his family were in a very low mood. Li Hunter's wife wiped her tears all the way and kept looking in the direction of the mountain temple behind. The Hunter's family, there is no way, this is all fate. An old sister-in-law comforted Li Hunter's wife. Yes, this is all fate. Don't worry, we have all remembered your contribution to the village. The other villagers around also spoke to comfort them. There is no way. This is the way of the world. If it doesn't rain, you can only pray to the gods, but the gods can't work in vain. Starved to death of a village. 2 children died. Everyone can still tell which is more important. Dad, Mom, I'm back. I'm back. The mountain god has let us go. Dad and Mom. Just when Li Liahu, Li He, and others were feeling uncomfortable, a clear voice in the distance attracted the attention of everyone in the village, and then Li Xiaoshu and Li Langni ran over from a distance. Oh, how did these 2 children escape? No. The mountain god will be furious, hurry up. Send them back to the mountain god. These 2 evil girls are going to kill all of us in the village. When the people in the village saw this scene, they were immediately frightened and rushed to Li Langni and Li Xiaoshu in front of them and surrounded the 2 in the middle, fearing that they would escape. Daughter, my daughter. Daughter, are you okay? Li He and Li Liahu hurried to their daughters, their faces full of concern. What are you 2 doing? If you anger the mountain god, won't it kill the whole village? What are you waiting for? Go up and tie up these 2 girls and send them back to the mountain god? The head of the Li family was anxious and urged. It was the mountain god who let us go. Otherwise we were tied to the tree with ropes. How could we escape?
Li Xiaoshu responda.
The mountain god let you go? How is it possible? How could the gods let go of their offerings? Don't talk nonsense with them. Tie them up quickly. Yes, tie them up and send them back. The villagers didn't listen to this. There has never been a case of gods letting go of their offerings. What a joke. Send them back quickly. Maybe you can calm the anger of the mountain god. Otherwise, the village will be in trouble.
Soon.
Several strong laborers from the village took ropes and walked towards Li Xiaoshu and Li Langni. Hey, look, there are dark clouds above our farmland. It's the mountain god that is sending rain. It's the mountain god that is sending rain. At this moment, Li Langni suddenly pointed to the farmland in the village ahead and said, if we sneaked out, the mountain god would definitely be furious. How could he send rain for us? I've already said that it was the mountain god who sent the dark clouds. And the mountain god is in a good mood, otherwise he wouldn't send rain for us. As soon as the words fell, everyone in the village looked ahead. Sure enough, a large number of dark clouds were floating above the farmland of Lijia village, and rain had begun to fall from the dark clouds. The mountain god has appeared, and it has brought rain. Quick, kneel down to the mountain god. The mountain god still has our Lija village in his heart. Did you see that? Compared with yesterday's dark clouds, today's dark clouds are bigger. Great! This time our wheat seedlings can finally get enough water, and the harvest will not be ruined. The harvest will not be ruined. Mountain god bless us. Mountain god bless us. The villagers of Lija village showed piety on their faces and kept praying. The degree of faith in everyone was slowly rising. Shangha village. The 4 disciples of the river god gathered in the huge river god temple. This river god temple is very large. Compared with it, Li Qingshan's mountain god temple is probably not as big as a toilet. The main reason is that the power of this river god is quite good. Shangha village has become stronger and stronger under the protection of the river god in recent years. The temple is naturally built bigger and bigger. Of course, it is inevitable to invade and plunder the resources of the surrounding villages. For example, the tribute girl needed for the rainmaking this time. The surrounding villages resented Shangha village, but they could do nothing about it. There was a small village next to Shangha village, and everyone disappeared overnight. The government came to investigate, but found nothing. But the surrounding villages all understood that the people in this village might have been sacrificed to the river god. Hey, why is Lao Wu still missing? The 4th disciple of the river god asked. Did Lao Wu go to Lija village yesterday? Did he fall in love with a girl in Lija village and seek benefits? Did he get up late after a night of tossing and turning? This Lao Wu is not afraid of the river god's blame. He is full of lustful thoughts. Sooner or later, he will die from this. It's better to die. There will be fewer unlucky girls around. Which of you is not better at playing than Lao Wu? Are you still laughing at Lao Wu? Lao San, the girl was killed by you last time. You had to buy another one to make up the number, so that you didn't get punished by the river god, right? He who knew that woman was so weak. She was fine at the beginning. After I invited her man in, she hit her head against the wall and committed suicide.
Haha.
Several disciples of the river god laughed wildly, their faces full of excitement, thinking in their hearts that they would try to play like this. It was really exciting. The time of sea arrived. Why hasn't Lao Wu come yet? The 2nd disciple of the river god frowned and said,
Don't worry about it.
Send the offerings to the river god first. As for Lao Wu, the river god will punish him when the time comes. Okay. The remaining disciples of the river god looked at each other, then shouted to the servants outside, and walked in with several women of marriageable age, heading towards the main hall of the river god temple in front. These girls are from the surrounding villages. The sacrifice was made so that the river god could bring down rain to their village. The girls already knew what they were going to face next. Their bodies were trembling, but they had no intention of running away. Not everyone had read books and could think of resisting. In this era, having enough food was considered good. Even the only son in the village could not go to school. In addition, the indoctrination of the family, village, and the world made them know that this was their fate. Once they ran away, not only would they die more miserably, but their parents would also die. This was unfilial and would be struck by lightning. Therefore, although these girls were afraid, they would not run away. After several sacrifices were sent to the main hall, several disciples withdrew one after another. Above the main hall of the river god temple, a statue with bared fangs and claws, its eyes full of hostility, clearly looks like an evil god.
Swoosh.
A stream of Yin energy drilled out from the statue and slowly emerged in front of several sacrifices. Green face and fangs, exuding endless viciousness from head to toe, eyes like a venomous snake, a long scarlet tongue, and fangs like a beast. Ugly appearance. The most horrifying thing is that on the shoulder of this crooked god, there is actually another head growing, also with a green face and fangs, with a ferocious look. The river god of Shangha village. What a delicious sacrifice. The river god looked at the sacrifices in front of him, a glimmer of greed in his eyes. However, The river god did not use the essence of these sacrifices immediately, but drove them to the back hall of the river god temple. No one was allowed to approach the back hall, including the river god's disciples. Mountain God Temple. After Li Qingshan finished making rain, he returned to his small temple to recuperate. At the same time, Li Qingshan sacrificed the 100 Ghosts banner and planned to take a look at the wandering souls he raised. The 100 Ghosts banner was surrounded by thick Yin energy. Gusts of cold wind blew. Bursts of chills rose from the soles of the feet, and there were bursts of ghost howling sounds. If an ordinary person was here, I'm afraid he would be scared to death. A wandering soul appeared in broad daylight under the protection of the 100 Ghosts banner. It was the river god's disciple he had killed. There was already some Yin energy in his body, and he was breaking through to the little ghost realm. If he was given enough time, he would probably be able to break through the little ghost realm. Destroy. Li Qingshan snorted coldly, and the 100 Ghost banner shook, and the river god disciple's soul flew away. Dead. Li Qingshan had no intention of keeping this wandering soul from the beginning, but just used it to experiment with the effect of the 100 Ghost banner. Because he was too weak. When the ghosts and monsters start to actively hunt on the 1st or 15th day of the month, he can completely collect some powerful ghosts. Moreover, the soul and Yin Qi of this wandering soul will not be wasted, and will be directly collected by the 100 Ghost banner as nutrients, which can be fed to the ghosts collected by the White Ghost banner next. At the same time, according to the reaction and changes of this river god disciple, Li Qingshan has a general understanding of the 100 Ghost banner. The 100 Ghost banner can indeed nourish wandering souls, enhance the power of wandering souls, and allow them to break through the little ghost realm, or even break through a higher realm, but all this takes time. It seems that the 15th of this month is not far away. On the 1st and 15th day of every month, the amount of incense he gets can be increased tenfold. By then, his strength will definitely be able to break through to the wandering god realm and enter the wild god realm. The land of Nyobe Mountain and Lijia village will soon be fully refined. At that time, we can consider expanding outward. As for how to expand, Li Qingshan still doesn't know. I'm afraid that the next step can only be unlocked after all the land of Nyobe Mountain and Lijia village is fully refined. In Lijia village, the village chief and others are discussing the construction of the mountain temple with the 2 elders and many villagers. Patriarch, I think the mountain temple should be built in our village so that we can burn incense and worship every day. A villager from Lijia village said. Well, this is a good idea. Just build it next to our village stone. There happens to be an open space there. The village chief of Lijia village nodded solemnly, and he accepted this suggestion. Village chief, this time the mountain god not only gave us rain, but also did not want living people to sacrifice. This mountain temple must be built big, not as small as before. Hunter Lee stood up, his face full of excitement. His only precious daughter had not been killed by the mountain god, and she had long been grateful, and her level of faith had soared. Speaking of building a temple for the mountain god, he naturally suggested that it should be built bigger. Well, that's right. This time when we build a temple for the mountain god, we must build it bigger. Village chief Lee nodded again and said, Does anyone else have any suggestions? Village chief, the statue of the mountain god has always been made of clay. If we don't make a stone statue this time, we have to carve a wooden statue, right? Well, that's right. The people in the village quickly decided on this matter. They built a mountain temple in the middle of the village and made the statue of the god out of wood, and it had to be big. At night, everyone fell asleep, and the body of the spirit of Li Qingshan floated out silently and appeared in Li Xiaoshu's home. At this moment, Li Xiaoshu was sleeping soundly in a big bed with his sister, Li Xiaoxing. It seemed that because it was too hot, he just covered his belly with something. The fair and white skin was really enviable. I have to say, the Li family sisters are young, but they are already quite accomplished. Dream-inducing technique. Spiritual dreams connect to the underworld, and the soul travels through the underworld. I will start my magic and dream to lead the ages. Hurry up and obey the order. The spiritual dream will be brought back. The next moment, Li Xiaoshu, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, woke up slowly, but found himself in a world surrounded by darkness. In the dim light, he could only vaguely see the blurry scene in front of him. Where is this? A hint of confusion flashed across Li Xiaoshu's face. Wasn't he sleeping in bed? How did he appear in such a place?
Li Xiaoshu.
Just then, a deep voice sounded from the front, shaking the soul.
Hey.
Li Xiaoshu trembled all over and nodded quickly. Then, he felt his body floating in the air and drifting forward. In just a few breaths, a vague figure appeared in front of Li Xiaoshu, emitting a faint khaki incense scent all over his body. He was wearing a long gown. Li Xiaoshu, I am the mountain god of Lijia village. I led you into the dream this time, because I have something to tell you. Li Qingshan said calmly. Mountain god? My lord mountain god, please accept my humble worship. Li Xiaoshu was stunned at first, then a hint of surprise and excitement flashed across her pretty face, and she knelt in front of Li Qingshan and said, Don't build a new temple in the village. Just build it on the original site. Don't rebuild the statue. Li Qingshan said. The new temple was built in the village, and Li Qingshan felt it was too noisy. It would be better to build the new temple at the end of the village, where it was connected to Niubei Mountain. As for the statues, his own statues were condensed by incense, not carved by ordinary people. For him, the things carved by ordinary people were not much different from a piece of stone. Only the statues condensed by incense can be recuperated and possessed. Otherwise, he could have asked the villagers to carve hundreds of statues and throw them to the nearby villages, and he could appear in any village. He would not have to be trapped in Lijia village and Niubei Mountain. What Li Qingshan couldn't figure out was why those evil gods could act at will. When his strength becomes stronger and stronger, or when the land of Niubei Mountain and Lijia village is refined, he should be able to get the answer. Yes, yes, yes. Li Xiaoshu nodded seriously and said, I will talk to the village chief tomorrow. By the way, after the mountain temple is built, there is still a lack of a temple official. Are you willing to take the position? Li Qingshan asked. For a temple to operate, it needs someone who is responsible for daily order. This person has the highest power besides the gods. However, the temple built by a village will not be too big, and one temple official should be enough. If it is a larger temple, or in the future if you establish a sect by yourself, more people will be needed. This is what Li Qingshan has been planning. In this world, there are no sects, only various forces. You can build a religion by yourself. For example, Taoism. If so, a temple official will need a temple official, a storehouse head, a hall master, an inspector, a keeper of the books, and a cleaner. Of course, these are all later stories. I'm willing, Xiaoshu is willing. When Li Xiaoshu heard that the mountain god asked him to be a temple official, his eyes bloomed with surprise and excitement, and he nodded and agreed. The people of Lijia village are all ordinary people, but there are no warriors to stay with them. On weekdays, this god needs to rest. Some small troubles should also be solved by you. I just happen to have a body refining technique here. Once you learn it, you can enter the realm of a warrior, and you can solve some small troubles in the future by yourself. In addition, I have a magic weapon here. It's called the medicine-making stone nest, and it can refine all kinds of elixirs, as well as 2 elixir recipes. Now I'm passing them all on to you. The work of presiding over the mountain god temple is now on your shoulders. Li Qingshan said seriously. Yes, Xiaoshu understands. At this moment, Li Xiaoshu felt that he had a great responsibility and immediately nodded solemnly. Okay. Li Qingshan nodded with satisfaction and immediately began to teach Li Xiaoshu the body refining technique. He finally found someone who could help him with the work. Pounding medicine? He didn't have the time, so he let Li Xiaoshu do it. He had to consider the issue of reproducing the heirs of God. The body refining technique taught to Li Xiaoshu was one of the believer's body refining techniques called the Gangsha body refining technique. Once successfully practiced, the Gangsha in the body would surge, with infinite power. Whether using weapons or barehanded, the enemy's weapons and bodies could be broken and destroyed. It was also one of the better body refining techniques among the believers. All the body refining techniques in the body refining technique. When Li Qingshan first got it, he immediately mastered it.
So,
There is no problem teaching Li Xiaoshu now. Time passed by. A lot of sweat dripped from the forehead of Li Xiaoshu, who was sleeping soundly. Under the guidance of Li Qingshan, Li Xiaoshu had already initially understood the method of body refining and could start practicing. But it would take some time to truly master it. By then, refining a few incense pills by herself can quickly accumulate Li Xiaoshu's realm. It was almost dawn. Li Qingshan left Li Xiaoshu's dreamland, returned to the mountain temple to rest, and then refine the land, and it would also need to make rain during the day. Li Xiaoshu woke up slowly. What happened in the dream immediately emerged in his mind, and he hurriedly sat up from the bed, touched his head, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. "Have you seen the mountain god?" At this moment, Li Xiaoshu suddenly felt a foreign object in his hand. He took it and saw that it was not something else, but a stone nest made of black stone. A stone nest for pounding medicine? And the pill recipe? And this a handwritten copy of the method of body refining? Li Xiaoshu looked at the 3 extra things on the bed and finally confirmed that the mountain god in his dream last night was real. Moreover, he also appointed himself as the temple official of the mountain god temple. It was already light outside. Many villagers began to go to the mountain god temple spontaneously to burn incense for the mountain god. Li Xiaoshu hurriedly put on his clothes and ran out. "Grandpa village chief, I met the mountain god last night and the mountain god asked me to be his temple official. He also passed me a body refining technique." Li Xiaoshu's face was full of excitement, and he handed the body refining technique to village chief Li. The village chief and 2 elders who were about to burn incense were slightly startled, with a flash of surprise in their eyes, and took the technique from Li Xiaoshu. As for the other villagers in Lijia village, they all stopped to watch. Village chief Li and the 2 elders were the only ones in the village who could read. They took the body refining technique with a puzzled look on their faces and turned a few pages to check it out. It was indeed a body refining technique. Although village chief Li and the 2 elders were not well informed, they could probably tell from the ingenious numbers on the body refining technique that this should be a body refining technique. As for snatching this body refining technique privately, no one in the village has such courage. Are they crazy? Village chief, how is it? Was it given by the mountain god? The mountain god actually chose Xiaoshu to be a temple official? This is normal. Xiaoshu seems to be very close to the mountain god. Yes, it was Xiaoshu who was the first to burn incense to the mountain god. The surrounding villagers spoke up one after another. Well, that's right. It does contain the bodybuilding exercises, so Xiaoshu didn't lie. Village chief Li nodded solemnly and said, "As for whether Xiaoshu met the mountain god and whether he lied, we'll know when we go to burn incense to the mountain god." Xiaoshu, this is no small matter. Tell the village chief whether he lied or not. No, I didn't lie. Li Xiaoshu shook his head solemnly and continued. The mountain god also said that the mountain god temple should be rebuilt next to the original site and no new mountain god statues can be carved. The statues in the current mountain god temple can be used. Okay, in that case, we'll know when we burn incense later. Village chief Li nodded and immediately led the scattered villagers on the road to burn incense. Today, the supporters of Lijia village burn incense plus 5 points of incense. Today, the supporters of Lijia village burn incense plus 6 points of incense. Today, ordinary believers in Lijia village burn incense plus 4 points. Today, devout believers in Lijia village burn incense plus 16 points. Just as Li Qingshan was enjoying the incense, village chief Li brought Li Xiaoshu and a group of villagers to the mountain god temple. "Come, Xiaoshu, burn incense for the mountain god." Village chief Li said, handed a stick of incense to Li Xiaoshu, and lit one himself and inserted it into the incense burner to burn incense. Green smoke curled up, slowly circling above the statue in front. Master Mountain God, your believer Li Xiaoshu said that you appointed her as your temple official, and also required that the new mountain god temple cannot be built in the village, but must be built near the original site, and no new statues can be carved, and the old statues must be used. If this is false, please punish Li Xiaoshu, Master Mountain God. If not, we will do so. Village Chief Li said with a serious look on his face. At this moment, Li Qingshan was sitting in the temple. He didn't expect that the village chief was quite cautious. Today, the village chief, a devout believer of Lijia village, offered incense plus 19 points of incense. Today, the die-hard believer of Lijia village offered incense plus 198 points of incense.
Well,
he is really worthy of being his die-hard believer. One person is worth 10 devout believers. Li Qingshan felt the strong incense and was very satisfied with Li Xiaoshu outside. Outside the mountain temple, everyone stared at Li Xiaoshu nervously. As long as the mountain god punished Li Xiaoshu, there would definitely be movement. Then everyone would know that Li Xiaoshu lied. But until now, an incense stick of time has passed. Li Xiaoshu has not been punished at all, which undoubtedly confirms what Li Xiaoshu said. It is the truth. Since the mountain god has ordered, from now on, Li Xiaoshu will be the temple official of the mountain temple. Seeing this, village chief Li looked at Li Xiaoshu enviously and then said to the villagers around him. The surrounding villagers heard this and showed envy towards Li Xiaoshu. Temple official. This is a good job. On weekdays, you can eat some of the offerings left by the gods. Your status in the village is also higher than that of the village chief. It's really a step up. After all, in this era, everyone is still eating rice bran, coarse grains, wild vegetables. However, the offerings, they are definitely all good things, good food. After announcing that Li Xiaoshu is a temple official, village chief Li began to discuss with the elders to start building the mountain temple today. Li Xiaoshu felt that all this was like a dream. After returning home, he told his family about this matter. His father supported him very much. After all, he was able to keep his life because of the kindness of the mountain god. In the future, he should serve the mountain god wholeheartedly. Not long after, village chief Li started to build the mountain temple with strong laborers, digging soil, ramming earth bricks, removing tiles, and sawing wood. The mountain temple soon became lively, and everyone's face showed endless enthusiasm. The whole village was united, and the new mountain temple could be completely built in 2 or 3 days at most. Rammed earth walls, pottery tiles. This is the case in this era. The productivity has not kept up. The richest man in Haima town uses earth walls and pottery tiles, while ordinary villagers use earth walls and straw roofs. The only pottery tiles in the entire Lijia village are used by the village chief. The village chief directly dismantled his own pottery tiles and used them in the mountain temple. One side of the mountain temple was busy. Every man was covered in sweat, but he was happy and excited in his heart. As for Li Qingshan, he was refining the god tablet in his body. On this day, Li Qingshan received a total of 981 incense points. That's right. More than yesterday's incense, and Li Xiaoshu alone almost provided 200 incense points. Open the personal panel. Name, Li Qingshan Incense. 0 strands divine position. Mountain god strength. Top grade wandering god divine power. 1442/2000 divine power. Raining technique. Dream-inducing technique. Thunder finger. Earth shield magical tools. Kanzi water flag. 100 ghost banner, stone nest for pounding medicine, hemostatic pill, jade, dew pill items. Believer's body refining method. The data panel shows that it takes 2,000 points of divine power to break through. After all the incense is refined today, there are only more than 1,400 points. When the villagers worship again tomorrow, it will be enough for them to raise their realm. The third divine tablet in the body has mostly turned yellow, and only the last quarter has not been refined. As long as the last quarter is successfully refined, it will be considered successful. After refining the incense, Li Qingshan began to make rain for the villagers of Lijia village. compared with yesterday. Today's rain is more abundant. After 2 days of rain, the wheat seedlings have begun to recover their emerald green color and are growing stronger. The villagers saw that the mountain god had made rain for them again. Immediately, I am more motivated to work. This year, there will definitely be no harvest. At most, it will be a poor harvest. Great. The next day, the villagers of Lijia village continued to build the mountain temple and contributed a wave of incense. Li Xiaoshu has been studying hard these 2 days. When I fell asleep, Li Qingshan gave me guidance. During the day, he went up the mountain to find the herbs needed for pounding medicine while practicing his own body refining skills. The herbs needed for pounding medicine are very common on Niobei Mountain, and it is not difficult to find them. In 2 days, all the herbs have been collected, except for the last one. Niobei Mountain is steep and dangerous. Li Xiaoshu is a girl who has encountered danger several times. If it weren't for the fact that her body became stronger and more flexible after refining her body, she would probably die on Niobei Mountain. The body refining skills given by the mountain god. It's amazing. I heard from the mountain god that I have a good talent, and I believe it won't take long for me to become a 9th grade warrior. 9th grade warrior. In the entire Lijia village, besides Li the hunter, I am the second one who is a warrior. Blood scorpion vine, found it. Li Xiaoshu looked at the last herb on the cliff, and a touch of excitement flashed across his face. He hurriedly picked it and prepared to go back to pound medicine and refine the elixir. As for Li Qingshan, he successfully refined the last piece of the divine tablet in his body, and his whole body turned khaki. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully upgraded your strength to a lower grade wild god. A lower grade wild god. Li Qingshan showed a touch of excitement on his face. Behind the original 3 god tablets, 3 new black god tablets slowly emerged, with complex inscriptions on them, which also needed incense to temper. Immediately, Li Qingshan used the remaining more than 300 incense points to temper the second batch of 3 god tablets, until they were all consumed. The first god tablet in the wild god realm was only tempered by less than 1/10. Then he looked at his personal panel. To break through from a lower grade wild god to a middle grade wild god, 5,000 incense points are needed. If it were in the past, Li Qingshan didn't know how long it would take, but now the people of the entire Lijia village are his believers, and the incense is growing very rapidly. At most 7 days, he can directly break through the lower grade wild god and step into the middle grade wild god. No, tomorrow is the 15th of this month, and the incense can be increased tenfold. By tomorrow, he should be able to directly break through the middle grade wild god. Thinking of this, Li Qingshan's face flashed with excitement. On this day, Li Qingshan's rain was even stronger, and the gathering dark clouds could directly cover hundreds of acres of land. Although the rain was still sparse, it was enough for the wheat seedlings to survive. Village chief, look, today's rain is heavier than yesterday's. If it continues like this, our village will not only not have a poor harvest, but a bumper harvest. An elder pointed in the direction of the farmland in Lijia village, tears in his eyes, and said, "It has been many years since our village has had a bumper harvest. As long as there is a bumper harvest, no one in our village will starve to death this year." Yes, no one in our village will starve to death this year. We have to thank the Lord Mountain God for this. Not only does he not want living sacrifices, he only needs us to burn incense devoutly every day. Where can we find such a good God? The speed of the mountain temple should be as fast as possible so that Lord Mountain God can live in his new home as soon as possible. Don't worry, village chief, it will be completed tonight. That's good. Alas, our village is thanks to Lord Mountain God. If it were any other village, with so much rain, how many boys and girls would have died, alas. Village Chief Li and others looked at the scene of rain in front of them with a look of relief on their faces. At the same time, everyone's faith in Li Qingshan was raised again. At the time of Su, the mountain god temple was finally completed and located at the foot of the mountain. The first was the main hall in the middle. On the left side of the main hall was a row of houses, about 4 houses, where temple officials and future temple personnel lived on weekdays, as well as where incense, offerings, and other items were stored. On the right side of the main hall was an empty wall. The specifications of this mountain god temple were much better than those of ordinary villagers. Clean it again tomorrow. The walls of the earthen wall were maintained once a day for the first 3 months, and they could withstand the ravages of time. After dark, everyone went home, waiting to ask the mountain god to move tomorrow. In a house, Li Xiaoshu took out the stone nest for pounding medicine from the mountain god. In addition, there were the medicinal materials collected this time. According to the records on the pill recipe, they were placed in little by little in order and measurement. Li Xiaoshu is illiterate, so he consulted the village chief and 2 elders because he was a temple official and could not be illiterate. Therefore, village chief Li and the 2 elders are now teaching Li Xiaoshu to read and write. The herbs were placed in the stone pit in order, and then the herbs were pounded. The pestle was raised and dropped again and again. Each time it was dropped, different temperatures would automatically be emitted from the stone pit. Every time the pestle dropped, Li Xiaoshu would observe the state of the herbs. The strength, speed, timing, and state of the herbs all affect the final pill. This is a tormenting and long process. Moreover, the pestle is very heavy. If it were not for the 2 days of learning body training with the mountain god, the blood and chi in the body would have been strengthened a lot, and the pestle would not have been able to be lifted. Time passed by minute. The first hemostatic pill was soon produced, but unfortunately it did not meet the standard and was a waste. At this moment, Li Xiaoshu was exhausted all over. After putting away the pestle, he fell on the bed and fell asleep. The next morning, Shanghe village, the green-faced and fanged river god had a fierce look in his eyes. He had learned that his 5th disciple, the illegitimate son, was missing. The 4 river god disciples were panicked. Facing the question of the river god, the eldest disciple quickly responded, reporting to the master, "The 5th disciple went to Lijia village to collect offerings 2 days ago, but he didn't show up for a few days. We didn't care. We didn't expect him to be missing. After all, the 5th disciple is a 9th rank warrior. I don't think he will be in too much danger. We will investigate, and we will definitely find out the truth." The river god, who was filled with Yin energy, had a face full of anger and shouted, "If you can't find your 5th disciple, the 4 of you will go to bury him. Get out." Yes. The 4 river god disciples nodded and retreated quickly, their eyes full of fear of the river god. The 5th disciple had a mysterious origin. The river god was very concerned about him. Now he is missing, which is a big deal. It is estimated that he is dead. But if they couldn't find the murderer, the 4 of them would probably have to die for the murderer to relieve the anger of the river god. After the 4 hurried out, the eldest disciple took the lead and said, "Old 3 and Old 4, you 2 go to Lijia village to ask about the whereabouts of the 5th junior brother and the 2nd, and I will go to the 5th junior brother's mistress and the brothel to look for him." Okay. The 3rd and 4th brothers nodded solemnly, and the 2 groups separated immediately. Lijia village. This day is the 15th of this month, which is also the time when wild ghosts and monsters appear at night, and it is also a good day for the mountain god to move. In front of the small temple, the head of Lijia village and the villagers are holding a ceremony to move the statue of the mountain god into the new temple. The steps of moving the statue are noisy. Li Xiaoshu performed the ceremony under the guidance of the village head. The ceremony lasted for half an hour. The main people who moved the statue cleaned themselves, bathed in incense, placed offerings, and the temple officials informed the gods and cast the dice to ask for divination. After the ceremony, they began to move the statue. Several of the most distinguished people in the village carried a wooden board covered with a red cloth, placed the statue on it, and walked towards the new temple of the mountain god with incense in their hands. When the statue was placed in the new mountain temple, the villagers cheered. Next, they began to burn incense. Today, the villagers of Lijia village who support the village burn incense plus 70 points of incense. Today, the villagers of Lijia village who are pious burn incense plus 150 points of incense. Today, The villagers of Lijia village who are ordinary burn incense plus 30 points of incense. Li Qingshan was in the small temple, looking at the flashing entries, his eyes full of excitement. The incense has increased tenfold. It's really worthy of the 1st and 15th day of the month. When everyone finished burning incense, Li Qingshan glanced at his personal panel, which had reached 9,100 points of incense. An unprecedented record. Li Qingshan immediately began to use incense to refine the new god tablet. The god tablet of the wild god realm began to change from black to yellow with the influx of incense.
Time passed by.
Congratulations to the host. You have successfully broken through the realm and become a middle-grade wild god. The first piece of the wild god realm was successfully tempered. The whole body is yellow. The divine power in the body has increased significantly again. The data panel shows that the next breakthrough requires 15,000 divine power, and I still have 4,000 incense points. There is still 10,000 incense points left. In the next half-month, that is, on the first day of next month, I should be able to break through to the upper-grade wild god. The speed of breaking through the realm is really fast. After the strength is improved, the speed of refining the land has increased a lot. Li Qingshan began to refine the land of Lijia village and Niubei mountain, compared with the previous refining of land. Now the speed of refining is growing rapidly. It used to take 2 or 3 years to refine, but now it takes at most 2 days. Once all the land is refined, the achievement task rewards are issued, and I should be able to get the method of how to expand the territory. Only when my own divine territory is expanded can I have more believers and get more incense every day, right? After the statue was moved, Li Xiaoshu packed his luggage and lived in a room on the side of the main hall. Although there was no village stone to protect this place, it was safe with the mountain god in charge. Wangjia village. This is the closest village to Lijia village. Like the former Lijia village, it is facing drought and long periods of no rain. This village is smaller than Lijia village, with only about 90 people. The crops can only survive for a few days by carrying water for irrigation. It won't be long before all the crops wither and the harvest is gone. By then, the people in this village can only think of other ways to survive. 1 year later, I wonder if half of the population will be left. Whether it is the village chief or the elders, they all have sad faces, looking at the sunny sky and the dry land, and they want to cry, but have no tears. This village has a god named Lady Grain God, but unfortunately, she can't make rain. After all, not all gods can make rain. Lady Grain God's means are to ripen crops, clear weeds, rats and insects, and have a certain combat power. Village chief, big news, big news. Just as the village chief and the 2 elders looked at the dry farmland helplessly, a young man in the distance hurried over. He seemed to be too excited and fell several times on the road.
De Zhuang, slow down.
What's going on? Village chief Wang looked at the young man in the village and asked. Lijia village. Village chief, the farmland in Lijia village is damp, it's damp. De Zhuang said excitedly. The farmland in Lijia village is damp? When De Zhuang, a young man from Wangjia village, finished speaking, a gleam of light flashed in the eyes of village chief Wang and the 2 elders. The farmland is damp, which means it has rained. If human porters are used, it can only temporarily ensure that the roots of the crops are damp. This means that Lijia village has found a way to get rain. After the drought, Wangjia village did not think of ways to make rain. First of all, the gods of their own village had cast Jal to ask for divination, but unfortunately the valley god came out in person to tell them that she had no means of making rain. In desperation, Wangjia village later offered sacrifices to Shangha village, hoping that the river god of Shangha village could help. The river god did make rain, but the amount of rain was very small, not even as much as the porters of their own village carried water from the back mountain in 2 days. However, Wangjia village did not dare to protest to the river god of Shangha village and ask him to make more rain. They could only swallow the bitter pill and say nothing. The sun has become more and more scorching in the past 2 days. If there is no solution, the wheat seedlings may really die. De Zhuang, are you sure that the entire cultivated land in Lijia village is damp, not just the roots of the wheat? Village Chief Wang asked again. Village Chief, that's right. All the cultivated land is damp.
De Zhuang nodded solemnly. Yes.
De Zhuang nodded solemnly. Did Lijia village also go to Shangha village to ask for help from the river god? An elder from Wangjia village said. Impossible. We all know what the river god of Shangha village is like. He said he would give us rain, but in fact he just took the sacrifice and made a little gesture, blowing a drizzle over us. Not only our Wangjia village, but also the nearby Huangjia village, Shanwagu, and Yegaga villages are like this. They took the sacrifice but only sent a drizzle, which is of no use at all. This Lijia village is definitely not looking for the river god. Another elder from Wangjia village said in a positive tone. This Lijia village must have a new way. Well, let's prepare some things and go to Lijia village to ask in person and ask for a way to survive. After the head of Wangjia village said this, the two elders nodded immediately and went to prepare things. Way sure. That is, at 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the two disciples of the river god hurried to Lijia village. The road in Lijia village is really uncomfortable. They don't repair it on weekdays. My new shoes are worn out. I must ask them to compensate me. The fourth disciple of the river god couldn't help but curse. That's right. After walking so far, I must play with a woman in Lijia village. I wonder if there are any good-looking wives in Lijia village, hee. The third disciple of the river god showed a strange and evil smile. The fourth disciple of the river god laughed loudly and walked to the entrance of the village, shouting, People from Lijia village, get out of here, or I'll kill you. Shangha village. As the village with the largest population, the most warriors, and the most powerful gods among the nearby villages, it has long looked down on people from other villages. Especially the two of them are warriors. A 7th grade warrior and a 6th grade warrior. Even facing a newly appeared god, they are not afraid at all. What's more, Lijia village is a village that doesn't even have gods. If I guessed correctly. In the entire Lijia village, there is only one hunter who is a warrior, and he is only a 6th grade warrior. The two of them can easily deal with it. The two stood in Lijia village and shouted angrily. Many Lijia village people at the entrance of the village heard it and hurried to call their own village chief. Not long after, the village chief of Lijia village rushed over.
Who are you?
The village chief of Lijia village looked up and down at the two and asked, We are disciples under the command of the river god. We are here to investigate the disappearance of my junior brother. The fourth disciple of the river god took the lead and said, My 5th junior brother was invited by your Lijia village. Why did he disappear in the end? Was it murdered by someone from your Lijia village? Oh, I dare not. That is a disciple under the command of the river god. Even if we too have the courage, we dare not do such a thing. There must be some misunderstanding. Village Chief Li's heart skipped a beat, and he responded quickly. The disciple of the river god invited by Shangha village was indeed dead, and was killed by the mountain god, but they dared not say such things. Not only did it cause trouble for Lijia village, but it also caused trouble for the mountain god. The mountain god is a good god. However, the god of Shangha village is stronger and has been entrenched in Shangha village for many years. It is said that this god of Shangha village has devoured and killed many gods from other villages. The mountain god of his own village has either just recovered or just woken up, and it is impossible for him to be the opponent of the river god of Shangha village. Whether my 5th junior brother was murdered by your Lijia village or not, he did come to your Lijia village and then disappeared, and he cannot escape the connection with your Lijia village. How about this? Don't you have a hunter warrior in your Lijia village? Let him go with us to see the river god, and then let us select 5 or 6 women to apologize to the Lord River God, and the matter will be settled. Otherwise, there is no need for the Lord River God to come. The two of us will slaughter your Lijia village. The 4th junior brother of the river god flashed a provocative look in his eyes, looking down from a high position, full of contempt and disdain. Hand over Li the hunter? Hand over 6 women? This is simply a lion's mouth. Even if it is praying for rain, it only requires 2 women. There are only more than 100 people in Ligia village. If 6 women are handed over, it can be said that the vitality is seriously damaged. Chief, why don't you ask the mountain god for help? These 2 are blackmailing our Ligia village. An elder of Ligia village whispered. No, the mountain god of our village can't beat the river god of Shangha village. If we tell the mountain god, even if we solve the current trouble, we can't solve the future trouble. The mountain god is a good god. He doesn't even want sacrifices to make rain. This is the blessing of our Ligia village. If the mountain god dies, our village will return to the hard days before, and more people will die. No matter what, we can't involve the mountain god. Village chief Li refused immediately. Do we really have to listen to them? Another elder said. You too, why don't you come to the village and sit down first? Let our village discuss this matter ourselves. How about it? Even if we choose sacrifices for you 2 to take back, we have to let the villagers draw lots, right? Village chief Li frowned slightly, wanting to delay some time to think of a solution. The 2 disciples of the river god looked at each other, nodded, and walked towards the village. They naturally knew about the sacrificial drawing. The 2 were taken to the village chief's house by the people of Ligia village for tea. As for the others, 1 representative from each family went to the ancestral hall to discuss how to deal with today's events. Li the hunter was naturally among them. The atmosphere in the old ancestral hall was extremely depressing. All the villagers had a bit of worry on their faces, not knowing how to deal with it. Village chief, after all, the disciple of the river god died in our Ligia village and at the hands of the mountain god. If the river god continues to investigate, our Ligia village will be the most suspicious. In fact, it can almost be determined that it was our Ligia village who did it. Someone must come out to take the blame for this matter for the mountain god. Otherwise, even if the blackmail has confused the matter today, the river god will still come to our Ligia village if he has not found the murderer who killed his disciple. A villager from Ligia village stepped forward and analyzed. What do you think these 2 people want Li Hunter to do by name? They just want Li Hunter to take the blame for the person who killed their junior brother, which is considered to have completed the task. As for the 5 or 6 women they want, I'm afraid they just want them themselves. Li He saw the essence of the matter and said, the women that the 2 disciples of the river god want are easy to get rid of. After all, it's not what the river god wants. We can raise some money and give them to them, which should be no problem. But Li Hunter, who took the blame, is. Immediately, everyone looked at Li Hunter with a bit of helplessness on their faces. The mountain god spared my girl's life in the past, and now I'm going to take the blame for the mountain god. I have no complaints. But village chief, I have a request. After I die, whenever there is a draw in the village, my family cannot draw anymore, and my daughter cannot be used as a sacrifice. As for my family's land, leave it to my daughter to farm for 5 years, and after 5 years, the land will be divided equally among the villagers.
How about that?
Li the hunter looked at the village chief and 2 elders. Don't worry. Your land will always be yours. As long as the 3 of us old men are alive, no one will come to eat our family's food. Village chief Li nodded solemnly. A hint of helplessness flashed across his face, and he said, Thank you for your hard work. Take the blame? Take the blame for your uncle? At this moment, Li Qingshan had just refined the soil to this place, and he heard that the villagers were holding a meeting. He wanted to take the blame for himself? He was a god. He also wanted the only warrior in the village to take the blame? This won't do. Li Qingshan planned to train this hunter Li well. After all, there was only such a warrior in Ligia village, and he planned to keep him as a temple protector in the future. As for the disciple of the river god, just kill him. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Immediately, Li Qingshan appeared on the wall of the village chief's house and saw 2 strange warriors sitting in the yard drinking tea at a glance. The women in this Ligia village are really tender. I saw a few good-looking ones in the crowd just now. The 4th disciple of the river god said with a sly smile on his face. Yes, not only are the young girls beautiful, But the young women are also charming. None of the 6 women can be missing this time. Let's have some fun with them after we go back, and then we can make some money by selling them to a brothel. Another disciple nodded with great satisfaction, and the scene of himself managing the women of Ligia village appeared in his mind. Heavenly thunder is drawn. Purple lightning condenses. The sharp edge of the fingertips breaks the 3 elixirs. The black thunder and jade brewing shocked the world, and the finger method circled around the thunder and broke the cloud screen. The spell summoned the thunder spirit word by word, and the ghosts and monsters shook their powerful forms. Thunder Finger. Li Qingshan was not going to tolerate these 2 guys, and immediately activated the divine power in his body to kill them. However, when Li Qingshan just activated his divine power, a figure emerged, and the 2 warriors sitting in the yard noticed it instantly, looking at Li Qingshan on the wall with ferocious eyes. The next moment, the qi and blood circulated. A dull drum-like sound came from the bodies of the 2 warriors, and they stomped their feet suddenly, and the soil splashed, like 2 cannonballs, and rushed towards Li Qingshan. He even drew the long knife from his waist, and his murderous aura was even stronger. God? I didn't expect that there would be a god in Ligia village. It should be a new god. Kill him. It's a joke that Ligia village let the gods deal with you and me. Kill the gods first, and then settle accounts with Ligia village. This time, 6 women are not enough. At least 10. The 2 river god disciples' eyes were full of disdain for Li Qingshan. A small new god. What means can he have? After all, the fighting power of gods is originally lower than that of warriors, and blood and evil spirits are the natural nemesis of gods. Swish. An arc of electricity flashed above the lightning finger, and 2 azure blue lightning flashed in the air. The 2 thunders were like darts, and instantly fell on the 2 warriors, like maggots attached to their bones. Snap! The next moment, 2 dull explosions sounded. The 2 warriors who were full of confidence and ready to kill Li Qingshan just now, their bodies flew backwards directly, and a puff of green smoke dissipated. There was a look of disbelief and panic in their eyes. They could not believe that the strength of a new god was so strong. The regret in their hearts surged up instantly. What a pity. They were no longer given the chance to regret. The originally normal body turned into charcoal at this moment. They were exhaling more and inhaling less. The destructive power of thunder and lightning was too strong. These 2 people were not only injured on the surface, but even their internal organs had been destroyed by the power of thunder. The 2 disciples lay on the ground wailing in pain. Even the flesh and blood in their bodies felt torn in pain. Their vocal cords were damaged by thunder, and the sounds they made were also strange. After a few breaths, they died. Dead. Humph. Li Qingshan snorted coldly, left this place, and went back to continue refining the land. As the body of the god stopped using magic power, it gradually became illusory and disappeared in the eyes of ordinary people. Of course, this ability to disappear in the eyes of ordinary people is only useful for some ordinary people, or warriors with a lot of difference in strength. When wild ghosts and gods of normal strength approach warriors, they will be rushed out of their bodies by the faint blood and qi emanating from their bodies. However, this ability requires at least a martial artist or above. If you want to deal with wild ghosts or gods below the level of a martial artist, you can only wait for the other party to expose their bodies when they make a move. What's going on? What happened? The village chief and others in the ancestral hall not far away also heard the strange noise here and rushed over in a hurry. After pushing open the door of the yard, they saw 2 charred things and a faint smell of barbecue in the air. Village Chief Li and others felt a jolt in their hearts, and an ominous premonition came over them. Disciple of the River God. The dead person is a disciple of the River God. It's bad. It's the disciple of the River God. An elder said with a pale face. The death of a disciple of the River God has already made Ligia village very difficult, and now 2 more have died, which makes it even more difficult. Could it be the Lord Mountain God who did this? Li He said, staring at the 2 corpses on the ground. Yes, it must be the Lord Mountain God. He must have known that these two people came to blackmail my Ligia village, so he killed them. Li the blacksmith also analyzed. This is troublesome. The mountain god may not know how powerful the river god of Shangha village is. Now he has killed two of his disciples. The river god will definitely track him down to the end. I will take the blame. Li the hunter looked at the miserable state of the two river god disciples in front of him, frowned and said, I am a 6th grade warrior. It is reasonable to kill a 6th grade and a 7th grade warrior. Good idea. The elder nodded and agreed with Li the hunter's decision. Immediately, everyone looked at the village chief, the most respected person in the village. Not appropriate. This matter was done by the Lord Mountain God. There may be Lord Mountain God's intention in it. We can't make a decision on our own. Didn't Li Xiaoshu say that he had seen Lord Mountain God? And he is still the temple official of the Mountain God Temple. Go and inform Li Xiaoshu. Can you ask Lord Mountain God's intention, and then we will make a decision. Village Chief Li said. As for Shangha village, it will not react so quickly. At least we have to wait until tomorrow to know. Yes. Hearing what the village chief said, everyone nodded and agreed, and went to see Li Xiaoshu. Now Li Xiaoshu is already a temple official of the mountain god. He has a respected status. He can no longer be called around at any time. If there is something, you should take the initiative to see Li Xiaoshu. Under the command of the village chief, first dispose of the two bodies, and then find Li Xiaoshu, and tell Li Xiaoshu everything that happened just now. Don't worry, Grandpa Village Chief. I will ask Lord Mountain God's intention tonight. Li Xiaoshu nodded solemnly in agreement. This matter not only affects the village, but also the Lord Mountain God. After all, the Lord River God is famous. Li Xiaoshu has also heard a little about it. If the Lord Mountain God is not his opponent, it will be troublesome. Every night, the Lord Mountain God will teach himself to martial arts in his dreams, and he must be the same tonight. Xiaoshu, it all depends on you, said the village chief Li. Village chief, today is the 15th, the time when the village stone is weak. Do we still need to hide at night? At this time, a villager asked. On the 1st and 15th of every month, the power of the village stone protecting the village will weaken, and ghosts and monsters will come out to find food at this time, looking for villages without the protection of gods or warriors. In the past, on the 1st and 15th day of every lunar month, the villagers of Ligia village would hide, either in a cellar or somewhere else, which was not easy to detect. Although this method was not safe. If there was a village protected by gods, it would be a little better. After all, there were gods protecting them. Of course, if they encountered ghosts and monsters that the gods were no match for, they would notify the villagers in advance to hide. Tell the villagers to hide if they want to, and not to hide if they don't want to. Village Chief Li thought for a while, and said, after all, this was the first 15th day of the lunar month that Ligia village had spent after possessing gods again. No one knew what the situation was, so let the villagers make their own decisions. Village Chief, the village chief of Wangjia village is here, saying that he has something to discuss with you. A villager from Ligia village hurried up, and because he ran too hastily, he seemed to have fallen, and traces of lust could still be seen on his gray pants. The village chief of Wangjia village? Why did he come to see me? Village Chief Li frowned, but still nodded and said, let him go to my house. No, let him wait for me at the entrance of the village. He wanted to let him go to his house to wait for him, but thinking that someone had just died in his family, it would be troublesome if any mistakes were discovered. Let's go to the entrance of the village. Immediately, Village Chief Li and the two elders hurried to the entrance of the village. The village chief of Wangjia village had been waiting for a long time. Village Chief Wang, why did you come to my Ligia village? Village Chief Li was still worried about the disciples of the river god, and he was not in the mood to reminisce with Village Chief Wang, so he asked directly. This time I came to Ligia village, I actually have something to ask for. Village Chief Wang said with a bit of humility on his face. What is it? Village Chief Li was slightly startled, thinking in his heart where Wangjia village would ask for his and Ligia village, and he soon had an idea in his mind. Village chiefly, as the saying goes, food is the heaven of our farmers. Now we are in the midst of a drought. If this continues, the crops will definitely fail. If the crops fail, I don't know how many people will die this year. When I passed by your village today, I found that the soil in your farmland was wet. I guess it was the gods who made it rain? Which god made it rain?
Can you tell me?
If it wasn't the gods who made it rain, is there any other way? Village Chief Wang looked expectantly at Village Chief Li and said, except for Village Chief Wang. All the people in Wangjia village looked at Village Chief Li expectantly. It was pitiful. After all, if the crops failed, people would really starve to death.
This.
Village Chief Li and the two elders frowned, and finally Village Chief Li, who was the leader, said, Village Chief Wang, how about I give you an answer tomorrow? Let's ask the mountain god for his opinion on this matter. If the mountain god is unwilling, then send the people from Wangjia village away. If the mountain god is willing, then ask the mountain god what he needs.
This.
Village Chief Wang frowned, but finally understood the difficulties of Village Chief Li, nodded and said, Okay, brother, then I will wait for your news tomorrow. The village chief of Wangjia village went back, and Village Chief Li went to the end of the village again to tell Li Xiaoshu what had just happened. If they met, he would tell the mountain god and see how the mountain god would reply. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, it was dark. Lijia village was pitch black. Only the bright moon in the sky cast a cold light. The whole village was terribly silent. Most people in the village still chose to hide. Weird and terrible. In the forests, in the mountains, in the rivers. One by one, wild monsters, wild ghosts, and fierce ghosts began to wander aimlessly, looking for their prey. This day, Li Qingshan had already refined all the land of Lijia village, and even a part of Niubei Mountain was refined. This was completed after Li Qingshan worked overtime. If you want to completely refine Niubei Mountain, you should be able to do it tomorrow. Today is the 15th. Lijia village will not be peaceful, so Li Qingshan stayed in the temple early, refining the land of Niubei Mountain while keeping an eye on Lijia village. Outside the village, a little ghost wearing shabby clothes, messy hair, and ferocious eyes was approaching the direction of Lijia village quickly.
So scary.
The whole body exuded black yin qi. The 10 fingers and fangs were very sharp and powerful. It was a ghost of the 5th grade little ghost realm, which was stronger than the 2 disciples of the river god before. Humph. After the little ghost entered the village, he sniffed hard with his nose and soon smelled the smell of human in the air nearby. This family didn't hide on the 15th?
Great.
This village seems to be unguarded by gods. With a sneer on his face, he rushed towards the yard with human smell. P.S. It's not easy to draw pictures. I want a wave of free gifts, brothers. Tomato author is unique. Here it comes. Li Qingshan found this 5th grade little ghost in the mountain temple at the first time, and his magic power surged, and he disappeared directly in the next moment. When he appeared again, he was already in front of this ghost. Compared with this ghost, Li Qingshan's greed was even worse. This green-faced and fang guy has a good fighting power at first glance. Come on. Enter my 100 ghosts banner. Village god, get out of the way. Otherwise, I'll tear you apart. The little ghost looked up and down at Li Qingshan, but did not feel any yin energy from Li Qingshan, and naturally could not detect any strength. He immediately shouted angrily and killed towards Li Qingshan. The momentum was extremely fierce, and his eyes were full of cruelty. The more Li Qingshan looked at him, the more he liked him. He really had a good physique and good teeth. The ghost road is dark, the wild ghosts are fierce, the 100 ghost banners are leading, and the earth is full of power. Hurry up and follow the command.
Go.
The voice fell. The black 100 ghost banner was immediately sacrificed by Li Qingshan, surrounded by a thick evil spirit, which was even thicker than the one on the little ghost in front of him. What is this? Hades' weapon? The little ghost looked at the 100 ghost banner floating in the air, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He looked at Li Qingshan again and again, and a hint of retreat rose in his heart. Martial masters have blood weapons. Wild ghosts and wild spirits have Hades weapons. Could it be that the strength of this god has reached the wild ghost realm? In this world, the realm names of ghosts and gods are the same. Both are little ghost realm gods, wild ghost realm gods. After all, the wild ghosts in this world are considered a kind of gods, and gods are also considered a kind of wild ghosts, so they have the same realm title. Except for Li Qingshan, the real god. Still want to leave?
Haha.
Seeing that the evil ghost wanted to retreat, Li Qingshan showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth and immediately recited the spell again. Ghosts in all directions, wandering ghosts, listen to my call, and quickly go to the gathering banner. E'en she returns, don't leave or retreat. The 100 Ghosts banner is shaking. Quickly enter the banner. As soon as the voice fell. Then, an extremely strong E'en Chi flew out from the 100 Ghosts banner, turning into a E'en Chi chain, rushing towards the escaping ghost in front like a snake. The little ghost was finally unable to escape the capture of the 100 Ghosts banner. When the chain touched the little ghost's body, a powerful force instantly locked, squeezing and tying the little ghost's body fiercely, making it unable to move. Let go, God, let me go. Let me go. The ghost of the 5th grade little ghost realm kept struggling and roaring, shouting and insulting Li Qingshan. But it was no use. The soul full of E'en energy was absorbed into the 100 Ghosts banner, and the powerful force began to enslave the ghosts in the 100 Ghosts banner. I believe that it will not take long before I can have an obedient little ghost. Moreover, the strength is not bad. Hey, it comes again. At this time, Li Qingshan found that another ghost appeared on the other side of Lijia village, which was stronger than this one. On the other side of the village, a ferocious-looking ghost was running towards a family quickly, with a hungry look on his face. This family didn't hide?
Great.
It's simply a delicacy sent by God.
Who?
The little ghost suddenly found someone beside him and turned around to look, and what he saw was a black chain sweeping towards him. Before he could react, he was dragged into the 100 Ghosts banner. The second one. It's done. Li Qingshan showed a touch of joy on his face and immediately chanted the soul-calling spell again. Unfortunately, after 3 incense sticks in a row, no ghosts entered the range of Lijia village again. Soul calling can not only attract nearby ghosts, but also forcibly lock ghosts into the 100 Ghost banner. In addition to soul calling, there is also a spell to strengthen ghosts. Maybe there are only these 2 ghosts near Lijia village. At least within the range that the 100 Ghost banner can attract, there may be only these 2 ghosts. After all, the villagers nearby can't support too many ghosts. If you want to increase the number of ghosts detained in the 100 Ghost banner, you still have to leave Lijia village. Refine the land of Niobei Mountain as soon as possible. It's hard to say. I found a way to leave this place. Li Qingshan returned to the mountain temple and used the dream-inducing technique directly on Li Xiaoshu to enter his dreamland. As for anything that happened in the village, Li Qingshan still knew it. After all, the land in this area has long been refined by himself. Li Xiaoshu, who was sleeping in the mountain temple, appeared in the darkness, floating forward, and soon saw the mountain god standing in front of him. Mountain god! Li Xiaoshu saw the mountain god again, and a look of joy flashed across his face, and he said devoutly, How is the body refining technique going? Li Qingshan asked. Reporting to the mountain god, Xiaoshu has almost learned it and can practice it on his own.
Li Xiaoshu said.
The body refining technique has been fully mastered, and there is no need for the mountain god to guide it. The next step is to practice hard and improve personal strength. Well, not bad. Li Qingshan nodded with satisfaction and said, In this case, from now on, I will no longer enter your dreams to guide you. Although you are a woman, you are quite talented in martial arts, but as a temple official of this mountain god, your strength is too low. How about this? Tomorrow, when the villagers have finished burning incense, you will open the incense ash in the incense burner, and there will be a few pills. Swallow them and they will help you practice. In the future, if you have something to do, find me. Just recite the incense spell, light 3 incense sticks, and insert them into the incense burner. If they extinguish themselves without wind, it means that this god is listening. If the incense sticks burn without fire, it means that this god has agreed. If the incense sticks are not burned, it means that this god disagrees. Do you understand? I am a god, but I don't have so much time to care about the messy things among the villagers. I still have to refine the land in the territory as soon as possible. After refining the land in these few days, Li Qingshan discovered that using magical powers on the land he refined would increase the power. This is good news. As long as the land is refined by himself, it is his territory. Yes, Xiaoshu understands.
Li Xiaoshu nudda shulamli.
Next, I will teach you how to invite the gods.
Follow me.
Use incense as a guide, firewood as a flag, chant the magic, and the gods will come to me. The mountain god will descend. Li Qingshan said. Use incense as a guide, firewood as a flag, chant the magic, and the gods will come to me. The mountain god will descend. Li Xiaoshu was a smart man, and he immediately chanted it. Li Qingshan immediately had a sense in his heart, and it really worked. Remember the spell. Never forget it. Li Qingshan said seriously. Xiaoshu remembers it. Lord Mountain God, Xiaoshu has a few more questions. Seeing that Li Qingshan was about to disappear, Li Xiaoshu immediately spoke.
Speak. Li Qingshan nudda.
Today, Lord Mountain God took action and killed 2 disciples of River God. The village chief and the people in the village are very worried. The River God is very powerful, and they're worried that Lord Mountain God will not be his opponent when he comes to take revenge. For this reason, the people in the village discussed a countermeasure. Just let Li the Hunter take the blame for Lord Mountain God, and the crisis can be resolved. I wonder if Lord Mountain God agrees? Li Xiaoshu asked the first question. Why should you be afraid of a small river god? No need to take the blame. If anyone comes to ask again, just say that you were killed by this mountain god. If you don't accept it, you can come to me and ask for death. After hearing what Li Xiaoshu said, Li Qingshan was so angry that his nose almost smoked. He is a god. Do he still need to let the villagers take the blame for him? Yes. Li Xiaoshu nodded seriously. This was the mountain god in his mind. He continued, there is one more thing. People from Wangjia village next door came to ask how to make rain. I wonder if the village chief can answer truthfully. Please tell me, Lord Mountain God. Wangjia village. Li Qingshan knew this village. After all, he had been wandering in Lijia village for a long time and heard people in the village talk about it. The number of people was slightly less than that of Lijia village. It was just next to Lijia village. But there was a crooked god in Wangjia village. Her name was Miss Gushen. Now I am still limited to Lijia village. How to expand the territory outward? I don't know for the time being. But the first step to expand the territory outward, this Wangjia village is the best choice. Therefore, Wangjia village cannot be wasted. My current strength is barely enough to irrigate the crops in Lijia village. The sun is too scorching and needs continuous irrigation. If some of it is distributed to Wangjia village, the amount of rain-making irrigation in Lijia village will probably decrease, unless I become stronger. Finally, Li Qingshan thought of an expedient plan. Tell Wangjia village about the existence of this mountain god, and ask them to come to the mountain god temple tomorrow to burn incense. The more pious the villagers of Wangjia village are, the more rain will be made. Li Qingshan said. First, give the villagers of Wangjia village some sweetness to anchor the bond. When I get a way to expand my territory, it will be easy to take over Wangjia village. As for the village god of Wangjia village, goddess of grain, at that time, I can see how strong the other party is. This time, letting its people come to burn incense here is also a test. At this moment, Li Qingshan suddenly realized that there was another uninvited guest in Lijia village, and he immediately disappeared in Li Xiaoshu's dream. The entrance of Lijia village. A monster with thick black wolf hair all over its body actually walked upright, step by step towards Ligia village, with a strange and ferocious look in its eyes. Wolf demon. It was a wolf demon that imitated the walking of humans. It looked very strange in the dark night, especially its green eyes, which showed its ferocious appearance. Its sharp claws and teeth could easily break the flesh and blood of the people and take out the softest and most delicious internal organs. Swish, swish, swish. The black wolf demon sniffed hard and found that there were many human smells in the village. The strange look on his face was even more terrifying. The villagers of Ligia village were really careless. They actually forgot that today was the 15th day of the lunar month and did not hide to hide the smell. Today they can have a full meal.
Who?
Just as the black wolf demon was about to enter the village, he suddenly noticed the enemy's breath beside him and immediately turned his head to look to the side. At this moment, Li Qingshan was condensing the thunder finger. The sky thunder was drawn, and the purple lightning condensed. The sharp edge of the fingertips broke the three dan. The black thunder and jade brewing shocked the world, and the finger method circled the thunder and broke the cloud screen. The spell called the thunder spirit, and the ghosts and monsters shook their powerful forms. The thunder finger appeared. The thunder jumped at the fingertips, emitting a destructive force, which was extremely scary. The four eyes met, and each of them showed murderous intent. The black wolf demon roared, and the whole Ligia village could hear it clearly. It turned into a black shadow and killed Li Qingshan. The demon's body was full of blood and evil spirit. At this moment, Li Qingshan's thunderfinger also turned into a lightning and shot out. The speed was extremely fast, almost turned into a stream of light, and instantly fell on the flesh of this black wolf demon. The black wolf demon immediately activated the blood and evil spirit in order to resist the destructive power of thunder.
Pa!
A crisp explosion sounded, and the black wolf demon felt numb all over, and a severe pain and muscle-tearing sensation came. Even the internal organs were seriously injured. The so-called defensive blood evil spirit could not stop Li Qingshan's thunderous destructive power. The black wolf demon underestimated Li Qingshan's strength. The huge body fell heavily to the ground, and it died after struggling for a few times. The air is filled with the smell of meat. The flesh and blood of monsters are very good for nourishment. Ordinary people eat them to strengthen their bodies, and women scream. Warriors eat them to increase their strength. However, this thing has no appeal to me, a real god, and the attraction of incense is more sufficient. The flesh and blood of this black wolf monster will be left to nourish the people of Ligia village. The bloody smell of monsters and warriors is extremely strong. After the black wolf monster died, the whole village was filled with the smell of blood, and even the homes of several villagers close to the village could still smell this clear smell of blood. A villager's home in Ligia village. Dad, did you hear the sound outside? It seems to be the black wolf monster. A woman was frightened by the roar of the black wolf monster just now and trembled all over. The child in her arms also squeezed hard into her arms, with panic and fear in her eyes. This is the childhood shadow of every villager living in this world. Don't worry, the mountain god will protect us. The man showed a simple look, but the paleness on his face had already betrayed him. Dad, I think we should hide first. If a demon enters the village when the mountain god is not paying attention, we will only have one life, the woman said. At this moment, the man was also a little shaken. He looked at the child in the woman's arms, nodded and agreed, opened the cellar door next to the toilet, and went in. The outside was well disguised, and there was no sign that there was a cellar here. With the roar of the wolf demon, many villagers in Ligia village who originally planned not to hide immediately began to waver and went into their hiding places. Some people even had a dark room on the wall, hiding in the wall interlayer and on the groove of the beam. As for Li Qingshan, he returned to the mountain god temple, guarding Ligia village while refining the land of Niobei mountain.
Time passed by.
The end of the hour of the ox. Another hour later, The sky will be bright, and the 2 most dangerous days in a month will be over. Hey! At this moment, Li Qingshan suddenly felt a monster with extraordinary breadth breaking into his territory. It's not a small monster. It's already a wild monster realm, and it's a first-grade wild monster realm. It's only a breath away from breaking through to a stronger realm. Big monster realm. An extreme sense of crisis filled his heart. With a thought, he appeared directly in Nyobe Mountain, silently reciting the magic formula and preparing for a fierce fight. His current strength is a middle-grade wild god. Li Qingshan feels that it is equivalent to a 4th-grade wild monster to a 6th-grade wild monster among monsters. Of course, this is the combat power under normal circumstances, without the help of any magical powers, external objects, magic tools. But in his own territory, his combat power will be stronger than that of a 6th-grade wild monster. If combined with magical powers and magic tools, the combat power is unknown. After all, Li Qingshan has never fought a fierce battle. All are killed instantly. The one who broke into his territory is a weasel monster. The whole body is covered with fluffy hair, and there is a trace of scarlet at the corner of the mouth which seems to be injured, and the breath is also a little weak. I have to say, this weasel monster does not have the viciousness of monsters, but is a little cute. Yes, it is cute. When Li Qingshan silently recited the spell and prepared to use the Thunder Finger, the weasel monster discovered Li Qingshan at the first time, but did not rush over. Instead, it landed on its hind legs and slowly stood up on its front legs. There was a trace of pity and expectation in its eyes, and it looked at Li Qingshan and spoke in human language. Do you think I look like a human? Do you think I look like a human? What the Hades? Li Qingshan was shocked, and there was a trace of shock and disbelief in his eyes. Asking for a title? In this world, where does asking for a title come from? The monsters in this world can directly improve their strength as long as they have enough foundation, but I have never heard of asking for a title. Li Qingshan frowned slightly, looked at the seriously injured yellow skin, and slowly said, "Looks like." The voice fell. A powerful and strange power seemed to emerge from the body of the yellow-skinned creature in front of him, and its aura grew rapidly. In a short period of time, it had already advanced to the aura of a great demon. There were creaking sounds coming from its flesh, as if frying beans, and the bloody aura became more intense. Li Qingshan could clearly perceive the growth and change of the other party's strength. Thank you, benefactor. I will definitely repay you for this favor in the future. As soon as the yellow-skinned creature finished speaking, it hurriedly ran away. However, before it ran far, it fell to the ground and fainted. Perhaps it was because of the serious injury. I thought that the breakthrough realm of the Tao Feng could help me recover from the injury, but I never thought that the injury would worsen, so I fainted. Li Qingshan thought for a long time and finally walked forward, picked up its flesh, and rushed to the mountain temple. Tomorrow, I will ask Li Xiaoshu to make some jade dew pills to see if I can help this yellow-skinned creature recover from the injury. Li Qingshan felt that this yellow-skinned creature must be extraordinary. Who knows, it will be useful to me in the future. It's dawn. That night, Li Qingshan took in 2 little ghosts, killed a black wolf demon, and finally saved a yellow fox. Li Qingshan didn't plan to save her at first. But the special situation of the yellow fox, and the fact that she said she would repay her kindness in the future, made Li Qingshan save her. The villagers in this kind of mountain place have no entertainment at night, so they go to bed at night and get up at dawn. It was just dawn. They got up one after another, and the first thing they did was to see whose family died last night. People are born to like gossip and join in the fun. Li Gui, there was a sound of a wolf demon last night. Did you hear it? A man looked at his neighbor and asked. I heard it, but there was no sound later, and there was no sound in the village. I guess the wolf demon was chased away by the mountain god, said the skinny Li Gui. Li Hunter, where are you going? A villager from Lijia village stopped Li Hunter, who was walking towards the village entrance with a knife. The smell of blood is too strong at the entrance of the village. I'm going to see what's going on. Li Hunter, As a warrior in the village and hunter, was particularly sensitive to the smell of blood. Let's go to the entrance of the village. Immediately, several early rising villagers, including Li Gui and others, walked towards the entrance of the village. As soon as they arrived at the entrance of the village, they saw the body of a black wolf lying on the ground, and the blood on the yellow ground had dried up. Black wolf demon. It's a black wolf demon. This must be the black wolf demon from last night. I didn't expect it to be driven away, but killed by the mountain god. Let's go and take a look. Oh, this mountain god is so powerful that he can kill all the black wolf demons? This black wolf demon has harmed several families in our village. It's good that he died. The mountain god is so powerful. Immediately, under the leadership of Li the hunter, a group of people hurried over. Sure enough, the black wolf demon on the ground, which was larger than a normal black wolf, had no life at this moment, and the surface of its skin was pitch black. But the flesh and blood inside the wolf's skin was not burnt. A large number of chapped wounds continued to bleed to the outside, and it looked a little bloody. If it weren't for the size and appearance, I'm afraid it would really be hard to tell whether it was a wolf. As for why it was a black wolf demon, because there was indeed such a black wolf demon around Lijia village. More and more villagers gathered at the entrance of the village. Pointing at the corpse of the black wolf demon on the ground, everyone's face showed a touch of excitement, and they were more respectful of the mountain god. It turned out that the mountain god was so powerful. Quick, make way. The village chief and the temple official are here. Li Xiaoshu and village chief Li came late, and everyone hurriedly made way.
Now,
After Li Xiaoshu became a temple official, his status has risen sharply, and he has become a person with a more noble status than the village chief. This is a black wolf demon. It should have come down from the Black Wind Mountain, but I never thought that it was killed directly by our mountain god. I didn't expect the strength of our mountain god to be so powerful. Looking at the strength of this black wolf demon, I'm afraid it can't defeat it. However, there is more than one black wolf demon in this Black Wind Mountain. Xiaoshu, what do you think of the body of this black wolf demon? Village chief Li looked at Li Xiaoshu and said, "This you have to ask the mountain god." Li Xiaoshu said, "Okay." Village chief Li nodded and then continued. "By the way, how did you get those 2 questions I asked you to ask the mountain god last night?" Immediately, the villagers at the scene immediately became nervous, especially Li the hunter and Li Langni, who all looked at Li Xiaoshu. The mountain god said, "He is just a disciple of the river god, so just kill him. If you let someone take the blame for him, where will the mountain god's face be in the future? What's so great about the river god? If he is unhappy, let him come to Lijia village, and the mountain god will kill him." As for the matter of Wangjia village praying for rain, the mountain god also said that he would let the people in their village come to burn incense. As long as they are pious to the mountain god, he will give them rain. The more pious, the more rain. Li Xiaoshu told the villagers about what he had asked last night. "That's great, Dad. You don't have to take the blame." After hearing what Li Xiaoshu said, Li Langni's face suddenly showed a touch of excitement. His faith in the mountain god deepened. As for other villagers, after hearing Li Xiaoshu's retelling of the mountain god's overbearing words, they gained a lot of confidence in their hearts. The mountain god is really tough. Naturally, their faith in the mountain god also increased. "Okay." Village chief Li nodded and said, "Since it is the decision made by the mountain god, there is nothing to say. You guys, carry this black wolf demon to the mountain temple and let Xiaoshu ask the mountain god what to do with it." Village chief Li said. A group of people rushed to the mountain temple. You can take a look at the picture of the yellow-skinned man after he turned into a human. This yellow-skinned man has been following the protagonist all the time. On the way, Village Chief Li also told Xiaoshu about the Black Wind Mountain and asked him to tell the mountain god. Inside the mountain temple, incense was curling, and many villagers had come to burn incense. Li Qingshan looked at the flashing incense information on the entry and was very satisfied. Li Xiaoshu walked to the statue and took out 3 incense sticks. "Light them." Green smoke floated out immediately. Incense is the guide, Firewood is the flag. The spell is raised, and the god is by my side. The mountain god is coming. As soon as the spell was recited, the incense in his hand immediately went out without wind. Li Xiaoshu was delighted and said, "Last night, the mountain god killed a black wolf demon at the entrance of the village. How to deal with the black wolf demon is decided by the mountain god." After saying that, he stared at the 3 incense sticks in his hand. However, the 3 incense sticks in his hand did not burn and were still extinguished. The mountain god did not agree. Last night, the mountain god killed a black wolf monster at the entrance of the village. How to deal with the black wolf monster is decided by Li Xiaoshu. Li Xiaoshu thought for a while and said, "Puff." As soon as the voice fell, the 3 incense sticks in his hand ignited without fire. Li Xiaoshu was slightly startled. He did not expect that the mountain god would let him handle this matter in the end. A sense of pride arose in his heart. For the mountain god, he respected and believed in him even more. Mountain god, the black wolf monster killed last night was of great origin. It was a black wolf on the nearby Black Wind Mountain. There is a group of black wolf monsters on the Black Wind Mountain. They often wreak havoc on the villages near the Black Horse Town, and there are many of them. In addition, there is a black wolf monster leader who calls himself the Black Wind King. I hope the mountain god will be careful on weekdays. Then, Li Xiaoshu told Li Qingshan everything the village chief had told him. Black Wind Mountain? Black Wind King? A group of black wolf monsters? Unexpectedly, they poked a wolf's den? Li Qingshan continued to check the flashing entries of believers burning incense and refining the land inside the statue. Because the believers began to burn incense again. Xiaoshu, did the mountain god really say that you can deal with this black wolf monster? Village Chief Li asked with a look of surprise on his face. After all, a monster is very expensive. If it is taken outside, it can be easily exchanged for some boys and girls as offerings. Well, Li Xiaoshu nodded solemnly and continued. Village Chief, find a big pot and cook this black wolf monster, and let each villager drink a bowl. The villagers can only eat 2 meals a day, and each meal can only make them 70% full, and they eat liquid food. In this chaotic world, this is considered a pretty good condition. Therefore, everyone is skinny. The body is too weak, and it is time to need some broth to replenish the body. The broth of the black wolf demon is the most suitable. Even warriors have a great demand and effect on it, let alone ordinary people. Thank you, temple official. Thank you, temple official. Li Xiaoshu's voice fell, and the village chief Li and the 2 elders beside him showed a touch of surprise on their faces. They didn't expect Li Xiaoshu to be so generous. This time, they no longer called Li Xiaoshu. Instead, they called the temple official directly. Grandpa Village Chief, thank the mountain god. Li Xiaoshu said. That's right. Thank the mountain god. We should thank the mountain god. Village Chief Li and others worshipped the mountain god again. This wolf demon is at least a 4th-grade little demon, and it is worth a lot of money. The mountain god is really good to us common people. If we take it to the town, we can at least exchange it for several boys and girls. As a warrior, Li the Hunter is a well-informed person. He spoke to the village chief and the elders around him. Everyone heard it. Their respect and admiration for the mountain god became even greater. Today, Li Xiaoshu, a die-hard believer in Lijia village, burns incense with plus 200 points of incense. Today, Li Lengni, a mad sun believer in Lijia village, burns incense with plus 48 points of incense. Today, Lijia village's devout villager believers burn incense with plus 14 points of incense. The entries kept flashing. More than 130 people in Lijia village soon finished offering incense. A total of plus 1,012 points of incense. Today's incense harvest has repeatedly set new records. Inside the mountain temple, after Li Qingshan harvested the incense, he remembered what he said to Li Xiaoshu last night, to condense some incense pills for him to supply for his cultivation. He immediately began to chant the formula. The incense smoke curled up to the spiritual sky, and the fire gathered the mystery. Sincerely pray to the netherworld. The incense condensed into the elixir and turned into the divine ointment. First lead the incense soul into the void, and the wisps of light smoke turned into the spiritual channel. Then gather the fire and melt the essence, and the blazing flames gather in the elixir furnace. 3 calls to the heaven and earth to open the spiritual orifices and absorb the tide of righteousness from the universe. 9 turns return to one place where the elixir is formed, and the essence of the incense burns in the abdomen. The elixir is completed. As soon as he finished speaking, a few wisps of incense flew out of his body, and under the condensation of magic power, a number of khaki pills gradually condensed into shape. In the end, Li Qingshan condensed dozens of incense pills. Each incense pill is condensed using 10 wisps of incense, consuming a total of 1,000 points of incense, enough for Li Xiaoshu to break through the warrior realm. Immediately, several pills turned into a long line and fell into the dust of the incense burner. After Li Xiaoshu saw that everyone had finished burning incense, he scraped the dust in the incense burner, and sure enough, he found 10 khaki pills in it. Each one is crystal clear, with complex inscriptions engraved on it, full of ancient and mysterious atmosphere.
As soon as it was taken out,
a strong fragrance of pills floated around. What a good smell! Li Xiaoshu looked at the pill in his hand and couldn't help swallowing secretly. At this moment, the people in the village were cooking the broth of the Black Wolf demon, so except for himself, no one was in the mountain temple. So he went to the open space in front of the mountain temple and took an incense pill. As soon as the incense pill entered his mouth, it immediately turned into a mysterious force and wandered into the body. The originally weak muscles were now full of infinite power, as if they had been injected with chicken blood, and their spirits became excited. Li Xiaoshu hurriedly practiced the body-refining exercises. Punches and moves, he started fighting in the mountain temple, and bursts of explosions were heard from time to time in the air. After the power of an incense pill was exhausted, the second incense pill was thrown into his mouth again, and he continued to punch. In the open space of the small square in the middle of the village, a big pot had been set up, and the firewood below was burning with flames. "Uncle Hunter, the water is boiling."
Li Yaoying shouted to Li Hunter.
"Okay, here we come." Hunter Li poured all the freshly cut black wolf monster meat and bones into the boiling pot. The steam was rising. All the villagers were eagerly waiting, looking at the black wolf monster meat in the pot and secretly swallowing their saliva. The last time they ate meat was probably a year or 2 ago. It should have been during the Chinese New Year. However, monster meat is something most villagers have never eaten. Except for Hunter Li. Unexpectedly, they would have such a good fortune today to eat monster meat soup. Many women have already prepared to continue the incense for their families tonight. Lijia Village, the entrance of the village. The head of Wangjia Village also hurried over at this time. Head of village, Li, and 2 elders went to the entrance of the village to greet him. Compared with yesterday, head of village, Wang looked more haggard today, and the expectation in his eyes was even stronger. As long as the people in our village are willing to come and burn incense to the mountain god, we will bring rain to our Wangjia village? And the more pious, the more rain we will get? Really? The head of Wangjia village asked with a look of surprise on his face. Of course. This is the will of the mountain god, and it will never be false. Head of village Li nodded solemnly. 2 elders, what do you think? Head of village Wang looked at the 2 elders and said, Village chief, you must not do that. Our village already worships the god of grain. If we come to burn incense to the god of mountain, wouldn't we offend the god of grain? Then our village will probably suffer the consequences. Yes, the god of grain will be unhappy. How about another condition? A solemn look flashed across the faces of the 2 elders, and they began to dissuade them. Okay. You 2 are also old and confused, aren't you? If we can't pray for rain again, we will all starve to death without the god of grain punishing us. We can only be punished by the god of grain if we survive first. I will make the decision on this matter myself. For the sake of our village, if the god of grain punishes us, I will bear it alone. Go, Notify the villagers of our Wangjia village to come to Lijia village to burn incense and pray. The village chief of Wangjia village immediately ordered.
This.
The two elders looked at each other and finally had no choice but to go to the village to report. Under the organization of the two elders, the villagers soon arrived at the entrance of Lijia village and walked towards the location of the mountain god temple. Village chief, is this mountain god really so effective? We don't need to offer sacrifices, just burn incense and it will rain? Yes, village chief, I have never heard of such a god. Let's not be fooled. Village chief, is there any reason for this? It's not that simple. Other villages want to pray for rain, and they have to sacrifice women. This mountain god doesn't want sacrifices. It's too weird, too impermanent. Most of the villagers in Wangjia village didn't believe that the mountain god could make rain for the people of Wangjia village just by burning incense. How could this be possible? Where in the world is there such a good thing? There is no such a good god in the world. Shut up. You entered our Lijia village, and the mountain god can hear every word you say. If the mountain god knows that you are saying these words, be careful not to bring rain to your Wangjia village. At this time, village chiefly frowned and said in a bad tone, besides, as believers of the mountain god, what you people say is very infuriating. Now, this village chief will make the decision, personally. You people from Wangjia village, kneel down and kowtow once every step you take, and walk step by step to the mountain god temple to burn incense. Otherwise, I will tell the mountain god, and he will definitely not let it rain for you. Except for village chiefly, other villagers in Lijia village had long been unhappy when they heard the people from Wangjia village say these words. Now they naturally cheered when they heard the village chief say this. Village chiefly, we are just complaining a few words, there is no need for this. Shut up. As soon as the villagers of Wangjia village retorted, the village chief immediately blew his beard and glared. Do as village chiefly said. If anyone cheats or does not do it, I will expel him from the family tree when I go back. I finally found a chance to survive. If you guys ruin it, I will strangle you to death. Hurry up. Expel from the family tree. This sentence is still very important. The villagers of Wangjia village began to kneel on the ground, not daring to complain. They knelt on the ground and kowtowed every time they took a step, and then stood up and took another step. That's how they walked towards the end of the village step by step. Not long after, the big pot where the black wolf demon was boiled, bursts of broth fragrance came out and floated around. The villagers of Wangjia village, who had walked and kneeled for 3 incense sticks, looked towards the big pot where the black wolf demon was boiled after smelling the aroma of the broth, with sparkles in their eyes. Hey, broth, it's broth. Oh my god, it smells so good. I haven't had meat for 2 years. I'm so greedy. These days, even coarse grains are not enough to eat, but they can drink broth and eat meat in Lijia village. This is too extravagant? I really want to drink a sip. As long as I can drink a bowl of broth, I will marry him. When the villagers of Wangjia village passed by the big pot where broth was boiled, their eyes were full of endless desire. They kept swallowing their saliva. After all, no one had tasted meat for 2 or 3 years. They knelt all the way from the village head to here, and they were already a little hungry. Now seeing the scene and aroma of boiling broth, they almost went crazy. Looking at Lijia village, the eyes are full of envy. At this moment, the village chief and villagers of Lijia village said with pride, "These are all given to us by the mountain god." What? Given by the mountain god? How is this possible? The people of Wangjia village looked at the people of Lijia village who were boiling meat soup, and they were all shocked. They couldn't believe what the village chiefly said. The mountain god's grace? How is this possible? Village chiefly, don't interrupt me. What are you kidding? Yes, how could the gods give such good things to the villagers? The people of Wangjia village began to question. What gods look like? They have one in Wangjia village, and other villages also have one, so they know it best. It can be said that there is no benefit without early action. To make rain, you have to sacrifice a living person. Even if you do nothing every year, you have to sacrifice a living person to support the village god. If some powerful ghosts and monsters enter the village on the 1st and 15th day of the lunar month, causing the village gods to consume their strength to resist, they must also sacrifice living livestock, cattle, and even living people. Some fruits, snacks, and meat can replenish the strength of the gods. If the valley god of their own village encounters such a black wolf monster corpse, won't he keep it for himself to enjoy slowly and give it to the villagers? Don't even think about it. Therefore, the villagers of Wangjia village were all stunned.
Haha.
The mountain god of our Lijia village is the best village god, and this wolf monster was also hunted by the mountain god last night. We villagers don't have the strength to hunt such a black wolf monster. Village chief Li showed a proud look on his face and boasted. The villagers of Lijia village behind him also raised their heads and showed confidence and pride on their faces.
Ah.
Your luck in Lijia village is really good. Too lucky to have such a god. Village chief Wang couldn't help swallowing his saliva when he smelled the meat aroma in the air and sighed. It's almost done. Bring the bowls to drink the soup first, and then add some water to eat the meat and drink the soup. Li Xiaoxing, who was in charge of making the soup, called out. Immediately, the villagers of Lijia village handed over their bowls one after another, and everyone could get a bowl of hot meat soup. The village chief, 2 elders, and a few men, each holding a bowl of meat soup, led the villagers of Wangjia village to the mountain temple. Village chief Wang smelled the meat soup in village chief Li's hand and was almost confused by the fragrance. It smells so good. The meat soup is really fragrant. It must taste very good. Inside the mountain temple, after Li Xiaoshu used 3 incense pills in succession, he successfully entered the ranks of the 9th grade warrior. If he used another incense pill, he would surely be able to break through to the 8th grade warrior. If all the dozens of incense pills were used up, breaking through to the 7th grade warrior is no problem. Li Liehu spent his entire life, but he was only a 6th grade warrior. And Li Xiaoxu was able to break through to the 7th grade warrior with the help of several pills given by the mountain god. It was really a bit exaggerated. If other warriors knew about it, they would probably go crazy. Li Xiaoxu stopped after hearing the movement outside. He never expected that his strength would improve so quickly. His face was full of joy and excitement. As long as his warrior strength is improved, some small things in the village, there is no need to bother the mountain god. I can deal with them myself. Xiaoshu, the people from Wangjia village are here. The voice of Li, the village chief, came from outside the mountain temple. Grandpa village chief, let them line up and come in, and everyone will receive incense and worship. Li Xiaoshu walked into the main hall and prepared incense. After the village chief Li asked the people of Wangjia village to line up and enter, he, 2 clan elders and several strong laborers stood aside to maintain order with black wolf meat soup. They drank and smacked their lips. The people of Wangjia village were almost crying with greed. It would be great if our village god was a mountain god. Sho, don't talk nonsense. If our village god knew about this, he would definitely not forgive you. What are you afraid of? This is in Lijia village, not in our Wangjia village. Other people's mountain gods are good. Isn't it normal to envy them? Her father, do you think our daughter would have a better life if she married into Lijia village? Hey, her mother, what you said makes sense. If our daughter marries into Lijia village, her life will definitely be better than looking at other villages in Wangjia village. Let's see if there is any suitable young man in Lijia village later. After the people of Wangjia village entered the mountain god temple, they also clamored quietly, and some even thought about marrying their daughters to the mountain god. Today, ordinary villagers of Wangjia village burn incense plus 2 points. Today, ordinary villagers of Wangjia village burn incense plus 1 point. Today, the villagers of Wangjia village who support the village offer incense plus 6 points of incense. Schematic diagram of the villagers of Wangjia village offering incense. One entry after another kept flashing in front of Li Qingshan. The villagers of Wangjia village are almost all ordinary believers, and there are very few supportive believers. This is normal. After all, This is the first time that Wangjia village came to worship, and I didn't give any favors, and I haven't been very grateful to me. In addition, there is a village god in the village. It's good to be able to reach the ordinary level of believers. If I hadn't specifically reminded that I must worship devoutly to obtain the rain, I'm afraid these people wouldn't even be able to reach the ordinary level of believers. There are 80 or 90 people in Wangjia village. A total of 201 points of incense were provided. After the incense was finished, the villagers of Wangjia village returned the same way. Li Xiaoxing, who was cooking the black wolf monster in the village, was distributing meat to everyone. Everyone could get a big piece of meat, which was better than eating during the new year. Village chief, bring your bowl over, scoop some meat for you, and there are also 2 elders. Li Xiaoxing said to the village chief, Li, who sent the villagers of Wangjia away. Okay. Village chief Li also hurriedly handed over the bowl, filled it with a large piece of meat, and led the villagers of Wangjia village out of the village while chewing the meat. Along the way, the villagers of Wangjia village were dazzled by the fragrance. It smelled so good. Along the way, village chief Li saw the villagers of Wangjia village, and their eyes kept glancing at him. Even after the villagers of Wangjia village left Lijia village, they kept looking in the direction of Lijia village, their eyes full of yearning, and they also wanted to eat that piece of delicious meat and broth. Village chief, after we worship, will the mountain god of Lijia village really give us rain? If other gods want to make rain, at least they start with a living sacrifice. This mountain god only wants us to burn incense. Where in the world is there such a good thing? Yeah, village chief, we won't be deceived, right? Shut up. Even if we are deceived, what can it do? We haven't lost anything. We just come here to burn incense. The head of Wangjia village immediately strictly forbade the villagers to say anything more. That's right. They just came to burn incense. Even if they were cheated, it didn't seem to be a big deal. Immediately, everyone accepted it calmly.
Huff.
Li Qingshan took a long breath, with a calm look in his eyes. Finally, the land of Lijia village and Niubei mountain has all been successfully refined by himself. Congratulations to the host, successfully refined the land of the birthplace, and received rewards. The seal of the birthplace is lifted, the human god scroll, and the incense concentration method. System prompt. Build a second Taoist temple and gain the support of the villagers to complete new achievements and get rewards. Here it comes, here it comes. It's finally here. Looking at the rewards on the entry, Li Qingshan's face suddenly showed excitement and joy. The seal of the birthplace is lifted. Congratulations to the host. The protection period has expired. The host can freely haunt the birthplace, and the gods with combat power higher than the host can also freely haunt the host's birthplace. The first reward is to lift the restrictions on yourself. You don't need to be limited to Lijia village and Niubei mountain. You can go wherever you want. However, in Lijia village and Niubei mountain, the territory where you have refined the land and made it your own divine land of authority, your combat power can be increased. Once you leave the territory, your combat power will return to normal. There will be no more amplification. It seems that I sealed myself in the place of birth to protect myself. Gods, warriors, monsters, and ghosts with stronger combat power than myself cannot enter. Last night, the yellow-skinned creature was able to enter my territory. Although its realm is slightly higher than mine, its combat power is not as good as mine. This is also good news for me. The scroll of gods in the human world. Held by the host, those who enter the scroll are all gods under the command of the host. They can be controlled by the owner of the scroll of gods in the human world in life and death, have a divine title, and seek for incense in the human world. The other 6 points are with the host, and they can only become gods in the human world. The stronger the host is, the more gods can enter the scroll. What the Hades? This effect is a bit against the will of heaven? Looking at the description of the second reward, Li Qingshan was stunned. This was to let him recruit a group of subordinates. The most important thing was that he could control the life and death of those who entered the divine scroll, and he could use them with confidence. However, entering the human divine scroll was not without benefits. Take a closer look at the explanation. The first point, those who entered the scroll were all gods under the host. The second point, they could have a god's title and seek incense from the human world. All the gods in this world were crooked gods, that is, false gods of the left path. They were not gods at all, or gods that grew crooked. It can also be understood as another way of practicing ghosts. At least Li Qingshan despised the gods of this world. How could they be considered gods? However, if they were recognized by the human divine scroll and became real gods, they would not need to absorb essence and energy to prolong their lives every once in a while. Complete immortality. As long as Li Qingshan was not dead and the human divine scroll was not destroyed, these gods would never die. Will perish. Martial arts, demons, ghosts, and gods ultimately want to pursue, in addition to more powerful combat power, nothing more than longevity. From ancient times to the present, no matter what it is, there is a crazy pursuit of longevity. The second point, once you have a god title, you can enjoy the incense of the world, and you can also use the incense of the world to improve your strength, but 60% of it will be automatically distributed to yourself. As long as you do a good job, this realm will not grow rapidly. This thing is too against the sky, and it cannot be exposed anyway, otherwise it will definitely attract covetousness. In addition, you only need to absorb incense to improve your strength, and you also need to find a way to hide it in the past. You can't do this. Otherwise, it will also attract covetousness. You can let the villagers and believers under your command find more natural treasures for you to make medicine, and pretend to be a god who is very proficient in making medicine as a cover. The problem is not big. In addition to these two things, there is a third reward. Incense concentration method. This is the upper part of the incense concentration method. It can consume the power of incense to condense a new statue. The statue can absorb the incense of the world and provide it to the host. The statues condensed in this upper part of the incense concentration method are divided into grass statues, clay statues, wooden statues, and pottery statues. The amount of incense required to condense statues of different qualities is different. The upper limit of incense that can be obtained per day for statues of different qualities is different. Grass statue. 1,000 strands of incense are required, and the upper limit of incense absorbed per day is 3,000 strands. Clay statue. 3,000 strands of incense are required, and the upper limit of incense absorbed per day is 10,000 strands. The appearance of the incense concentration method solved Li Qingshan's idea of continuing to expand his territory. The neighboring Wangjia village can be considered to be taken down. Once taken down, it is necessary to set up a statue of the god. This grass statue should be enough for Wangjia village. After all, there are only 80 or 90 people in Wangjia village. Let's go to Wangjia village to make rain first. 2 incense sticks later, Li Qingshan appeared in the fields of Wangjia village. The ground was extremely dry. Walking on the road could easily raise a lot of yellow smoke and dust. A large number of wheat seedlings have withered and turned yellow. If this continues, these wheat seedlings will inevitably die of drought. Wangjia village. Every villager showed a touch of melancholy on his face. From time to time, he looked at his fields at home, then sighed helplessly and lowered his head and continued to do his work. Can the mountain god of Lijia village really work? Don't fool yourself. Valley God Temple. Unlike Li Qingshan's mountain god temple, it is not located outside the village, but in the middle of the village. The voices of the villagers talking in the village naturally fell into the ears of the god of valley. Lijia village, the mountain god, Buyu, just burn incense, no need for sacrifice. The god of valley, wearing a long gauze dress, showed a faint smile and ridicule on his beautiful face. He didn't have the ability to Buyu. So, the god of grain would not stop the villagers from looking for other gods to help them spread rain, or to carry water to irrigate the fields themselves. He and the villagers of Wangjia village were one. It can be said that if all the villagers of Wangjia village died, his situation would be desperate. But he really needed a lot of energy to practice and maintain his vitality, which was also the source of oppression of the people. As a god, although he could not spread rain, he could ripen crops and drive away insects. He helped Wangjia village to increase the yield of crops in recent years. Every time he ripened crops and drove away insects, he needed a lot of energy to make up for his deficiency, just like a warrior who urgently needed to take a lot of monster flesh and blood to make up for his deficiency after a hardy battle. To spread rain, at least one living person's energy was needed. If the area was relatively large and the nearby water source was far away, it might take 2 or even 3 living people's energy. When gods spread rain, they usually took all the rain from a water source and turned it into a gust of wind, and it fell where they wanted it to fall.
So,
The mountain god next door made rain for Wangjia village for free? The valley god didn't believe it at all and expressed great doubt. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Valley god, valley god. Hey, look to the south, is that a dark cloud? At this moment, a villager looked up and saw a dark cloud in the direction of Wangjia village's farmland. He hurriedly said to his neighbor in the same village, "Dark clouds? It's dark clouds, really dark clouds? Is it the mountain god making rain? Go and have a look." "Oh my god, it really made rain? Great, it's raining. The mountain god made rain." In an instant, the villagers of Wangjia village rushed out of the village and rushed to their own farmland. It was a huge crowd. It was very lively, and there were also children playing and shouting. Could it be that this mountain god really made rain for free? The valley god girl in Wangjia village showed a look of surprise and disbelief on her face. Finally, wearing a white gauze dress, he slowly floated towards the location of the farmland of Wangjia village, wanting to see if the mountain god of Lijia village really made rain.
Hua la la.
Drops of rain began to fall from the dark clouds. The farmland, which had been dry for a long time, now had a sweet dew after a long drought, and bursts of earthy smells came out and floated around. This smell was the best smell in the eyes of the villagers of Wangjia. It rained. It really rained. It's raining. It's really raining. It's rain. It's really rain. The food in our village is saved. It's great. I guess not too many people will starve to death this year. Woo-woo. Thank the mountain god. Thank you, Lord Mountain God. The villagers showed gratitude on their faces, and some even cried with joy, kneeling on the ground and kowtowed continuously. The land that had been dry for a long time, the long drought has finally made a sweet dew. The people who have been desperate for a long time, isn't it the same? This is a rare good news in recent times. The valley gods saw dark clouds and rain in the sky and frowned slightly. A look of surprise flashed across his handsome face. This shouldn't be the case. Raining shouldn't be like this. Compared with letting the people carry water, the gods' raining is more like letting the gods use their magic power to carry water.
How can this be?
Did they really summon a dark cloud and then spread rain in the dark cloud? It shouldn't be. In addition, this mountain god can actually make rain for Wangjia village for free. How can a mountain god make rain? The valley god was a little confused. I always felt that some things didn't seem to be so simple. However, after seeing the way the mountain god made rain, I was still a little shocked and surprised. Li Qingshan saw that the time was almost right, so he turned around and left, and began to make rain for the cultivated land of Lijia village. Wangjia village contributed so little incense, it was impossible to make too much rain for it. Let them experience it first, and it is estimated that it will not take long before they will go to Lijia village again. By then, I can propose to build a mountain temple in Wangjia village, and from now on, the people of Wangjia village can only worship me. As for the valley god girl in Wangjia village, humph. If she dares to disobey, don't blame me for being rude. Hey, why did the rain stop? The rain stopped so soon? Why did it stop so soon? Lord Mountain God, please have mercy on us and send some more rain. Look at the direction of the dark clouds. It seems to be moving towards the farmland of Lijia village. Let's go and have a look. Immediately, the people of Wangjia village hurriedly chased after the dark clouds and ran towards the farmland of Lijia village. After running all the way, a group of people finally arrived at the farmland of Lijia village panting. Compared with the wheat in Wangjia village, the wheat in Lijia village is greener and fuller, and there is almost no yellow color. Even the land below is slightly moist. There is no drought cracking. At this moment, rain continued to fall over the cultivated land of Lijia village, and the rain was more intense than that of Wangjia village. The scene in front of me. For a moment, many villagers of Wangjia village were full of envy on their faces. How great it would be if this was the cultivated land of my Wangjia village. Village chief, why does the mountain god give so much rain to Lijia village and so little rain to our Wangjia village? After all, he is the village god of Lijia village. This is normal. Brother, do you still remember what village chief Li said to us? At this time, the elder of Wangjia village suddenly looked at village chief Wang beside him and said, "Which sentence?" Village chief Wang was slightly startled and asked, "The more pious we are when we burn incense in Wangjia village, the more rain we get. The villagers of Lijia village must be more pious than us when they burn incense, so they get more rain. When we burn incense, we must not be as pious as Lijia village, so we get less rain." The elder said it all.
Is that so?
After hearing the words of the elders, village chief Wang frowned and said, "No matter what, the mountain god of Lijia village can really make us rain, and it has been verified. Let us go to Lijia village now and discuss with village chief Li how to get the mountain god to make rain again, and the scale and rainfall of the rain will be larger." Okay. Immediately, village chief Wang took the two elders and hurried to Lijia village. After hearing the news, village chief Li also took the two elders, as well as Li the hunter, Li He, and Li the blacksmith, and walked towards the village. These people are now well-known people in the village. For example, Li He. That's because his daughter Li Xiaoshu is a temple official, so the tide has risen. What's more, Li He has several sons. There is also the first warrior, Li the hunter, the craftsman, Li the blacksmith. Village chief Wang, why are you here again? Village chief Li walked over and greeted him. Have you eaten? My dear brother, how can I be in the mood to eat? This time I came to see you because of the matter of the mountain god making rain. I won't beat around the bush. Just say it straight. Is there any way to make the mountain god give us more rain? Even if it's a living sacrifice, we will cooperate. Village chief Wang showed a pleading look on his face and looked at village chief Li and said, It's useless for you to ask me. How about this? Wait until we ask the temple officials in our village and let the temple officials ask the mountain god, and then reply to you. How about that? Village chief Li thought for a while and said, Well, okay, then it's all up to you, brother. Village chief Wang was delighted and nodded in agreement. Village chief Li and others were full of pride on their faces, and their faith in their hearts was subtly strengthening. After a group of people returned to the mountain god temple, they informed Li Xiaoshu of the matter, and Li Xiaoshu promised to reply tomorrow. Inside the mountain god temple, Li Xiaoshu silently chanted the incantation to ask the mountain god if he could enter his dream tonight. The incense burned without fire, indicating that the mountain god had agreed to enter his dream today. In the morning, after eating the meat soup, the villagers of Lijia village were full of energy, and the heat in their bodies was also replenished, and they were all full of energy. After Li Xiaoshu used another incense pill, he successfully entered the ranks of the 8th grade warrior. I wanted to do it in one go. When I used up all the incense pills and rushed to the 7th grade warrior, I remembered the instructions of the mountain god and started to make the jade dew pill. Take out the stone nest for pounding medicine. As for the medicinal materials, Li Xiaoshu collected a lot of them 2 days ago, and these raw materials are very common. Circulate the qi and blood and start pounding medicine.
Pa.
Inside the mountain god temple, there were a series of popping sounds, and herbs were crushed in the pounding stone nest. Every time the pestle fell, the pounding stone nest would emit different temperatures to warm the herbs. Time passed by. The first batch of jade dew pill came out of the nest, and it was a waste pill. Continue, the second nest. It was a waste pill again. The third nest. Still a waste pill. It was not until the 5th nest that the jade dew pill was successfully pounded out by Li Xiaoshu. The 7th nest failed. The 8th nest failed. The 9th nest succeeded. The 10th nest failed. The 11th nest succeeded 1. In the end, Li Xiaoshu used up all 11 portions of materials and finally made 3 portions of jade dew pill. There were 3 pills in each portion, a total of 9 pills. According to the instructions of the mountain god, he put 3 pills on the altar, and after collecting the other 6 pills, he went home and gave 1 jade dew pill to his father Li He. A few days ago, his father Li He was kicked by the disciples of the river god, and now he still has some pain in his heart. With this pill, he should be able to cure his father's injury. Dad, this is a pill given by the mountain god. It is specially used to treat internal injuries and hidden diseases. You should take it quickly. Li Xiaoshu handed a jade dew pill to his father Li He. Bestowed by the mountain god? Li He was slightly stunned, with a look of surprise and honor on his face. Yes.
Li Xiaoshu nudda.
Dad, this mountain god in our Lijia village is probably the first one to bless the villagers like this, right? Li Xiaoshu's sister Li Xiaoxing came over. Her belief in the mountain god also deepened a lot. She was about to become a die-hard believer. Become Li Qingshan's 3rd die-hard believer, because compared to Li Xiaoxing, Li Lengni looks closer. Yes, I have never heard of such a good village god. This is a blessing for our Lijia village. Li He nodded heavily, looked at the jade dew pill in his hand, and swallowed it with gratitude. As the pill entered his mouth, a strong medicinal fragrance dissolved in his mouth, and the pure medicinal power began to sweep through his body. He felt warm at the place where he was kicked by the river god's disciples. Even the waist injury caused by years of fatigue now felt warm, indicating that it was recovering.
Dad, how is the effect?
Li Xiaoxing asked. It is worthy of being a pill given by the mountain god. The effect is surprisingly good. I feel that the injured part is slowly healing. It's amazing. The gratitude on Li He's face became even stronger, and his faith soared. He was already catching up with Li Xiaoxing and became a die-hard believer after the fanatical believers. Inside the mountain temple, Li Qingshan's figure emerged and walked towards one of the locked rooms. Unlock the door. On the soft bed, there was a wounded yellow skin lying, but now it had fallen into a deep sleep. The bedding on the bed was prepared by Li Xiaoshu. This yellow skin was the one who asked for a title from him on the night of the 15th. Now, it is already a big monster. I don't know why it was injured in the back mountain. Unfortunately, this yellow skin did not wake up for a while, and it was difficult to ask. Li Qingshan took out a jade dew pill, stuffed it into his mouth, and left. As for when this yellow skin can wake up, or whether it can wake up, well, it depends on her fate. Shanghe Village. The 2 disciples of the river god did not return home overnight. The river god's eldest and 2nd disciples showed a trace of anxiety on their faces and hurriedly sent people to the homes of the 2 to look for them. As a result, the 2 were not at home either. An ominous premonition instantly came to the hearts of the 2. The 5th disciple disappeared after going to Lijia village. Then, the 3rd and 4th disciples went to Lijia village and disappeared again. Obviously, the incident happened in Lijia village. Let's go and report to Lord River God. The specific treatment will be up to Lord River God. After the eldest disciple of the river god said this, the 2nd disciple nodded in agreement and immediately walked into the main hall of the river god temple. Inside the main hall, the green-faced and fanged river god had been waiting for a long time, and a hint of ferocity appeared in his eyes and said, "My 5th disciple, have you found him?" "Master, the 5th disciple has not been found yet, but we have found out why the 5th disciple disappeared and the culprit. Now we just have to wait for Master to make a decision." The eldest disciple under the river god responded, "A bunch of trash."
Speak.
When the river god heard that the 5th disciple had not been found yet, his face became even more angry, and he started to scold. 5th junior brother disappeared in Lijia village first, and 4th junior brother and 3rd junior brother also disappeared in Lijia village soon after, so there is a big problem in Lijia village. Just go to Lijia village to find out. Then you can find out the whereabouts of 3rd junior brother, 4th junior brother, and 5th junior brother. The eldest disciple of the river god said. Lijia village? The river god frowned and said, now this god is at the critical point of breakthrough. It is not easy to go out. You two take some strong laborers from Shangha village to Lijia village. Yes, master. The eldest and second disciples of the river god looked at each other and finally nodded in agreement. The strength of the eldest and second disciples of the river god are slightly stronger than the 3 junior brothers. Among them, the second disciple is a 4th-grade warrior and the eldest disciple is a 3rd-grade warrior. With the strong labor of Shangha village, there should be no big problem. After all, Shangha village has been relatively prosperous after development in recent years. These strong laborers are equipped with long swords and their combat effectiveness has soared. Moreover, some of these strong laborers are 9th grade or even 8th grade warriors. Lijia village is not a big problem.
Wait.
Just when his 2 disciples were about to go out, the river god suddenly stopped them and said, I don't know the depth of Lijia village. You go to Taohua village and find the god of Taohua village and let her accompany you. Give this thing to the god of Taohua village and she will know it after a look. The river god threw a jade peach branch in front of the 2 disciples and walked towards the back of the hall. Yes. The 2 disciples picked up the jade peach branches, looked at each other, and walked out of the river god temple. After dark, Li Qingshan continued to use the dream-inducing technique and entered Li Xiaoshu's dream. Li Xiaoshu told Li Qingshan about the affairs of Wangjia village, hoping that Li Qingshan could give instructions. Tell Wangjia village that as long as Wangjia village is willing to worship this god as the village god, build a village temple, and offer incense every day, there will be no need for living sacrifices, and they will get sufficient rainfall. As for the problem of the village god in their village, I will solve it for them. Li Qingshan talked to Li Xiaoshu in his dream. Yes. Li Xiaoshu nodded and wrote it down. By the way, there is one more thing. Notify the villagers tomorrow. If you encounter natural treasures, elixirs, and the like, you can offer them to this god. If you have any news about these things, you can also inform this god. Li Qingshan said again. Asking the villagers to look for natural treasures is just a cover for himself. After all, absorbing incense can improve strength, which will inevitably attract the covetousness of others. Although it is the end of the dynasty and the world is in chaos, not many people will pay attention to me, but I am afraid of that one. Yes. Li Xiaoshu nodded seriously, thinking to himself that when the gods use their power to make rain and kill monsters, they need to use a lot of mana, and these mana need a lot of essence to replenish. The fastest way is to sacrifice alive. For example, send the women in the village for sacrifice. Secondly, it is to use livestock and domestic animals. The worst is to offer fruits, snacks, meat, and other things as sacrifices, and the gods can absorb a small amount of essence. But in addition to these 3 methods, there is another way to replenish essence, but this method will never appear in the sacrifice of the village god. It is to use natural materials and treasures as offerings. This kind of items are born and raised by nature and are extremely precious. If a villager gets one, he will be rich. Natural materials and treasures are more useful for replenishing the essence of the gods than living sacrifices. The mountain god has experienced many rain-making activities. I guess the essence in his body has been seriously lacking, but it is unwilling to let the villagers sacrifice alive to provide energy. It must have been a bit exhausted, so it wants to collect some natural treasures to restore its energy. But how can natural treasures be so easy to find? The whole village went to the mountain to search. It is possible that 1 or 2 years will not find a single one. I must do something for the mountain god. Even if there is no way, I must find a way to share the burden. Li Qingshan saw Li Xiaoshu's expression and roughly guessed what Li Xiaoshu was thinking. He nodded with satisfaction. It was okay to use this method to confuse people. After Li Xiaoshu left in his dream, Li Qingshan left the mountain temple. As for the destination, it was naturally the Wangjia village next door. In the valley god temple, the valley god, who was recuperating, suddenly felt a dangerous breath coming. He immediately opened his eyes and walked out of the valley god temple. As soon as he left the valley god temple, he saw the Lijia village mountain god standing in front of him.
Li Qingshan.
Sensing the divine aura on Li Qingshan, the valley god spoke first. You are the mountain god of the neighboring Lijia village. I wonder why you came here this time? As for Li Qingshan's strength, the valley god girl found that she could not figure it out or guess it, so she did not dare to act on her own for a while. The sky thunder was drawn, and the purple lightning condensed. The sharp edge of the fingertip broke the 3 elixirs. The black thunder jade brewed the world and shocked the world, and the finger method circled the thunder and broke the cloud screen. The spell word by word summoned the thunder spirit, and the ghosts and monsters shook their powerful forms. Thunder finger. As Li Qingshan finished speaking, he saw a flash of lightning flashing in his finger and flew towards the valley god girl in front, and the terrifying destructive power spread to the surroundings. Not good. Seeing this, the valley goddess's face changed drastically. She quickly dodged and felt the terrifying thunder contained in Li Qingshan's lightning finger. A trace of panic flashed in her eyes, and she said, "What do you mean? Are you going to provoke a war between the village gods? You know, once the gods start a war, it will be a fight to the death." The valley goddess dodged Li Qingshan's first lightning finger, but did not flash the second lightning finger. She was hit by Li Qingshan's lightning finger and flew backwards, seriously injured. When she fell heavily to the ground, her hair was messy and her clothes were torn, revealing a pair of white and slender long legs, which were extremely attractive. On her cold oval face, there was a sense of powerlessness. So strong. Such a strong attacking move. The strength of this god is far above her own. This time it's over. I may die here. I want to build a temple in Wangjia village so that the villagers of Wangjia village will only worship me and burn incense to me in the future. As for your valley god temple, it is okay to move away, right? Li Qingshan stared at the valley god in front of him, looking down at him. Is that all you ask? The valley god was slightly startled and secretly said in his heart, "It's just this condition. I think you don't need to do anything. I will naturally agree to it after a good discussion. Only if you are defeated, we can talk. If you disagree, I will kill you, and you will naturally agree. In this case, you agree to my request. From today on, the valley god temple will move away." Li Qingshan asked again. Indeed. If Li Qingshan did not take action in advance to shock the valley god would have to argue with him for a long time, wasting his words. It would be better to just surrender first and then talk about other things. Originally, under Li Qingshan's thunder finger, this valley god must not be allowed to live. However, Li Qingshan still kept her life and put it to good use. "I will listen to you, senior." The valley god girl nodded helplessly and desperately. Once the village god leaves the village, he will soon die, because there is no replenishment of energy. However, if he does not leave the village, he will probably die on the spot. The power of thunder and lightning is too destructive. It is not something he can resist at all. Well, you are obedient and sensible. Li Qingshan nodded with satisfaction and continued, "I will give you an unprecedented way. Do you want to try it? An unprecedented way?" After Li Qingshan finished speaking, the valley god girl frowned slightly and asked softly, "I don't know what the senior means." "Enter the human god scroll and become a subordinate of this god. I can protect you from death." "How about it?" Li Qingshan said. Now his territory is still small, with only one Lijia village. Wait until the territory is larger in the future. All kinds of villagers come to make wishes, and natural and man-made disasters need to be dealt with. A god like me is simply too busy to handle them. What's more, as a god, can I deal with these trivial matters every day? It would be best to collect some gods like the god of grain to help me ripen crops, repel insects, spread rain, spread powder, fight floods, repel beasts, etc. Really? The eyes of the god of grain lit up, and she said, "As the village god of Wangjia village, once you leave Wangjia village, you will lose a stable supply of essence and energy, and your survival rate will drop sharply."
So,
when Li Qingshan wanted to drive me away, a trace of despair rose on the face of the god of grain. Now that I heard that Li Qingshan was willing to accept me, I was naturally willing to do so. At least I could have a continuous supply of essence and energy, and I didn't have to die because of exhaustion of essence and energy. Moreover, the strength of the mountain god in front of me is quite strong. The combat power can kill me directly in seconds. In this chaotic world, I can also be regarded as having a guarantee. Listen to the villagers. Now that rebellions are everywhere, territories are divided, and countless divine warriors have died on the battlefield, it would be best if they could be protected by a powerful divine spirit. Yes. Li Qingshan nodded and continued. If you join my army, your life and death will be controlled by me. This cannot be changed. You have to think carefully. Of course. Miss Valley God nodded. To seek shelter, you naturally need to pay something. Okay. Li Qingshan's mana was running, and he silently chanted the spell. A cold wind rises in the dark night, and the soul leads the spirit silk around the 9 layers. The heart spell is chanted softly, and the mysterious spell is used to open the mysterious communication. Pick up the soul silk of the other party and put it into the secret cord of my scroll. As soon as the spell fell, Li Qingshan's scroll of the human world swelled in the wind and quickly spread out. The first line of the scroll of the human world reads, "The holder, Taiping Daozuan Li Qingshan." A new line of words slowly emerged on the scroll of the human world. The one who entered the scroll, Lady Wu Gu. At this moment, the god of Valley could vaguely feel that a wisp of his soul was being drawn out of his body, and the scroll of the god in the sky could really control his life and death. A ghost weapon? Such a powerful ghost weapon. Who exactly is this mountain god? The god of Valley was very curious and suspicious about Li Qingshan's strength and background. Now, she should be called Lady Wu Gu. Lady Wu Gu felt that a vague opportunity was floating in front of her. Perhaps it would be the right choice to seize the opportunity and become a subordinate of the god in front of her. A choice that could help her escape from the quagmire and soar into the sky. From today on, you are the Lady of 5 grains under my seat. You can seek food from the human world to improve your strength, but remember not to tell anyone. Tomorrow, my temple will be built in Wangjia village, and your temple will coexist with it. Now the Yin energy in your body has disappeared, and you are a god with the authority of a god. You no longer need to seek food. You can absorb the spiritual energy between heaven and earth and control the magic power in your body. In the future, I will teach you the magical powers of making rain, repelling insects, and ripening grains. You are already a true god in the world. No longer a crooked god. Li Qingshan said, collected the human god scroll, and his figure slowly disappeared in front of Lady of 5 grains and walked towards the outside of Wangjia village. In the distance, Li Qingshan echoed, "My name is the Taoist Taiping, Lady of 5 grains. Successfully captured. No need to seek food. Can absorb the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Can seek food from the human world to improve strength." After hearing what Li Qingshan said, Mrs. Wu Gu's eyes flashed with surprise. What does this mean? Immediately, she circulated the yin qi in her body to check her own changes, but as soon as she circulated the yin qi in her body, she found that the yin qi in her body was gone. That's right, all the yin qi disappeared. Instead, there was a mysterious, powerful, and ancient power. Is this the mana that Dao Zun mentioned? Mrs. Wu Gu calmed down her inner shock and surprise and urged the mana in her body to circulate the magical power. As a result, she found that this mana was purer and more terrifying than the power of yin qi. Similarly, she could also feel the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, as Li Qingshan said. An hour later, Mrs. Wu Gu slowly opened her eyes full of shock. These spiritual energies are absorbed very slowly, not to mention the impact of the realm, and can only be used to restore the mana consumed by itself. But this is enough. Because compared to obtaining essence, it is obviously more convenient and simple to obtain these spiritual energies. And to improve strength and realm, it mainly depends on the incense of the villagers, not these spiritual energies. As for how incense can improve strength, Mrs. Wugu doesn't know, so she can only wait until the villagers burn incense tomorrow to try it out. I hope it's really, as the Taoist Taiping said. You can use incense to improve your strength, although it still sounds a bit incredible. While Lady Wugu was absorbing spiritual energy, Li Qingshan was rushing towards Shangha village. He killed 3 disciples of the river god. Logically speaking, the river god would definitely come to trouble him or attack him. While the river god hasn't attacked him yet, he should take the initiative and kill the river god to prevent future troubles. Offense is the best defense. Li Qingshan knew the approximate location of Shangha village. The nearby villages all depended on the Huangsha River for their lives. Shangha village was just upstream of the Huangsha River. You only need to go up along the Huangsha River, and you will definitely reach Shangha village. The Huangsha River here is just a tributary of the real Huangsha River. The real main trunk of the Huangsha River is not here. Li Qingshan didn't see it with his own eyes. But according to what the villagers said, the thinnest part of the main trunk of the Huangsha River is also nearly 200 or 300 meters wide. As for the widest part, it is boundless and you can't see the end at all. Naturally, countless water monsters are bred in it. Every year, there will be a large number of aquatic monsters coming ashore in the Huangsha River, harming the people, and the people need to live by the water, and they can't live without the Huangsha River. Including this tributary of the Huangsha River in Haima town. Every year, there will be some aquatic monsters coming ashore to harm the people. The water god of Shangha village. Back then, relying on the family's property, he bought a small official, embezzled a lot of money and transported it back home. The reputation of the place he governed was extremely bad, and more than 100 families were destroyed. He indulged ruffians to seize other people's wives and was later exposed, and the scattered gold and silver were spared. But after 3 years of gold and silver activities, he was reappointed. When he went to take office, the family boat sank in the Huangsha River, turned into a god, and became the village god of Shangha village in his hometown. Over the years, with the viciousness and cunningness of the village god of Shangha village, he even destroyed a nearby village and obtained a lot of land and resources. Many nearby villages have been exploited by this river god. Shangha village has also become stronger because of the river god. In Haima town, this Shangha village is definitely a tyrant. Li Qingshan looked at the unfamiliar village in front of him. It was the same as what Li Xiaoshu described to him. It should be Shangha village. He walked straight to the river god temple. The huge Taoist temple is much more magnificent than his own mountain temple. The 3 big characters of River God Temple are hung above. This heavy wooden door must be made of red fragrant wood, which is very expensive. Li Qingshan climbed over the wooden door and continued to go deeper into the River God Temple. Generally, the gods would occupy the position of the back hall. In a room in the back hall, even her mouth was stuffed with cloth. It was impossible to shout. The clothes had long been replaced with thin linings, revealing a pair of delicate white legs. This girl. It was the sacrifice from other villages for the river god to adopt. Her eyes were full of panic and pitiful. This woman is really good looking. The river god with a green face and fangs and 2 heads slowly came over, looked up and down at the woman lying on the bed and said, "Don't worry. This river god will not take your life so soon. Let me enjoy it first. In this way, you won't feel any pain. There are not many gods as kind as me in the world. Woo woo woo." The girl tied to the bed struggled violently, her face full of fear. Although she was prepared. But even if she broke free of all the ropes on her body, she would not be able to escape death today. The breath of despair enveloped the girl's heart. Puff. At this moment, a blue light suddenly flew in from outside the door, with an extremely fast speed, blooming a blue arc, emitting destructive power, which was extremely terrifying. Who? The river god, who was about to enjoy the sacrifice, was startled and quickly turned his head to look at the electric arc. The yin qi in his body was running, and he was trying to resist the power of the thunder. Pa, pa, pa. He never thought. When the thunder fell on the yin qi, A burst of sparks was heard instantly, and the thunder directly poured into the soul of the river god.
Ah!
A scream. The body of the river god flew backwards and hit the wall behind him heavily. The whole room was filled with the light of thunder explosion. The thick wall was directly smashed by the river god, and the lusk flew, and the bricks and mud splashed. When he fell to the ground, his soul was severely damaged, his body kept twitching, and his eyes were full of fear and panic when he looked at Li Qingshan. He was in a hurry to escape. The person who attacked in the dark was very powerful, and he was no match for him at all. In this regard, the river god was very self-aware. If he didn't run away, he might not be able to escape. What a pity! Having just been injured by thunder, his divine body was severely damaged, and he was running very slowly. A figure in front of him blocked his way. He was dressed in yellow and was staring at him vaguely. In an instant, the river god's forehead broke out in a large patch of cold sweat, his back was hairy, and he was a little flustered and said, "Senior, you and I have no hatred in the past and no grudges in the present. Why do you have to kill us all? If there is any offense, just let me know, and I will change immediately." The river god, who used to be high and mighty, now his attitude is so low to the bone. "I killed 3 of your disciples," Li Qingshan said calmly. "Are you from Lijia village? The village god of Lijia village?" The river god looked Li Qingshan up and down, and immediately thought of something, and said with surprise in his eyes, "Lijia village has not had a village god for a long time. How could it be so strong?"
Puff.
While the river god was speaking, Li Qingshan had already begun to condense the thunder finger. "Senior, let's talk nicely. Isn't it just 3 disciples who died? No problem. Just think that my 3 disciples deserved it. No, it must be my 3 disciples who offended you. How about I arrange 10 living people to be sent to you tomorrow?" The river god stared at Li Qingshan's condensed lightning finger, his hair stood on end, and he quickly begged for mercy.
"No.
"I killed your disciples, and now I want 10 of your living sacrifices, and now I'm seriously injured. There's no turning back. Unless I solve this trouble of yours, I won't be able to sleep or eat."
Ah!
The river god roared, knowing that if he didn't fight to the death today, he would definitely die. He immediately rushed towards Li Qingshan, surrounded by Yin Qi, and his speed was extremely fast.
Puff.
Thunder jumped on Li Qingshan's fingertips, emitting destructive power, and flew towards the river god again. Faster, like a stream of light.
Pa.
Another dull explosion sounded, and Li Qingshan's thunder fell on the body of the river god again, making a dull explosion sound. A large amount of Yin Qi was defeated, and the body of the god was seriously injured. The god fell heavily to the ground, with black smoke all over his body and the crackling sound of the remaining thunder jumping. He had suffered the most serious trauma and could not move. Looking at Li Qingshan, his eyes were full of resentment. "This Taoist, I can kill you in 1 move. Do you know why I have to hurt you seriously in 2 times instead of killing you?" Li Qingshan said calmly.
"Why?
"Don't you want to spare my life? Spare me. I can do anything for you," the river god hurriedly said. "Of course, enter this 100 ghost banner and use it for me." Li Qingshan's voice fell, and he silently chanted, "The ghost road is dim, the wild ghosts are raging, the 100 ghost banner leads, and the earth is majestic. My spell is like an order, reaching the netherworld, awakening the evil spirits, and the order must be obeyed. Hurry up and obey the order. Go out." The next moment, the 100 ghosts banner swelled in the wind and was suspended in the air in an instant. A chain of Yin Qi emerged from the 100 ghosts banner and locked the river god in front. "No, no, no. Forgive me, forgive me." At this moment, the river god's eyes showed panic and deep fear. Although he didn't know what this thing was, it was definitely not a good thing. Unfortunately, Li Qingshan didn't give him a chance to regret. The evil ghosts in the 100 ghosts banner were fierce, and the water of the forgetful river cleansed the souls. The spell sounded through the netherworld, and the talismans floated into the ghost form to attract the power of the Styx forgetful river, washing away all the past emotions and memories of the evil ghosts. From then on, they forgot the 100 Ghosts banner and the forgetful river cleansing memory spell. As soon as the words fell, a black aura surged out from the 100 Ghosts banner, entered the mind of the river god, and began to cleanse and remove memories. It took only half an incense stick of time. The river god, who had been fierce before, has now become confused, and all the memories in his mind have been cleaned and corroded. He is just a ghost in Li Qingshan's 100 Ghosts banner. Moreover, it is a 6th grade wild ghost. After solving the trouble of the river god, Li Qingshan went to the river god's room and rescued him. I don't know the name of the benefactor, but I will definitely repay you in the future. The girl immediately knelt behind Li Qingshan, her eyes full of gratitude. Taiping Daozuan, Li Qingshan said, and walked towards other rooms in the river god temple to see if there were other offerings for sacrifice in the river god temple. Xiao Sui, I will definitely repay you. After saying that, the girl kowtowed twice in the direction of Li Qingshan and hurriedly ran out of the mountain god temple. As for the villagers who were awakened by the roar of the river god, they only dared to hide far away and did not dare to go forward rashly. If the river god could not solve the problem, wouldn't they be looking for death if they went up? Along the way, no one stopped the girl. Sure enough, when Li Qingshan opened the 4th room of the river god temple, he found a group of girls tied with ropes, about 14 or 15 people, each of whom had her legs and feet tied with ropes, and her mouth was blocked. After seeing the door was opened, panic appeared in their eyes, and they hurriedly shrank towards the corner of the earth wall and crowded over. They were pitiful and really distressing. These girls were all sacrificed by their parents or villages. I'm here to save you. Li Qingshan saw this, shook his head helplessly, waved his hand, and rolled his magic power towards a dozen girls, untying all the ropes on their bodies. A dozen girls looked at the ropes falling off their bodies, and a touch of surprise flashed in their eyes, and then they looked at Li Qingshan in front of them in a daze. A girl standing in the front knelt down and said with a pious look, "Thank you for saving me. May I know your name?" Then, all the girls in the room knelt down in front of Li Qingshan. They already believed that Li Qingshan was here to save them, and they could also hear roughly what happened outside just now. Presumably, the ugly river god has been solved by the master in front of him? Taiping Daozuan, Li Qingshan said calmly. Just as Li Qingshan finished speaking and was about to leave the river god temple, the heavy temple door was kicked open by someone, and the bolt blocking the back was directly kicked and broken. A grunting sound came over. Monster? Such a strong demonic aura. Li Qingshan frowned slightly, signaled the girl in front of him to be silent, and walked towards the yard outside. Why haven't you sent this batch of sacrifices to the adults yet? I have to trouble you to make such a trip. A rude voice sounded not far away. In the darkness, Li Qingshan saw the appearance of the visitor clearly. He had a fat head and big ears, and his sideburns were like steel needles. He had a fat head and big ears and a pig face. With a corpse in his mouth, his rude and fong-filled mouth kept tearing the flesh and blood, which looked extremely creepy and terrifying. On all fours, except for being able to speak human language. There is not much difference from a large wild boar, but this wild boar also carries a nail rake on its back, and I don't know how to use it.
Brutal, barbaric.
1st grade, wild monster. Li Qingshan frowned slightly. The 1st grade wild monster is equivalent to the peak of the upper grade wild god, and is about to break through the next realm. But his current strength is only a middle grade wild god. The lower grade wild god is equivalent to the 9th grade to 7th grade wild monster. A middle grade wild god is equivalent to a 6th to 4th grade wild demon. A high grade wild god is equivalent to a 3rd to 1st grade wild demon. This pig demon is quite powerful, even higher than his own realm, but there is an adult behind him, coming to take the sacrifice? Presumably, it is these girls behind him. Things seem to be a little different from what he imagined, and there are bigger things hidden behind it. including the collusion between the village gods and monsters. Hey, who are you? Where is the river god? The pig demon with a rake on his back showed hostility in his eyes, looking up and down at Li Qingshan unhappily. This rake must be a blood weapon. Warriors and monsters all use blood weapons. Ghosts and village gods use underworld weapons. The river god has gone on a long journey for something, and the adults are here to take the sacrifice, right? Just follow me. Li Qingshan shouted at the pig demon, and the other side was indeed defenseless and unsuspecting, and walked towards him, with a strong stench on his body. This pig demon didn't know that the river god was dead, and thought that this was their territory, so naturally they didn't have much defense. Why is it so messy, as if they had fought a battle? The pig demon frowned as he looked at the messy yard nearby. Thunder finger. Li Qingshan looked at the pig demon getting closer and closer, with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes, and saw the lightning arc jumping on his fingertips, emitting a terrifying destructive force, and shot towards the pig demon. Not good. The pig demon was shocked, and never expected that this would happen in the river god's territory, and hurriedly retreated. This attack. Li Qingshan was a full-strength attack.
Pa.
A dull explosion sounded, and a bright light flashed all over the pig demon's body, and a faint meaty fragrance drifted around. The whole body was burnt. Even the internal organs were destroyed by the power of thunder, and his eyes were full of unwillingness. The thick skin, blood, and demonic energy that he was proud of. In front of Li Qingshan's thunder, he didn't even bother to hit it. However, Li Qingshan finally gave him a breath. Who is the master you're talking about? Tell me, I can spare your life, if you don't tell me.
D.
Li Qingshan walked forward and said in a cold tone, the despicable villain who attacked me, kill me, kill me. The rude pig demon, with anger in his eyes, kept struggling to get up, but unfortunately he was too seriously injured, and now he was struggling violently. After a few strokes, he died completely. The pig demon's heavy body fell heavily to the ground and died. Unexpectedly, his fighting power was so strong. A first-class wild god, killed by leaps and bounds. In a room not far away, more than a dozen girls imprisoned by the river god looked at the scene outside, all opened their mouths wide, and their eyes flashed with shock. What a strong village god! They have never seen a village god with such strong fighting power. After killing the pig demon, Li Qingshan was not in a hurry to leave, but first tried to use the 100 Ghost Banner to see if he could capture the pig demon's soul. Sure enough, from the 100 Ghost Banner, a chain made of yin qi rushed out, extracted the soul from the pig demon, locked it into the 100 Ghost Banner, and began to refine it into a ghost. There is a very small probability that people will turn into ghosts after death, and the same is true for monsters. After all, whether it is monsters or humans, they are creatures with souls. I just don't know how much strength this pig demon will have after being refined by the 100 Ghost Banner. Then, Li Qingshan continued to plunder the river god temple. Over the years, this river god must have plundered the people's property.
Soon.
Behind the statue of the river god, in a small cabinet embedded in the base of the statue, Li Qingshan found a large number of silver ingots, copper coins, and a wooden box. Counted them carefully. There are about 80 taels of silver and 15 strings of copper coins, which is really a lot. It adds up to almost 100 taels of silver. Don't think this silver is not much. It is now the end of the Han Dynasty. The price of 1 mu of arable land is only a little more than 1 or 2 taels of silver. This silver is enough to buy 90 mu of arable land. If it is a good year, the wheat yield of 1 mu of land is about 120 jin, which can feed an average mountain dweller, and about 3 taels of wheat per day. The weight of an adult man in the Han Dynasty was about 100 jin, thin and weak, skin and bones, that's all. So the daily food required is not much. Wheat, plus coarse grains, wild vegetables, and even some rice bran, wheat straw, and other items are smashed and mixed together to make a paste, which is a delicious dish. Even such a meal is not enough to eat. 2 meals a day, 7/10 full. This is when the year is good. If the year is bad, Even 2 meals a day, 7/10 full, is difficult to meet. Nearly 100 taels of silver. If you buy arable land, it is enough to feed the people of a small village for generations.
It has to be said.
The silver collected by this river god is really a lot. After all, the river god must have some expenses in these years to buy some natural treasures to improve his strength. The villagers are probably squeezed to death. But small rulers like the river god are getting rich. In addition to the silver and copper coins, there was a wooden box left. Li Qingshan opened it and found a 30-year-old mountain ginseng. What a good thing. Whether it is a warrior or a village god, a 30-year-old mountain ginseng can absorb the essence of the mountain ginseng and improve its own strength. Loot them all. The nail rake and the pig demon's flesh on the ground outside cannot be let go. The nail rake is a blood weapon, and the pig demon's flesh is a tonic, which is much more nutritious than an ordinary domestic pig. Take all the imprisoned girls out of the village, but Li Qingshan never expected that it would not take long before these imprisoned beautiful girls would find him again and become his most loyal believers. Li Qingshan carried the nail rake, the pig demon, silver, copper coins, and ginseng, and walked towards the mountain temple, gradually disappearing into the darkness, and disappeared. When Li Qingshan returned to Lijia village, it was already late at night. In a while, I'm afraid it will be dawn. After returning to the mountain temple, Li Qingshan began to refine the land, and the direction of refining was towards Wangjia village. The next morning, Li Xiaoxu woke up early, opened the door, and saw the charred pig demon, and was immediately shocked. Fortunately, he quickly recovered and went forward to check. After finding that the pig demon was dead, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the statue in the mountain temple. This pig demon should be hunted by the mountain god again, right? After all, only the mountain god has the means to cause such damage. This pig demon is so big, and its strength must be not low. The mountain god is really amazing. The worship of the mountain god in my heart is like a surging river. Immediately, Li Xiaoxu walked to the mountain god temple, lit 3 incense sticks, and began to recite the spell in his hand. Incense is the guide, firewood is the flag, the spell is raised, and the god is beside me. The mountain god is coming. As soon as the voice fell, the 3 incense sticks in his hand extinguished without wind. Li Xiaoxu was delighted and immediately asked, Lord Mountain God, can Xiaoxu deal with the pig demon's body?
Puff.
The 3 incense sticks ignited without fire. Li Xiaoxu's face immediately showed a touch of joy. He hurried to notify village chief Li and led some villagers to slaughter and deal with the pig demon. Wait until dawn. Boil it in the pot. Everyone had a good meal.
What?
Lord Mountain God hunted another monster? Or a wild boar monster? And he shared it with us villagers? Let's go and take a look. Thank you, Lord Mountain God. Thank you, Lord Mountain God. Our village has Lord Mountain God. It is really a blessing for 8 lifetimes. Immediately, a group of strong laborers rushed to the mountain temple. A 2-meter-long wild boar was lying in the yard, but it was burnt black. It was covered with meat. For a moment, several strong laborers and the village chief had a gleam of light in their eyes. Li Hunter, this wild boar must be more than 400 kilograms, right? A villager widened his eyes and said in shock. 400 kilograms. This is more than 400 kilograms. It is estimated to be almost 600 kilograms. Even the knowledgeable Li Hunter was shocked. Oh my God, 600 kilograms? How long will this be enough for our village to eat? Each person can get nearly 5 kilograms? I have to go and burn incense to the mountain god first. Yes, I have to burn incense first. Immediately, several people hurried to the statue of Li Qingshan and began to burn incense, and their faith was soaring towards it. Today, the pious villagers of Lijia village burn incense plus 18 today. The pious villagers of Lijia village burn incense plus 17 today. The fanatical believer Li Hunter burns incense plus 39. After several strong laborers finished burning incense, they began to cut up the wild boar and prepare a big pot to boil it, so that the villagers of the whole village could have a full meal again. After yesterday's broth was eaten, the Ligia village at night could be said to be sleepless all night, and the sky was in chaos. After a while, someone might get pregnant.
Today.
Another meal of wild boar monster broth. I can hold my head high in front of my own women again. After several villagers cut up the pork and put it in the pot, other villagers in the village also started to get up early to prepare the first thing of the day, to burn incense to the mountain god. Hey, it smells so good. Whose family is boiling broth? The woman who just walked out of the door smelled the smell in the air, and a hint of doubt appeared on her face. Mother, look, it's Uncle Hunter cooking meat. A little girl pointed to Lee Hunter, who was cooking meat soup with a blazing fire in the square in the middle of the village. Oh my God, why are you cooking meat soup again today? Her sister-in-law, why are we cooking meat soup again in our village? Who knows? Go and ask. Immediately, several women walked towards the place where the meat soup was cooked. Not far away, there were also people rushing towards the side, and they also smelled the fragrance in the air. When they heard that it was the mountain god who came back from hunting, they showed piety on their faces and began to thank the mountain god. Then they hurried up the mountain to burn incense for Li Qingshan. Today, Li Qingshan was very pleased. Li Lengni and Li Xiaoxing all became his die-hard believers. This is the second and third die-hard believers after Li Xiaoxu. As for the faith of other villagers, it also surged. Today, the total incense plus 1860 points. A record high. After taking the incense pill, Li Xiaoxu also successfully broke through to the 7th grade warrior. Li Qingshan refined another batch for Li Xiaoxu to use, a total of 50 pills. This batch of incense pills is exhausted. Li Xiaoxu's strength must be able to break through to the 4th grade warrior. Tonight, I will dream of Li Lengni and Li Xiaoxing and ask the two women if they are willing to become temple officials under my command. As my strength increases, the number of temples increases, and some temple officials are also needed to go out frequently to help me deal with some things. In addition to temple officials, village gods are not enough. After the villagers of Ligia village finished burning incense, they came to the middle of the village and scooped up a bowl of meat soup to drink. This is boiled by the pig demon. Absolutely tonic. Not long after, the village chief of Wangjia village hurried over, with several villagers and elders behind him, asking village chief Li if he could make rain for Wangjia village again. As a result, as soon as I arrived in the village, I saw the pork soup being boiled. When I heard the villagers say that this was hunted by the mountain god, envy appeared on their faces. Village chief, the village god of Ligia village is so nice. He drank meat soup yesterday and drank meat soup again today? Oh, it would be great if this was the village god of our village. Shut up. Keep your voice down. You don't want to live anymore. What if the god of grain hears? The elders of Wangjia village immediately started to scold, and several villagers kept silent, just looking at the villagers of Ligia village with envy in their eyes. Village chief Wang found village chief Li, who was eating meat, smelled the meat aroma coming from the opposite side, swallowed his saliva secretly, and held back the gluttony in his stomach. He began to ask if it was possible to make rain for Wangjia village again and increase the amount of rainfall. It doesn't matter if there are conditions, you can put it forward. Village chief Li called the temple official Li Xiaoxu over, and after seeing village chief Wang, he told the village chief of Wangjia village the conditions proposed by Li Qingshan one by one. Build a temple for the mountain god in our village? Is this possible? The village chief of Wangjia village was slightly startled, and a look of embarrassment flashed across his face. After all, the village god of Wangjia village is the valley god. If the villagers build another temple to worship the mountain god, it will inevitably arouse the dissatisfaction of the valley god. The anger of the village god is not something that the villagers can bear. The mountain god said that the valley god will not have any complaints, so just build a temple. Li Xiaoxu said confidently. This. Village chief Wang still looked a little embarrassed. After all, the valley god was not easy to mess with. He could only say, this matter is too big. I have to go back and discuss it with the villagers. What do you think? Of course. Li Xiaoshu nodded and said, "But when the temple is built to worship the mountain god, when will it rain?" Of course, of course." The village chief of Wangjia village nodded solemnly, and then hurried to the village with 2 elders, wanting to make a decision on this matter as soon as possible. Wangjia village. After the village chief returned to the village with 2 elders, he immediately convened a meeting of the whole village to discuss whether the conditions proposed by the mountain god after returning from Lijia village should be implemented. Inside the Wang family ancestral hall, there was a tense atmosphere in the air, and more than 80 people were all present. After village chief Wang explained the conditions of the mountain god, he asked again, "These are the conditions proposed by the mountain god of Lijia village, next door. Everyone can speak freely, say what is in your mind, and then vote."
What?
Build a temple in our Wangjia village? This is absolutely not possible. The valley god will definitely not agree. Village chief, how can this be possible? If the valley god blames us, we can't bear it. The mountain god from the next door village said he could solve the problem, but how can he solve it? Can he get rid of the valley god? If he gives up, we will be the ones in trouble. Village chief, why don't we go to Shangha village to ask the river god for help? At most, we can offer more living sacrifices, and we can finally pray for rain. But if we offend the valley god, these living sacrifices won't be enough to solve the problem. After all, this is an offense to the authority of the gods, and it cuts off the gods' retreat. Village chief, you can never do this. The villagers in the village expressed their opinions one after another, and almost all of them rejected the mountain god's request. At most, they could offer more living sacrifices. At the same time, some villagers were lamenting, wondering why the village god of their village was not the mountain god of the next door village. Building the mountain god temple in Wangjia village, this god supports it. Just when everyone objected, a woman in gauze appeared in front of everyone with a cold face and said, "Grain god? Miss Grain god?" The villagers in the ancestral hall were shocked and, hurriedly, saluted the grain god. "Miss Grain god, what you just said, is it true?" "Of course." Lady Five Grains nodded and continued, "From today on, you can call me Lady Five Grains. This lady is the Taoist master of Taiping, a deity under the command of the mountain god. I am responsible for ripening crops and removing insects for the believers of the Taoist master of Taiping. After you burn incense to the mountain god every day, you can also burn incense to this lady once again."
Ah!
As soon as Madame Wugu finished speaking, everyone in the ancestral hall, whether old or young, opened their mouths in shock, with shock in their eyes. A god under the command of the mountain god? Madame Wugu worshipped under the command of the mountain god? The people of Wangjia village could not recover from the complexity and excitement in their hearts for a long time. They were still discussing here that building a mountain god temple in the village would cause Madame Wugu's dissatisfaction, but they never thought that Madame Wugu had already worshipped under the command of the mountain god. Being able to convince a village god to be a subordinate. The mountain god of the next village is really terrifying. Yes, listen to Madame Wugu. Village chief Wang nodded immediately. Under the leadership of the village chief, the villagers of Wangjia village immediately began to build a temple for the mountain god. It was built on the open space on the side of Lady Wugu. Compared with Lady Wugu's temple, it was more magnificent. This was requested by Lady Wugu. It will take about 3 days to complete, and after 3 days, they can go to Lijia village to ask for the statue of the mountain god. The villagers worked hard. They were full of hope for the future life, and their eyes were full of light. Second uncle, do you think that after we build the temple of the mountain god, will the mountain god also grant us meat soup to drink? A young man from Wangjia village looked at his uncle and swallowed greedily. It should be. After all, we are all believers of the mountain god. The middle-aged man thought for a while and nodded. That's great, I haven't eaten meat for a long time. If the mountain god can let me drink meat soup and eat meat, I will burn incense every day. The boy's eyes showed a desire for the broth, and he worked harder. It wasn't just the boy. Everyone who was building the mountain god temple was working very hard. The broth from Lijia village really made them salivate. The mountain god temple, which was originally planned to be built in 3 days, could probably be completed in 2 days if they worked overtime. A dark cloud began to gather over the farmland of Wangjia village. Soon, the rain fell into the dry land, and the wheat seedlings that had long been withered absorbed the rain, gradually recovering their vitality, and the cracks in the earth began to heal. Today's rainfall is much greater than yesterday. Look, the mountain god is making rain. The mountain god is making rain for our Wangjia village. The young man who is building the mountain god temple pointed to the direction of the farmland in Wangjia village, with a flash of excitement on his face. Others also put down their work and looked in the direction of the farmland. Sure enough, the rain was falling continuously. I thought that the mountain god temple would be built before it would rain in our Wangjia village. I didn't expect that it would rain in our Wangjia village today. It seems that the mountain god has the people of our Wangjia village in his heart. The amount of rain the mountain god has sent this time is so large, much larger than yesterday. Mountain god bless you. Mountain god bless you. The crops in our Wangjia village are finally saved, and not too many people will starve to death this winter. Thank you, mountain god. Thank you, master mountain god. Village chief Wang looked at the rainfall over the farmland, a flash of excitement on his face, and knelt on the ground to express his gratitude. The people who were building the mountain god temple were full of energy. Unknowingly, the work in their hands has been accelerated a lot. The most important thing is, the faith in the body has increased again. Grandpa Wang, did you forget to go to Lijia village to burn incense to the mountain god today? Li Lengni arrived at Wangjia village and greeted the villagers of Wangjia who were building a temple. In an instant, the villagers of Wangjia village rushed to Lijia village, vying to be the first incense stick in the village. In Lijia village, Li Qingshan sat cross-legged inside the statue, his body full of magical power, and silently chanted the spell. The mysterious spirit is vast, and the statue is condensed. The mind is connected, and the fairy light gathers in the sky. With my mind, I call the gods to come. The statue takes shape, and its power and virtue are shining. Incense and concentration technique. Complete. As time passed, finally, it condensed into a statue about 20 centimeters high, chaotic and unclear. Another half incense stick of time passed. The statue, which was originally in chaos and had unclear appearance, slowly turned into the appearance of Li Qingshan, kind and amiable, full of Taoist charm. Although it looks like a pile of straw, it is extremely delicate, and you can tell that this is Li Qingshan. Grass-level statue. This is something that Li Qingshan consumed 1,000 points of incense to condense, and it can receive 3,000 points of incense every day. You can also use this statue to instantly appear at the location of the statue. After the Taoist temple in Wangjia village is built, you can place the statue in the temple in Wangjia village, and that temple will be Grass Temple. The Taoist temple in Lijia village is a mud temple. Haha, the first one, I'm the first one. Just then, a joyful voice of a strong laborer came from outside the temple. A man took the incense stick from Li Xiaoshu's hand, inserted it into the incense burner, and prayed earnestly. Today, the pious villagers of Wangjia village burn incense plus 13 points of incense. Today, the supportive villagers of Wangjia village burn incense plus 7 points of incense. Today, the ordinary villagers of Wangjia village burn incense plus 3 points of incense. In the end, more than 90 people in Wangjia village provided Li Qingshan with a total of more than 500 points of incense. This is the second time to burn incense. It is already very good. The faith level of most villagers has not been improved. In a few days, I will continue to make rain, and then give some other favors. After the villagers gradually live a good life, the incense will continue to soar. Village Chief Wang, don't be in a hurry to leave. Just when the people of Wangjia village finished burning incense and were about to leave, Li Xiaoshu stopped Village Chief Wang and said, "Temple official, what do you want?" Village Chief Wang said respectfully. The villagers of Wangjia village around also looked over. Now the village is short of meat, and it is difficult to guarantee the physical needs of all the villagers, but meat is expensive and difficult to buy outside. The mountain god has ordered Lijia village and Wangjia village to organize some people to go to Niubei Mountain and nearby to hunt some wild animals. What do you think? Li Xiaoshu said. This was also Li Qingshan's idea. Now that the land of Niubei Mountain has been completely refined by himself, Li Qingshan has found a lot of wild rabbits, pheasants, and snakes on Niubei Mountain. He even found a few musk deer and civets. This is only on Niubei Mountain. There are more prey around Niubei Mountain. If the strong laborers of the two villages can be organized to hunt, they will definitely be able to hunt some prey. By then, the villagers can have a full meal, their faith in themselves will be higher, and when they are full and satisfied, they will want to reproduce, and their believers will increase.
Good things. This.
But village chief Wang frowned and said, Xiaoshu, Niubei Mountain and the nearby mountains are all owned by the Ma family in Haima Town. If we go into the mountains to hunt, should we say hello to the Ma family? According to the old rules, if the Ma family agrees, we need to give 80% of the prey to the Ma family. In this era, every mountain has an owner. In the absence of fuel, firewood can also be sold at a high price. If you rashly go up the mountain to chop firewood, once you are discovered by a wealthy family, you will be immediately handed over to the government. At that time, the wealthy family will collude with the government and make you lose your family. Therefore, the saying live on the mountain to eat the mountain describes the wealthy families. The villagers, the lower-class people, have no mountains to eat from. They are just like the hired workers of the wealthy families. No matter what they do in the mountains, they have to pay fees first. For hunting, you can only keep 20% for yourself. If you don't hunt prey, you have to pay a minimum fee. Hunters likely pay the annual price of prey and fees. Whether it is Lijia village or Wangjia village, daily life still relies on crop straw that is not resistant to burning or withered weeds. Only in winter, when heating is needed, will hard firewood be used. The Ma family in Haima Town. This is the local emperor here. There are warriors and weapons in the family. They are also related to the officials in the county government and have many clansmen. They have controlled this place for several generations. The people of Wangjia village dare not provoke them. Otherwise, they will be skinned alive. It's okay. The mountain god will protect us. Li Xiaoshu naturally knew about this matter and mentioned it to the mountain god, but the mountain god didn't care. Now is a chaotic world. What fields, what hills, what houses, what resources. Whoever has the strongest power will own it. It is said that rebellions are everywhere, and the Han dynasty has come to an end. If so, then there is no problem. After hearing what the mountain god said behind him, village chief Wang immediately nodded and agreed, saying, "When are we going up the mountain?" "Immediately. You go back to the village to prepare and take your weapons. Li the hunter from our village will lead the team. First search Niubei Mountain, and then look for several nearby hills. Tell the villagers that there is no need to be afraid of the Ma family. Stay alive, eat well, and drink well, then you can practice martial arts when you have strength, and you don't have to be afraid of the Ma family." Li Xiaoshu said. Moreover, the mountain god also said that if life is good, young people in the two villages can learn martial arts, and the mountain god will bestow expensive martial arts techniques and medicinal soups, as well as guidance from martial arts masters.
Ah?
Thank you, mountain god. Thank you, mountain god. After hearing what Li Xiaoshu said, village chief Wang's eyes widened. His eyes were full of shock, and he kowtowed to the statue of the mountain god. Practicing martial arts is not that simple. First of all, the martial arts training methods are expensive, and ordinary people have to grit their teeth to buy them. However, practicing martial arts also requires a lot of meat to supplement, as well as a master to guide you, and even medicinal baths to strengthen your muscles and bones. Ordinary people can't afford it at all. So warriors are also a scarce resource. The Ma family in Haima Town became the local emperor because of the large number of warriors in the family. Village chief Wang immediately summoned some of the strong men in the village. The laborers went to cooperate with the people of Lijia village to hunt in the mountains, and the rest continued to build the mountain temple. The hunting team was led by Lee the Hunter. They started hunting in the mountains with hunting forks, bows and arrows, clamps, and trap-making tools. It was a huge group of people. There were about 40 people. Lee the Hunter was in high spirits and had a machete on his waist. In the mountains, the vegetation was dense, there were many mosquitoes and insects, and there were many snakes in the bushes, so we must be careful. After the team entered the mountains, they immediately dispersed and slowly moved forward to look for prey. Every hunter had a gleam in his eyes. Pheasant. There is a pheasant ahead. At this moment, a hunter suddenly found a pheasant with colorful feathers in front of him and whispered to his companion beside him. After Lee the Hunter got the news, he hurried over carefully, pulled the longbow, and aimed at the pheasant foraging in front of him. Everyone held their breath at this moment. Pheasant. The longbow made a bowstring sound, and the long arrow flew out, instantly piercing into the pheasant's neck, nailing it to the ground. It struggled and flapped its wings, but it was of no avail. A thin boy rushed forward hurriedly, held down the pheasant, broke its neck, and brought it back, for fear of alarming other prey nearby. Headhunter, this pheasant is not small. We can drink chicken soup today. The boy held the pheasant in his hand, his face full of joy, and said, "Let's go, be quiet." Lee the Hunter led the crowd and continued to rush forward. On the other side of the mountain, Li Langni, with several hunters, was rushing in the direction corresponding to Lee the Hunter and also found a prey. Musk deer. A musk deer weighing about 30 pounds was drinking water in a very small mountain stream and looked around vigilantly from time to time. Shangha village. The eldest and second disciples under the command of the river god, as well as some warriors trained in the village, were rushing back from outside the village. In the team, there was also a sedan chair. In the sedan chair sat a god with a ferocious face and vicious eyes. The village god of Taohua village. Peach Blossom God. At his feet was a weak-looking man who was carefully massaging his legs. He looked weak and would probably not live long. After the team entered the river god temple, the river god still did not come out to greet them. My junior brother is getting more and more arrogant. He didn't even come out to greet my senior sister when she came to visit? Humph! A hint of displeasure flashed in the eyes of Taohua village god, and he began to scold. Uncle Master, don't blame me. I guess my master is in the critical moment of cultivation. I will go and find him for you right away. The two disciples of the river god responded hurriedly. Then they hurriedly ran into the river god temple to look for the trace of the river god. However, no matter whether it was the front hall or the back hall, they had searched everywhere, and they had not found any trace of their master. Strange, where is our master? The eldest disciple of the river god frowned, and could only bite the bullet and walk out with the second disciple, and reported, Uncle Master, my master does not seem to be in the river god temple. Didn't you say that my junior brother cannot leave the river god temple at the important moment of cultivation? So he came to me for help? Why, he is not in the river god temple now. The anger and resentment on the face of Taohua god became even stronger, and he looked at the two disciples of Hushin with displeasure. An invisible pressure instantly enveloped the whole place. In an instant, the two disciples of Hushin were immediately frightened to the point of their legs going limp, and they hurriedly knelt on the ground. The warriors and strong laborers trained in other villages were also frightened to the point of their bodies going limp and kneeling on the ground. Humph! Get up! Taohua god snorted coldly, and the pressure on everyone disappeared, and then he slowly stood up, his face extremely pale. Mr. Temple Official, Mr. Temple Official. Not far away, the village chief of Shangha village waved to the two disciples of Hushin, as if he had something to say. Village chief, what's wrong? The eldest disciple of Hushin walked over with a pale face and asked, Mr. Temple Official, something happened in the Hushin temple last night. As soon as the village chief of Shangha village finished speaking, he saw the figure of Taohua god appear behind the eldest disciple of Hushin and said in a bad tone, What happened?
Ah.
The head of Shangha village was startled. After calming down, he continued, Last night, there was a roar from the river god temple, and then there was no movement. Not long after, a pig demon walked in from outside the village. After the sound of a fight, there was no sound again. Then, a figure in yellow clothes was seen, carrying a wild boar weighing several hundred kilograms, and slowly disappeared. By the way, the sacrifices sent by other villages at the time also fled, and the people in the village did not dare to stop them. Roar? Pig demon? The man in yellow clothes slowly disappeared? In an instant, the two disciples of the river god turned ugly and said, "Master, won't have an accident? It should be the pig demon under your master's seat." He came to collect the sacrifices, but he didn't expect to die in the river god temple. Could it be that my good junior brother wanted to betray, so he killed the pig demon? Impossible. Your master's strength should be inferior to the pig demon. The peach blossom god frowned, thinking continuously in his mind.
Or
Someone came to seek revenge, and first dealt with the river god, and just happened to meet the pig demon who came to take the sacrifice, so he dealt with it together? Coming to seek revenge? This possibility is more likely. Has your master offended anyone recently? Asked the peach blossom god.
yes.
Since the drought, people from all over the country have come to pray for rain, and each village has offered a lot of sacrifices. Naturally, the village god of their village is not happy. Other than that, he hasn't offended anyone. That's right. Our 3 junior brothers died in Ligia village. Our master asked us to look for our uncle in order to go to Ligia village and look for the traces of our 3 junior brothers. But, at most, it was the people of Ligia village who killed our 3 junior brothers. If there is any hatred, we should hate them. The eldest disciple of the river god thought for a while and said, "Go. Catch all the sacrifices that escaped. They must know something." Peach blossom god said with a cold, murderous look in his eyes.
Yes.
Hearing this, the 2 disciples of the river god hurriedly nodded and went down to call for help. "Your master's gone, and there is no one to serve your uncle, so you stay." The peach blossom god pointed at the second disciple of the river god and raised a strange smirk. In an instant, the second disciple of the river god showed a look of despair on his face. The peach blossom god. Ligia village. Time flies, and it is already evening in a blink of an eye. The hunting team has just returned. Today, we hunted 5 pheasants, 3 hares, 2 musk deer, 3 civet cats, and 40 wild snakes. Overall, it is a good harvest. All the prey were thrown into 2 large pots and boiled. In just half an hour, the whole village was filled with the aroma of rich broth. The villagers of Wangjia village waited early with their bowls in hand, looking forward to the broth being boiled. Among these prey, musk deer is the largest prey. Each one weighs nearly 30 kilograms, and 2 weighs 60 kilograms. The pheasants and hares together weigh about 30 kilograms. The total must be more than 100. The 2 villages together have about 220 people. Everyone can get half a caddy of prey. Tonight, I can definitely have a good sleep. Of course, I will definitely sleep very late tonight. It won't be long before the village can add new people. The sky gradually darkened. Whether it is Ligia village or Wangjia village, the people all fell asleep. Li Qingshan walked out of the mountain temple and rushed to the homes of Li He and Li Hunter. He first came to Li He's home. Through the window, you can see Li He's other daughter, Li Xiaoxing, lying quietly on the bed to rest. At that time, there was another person lying next to Li Xiaoxing. It was Li Xiaoshu. If Li Xiaoshu is a simple and cute type, then Li Xiaoxing is a bit intellectual and a big sister type. You can tell at a glance that she can carry the burden. Compared with Li Xiaoshu, she is also a bit smarter. Dream-inducing technique. Spiritual dreams lead to the underworld, and the soul travels to the underworld. I will start the magic technique and lead the dream to the future. Hurry up and obey the command, and the spiritual dream will be collected.
Li Xiaoxing, AI Production.
Li Xiaoxing was sleeping and unknowingly found himself in the dark. Where is this? A look of doubt flashed across Li Xiaoxing's face, and then he found that his body was light and floating, rising without wind, and slowly floating forward. until he met a young man in yellow clothes. He stopped on the opposite side. For some reason, he always felt that the young man in front of him was familiar. Li Xiaoxing, I am the mountain god of Lijia village, the Taoist master of Taiping. I came to find you today to ask if you are willing to become the temple official of this god? Li Qingshan asked. Mountain god? Become a temple official. As soon as Li Qingshan finished speaking, Li Xiaoxing's eyes showed a touch of excitement and surprise and said, Lord Mountain God, can I really become your temple official? Like my sister? Become a temple official of Lord Mountain God. This is what Li Xiaoxing longs for most, and he didn't expect it to come true today. Of course.
Li Qingshan nodded. Yes.
I am willing. Please accept me, Lord Mountain God. Li Xiaoxing's eyes lit up with a strange light, and she knelt on the ground hurriedly. I have a bodybuilding exercise here. It's called Gangsha bodybuilding exercise. It's the same as your sister's. I will teach it to you. You must practice diligently. If you don't understand something, you can ask Li Xiaoxu. After Li Qingshan finished speaking, he slowly left Li Xiaoxing's dreamland, and next to Li Xiaoxing's pillow, a book of exercises had quietly appeared. After leaving Li Xiaoxing, Li Qingshan went to find Li Lengmi. Like Li Xiaoxing, he entered her dreamland and asked if she was willing to become his temple official. Li Lengmi also expressed her willingness. This time, the exercises that Li Qingshan left behind were no longer the Gangsha body refining exercise, but another body refining exercise. Mountain Wolf Angry Beast exercise. AI production. After Li Lengmi finished the matter, Li Qingshan returned to the mountain temple and continued to refine the land and stuffed another jade dew pill into the yellow skin. I don't know when this little thing will wake up. The next morning, whether it was Wangjia village or Lijia village, the people came to burn incense. A total of 2,230 incense sticks. Congratulations to the host, successfully achieved the achievement of 200 believers and received rewards. Tianbao Balianfa, refining treasure earth furnace. System prompt. Build a second Taoist temple to get a new achievement task. In addition to the incense, Li Qingshan's achievement task was successfully completed. The two villages together have a total of about 220 people, of which 200 have become his believers. Among them, there are 20 people. Most of them are children who have no sense of faith. This is normal. Tianbao Balianfa, the magical power of refining magic tools. Lianbao Tulu, smelting, refining magic tools. Just right. When I killed the pig monster yesterday, I got a good nail rake, which is a medium-grade blood tool. I can melt it and refine it into a new blood tool and give it to the temple officials under my command. In addition, a new achievement task prompt appears, building a second Taoist temple. This task will probably be completed soon. In addition, Li Xiaoxu announced 2 new temple officials to the villagers of Wangjia village and Lijia village, namely Li Lengni and Li Xiaoxing.
Now,
there are 3 temple officials in the mountain temple. Li Qingshan once again bestowed a part of the incense pill, and Li Lengni and Li Xiaoxing each took a part. Li Lengni has cultivated with her father over the years and has a foundation. She was only 1 step away from becoming a 9th-grade warrior. After receiving an incense pill from Li Qingshan, she finally entered the ranks of 9th-grade warriors, became the 3rd warrior in Lijia village. As for the 4th, it must be Li Xiaoxing, but it will take a while. Some time is it? After tasting the meat soup yesterday, the villagers of Lijia village and Wangjia village organized again today to go hunting in the mountains. Before leaving, Li Xiaoxu said that they were not allowed to leave Niubei Mountain too far. Once they encountered danger, they would run back to Niubei Mountain immediately to protect their lives. Li Qingshan continued to spread rain for the farmland of the 2 villages. In the evening, the hunters led by Li Liehu returned and hunted a lot of prey again, which was not much different from yesterday's prey. Under the overtime work of Wangjia village, Ensure, the mountain god temple was finally successfully built. It only needed to invite the statue of the god, and this temple would be considered a success. It's finally built. From now on, Our village will also have a mountain god. The people of Wangjia village looked at the mountain god temple in front of them, and a touch of relief flashed in their eyes. After dawn, go to Lijia village to invite the statue of the mountain god, said village chief Wang. Village chief, it's almost dawn, let's set off now? Yes, let's go now. At this moment, Li Qingshan successfully refined the land connecting Lijia village to Wangjia village, as well as the land of Wangjia village. Next, he began to refine several villages farther away. Black Bull Village, Big Bull Village, Little Bull Village. The three villages of Xiaoniu Village, Daniu Village, and Hainiu Village are different from other villages. Other villages are slightly distant, but these three villages are connected. Among them, Hainiu Village has the most people, about 180 people. Daniu Village and Lijia Village are about the same, 120 to 30 people. The population of Xiaoniu Village is about the same as that of Wangjia Village. There are only 90 people. The three villages add up to about 390 people, less than 400 people. Among these three villages, Hainiu Village and Daniu Village have village gods, and Xiaoniu Village has no village god. So over the years, Xiaoniu Village is often bullied by the other two villages. So, Li Qingshan's next development goal is this Xiaoniu Village and the other two villages. Let's refine the land first. The river god is dead, and there are not many gods nearby who can make rain. Just spread the news that it can make rain here, and these villages will believe in themselves one after another. As for what to do if the gods of this village disagree, just kill them. However, we still have to manage Lijia village and Wangjia village well first. After all, this is our base camp. A full view of Lijia village. It's not dawn yet. The villagers of Wangjia village next door, led by the village chief, entered Lijia village in a crowd and knocked on the door of Lijia village chief's house. Lijia village chief looked at the villagers of Wangjia standing outside the door, and his face was full of confusion. What happened? Village chief Wang, what are you doing? Lijia village chief's face flashed with confusion and doubt, pointing at the people in Wangjia village. Village chief Li, the Taoist temple in our Wangjia village has been repaired. Can we invite the statue of the mountain god back to the village now? Village chief Wang was already a little impatient, staring at village chief Li and said, "It's no problem to invite the statue back. But isn't it too early?" Village chief Li's mouth twitched slightly, and he said, "It's not early, it's not early." Village chief Wang said in an urgent tone, "Forget it. Come with me to the mountain god temple." Village chief Li's face was full of helplessness. He never expected that Wangjia village was so eager to take away the statue. He had to take village chief Wang and the villagers to the mountain god temple and told Li Xiaoshu, who had just gotten up from bed and was sleepy, about it. "Of course, no problem. The statue is ready. Come with me." Li Xiaoshu nodded and took village chief Wang and others to the main hall of the mountain god temple. Under the statue in the main hall, there was a statue of a god that was only more than 20 inches tall. Although it was made of straw, it was lifelike. "Temple official, isn't this straw statue too shabby? How about we, Wangjia village, pay to go to Haima town to make a better statue?" Village chief Wang looked at the straw statue in front of him, and his mouth twitched slightly. "No. The statues of the mountain god are specially made. The statues made by ordinary people cannot be worshipped. Although this is made of straw, it will not rot for 100 years and will not break for 1,000 years. Village chief Wang, please go back." Li Xiaoshu refused immediately. "In that case, please go back." Village chief Wang nodded and immediately asked people to burn incense and then carry the statue to the sedan chair, spread red cloth underneath, and a group of people knocked and beat, rushing towards Wangjia village. Wangjia village. The moment the statue of the mountain god was placed by the villagers of Wangjia village, Li Qingshan immediately realized that as long as he had a thought, the body of the god could appear in Wangjia village. Now his life is considered to have an extra layer of protection. At the same time, a word flashed before his eyes. Congratulations to the host, successfully completed the second Taoist temple achievement and received the reward of the Thunder Flag, the 5 grains insect repelling mantra, and the 5 grains ripening mantra. System prompts. Get 100 devout clothed believers. You can get a new achievement task. Thunder flag. Can bless the thunder, attribute magic power of the operator. Gather the thunder element between heaven and earth. Grain insect repelling spell. Insect repelling spell magic power. Grain ripening spell. Insect ripening spell magic power. Getting 3 rewards in a row is still quite useful for Li Qingshan. The 2 spell magic powers can be handed over to Lady 5 Grains to use. Condense incense. Gain the love of the people and gather incense from all over the world. After all, it is impossible for me to do everything myself. Anyway, most of the incense is my own, and Lady 5 Grains can only get a small part of it. As for the first magic weapon, it can bless the power of my thunder finger, which is also quite useful. The new achievement task is to get 100 devout believers. Li Qingshan opened the believer panel and took a look. 3 die-hard believers, 15 fanatical believers, and 42 devout believers. A total of 60 people. In other words, there are only 40 people left to complete this task, which is not very difficult. In Wangjia village, after the villagers placed the statue, they began to burn incense and worship Li Qingshan. Today, the villagers of Wangjia village with the support level burn incense plus 7 points. Today, the villagers of Wangjia village with the ordinary level burn incense plus 3 points. Today, the villagers of Wangjia village with the support level burn incense plus 8 points. In front of Li Qingshan, the words kept flashing, and the wisps of green smoke slowly floated into the air and were immediately absorbed by the statue. In their own village, after worshipping the mountain god for the first time, the villagers finally felt at ease.
From now on,
the mountain god is no longer just the village god of Lijia village, but also the village god of my Wangjia village. We only burn incense for the mountain god. Let's also burn incense for Lady Wugu. At this time, someone thought of Lady Wugu and said, well, burn incense for Lady Wugu too. Immediately, some villagers who had finished offering incense to Li Qingshan began to offer incense to Lady Wugu. Incense lingered. A wisp of green smoke slowly floated into the statue of Lady Wugu. The next moment, just as she was questioning whether these incense could improve her strength, a mysterious power immediately surged into her body. This mysterious power stayed in her body and was extremely gentle. Lady Wugu hurriedly practiced the spell and began to treat this mysterious power as yin qi and circulated it in her body. These powers in her body actually began to smoothly transform into divine power in her body. This means these incense can indeed improve her divine power. To improve divine power, it means to improve her realm and combat effectiveness. It actually works? Lady Wugu felt the changes in her body and was stunned. It turned out that what the Taoist typing said at the beginning was not deceiving her. Can the incense really be transformed into strength and improve her realm? If so, this is too against the will of heaven, right?
soon.
The villagers of Wangjia village finished offering incense to Li Qingshan and Lady Wugu. Lady Wugu could clearly feel that the divine power in her body had increased by a considerable amount. If it was like this every day, it would not take long for her to break through to the middle-grade wild god realm. Taoist typing also said that the more the villagers believed in her, the more incense she would get. At this moment, Lady Wugu looked at the villagers with a kind look. She had to think of a way to make the villagers believe in her more. The best way was to help the villagers, such as ripening the crops and repelling insects. But now, the crops did not need to be ripened or repelled. If it rained, she would not be able to do it either.
No.
She had to think of a way. It was so cool to improve her realm by foraging for incense. At the same time, Lady Wugu admired Li Qingshan more and more, and was even more curious about his origins. Who exactly was this god? How could he walk out of an unprecedented path? Could it be that, as he said, he was now a real god and he was just a crooked god? Lady Wugu. Today, ordinary Wangjia village people offer incense to Lady Wugu and share plus 1.8 incense points with Dao Zun typing. Today, Ordinary Wangjia village people offer incense to Lady Wugu and share plus 2.4 incense points with Dao Zun Taiping. Today, supportive Wangjia village people offer incense to Lady Wugu and share 5.4 incense points with Dao Zun Taiping. Inside the mountain temple, Li Qingshan looked at the new flashing entry in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. Lady Wugu must have discovered the benefits of incense. In the future, she will definitely find ways to bestow favors on the villagers without having to whip them herself. Then, she will collect 60% of the incense. It's simply a win without doing anything. It was daybreak, and the people of Lijia village also came to offer incense. The total incense points today, 2,400 points. Open the personal panel. Name: Li Qingshan. God title: Taoist Master of Peace. Incense: 6,972 strands of God's office. Mountain God strength: middle grade wild God divine power: 4334/15,000 divine power. Raining technique: dream induction technique. Thunder finger, earth shield. Incense concentration method: Tianbao 100 refining methods. Magical instruments: Can water flag, Zhen thunder flag, 100 ghost banner, stone nest for pounding medicine, earth furnace for refining treasures. Divine treasures: human god scroll. Pounding medicine: hemostatic pill, jade dew pill items. Believer's body refining method. Now, his data panel has changed a lot, with many more magical powers and instruments. As for the incense, Li Qingshan was not anxious to refine it into divine power, such as incense pills, statues, or when forging instruments. Therefore, Li Qingshan planned to keep it there temporarily. In case he needs to use the incense sometimes, he finds that all the incense has been refined into divine power. It will take about 3,000 more incense to refine it all into divine power, and then he can break through the realm and enter the upper grade wild god realm. Therefore, before getting the remaining 3,000 incense sticks, Li Qingshan did not intend to refine all of them into divine power. 2 days. In 2 days at most, the incense sticks he collected can be refined and enter the upper grade wild god realm. After Li Qingshan stuffed another jade dew pill into the yellow-skinned man, he went to the backyard of the mountain temple and took out the treasure refining earth furnace and the nail rake on the pig monster. The nail rake was re-refined into a new blood weapon. After all, this nail rake is for the pig monster. It is too big. It is still not as good as a long sword. The magic power was poured into the treasure refining earth furnace, and a big-bellied magic weapon with a yellowish earth body was seen to swell in the wind and float in the air. Take out the middle-grade blood weapon nail rake of the pig monster and throw it into the treasure refining earth furnace in front of you, and then start to refine a new blood weapon according to the magical power in the Tianbao Balian method. The golden light condensed into the Tianbao furnace, and the rare treasures were melted to show the immortal picture. The fire in the furnace burned faintly, and the spiritual breath was injected into the Tianbao furnace. With the golden sun in his left hand and fire in his right hand, the magic weapon took shape and shook the world. After reciting a spell, he saw the treasure refining earth furnace in front of him began to spew out a large amount of mysterious breath and dense power. Time flies. The nail rake quickly dissolved, and under the refining of the Tianbao Balian method, it turned into a new blood weapon and began to take shape gradually. It's done. Finally, half an hour later, the new blood weapon was refined by Li Qingshan. The material of the nail rake allowed Li Qingshan to refine a total of 5 blood weapons, and they were all medium-grade blood weapons, similar to the style of the Tang sword. Of course, the power is probably not as terrifying as the original nail rake. After all, the nail rake was not only the front nail rake, but also the long pole handle at the back was made of cold iron. It was powerful and heavy. With a fierce attack, the Tang sword could not withstand it at all. But the Tang sword style blood weapon naturally has its own advantages. Flexible and sharp. Blood weapons made of cold iron are generally low-grade blood weapons and rarely become medium-grade blood weapons. The nail rake used by the pig demon at the beginning was mainly heavy enough and large enough, resulting in enough inscriptions engraved in it. With continuous blessing, it reached the level of a medium-grade blood weapon. Circulate the blood and pour it into the nail rake, and the power will increase greatly. If the forging master at the time used cold iron to forge a medium-sized weapon like the Tang sword, he would probably only be able to forge a low-grade blood weapon. The reason why Li Qingshan was able to refine a nail rake made of cold iron into 5 pieces is mainly because of the blessing of the treasure refining earth furnace and the inscriptions engraved on the blood weapon in the Tianbao Balian method, which far exceeded the cognition and level of ordinary blood weapon forging masters. To put it bluntly, the master who forged the blood weapon before was too rough. Each of his 3 temple officials had one, and after letting Li the hunter serve as his temple warrior, he gave him another one, and there was one more. Let's make plans in the future. The combat effectiveness of a warrior with a blood weapon and without a blood weapon is very different. Medium-grade blood weapon. Generally, it is equipped by martial artists with resources in wealthy families. As for ordinary martial artists, they may still be equipped with low-grade blood weapons. As for ordinary warriors, such as Li Liehu, the weapons in their hands are still the most common iron knives. Shangha Village. The eldest disciple under the river god led the team and captured all the sacrifices that escaped. The girls knew that the river god was killed, and they told the village, but the villagers just thought that the girls were lying and did not dare to bear the roar of the river god, so they had to cooperate with the eldest disciple of the river god to capture the girls who escaped. But there was still a girl who heard the news and rebelled against her parents and the village and ran away. At the same time, some nearby villages also began to doubt whether the river god was really killed. Dozens of girls were tied with ropes and knelt on the ground, their bodies trembling constantly, and their eyes were full of panic and fear. In front of the hall, an ugly woman with fangs was sitting, looking at the woman below with anger on her face. The man kneeling and beating his legs has become the second disciple of the river god. What happened that night? Tell me. The peach blossom god shouted angrily. If anyone dares to lie, I will kill him. After all, they are all girls who have never seen the world. After being whipped, covered in blood, some people still spoke out. It was a demon, a wolf demon in yellow clothes that killed the river god and the pig demon. A girl gritted her teeth and lied with a determined heart since they were all going to die.
Huh.
The peach blossom god looked at the other girls with a fierce look, like a poisonous snake. Yes, it's a wolf demon, it's a wolf demon. That wolf demon is so scary. It killed the river god in one go. Seeing this, the other girls echoed one after another. Wolf demon? Uncle Master, is it the Black Wind King of Blackwind Mountain? The face of the eldest disciple under the river god changed, and he said quickly, It's impossible. We have no hatred or conflict with the Black Wind King. If it is really the Black Wind King, we can only ask your master to take action. The peach blossom god said fiercely. At this time, a sharp male voice suddenly came from outside the hall. Who is making a fuss outside?
Come in.
The peach blossom god looked outside the hall with an unhappy look and said, The hall is. The village chief of Shangha village immediately walked in with a middle-aged man. He looked thin, with a pointed face and monkey cheeks. His eyes kept glancing around. When his eyes fell on the woman kneeling on the ground, a trace of greed flashed across his eyes. Qian-san, what do you mean by what you just said outside? The eldest disciple of the river god asked. Qian-san is an old bachelor in the village. He likes to do some petty theft and flirt with widows. Report to the temple official. These women are all lies. I was drunk that night and somehow found my way to the river god temple. After hearing the noise inside, I crawled in through the dog hole to take a look. Where is the wolf demon? It was a village god wearing yellow clothes. First it captured the river god, and then killed the pig demon. Qian-san narrated what he saw that day. You must have seen it wrong because you were drunk and mistook the wolf demon for the village god. The girl kneeling on the ground retorted hurriedly. Although I was drunk, my eyes were not blind. Even if it was a village god, it must be a village god, wearing yellow clothes. I, Qian-san, saw it clearly. Qian-san affirmed. Then why didn't you say it earlier? The eldest disciple of the river god said. Hey, isn't he drunk? After he sobered up, I didn't know what happened. No one in the village was willing to talk to me on weekdays, so I didn't know what happened in the village. I just heard about this matter and came here in a hurry. Qian Sand explained. Village god? Ligjia village. If so, it makes sense. Tahua god nodded and said, my junior brother and Black Wind King have no grudges, and they have never had any dealings. It is impossible that Black Wind Mountain came to seek revenge. Your 3 junior brothers died in Ligjia village. Now, the village god of Ligjia village came to kill my junior brother again. There must be something you and I don't know about this, but this matter is most likely done by the village god of Ligjia village. Humph, you are so brave. A small village god dared to provoke our master. Inside the hall, a repressed atmosphere filled everyone's heart, and breathing became a little dull. Uncle Master, should we gather people now to flatten Ligjia village? The eldest disciple of the river god asked in a low voice. Don't be in a hurry. Knowing yourself and the enemy, you can win every battle. First, find someone to go to Ligjia village to kidnap some people and ask what's going on, and then it won't be too late to take action. Either don't do it, or strike with thunder. The peach blossom god said cruelly. I am not a fool like my junior brother. I can't just rush into anything with anger. Let's not talk about my junior brother, the river god. The pig demon who came to collect the sacrifice is a first-grade wild demon. Being able to suppress and kill a first-grade wild demon. It means that this person's strength is at least a village god of the ghost level. That is, the existence of a big demon. 9th grade ghost demon, 8th grade ghost demon, 7th grade ghost demon are all possible. No one can guarantee it. The village god of this Ligjia village must be weaker than me. So, for the sake of caution, find out the details first, and then take action. If you are not 100% sure of taking it down, just go to the master directly. Fighting for life and death is not a game. Even if the probability is 90%, isn't there still a 10% chance of being killed? In this life, you will always encounter that 10%. Therefore, before you are absolutely sure, you must not act rashly. This is the rule of the peach blossom god. Unless you are forced into a desperate situation. I will listen to Uncle Master. The eldest disciple of the river god nodded in agreement.
Qian San.
What reward do you want? The peach blossom god looked at Qian San and asked. Report to the village god. I, Qian San, have lived for most of my life, and I still don't have a woman at home. These lovely young ladies, hee. Can you give me one of the profits? Qian San's face flashed with greed, and he looked at the dozen girls kneeling in the hall, with a sly smile on his face. If your news is true, Tahuashan said, holding the weak second disciple of the river god in one hand, and walked towards the backyard, not forgetting to say, you arrange people to go to Ligjia village to kidnap people. Yes. The eldest disciple of the river god nodded in response, and Qian San rubbed his hands again, reluctant to turn around and leave the hall, waiting until his news was confirmed. Hey, a lovely girl is mine. Think about it, I'm over 40 years old, and I can still let a little girl warm my bed. This kind of thing is really beautiful to think about. As for Ligjia village and Wangjia village, they started to organize people early in the morning to go hunting in the mountains. They have eaten meat these 2 days. Everyone is in high spirits, and the old women at home are also urging their husbands to go out before dawn and follow Li the hunter to go hunting in the mountains. These women also got benefits. Everyone had a ruddy face and watery eyes. Without eating meat, men are not men. After eating meat, men are animals. If it were in the past, everyone would naturally be unwilling to go up the mountain to hunt. For example, now there are 2 villages, dozens of people went up the mountain to hunt, and finally hunted more than 100 kilograms of prey. Everyone in the 2 villages can get half a kilogram of meat and broth. Eat greasy and shiny. But in the past, more than 100 kilograms would be given to the Ma family first, 80 kilograms, and only 20 kilograms would be left, and the Ma family would also give most of the bones to the hunters. A total of 7 or 8 kilograms of meat would be good. It is not enough for the dry food consumed in 1 day of going up the mountain. Now that the mountain god is protecting them, there is no need to give the Ma family prey anymore, so they are naturally full of energy. As for what if the Ma family finds out and sends people to punish them? No problem. Naturally, the mountain god will deal with it. The men of the two villages went up the mountain to hunt, and Li Qingshan went to make rain for the two villages. The cultivated land in Lijia village no longer needs to be rained in the short term. The cultivated land in Wangjia village only needs to be rained for one more day, and there will be no need for raining during this period. If it is still dry during this period, then rain will be rained again. After the rain, Li Qingshan went to Wangjia village and found the Lady of Five Grains. Dao Zun. Lady of Five Grains had a dignified and charming face, showing a touch of respect, and said, "I don't know why you came to find me. I have two magical powers here, which can ripen the 5 grains and drive away pests. Do you want to learn?" Li Qingshan asked. Dao Zun, my wife already has the method of ripening the 5 grains and driving away pests. Lady of Five Grains was slightly startled, and then said, "My magical power is different from yours. It is a real magical power, and it is more powerful." Li Qingshan said, "Please teach me, Dao Zun." Lady of Five Grains showed a faint smile on her face and said confidently, "Ripening the 5 grains and driving away pests. This is the innate magical power that I learned after becoming a god, and the effect is excellent. As for what magical power can be better than my innate magical power? Otherwise, I would not have called myself the god of grains.
Go."
As Lady Wugu finished her words, a magical power broke out of her body and landed on a wheat plant. Then, the originally green wheat began to gradually grow taller, but the speed was extremely slow. Li Qingshan smiled when he saw this. Grain ripening spell. The Eastern spiritual charm came quickly, and the spell was raised to call the grass green. The golden buds bloomed angrily and vitality rose, and the spiritual spirit was painted around the grain stems. As the words fell, a wood spirit magic power also fell on a green wheat plant next to it, and it began to grow almost visibly, starting from the green and heading, becoming fuller and more mature. And this scene was just a few breaths. Lady Wugu looked at the wheat that Li Qingshan was ripening, and she was stunned. The wheat that I ripened was still growing slowly, and it would take some time before it could bear ears. But the wheat ripened by Dao Zun had already produced ears, and became full and gradually matured. At this moment, Lady Wugu felt like a bolt of lightning fell from the blue sky, and it hit her heart heavily. The magical power of ripening grains that she was proud of was so disdainful in front of Dao Zun. At this moment, Lady Wugu also felt deeply impressed. "How is it?" Li Qingshan showed a faint smile on his face and looked at Lady Wugu. "It's my arrogance. Please, Dao Zun, give me the magical power." Lady Wugu blushed and said in admiration, "The magical power of ripening just now was used to ripen one tree. If it was 1 acre, 10 acres, or 100 acres, the effect would naturally not be so exaggerated." Li Qingshan gave all the 5 grain ripening spells and the 5 grain insect repellent spells to Lady Wugu. With these 2 magical powers, the crops of the people under his command will grow better, mature faster, and mature more fully. It was not evening yet. In the afternoon, the hunting team came back, but this hunting was not very smooth. The team encountered a wild boar. 2 villagers were injured and covered in blood. One of the villagers' arms was torn into a bloody mess, and he kept wailing in pain in the team. Fortunately, the wild boar was solved by Li the hunter, who arrived in time. Otherwise, more people might have been injured. Alas, why is it injured? Isn't this Li Liang? His family just arranged a marriage for him. Now his arm was bitten by a wild boar. I'm afraid this marriage. Alas. The villagers looked at the scene in front of them and couldn't help sighing. In this era, there are no medicines. Once injured, you can only use folk prescriptions to simply treat it. Moreover, this was bitten by a wild beast, which is extremely easy to get infected. Once infected and festered, it depends on the individual's recovery ability. If you can recover, you can live. If you can't recover well, there is only one way to die. There are too many people who died from injuries and infections, especially in such a mountain village.
So,
After seeing the bite wound on Li Liang's arm, everyone shook their heads helplessly, knowing that this young man was finished. My son.
how could you be so careless? How could you be bitten?
A middle-aged woman hurriedly squeezed through the crowd, hugged the young man on the stretcher, and cried. Alas, what can I do? The young man's father also sighed, feeling extremely sad. This is the last son in their family. If he died, the old couple would have no one to take care of them in the future. The family would be extinct. The atmosphere suddenly became gloomy, even if the people behind were carrying a wild boar weighing nearly 300 kilograms. It was difficult to set off the atmosphere on the scene. After all, it was Li Liang who was going to die today. Who knows if it would be me tomorrow? The broth was delicious and the meat was tasty, but it also faced great danger. The man lying next to Li Liang was still in shock. He was only trampled by the wild boar a few times, and the parts that were trampled were painful, but fortunately he was not injured as seriously as Li Liang. At least he was able to save his life. How about we go and ask the mountain god for help? At this time, a villager from Lijia village suggested. Yes, why don't we ask the mountain god for help? Maybe there is a way. The mountain god is not a doctor. What can he do? I have never heard of any village god that can cure diseases. Go and have a look. It's better than taking him home to die, right? In the end, Li Liang's parents still held on to a glimmer of hope and hurried to the mountain god temple. The surrounding area was full of villagers from Lijia village and Wangjia village. Today, the villagers of the two villages worship the same mountain god. In addition, they are close to each other. The relationship is very good. Everyone knows that the hunting team has gone up the mountain and will go down the mountain in the evening, so they came to Lijia village early, waiting to help process the prey and drink a bowl of broth and meat. In the mountain god temple, Li Xiaoshu came out after hearing the noise. Li Liang's parents knelt in front of the statue of the mountain god and began to beg the mountain god to save their son. This kind of injury caused by a wild boar bite. Even the doctors in Haima town can only use folk methods to treat it, and it is expensive and has a very high mortality rate. Unless you use a good golden wound medicine or other medicine. But this kind of medicine is more valuable than Li Liang's life. Where can he afford it? It is not sold in Haima town. Please, Lord Mountain God, save my son, save my son. The old couple knelt in front of the statue, praying constantly, while the villagers of the two villages were watching nearby. Everyone was in an extremely depressed mood, because they didn't know if they would be the next one to be injured after hunting in the mountains.
Get up.
The mountain god has given you the elixir. Your son will be worry-free after taking it. At this time, Li Xiaoshu came over from the back hall with 3 loose pills in his hand and said, "Let your son eat it." Among the 3 pills, there were 2 jade dew pills and 1 hemostatic pill.
Ah?
Li Liang's parents were startled at first when they looked at Li Xiaoshu in front of them, and then kowtowed twice to the mountain god, and then took a hemostatic pill and a jade dew pill. As for the other jade dew pill, it was given to the villager, who was trampled by the wild boar. Could our mountain god be able to cure diseases and save people? This is unlikely, right? Yeah, I haven't heard that the village god can also make pills. Will this work? At this moment, whether it is the people of Wangjia village or Lijia village, all of them looked incredulous, looking at the jade dew pill and the hemostatic pill with suspicion. After Li Liang swallowed the 2 pills, he immediately felt the pills turned into a hot current wandering in his body, and the pain in his arm quickly disappeared. Hey, it seems to stop bleeding. At this moment, the villager who covered Li Liang's wound slowly took off the sackcloth, looked at the wound that was no longer bleeding, and said, "Son, how do you feel?" Li Liang's parents asked hurriedly.
Huh.
It doesn't seem to hurt anymore. Before Li Liang could speak, another wounded man lying next to Li Liang slowly stood up from the stretcher, touched his injured part, and said, "It's warm, but it doesn't hurt anymore."
Dad, Mom.
I don't seem to be in pain anymore. And I feel like I can stand up and my body doesn't hurt anymore. Then, Li Liang also slowly stood up from the stretcher and the wound on his arm healed and scabbed almost visibly. Once this happens, it means that there will be no more infection.
Ah,
Alright?
so fast?
What kind of magic medicine is this? It's better than the golden medicine used by those masters. You are worthy of being the mountain god. You can do anything. The villagers of Wangjia village and Lijia village were all stunned when they saw the scene in front of them. Because Li Liang and another wounded person recovered so quickly, it was really unbelievable. At this moment, the faith of the people in Wangjia village and Lijia village in the mountain god began to rise rapidly. Thank you, mountain god. Thank you, mountain god. Thank you, mountain god. Li Liang and another wounded person, as well as his parents and others, knelt on the ground, thanking the mountain god for his gift. Get up. Please rest assured, whether you go up the mountain to hunt or protect the village in the future, I still have some jade dew pills and hemostatic pills given by the mountain god. I will give them to Uncle Hunter. If you get injured again on the mountain, just go find Uncle Hunter, Li Xiaoshu said. He handed 2 bags of jade dew pills and hemostatic pills to Uncle Hunter and said, "Thank you, mountain god. With these pills, we won't be afraid to go up the mountain in the future." Li Hunter was delighted and quickly took the pills to express his gratitude. That's great. The mountain god actually has this kind of pill. This pill is so effective, I dare to fight a mountain wolf one-on-one. Thank you, Lord Mountain God. Thank you, Lord Mountain God. Immediately, the people of Wangjia village and Lijia village knelt in front of the statue of the mountain god to thank him. Faith soared again. Li Qingshan glanced at the believer panel, and the number of believers above the devout level increased greatly. Open the believer panel. Ordinary believers, 8 people supportive believers, 102 people devout believers, 68 people fanatic believers, 19 people diehard believers, 3 people. There are already 90 believers above the devout level. The last 10 are needed to complete the achievement task and get the reward. Almost there. The people and hunters of the 2 villages regained their excitement again because they knew that even if they were injured in the future, they would not die. Of course, the premise is that they are not bitten to death directly. The survival rate has increased greatly. Finally, they feel relieved. The villagers immediately began to gut the wild boars and other wild animals, deal with the blood and flesh, and then put them into the big pot to cook. Not long after, a strong smell of meat floated around. Fragrant. Really fragrant. The village once again restored the harmonious and happy style. Other villages, however, were not so lucky. For example, the village chief of Xiaoniu village looked at the dry fields with a sad face. Village chief, do you think what Xiao Cui said is true? Is the river god really dead? Niu Shujing asked in a low voice. Shut up. How dare you say anything, young man? Aren't you afraid of being blamed by the river god? The elders of Xiaoniu village changed their expressions and quickly scolded Niu Shujing. Elder, Dad, the river god promised to give us rain this morning, but now it's evening, and it's almost dark, and he hasn't come to give us rain. Presumably, the river god is impossible to come. But the greater probability is what I said. Otherwise, how could Xiao Cui from our village run away from Shanghe village? Niu Shujing argued. Niu Shujing, you are still a scholar. How you talk to your elders like this? As soon as Niu Shujing finished speaking, a trace of displeasure flashed across the face of the head of Xiaoniu village and said, "Apologize to the 2 elders." Niu Shujing was furious, but he had no choice but to say, Shujing knows his crime and hopes that the elders will forgive him. Please forgive me. Children are bound to make mistakes. The 2 elders waved their hands, with a proud look on their faces. Dad, I heard that Wangjia village and Lijia village not far from us seem to have found new gods to make it rain, and it has been raining for several days, and the wheat seedlings are turning green again. Should we go to Wangjia village and Lijia village to learn from them? Niu Shujing said. Around here, besides the river god, only the well god and the pond god can make it rain. But the well god is not very effective in making rain, and can only protect their own village. Except for the river god and the pond god, I have never heard of any village god who can make rain. No need to go, it's a waste of time. Let's go to Shangha village to urge them. If there is no more rain, the crops will die of drought. The village chief of Xiaoniu village sighed and said helplessly, Dad, then I'll go to Shangha village to urge them.
Niu Shujing said.
Well, go ahead and come back quickly. The chief of Xiaoniu village nodded. After leaving Xiaoniu village, Niu Shujing did not go to Shangha village, but went directly to the direction of Wangjia village and Lijia village. The news about Wangjia village and Lijia village was also said by a villager who passed by Wangjia village. As for whether it is true or not, he has to verify it himself. Xiaoniu village is not far from Wangjia village. In addition, Niu Shujing is not only a scholar, but also a 7th grade warrior. He walked very fast all the way and soon arrived at the farmland of Wangjia village. It seems that Shernyo didn't lie to me. Niu Shujing looked at the wheat seedlings that had turned green in the farmland of Wangjia village, and a flash of excitement flashed across his face. He hurriedly walked forward and pinched a handful of soil. It slowly fell from the air and did not float around like loess. It was damp. Obviously, it had just rained not long ago. The farmland of Wangjia village was damp, and what about the farmland of Lijia village? Immediately, Niu Shujing was excited and hurriedly ran to the farmland of Lijia village. That's right, the farmland of Lijia village. It was also damp. The farmland of Wangjia village and Lijia village had been covered with rain. Even if I go back and tell my father about this, I don't know if my father is willing to come. He only believes in the river god and the pond god. Forget it, I'll go to Lijia village and ask. Immediately, Niu Shujing hurried to Lijia village, found the village chief Li, and introduced himself. Oh, it turns out to be Niu Shujing from Xiaoniu village? Didn't you say last time that you went to take the college entrance examination? Why did you pass? Village chief Li looked at Niu Shujing in front of him and asked. The world is in chaos now, and reading cannot benefit the people. Niu Shujing's face flashed with embarrassment, and he continued, Village chief Li, I came here this time because I want to ask you something.
Just say it.
Village chief Li nodded and said, Just now, I walked all the way from Wangjia village to Lijia village and found that the farmland in your 2 villages is damp. I guess you asked the gods to make rain. Which god did you ask? Niu Shujing asked. Oh, the thing you are talking about is naturally the village god of our village, the mountain god. Now Wangjia village also worships the mountain god. Village chief Li said. Mountain god? Niu Shujing was slightly stunned after hearing what village chief Li said and thought to himself, can the mountain god make rain? However, on the surface, he still humbly asked, I wonder what kind of offerings I need to offer if I ask the mountain god to make rain? Let's do this. I'll take you to find the temple official of the mountain god temple. You go and talk to him. Village chief Li thought for a while and said, Okay. Niu Shujing nodded and followed village chief Li to the mountain god temple. Li Xiaoxing was on duty now. When he saw the village chief coming, he politely stepped forward and greeted him. Village chief Li told Niu Shujing the purpose of coming here. I see. Li Xiaoxing nodded and said, If you want the mountain god to bring rain to your Xiaoniu village, there is no need for any living sacrifices. You just need to arrange for the villagers to come to the mountain god temple to burn incense, and then build a mountain god temple in the village, bring back the statue of the mountain god, burn incense every day, and the mountain god will bring rain to your village. The villagers come to burn incense first. Build a mountain god temple. Bring back the statue. It's that simple? Niu Shujing was slightly stunned and confirmed again and again. That's right. It's that simple. Li Xiaoxing nodded and said, Okay, I will go back to the village and discuss it with the village chief. After getting the answer, Niu Shujing hurriedly left Lijia village and headed towards the village. He never expected that the conditions for asking the mountain god to bring rain were so simple. Just build a temple and then burn incense? This is so simple. At this moment, a small incident also happened in Wangjia village. A girl from another village hid in Wangjia village, her face full of panic and fear. The two old people looked at their granddaughter, shook their heads helplessly, and said, "Xiao Sui, you will be safe when you come to Grandma. Don't worry."
Yeah.
Xiao Sui nodded and continued, "Grandma, Grandpa, I can't stay here for too long. I have to find someone to save people." "No, it's to find a village god. The sacrifices that ran out with me at the beginning were caught back, including my playmate. If she hadn't covered me, it would have been difficult for me to escape the pursuit of the villagers.
So this time I came out.
In addition to escaping from the capture of the villagers, I also had to find the original village chief to save my playmates and other sacrifices. Although this matter sounds ridiculous. Village god? Which village god are you looking for? Do you know where it is?" The kind grandmother was slightly startled and asked with a hint of doubt on her face. "I don't know." Xiao Sui shook her head solemnly and continued, "I only know that he is called Taiping Daozuan." Taiping Daozuan? Grandma frowned, not familiar with this village god. Taiping Daozuan, isn't that the mountain god? Grandpa on the side was suddenly startled and said, "What? Taiping Daozuan is the mountain god?" Grandma was stunned. "Yes. The mountain god we call is called Taiping Daozuan." Grandpa nodded solemnly, looked at his granddaughter, and said, "Xiao Sui, do you remember what the village god you mentioned looks like?" Xiao Sui seemed to have found a clue after hearing what Grandpa said, and said, "He was wearing yellow clothes, very tall and handsome." "Yellow clothes? Isn't that the mountain god?" "Xiao Sui, come on, get out of bed with me. I will take you to the mountain god temple." After that, Grandpa immediately took Xiao Sui's hand and hurriedly ran towards the direction of the mountain god temple in Wangjia village. Inside the mountain god temple, when Xiao Sui saw the statue, she immediately nodded solemnly and said, "Yes, that's right. It's this village god. It was really the mountain god who saved our granddaughter." Grandpa showed a hint of surprise on his face and continued, "If that's the case, then the river god of Shangha village has been killed by our mountain god, and even the pig demon brought back last time was brought back from Shangha village? That must be the case." Grandma also nodded solemnly, her face full of horror, and said, "I didn't expect that the river god of Shangha village is dead, and he was killed by our mountain god. This is too amazing." Whether it is Grandma or Grandpa, they never expected that the mountain god would be so powerful. Silently, he directly slaughtered the village god of Shangha village. So powerful. "Let's go. Take Xiao Sui to Lijia village quickly, tell the temple official about this matter, and see if the mountain god is willing to take action to save those poor children." After Grandpa said that, he hurriedly took Xiao Sui to Lijia village. In the mountain god temple, Xiao Sui told the temple official Li Langni about the matter. "I will go ask the mountain god and see what the mountain god means," Li Langni said. She immediately lit 3 incense sticks, knelt in front of the mountain god statue, and said, "The incense is the guide, the firewood is the flag, the mantra is chanted, the god is beside me, the mountain god has descended." Puff. The incense went out without wind. It was the mountain god who came. These spells were all taught to herself and Li Xiaoxing by Li Xiaoshu. Li Langni continued, reporting to the mountain god, "The one kneeling behind me is Xiao Sui, who was rescued by the mountain god in Shangha village. Early this morning, Shangha village captured the escaped sacrifices one by one. Come to ask the mountain god for help tonight. Save those sacrifices. I wonder if the mountain god is willing." At this moment, Li Qingshan looked at the little girl kneeling behind Li Langni and frowned slightly. The sacrifice was taken back again? The river god was killed by himself. Why did they take the sacrifice back? Who is it for? Is it a sacrifice to the one behind the river god? If so, their actions are really fast, so fast that he did not expect it. Shangha village. He really needs to go there again. He can't wait for them to cause trouble for him. The best way to prevent trouble is to nip the trouble in the bud first. Du. The next moment, the incense in Li Langni's hand ignited without fire. Li Langni's face lit up and she said, "The mountain god has agreed to your petition." "Really? Then thank you, mountain god. Thank you, mountain god." "Sister, Can I burn a stick of incense for the mountain god? Xiao Sui asked. Well, no problem. Li Langni nodded and handed 3 incense sticks to Xiao Sui. Xiao Sui stepped forward, worshipped, and inserted them into the incense burner. Today, Xiao Sui, a fanatic believer, burns incense plus 49 points of incense. An entry flashed in front of Li Qingshan. It turned out to be a fanatic believer, which Li Qingshan never expected. When he rescued Xiao Sui, she must have been extremely grateful to him, so she had such faith.
Now,
he only needs 9 believers above the pious level to get a new achievement reward. There were about a dozen sacrifices at the time. If he could save them again, everyone must be at least a pious believer, right? Isn't this achievement task easy to complete? Not bad. It can be considered a gain. However, just when Li Qingshan was about to leave the mountain temple, stop refining the land, and go to Shanghe village to save people, he suddenly realized that someone was chasing and escaping on the land he had refined. Li Qingshan left the mountain temple at an incredible speed, hiding in the dark. A group of masked warriors, holding sharp blades, were chasing a group of boys and girls in front of them. There were a total of 4 people, each of whom was a warrior of the 6th rank or above. The boys and girls in front were all powerless. Led by a woman, they ran forward desperately, with horror on their faces. Help! Someone is killing someone, someone is killing someone, help. Aunt Zhu, don't worry about us, run quickly, run first. Aunt Zhu, I can't run anymore, don't worry about us. Let's fight them, right? Several voices came from the team of more than 20 people. You run, I'll cover you. The woman looked at the younger generation who had already run away with a pale face, gritted her teeth and drew the long sword from her waist, then stood in front of the 4 masked warriors who were chasing and said, Who are you, and why don't you let us go?
Go.
The 4 masked warriors looked at each other and immediately rushed towards Aunt Zhu in front of them. The blood and chi poured into the long sword, flashing with bursts of bloody mist. Low-grade blood weapon. At this moment, Aunt Zhu, who led the younger generation to escape, took a long breath, and her eyes showed a look of fearlessness. Pa! However, at this moment, a bolt of lightning fell in the middle of the battlefield. The 4 warriors were startled and stopped in a hurry. They looked around and said, Sir, don't meddle in other people's business. We are not someone you can mess with. Can't afford to provoke. Who can't I afford to provoke? Li Qingshan slowly walked out of the darkness, wearing a yellow robe, and looked at the 4 masked warriors. Village god? The leader of the masked warriors spoke first. Which village god are you from? Taiping Daozuan, Lijia village. Li Qingshan said in a flat tone. Lijia village? Taiping Daozuan? Strange. I can't tell the strength of this kid. I haven't heard of him. He is probably a new god who just appeared. His strength will not be too strong. Little village god, don't meddle in other people's business. Otherwise I will kill you too. Get out of here. Forget it. Kill them together to avoid being exposed and eliminate future troubles. The elder among the masked warriors said. Okay. The other 3 warriors nodded solemnly, their blood bursting out, ready to launch a thunder-killing operation against Li Qingshan at any time. Why are they chasing you? Li Qingshan looked at Aunt Zhu and asked. I don't know. In addition to these 4 people, there was another group of people who broke into our village rashly and started kidnapping people. I escaped with these young people under the protection of the villagers. Even the village god of our village was killed by these people. I guess it must be the warriors in the town who wanted to sacrifice people alive, so they found a village and massacred it. Aunt Zhu said. Li Qingshan has heard of this kind of thing. Some powerful villages will rob and kidnap people from other villages to sacrifice to the village god of the village. In this way, no one in the village will die. But once this kind of thing is discovered, it is bound to be a fight to the death.
So,
once this kind of thing happens, in order to eliminate future troubles, the village will be massacred directly. Which village are you from? Li Qingshan continued to ask. Zhujia village.
Aunt Zhu said.
Zhujia village? That's not a small village. Being able to massacre Zhujia village shows that you are quite powerful. You are from Black Horse Town?
Li Qingshan ga siya.
Little village god, you know too much, but it doesn't matter. I'm going to die soon. Seeing this, the 4 warriors immediately rushed towards Li Qingshan. Are you really from Black Horse Town? I just don't know if it's the Black family or the Ma family. Forget it. First, I'll take you down and then ask you clearly. As soon as Li Qingshan finished speaking, the 100-ghost banner swelled in the wind and floated directly in the air. He silently recited the spell formula, and 3 ghosts came out, one of which had reached the level of wild ghosts. A martial artist comparable to a human. The 4 warriors in front of them could not be opponents at all. Sure enough, after seeing the 100-ghost banner with a strong Yin energy, they were frightened and turned pale. They hurriedly wanted to flee to the distance, but unfortunately, they were caught by the wild ghosts before they ran far away. A series of dull sounds rang out, and the 4 warriors were all seriously injured by the wild ghosts without exception and fell heavily to the ground, stirring up dust all over the ground. Which family are you from in Black Horse Town? Or are you not from Black Horse Town but from other towns? Li Qingshan looked down at the 4 masked killers in front of him. If we say it, we will die. But if you dare to attack us, the forces behind us will definitely kill you. How about this? You let us go. Let us say goodbye here. It's good for both sides. How about that? The leader of the masked killers, enduring the severe pain of the wound, looked at Li Qingshan in front of him and said, "This is easy." Li Qingshan didn't waste any words, and the thunder in his hand surrounded him, emitting a terrifying destructive force. The next moment, the thunder surrounded by his fingers fell on the body of the masked killer leader.
Pa!
An explosion sounded, and then the masked boss's body emitted a light, followed by a burnt smell. The whole body was already electrified by Li Qingshan's thunder finger.
Dead.
Without any hesitation, he was killed directly. Quiet. As Li Qingshan showed his decisive killing side, the scene that was originally filled with wailing became silent. The other 3 killers couldn't help but swallow their saliva secretly, with a flash of fear and panic in their eyes. This village god was really cruel. It's your turn. Tell me, which force are you from? Li Qingshan looked at the second masked man and said in a calm tone,
I. Puff.
Before the masked man could finish his words, Li Qingshan's thunder fell on him, and there was still a sound of explosion, and the lightning burst out. The flesh turned into a piece of charcoal. Dead. The last 2 remaining masked killers were shocked. Even if the psychological quality is good, when facing death, there is always fear in the heart. In the end, there are only 2 of you left. Whoever tells me which group you are from first, I will spare his life. As for the other one, then he will have to die. Who of you will speak first? Li Qingshan looked at the last 2 and asked.
I say.
The masked third brother immediately raised his hand. The Ma family, it's the Ma family in Black Horse Town. However, the 4th brother directly mentioned the Ma family in Haima Town, leaving the 3rd brother confused and stupid.
Do?
Thunder flashed and fell on the masked 3rd brother, and a burst of sound was heard. Death. Tell me why you want to arrest the villagers? Li Qingshan asked. Now we are in the midst of drought. If we don't find a way to solve it, there will be no harvest in the fall. The Ma family has a lot of arable land, but if you want the gods to make rain, you must have enough energy to replenish it. It's too expensive to buy it from the human traffickers. Just find a village, secretly kidnap them all, and secretly offer them to the gods to replenish their energy and make rain for the Ma family. Unexpectedly, the gods of Zhujia village are quite resourceful, and they actually let more than 30 people escape, and the 4 of us came to hunt them down. Then we met you. The masked killer, the 4th brother, told everything and said, Do you know Shangha village? Li Qingshan asked again. I know. What's the relationship between Shangha village and your Ma family? Li Qingshan continued. Li Qingshan didn't know what the relationship was between Shangha village and the Ma family, but he could try to trick them to see what he could get out of it. Actually, outsiders don't know about this matter. It was my father who told me that the Ma family worships a powerful clan god, and this clan god has many disciples. Among them, the river god from Shangha village. He is the disciple of the Ma family god. The fourth masked killer spoke. Li Qingsha didn't expect to be able to ask such a piece of information. In other words, he saved the villagers behind him and disrupted the good things of the Ma family. He killed the river god. He also offended the Ma family. The Nyobe mountain that he refined also belongs to the Ma family. He is against the Ma family. Since the Ma family is the local emperor of Haima town, there must be powerful warriors and gods in the family. He should be prepared early, not only to improve his own strength. He also needs to improve the strength of the villagers, as well as the number of villagers. Otherwise, with so many warriors of the Ma family coming to kill him, he will not have time to deal with them personally. Wouldn't his believers be treated as rotten melons and killed at will? The offerings that the pig demon came to take. It is very likely that they were sent to the clan god of the Ma family. There is a village god in the village. Each large household will also have its own clan god. Just the names are different, but they are actually the same. Left-handed god.
Do.
The next moment, the thunder from Li Qingshan's fingertips fell on the last killer, a crackling sound rang out, and the last killer turned into charcoal. Dead. Thank you, Lord Village God, for saving me. I will never forget it. Aunt Shu immediately stepped forward and knelt in front of Li Qingshan. The young men behind her also knelt on the ground one after another. These people were both men and women. They fled in panic, still in shock, with panic in their eyes. Is there a place to stay? Li Qingshan asked.
Not yet.
I just wanted to quickly escape from the pursuit of the Ma family. I didn't think about so much, Aunt Shu said. Li Qingshan then looked up and down at the woman called Aunt Shu. She was probably only about 24 or 25. In ancient times, she was already considered an older woman. She was very charming. There was a hint of sadness in her eyes, and at first glance, one would have the urge to hold her in his arms and love her. Li Qingshan used his magic power to sweep, and he could tell that this woman had not experienced the world of men. At this age, she was still unmarried. It was rare in this world. I am the village god of Lijia village, the Taoist master Taiping. If you still have no place to stand, why don't you go to Lijia village? If there is a chance in the future, I will come back to the village. Li Qingshan said. Thank you, Lord Village God. Aunt Shu was overjoyed when she heard this. She knew that Li Qingshan was taking her and others in, so she hurriedly thanked him again. Thank you, Lord Village God. Behind him, more than 30 survivors also knelt down to thank Li Qingshan, and then rushed to the location of Lijia village in front. As for Li Qingshan, he had disappeared. Not long after, the more than 30 survivors hurried to Lijia village. Li Qingshan had already greeted Li Xiaoshu and immediately arranged for these refugees from Zhujia village to live in the empty rooms of each family. At least they can get through tonight. Wait until tomorrow to build some temporary shelters. After settling the villagers of Zhujia village, Li Qingshan rushed to Shangha village. Shangha village, River God Temple. Peach Blossom God was ravaging the second disciple of the river god, and did not notice that a figure had appeared outside the door. No wonder he wanted to capture the sacrifice. It turned out that this was another village god. Heavenly thunder was drawn, purple lightning condensed. The sharp edge of the fingertips broke the 3 elixirs. The mysterious thunder jade brewed the world and shocked the world, and the finger method circled the thunder and broke the cloud screen. The spell called the Thunder Spirit, and the ghosts and monsters shook their powerful forms. Thunder Finger. As soon as Li Qingshan finished speaking, the thunder on his fingertips flew towards the Peach Blossom God in the room. Not good. Peach Blossom God immediately sensed a sense of crisis and hurriedly dodged to the side. The thunder almost brushed the body of Peach Blossom God and fell on the body of the second disciple of the river god. Pop. The next moment, a dull explosion sounded, and the second disciple of the river god emitted a ray of light.
Then,
The body completely turned into a piece of charcoal. Dead. Who? When Peach Blossom God saw this, he was shocked and looked out the window.
swish.
Several more bolts of lightning flew towards him at an incredibly fast speed, emitting a strong destructive force. Not good. The Peach Blossom God just felt the terrifying power of the thunder. After crying out inwardly, he hurriedly fled into the distance. The opponent was very strong. Although he was 80% sure of killing him, there was still a 20% chance of being killed in return. It is not advisable to fight. At the same time, the yin qi in his body circulated, and he sacrificed a broken piece of pottery with complex inscriptions on it. It was a ghost weapon. As soon as this thing appeared, it swelled up in the wind, turned into the size of a fish plate, and constantly surrounded the body of the Peach Blossom God. Among the several thunder fingers. After all, there was one that the Peach Blossom God could not dodge. The thunder fell heavily on the middle-grade ghost weapon, making a violent explosion. The thunder light burst out, and the body of the Peach Blossom God was directly blown away by this powerful force. The body smashed the window behind him and fell heavily on the ground in the yard, gasping for breath. Fortunately, the defense of his middle-grade ghost weapon was strong enough. Otherwise, with the thunder just now, he would definitely be injured. Who are you, sir? The village god of Lijia village? The Peach Blossom God looked at Li Qingshan, who was wearing a yellow robe, with a flash of anger in his eyes. You are quite smart. Yes, I am the village god of Lijia village, the Taoist master typing.
Li Qingshan nudda.
It seems that we have no hatred. Even if my junior brother and nephew were killed by you, I have no complaints and will seek revenge on you. But why do you come to my house again and again to cause trouble? Tahua God slowly stood up from the ground, staring at Li Qingshan with resentment in his eyes, without fear in his heart. First of all, the power of the thunder is indeed very strong, but his own underworld weapon can resist it. However, he is not 100% sure. Without taking action, Tahua God still tries not to take action. I feel that you will come to me for revenge sooner or later. So, be straightforward. Just kill you, and no one will come to me for revenge. Li Qingshan said calmly.
What?
Tahua God was slightly stunned at first, and then his face became more angry. He really didn't expect that there would be such an ordinary person in this world. I feel that you will come for revenge. So, I will kill you first. Is this TM unreasonable? Boy, I am 80% sure that I can kill you. Are you sure you want to do it? Tahua God said angrily. This is easy. Li Qingshan smiled. Without any nonsense, the lightning finger condensed directly and threw it towards the Peach Blossom God in front. You are looking for death. Seeing this, the Peach Blossom God was filled with murderous aura and immediately rushed towards Li Qingshan, his eyes full of anger. Pa! Among the several thunders, there was still one that hit the Peach Blossom God, but it was blocked by the middle-grade underworld weapon, and it was not a big deal. The Peach Blossom God also took this opportunity to kill in front of Li Qingshan. The middle earth of the 5 elements, the earth is peaceful. Obey my command and protect my body. Earth's shield. As soon as the voice fell, an earth shield condensed out of thin air under the ground, surrounding Li Qingshan's body, showing a defensive posture. Hoo. The sharp claws of the Peach Blossom God have already killed him. The slender black claws continuously attacked the earth shield, and it was difficult to break Li Qingshan's defense for a while. But it was obvious. Li Qingshan's earth shield defense could not hold out for too long. After all, it was just a magical power, not a magic weapon.
Go.
As the voice fell, a flag swelled in the wind and flew into the air. It was none other than the magic weapon that Li Qingshan had obtained not long ago. The thunder flag with the word Jun on it. Pa. The moment the thunder flag with the word Jun was lifted into the air, countless thunder elements began to gather around the flag, and thunder was even more entangled around the flag. Thunder finger. Li Qingshan condensed the thunder finger faster and with greater power, and suddenly pointed it at the peach blossom god in front of him. Pa pa pa. 3 consecutive fingers landed on the fragments of the pottery jar, and only a crisp sound was heard. In the end, the underworld weapon used for defense still couldn't withstand the thunder finger blessed by Li Qingshan, and it shattered in an instant. The terrifying thunder rushed towards the peach blossom god like a tide.
Don't.
The peach blossom god screamed, and his body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. In the end, he fell heavily to the ground. The energy all over his body was seriously damaged. Peach blossom god, this is a 9th grade ghost level god, and his realm is much stronger than himself. Unfortunately, his magical powers are not as strong as his own. The thunder power in charge of killing and destruction is still 2 against the sky. The peach blossom god was still hanging on with 1 breath left. Of course, it was not because the peach blossom god had a strong vitality, but because Li Qingshan held back in the end.
Go.
After taking back the thunder flag with the word Jin, Li Qingshan released the 100 Ghost Banner, which was surrounded by Yin Qi and extremely gloomy. A chain came out from the 100 Ghost Banner, making a series of cold clattering sounds, locking the body of the peach blossom god below, and then pulling it into the 100 Ghost Banner. Li Qingshan silently chanted the spell. The fierce ghosts in the 10,000 Ghost Banner were fierce. The water of the forgetful river cleansed the soul. The spell sounded through the Nether Palace, and the talisman floated into the ghost form. Another strange power floated out from the 100 Ghost Banner and fell into the mind of the peach blossom god. All the memories that originally belonged to the peach blossom god were cleared away. At this moment, 9th grade ghost evil. It's really good, much stronger than the ghost of the river god. After the peach blossom god was killed, Li Qingshan did not leave anxiously, but continued to search in the river god temple. He soon found the river god's eldest disciple, asked about the location of the sacrificial girl, and killed him. The night is thick. Li Qingshan led a dozen young women out of Shanghe village. Now that we have left Shanghe village, you can go home, Li Qingshan said. However, a dozen girls of marriageable age looked at each other, but no one was willing to leave. Please take us in, Taoist typing. We have nowhere to go. A leading girl gritted her teeth, knelt in front of Li Qingshan, and said with tears in her eyes, "Please take us in, Taoist typing."
Then,
a dozen women of marriageable age behind him also knelt in front of Li Qingshan, begging him to take them in. Master Daozuan, even if we go back this time, I am afraid we will still be sent as sacrifices by the village or our families. We have lost our lives twice, and it was Master Mountain God who saved us twice. We are willing to follow Master Daozuan and do anything, said the leading young girl. What's your name? Li Qingshan looked at the leading girl and asked. My name is Hongdo, the leading young girl said. Hongdo, do you have a playmate named Xiaosui? Li Qingshan asked. Yes. How did Lord Daozuan know? Did she escape? When Hongdo heard Li Qingshan mention Xiaosui, her eyes lit up and she asked quickly. Li Qingshan nodded and said, Come with me. After that, a group of people followed Li Qingshan and headed towards the direction of Lijia village.
Hongdo was right.
If they went back this time, they would still be sent out as sacrifices. Now that they have died twice, the favor is not enough. For Li Qingshan, bringing these girls back is all good believers. When Li Qingshan led a group of people back to the mountain temple, it was already dawn, and people in the village got up one after another and prepared to come to burn incense. When Xiaosui saw her partner Hongdo, she was surprised and knelt down in front of Li Qingshan's statue to express her gratitude. Her faith was constantly improving. Then, the girls rescued by Li Qingshan began to burn incense for Li Qingshan. Today, devout believers burn incense plus 17 points of incense. Today, devout believers burn incense plus 12 points of incense. Today, devout believers burn incense plus 16 points of incense. 12 girls of marriageable age. All of them are devout believers. Then, It was Aunt Zhu's group who offered incense to Li Qingshan. Among the more than 30 people, in addition to Aunt Zhu, there are 5 more, all of whom are also devout believers. The others are also supportive believers. The villagers of Lijia village offered incense, the villagers of Wangjia village made noises, and the villagers of Wangjia village offered incense to Lady Wugu, and they also got a share of the incense. A total of plus 2,900 incense points were obtained today. Open the personal panel. Name: Li Qingshan God Name. Typing Daozuan Incense. 9,911 strands Divine Position. Mountain God Strength. Middle Grade Wild God Divine Power. 4334/15,000 Supernatural Powers. Rain Casting Technique. Dream Inducing Technique. Thunder Finger. Earth Shield. Incense Concentrating Method. Heavenly Treasure Refining Method. Grain Ripening Mantra. Grain Repelling Mantra. Magical Instruments. Can Water Flag. Zhun Thunder Flag. 100 Ghost Banner. Stone Nest for Pounding Medicine. Treasure Refining Earth. Furnace Divine Treasure. Human God Scroll for Pounding Medicine. Hemostatic Pill. Jade Dew Pill Items. Believer Body Refining Method. Li Qingshan opened the data panel and took a look. There were already 9,911 strands of incense. If all were refined, 9,911 points of divine power could be obtained. He was still about 800 points away from breaking through to the upper grade Wild God realm. He would be able to complete the breakthrough tomorrow and step into the upper grade Wild God realm. At that time, their own safety can be better guaranteed, including their own believers. After the people of Lijia village and Wangjia village finished offering incense, they began to gather together and continue to hunt in the mountains. This time they had Jade Dew pills and hemostatic pills. They were even less afraid of those ferocious beasts. As for Zhujia village, who was rescued by Li Qingshan and those sacrificial girls, they began to build some temporary residences near the mountain temple. The old, weak, women and children in the village who were unable to go up the mountain to hunt came to help. There was strength in numbers, and it must be enough to build a few thatched houses in one day. It would be no problem for everyone to squeeze in. As for the subsequent life, let's take it slowly. Have you heard that the river god of Shanghe village has been killed by our mountain god? A hunter who was about to go up the mountain said with a proud look on his face. Is it true? Of course it's true. Didn't you see that the mountain god rescued so many people? Among them, a group was rescued from Shanghe village. They said in person that the river god had died in the hands of our mountain god. Oh my god. I was still worried that our mountain god would be retaliated by the river god if he killed his disciple. I never expected that our mountain god had already killed the river god. It's good that he's dead now. He is worthy of being our village god. He is really powerful. The villagers soon learned the news from the sacrifice girls and immediately began to spread it. Whether it was Wangjia village or Lijia village, they all knew it and began to spread it to other villages. The faith of these villagers began to increase continuously. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the achievement of 100 devout believers and receiving rewards, a single prescription of Sandan, Skylark, and Thunder Induction Technique. System prompt: build 4 Taoist temples to unlock new achievement tasks.
Hey.
Completed. Li Qingshan was delighted and opened the reward of the achievement task to take a look. Sandan Single Recipe, a single recipe for refining Baiduden, which can cure ordinary poisons. Skylark, a magical tool with extremely fast speed, which can control the host to travel, consuming a small amount of mana. Inducing Thunder, a powerful thunder magic, use with caution. The 3 latest items made Li Qingshan very happy, and they were all the things he needed most now. The villagers went up the mountain to hunt, and he had the elixir for stopping bleeding and internal injuries. However, if he encountered poisonous insects and snakes, he would have no way. The Baiduden he just solved this problem. Every believer of his is a treasure. After all, he can provide incense for himself every day. As for the Skylark, it can greatly increase his speed on the road, and it is also a good auxiliary magic tool. Inducing Thunder. The power of this magical power is more powerful than the thunder finger, but it will consume a lot of mana. If you encounter the 9th grade ghost again, that is the peach blossom god. If I use this magical power to attract thunder, I can probably kill him instantly. It's great. I put away all the items, took out the recipe of the sandin alone, and placed it on the altar in front of the statue, including the 5 blood weapon long knives. Next, I will continue to refine the land. Time flies. 2 hours later. Finally here. Li Qingshan breathed a sigh of relief, and finally refined the land near Xiaoniu village. Niubei Mountain, Lijia village, Wangjia village, and the area leading to Xiaoniu village have all been refined by Li Qingshan. Anything that happens here, Li Qingshan can immediately detect it. Next, I will start to refine the land of Xiaoniu village. At this time, Li Xiaoshu found the 5 blood weapons and the recipe on the altar, and immediately took out the incense sticks to ask the mountain god for his opinion. After getting a positive answer, a flash of surprise flashed across his face. He kept one for himself. The remaining 2 were given to Li Langni and Li Xiaoxing. In the past 2 days, with the support of Li Qingshan's large amount of incense pills, the 3 girls' strength has advanced at an amazing speed. Among them, Li Xiaoshu's strength has already advanced to the 3rd grade warrior, Li Langni's strength has entered the 5th grade warrior, and Li Xiaoxing's strength has entered the 6th grade warrior. In 2 days, Li Xiaoshu's strength should be able to enter the realm of martial arts. After all, the incense pills are too powerful. After receiving the incense in the past 2 days, the 5-grain lady of Wangjia village has also loosened her strength realm and began to impact the middle-grade wild god. Xiaoniu village. Niu Shujing gathered the village chief, the elders, and a representative sent by the village together, and said solemnly, "Dad, I suggest that we give up asking the river god to make rain, and instead ask the mountain god of Lijia village to make rain. I've seen that the farmland in Wangjia village and Lijia village are both damp, which shows that their mountain gods can make rain. Niu Shi can also testify for me on this point." "Yes, I can testify for Niu Shujing." The next moment, a young man about the same age as Niu Shujing also stood up and said, "Ridiculous, really ridiculous." However, as soon as Niu Shujing finished speaking, the elders of Xiaoniu village immediately said unhappily, "There has never been a god in their Lijia village. Where did the mountain god come from?" "Yes, let's wait for the river god to make rain. After all, the nearby villages are waiting for the river god to make rain. Our village has already sent away 2 sacrifices. If we go to ask the mountain god again, don't we have to send 2 more sacrifices? Where do so many people in our village come from?"
Alas.
Everyone sighed, and a helpless look flashed across their faces. Everyone's children are children. Sending away 2 has already seriously damaged the vitality of Xiaoniu village. If 2 more are sent away, if this continues, the village will sooner or later be extinct. Don't worry, uncles and aunts, I have already asked the temple officials of the mountain god about this. They don't need any sacrifices. Niu Shujing said with a proud look on his face.
What?
No sacrifice? Niu Shujing, are you kidding? Are there gods who don't want sacrifices? Niu Shujing, you are still young and immature. Don't you know that free things are always the most expensive? The village god of Lijia village doesn't want human sacrifices from our Xiaoniu village. Does he have other requirements? The elder of Xiaoniu village sighed helplessly and looked at Niu Shujing and continued to question. Immediately, the eyes of others also looked at Niu Shujing. Yes, there are conditions. Niu Shujing nodded. Look, I knew there must be other conditions. Alas, there is no such thing as a pie in the sky. The elder of Xiaoniu village sighed helplessly. The interest of other villagers was not so high, because the elder was right, free things must be the most expensive. No human sacrifice. That must require something more expensive. Shujing, what does the mountain god need us to do? The village chief of Xiaoniu village looked at his son and asked,
Dad.
The mountain god of Lijia village said that as long as we all go to Lijia village to burn incense and worship today, and then build a temple in the village, and then bring the statue back to our Xiaoniu village from now on, the villagers of our Xiaoniu village will burn incense to the mountain god every day. The mountain god will give us rain immediately. No need to pay anything. This is what the temple official of the mountain god said. Niu Shujing raised his head and chest and said proudly, "After all, this way of life was found by himself. How can he not be happy?" "What? Such a simple condition? Is that all?" "Niu Shujing, you are not lying, right? Is that all? Why do I feel a little unbelievable?" In an instant, the people of the entire Xiaoniu village were slightly stunned and said in confusion, "No need to question. Now follow me to Lijia village to burn incense and ask the temple officials together. After all, burning incense will not lose anything for us, right?" Niu Shujing said. "That's true. If so, then this mountain god is really different from other gods." "Niu Shujing, you said this, so let's go to Lijia village to ask. If it's not the case, you have to apologize to everyone." The people of Xiaoniu village spoke up one after another. "No problem. If this is false, I will take out all the food in my house to apologize to everyone," Niu Shujing said with confidence on his face. The head of Xiaoniu village looked at his son's confident look and did not stop him. If this really happened, Niu Shujing will become the next village chief. It is a foregone conclusion. The mountain god's request is too simple. It is so simple that everyone is unwilling to believe it, and they all have doubts. Oh no, oh no. At this moment, outside the ancestral hall, a young man's hurried voice suddenly came. "River god, dead. River god, dead?" Boom, boom. As soon as the young man finished speaking, everyone in the ancestral hall changed their complexion and showed shock on their faces. All eyes turned to the young man. "Son, what's going on?" The elder of Xiaoniu village was slightly startled and looked at his son. A few days ago, Xiaoniu village had just prayed to the river god of Shanghe village for rain and sent 2 sacrificial girls. If the river god died, wouldn't the rain-making plan be ruined? And 2 sacrificial girls were also lost? I just went to Lijia village to find Li Dazhuang, but as soon as I entered the village, I saw Xiaolan, who was sent by our village for sacrifice. She told me, the river god of Shanghe village was killed by the mountain god of Lijia village, and I also saw Xiuyu. They were all rescued by the mountain god of Lijia village. The villagers of Lijia village said the same thing. The young man panted, "Oh, my poor Xiaolan." A woman in the crowd burst into tears and wailed, "No way. The river god is dead? Is the river god dead? What should we do? Village chief, what should we do now?" All the villagers in Xiaoniu village were stunned and at a loss. "Let's go to Lijia village. Hurry to Lijia village." The village chief of Xiaoniu village reacted immediately and led all the villagers of Xiaoniu village to rush towards Lijia village. Shanghe village. Originally considered to be the strongest and most populous village among the nearby villages, it was now on fire. The fire engulfed one house after another. There were corpses everywhere in the rooms, yards, and alleys. A bandit holding a long knife and showing a wild face, his face full of excitement, took the women of Shanghe village and tied them together, ready to take them back to enjoy. In addition to these women, the food and money of Shanghe village were all looted by this group of bandits and placed neatly. This group of bandits is about 70 people. Most of them are warriors and some are martial artists. The blood of the 3 leaders is even more terrifying. They have entered the realm of great martial artists, especially the leader, wearing tiger skin and messy hair, like a tiger with strong blood, burly body, and ferocious muscles. His eyes are full of deterrence. Ordinary people can be frightened and paralyzed immediately after just looking at him. "Boss, doesn't Shanghe village have a village god with good strength? Why didn't I see it this time?" The second leader of the bandits said. "Humph. He should know what's good for him. Have all the things been sorted out?" The leader of the bandits asked. "Boss, everything is ready." The third in command jumped on his horse and spoke. "Tell the brothers to take the robbed women and go back to the evil dog village. Let's have fun tonight." As soon as the eldest in command of the evil dog village finished speaking, The bandits below began to shout and rush towards the Evil Dog Mountain, the location of the Evil Dog Village, with the good-looking women. These days, the bandits all know that there is drought everywhere, so they must rob as much food as possible at this time, otherwise, after a while, they will not be able to rob food. Because the farmers really have no food. The wealth of Shangha village is well known far and wide, so it was taken as the first target by this group of bandits. Next, they have to rob more villages, otherwise they will not survive this year. Led by the village chief, the villagers of Xiaoniu village hurried to Lijiao village and found the mountain temple. "Everyone, are you from Xiaoniu village?" Li Xiaoshu went out to greet them and asked, "Mr. Temple Official, these are the villagers of our Xiaoniu village. They come here to burn incense to Lord Mountain God and want to take back Lord Mountain God's statue." Niu Shujing nodded solemnly. "You can come to burn incense first, but if you want to take back the statue, you need to build a mountain god temple in the village," Li Xiaoshu said. "Of course." Niu Shujing nodded solemnly. "Follow me." After Li Xiaoshu finished speaking, he took Niu Shujing and others to the main hall and began to arrange for the people of Niujia village to burn incense. One entry after another kept flashing in front of Li Qingshan. These villagers had never received his favor, nor had they seen his methods. Their faith was very low. It was normal for everyone to provide such a low amount of incense. Once he could show some small favors such as making rain, there would be no problem. These days, Li Qingshan was still thinking about a question. If the drought really continued like this, what would happen if a large number of people's grain was harvested after the autumn harvest? Migrate, rob food. A large number of refugees and bandits would surely be born by then. For Li Qingshan, the more believers he had under his command, the faster his strength would grow. These refugees only needed to give him a bowl of extremely thin porridge can make them believe in him very devoutly. A large number of refugees will become his believers. But before that, he needs to stockpile a large amount of food, or ensure that the farmland of his believers has a good harvest. In addition to the food that the people can eat after the harvest, there will be a lot of food left. In previous years, these grains need to be paid as taxes to the government. But now, with his own existence, Li Qingshan has never thought of asking his people to pay taxes to the court for food. These grains will be the most important thing for him to develop refugee believers. In addition, he also needs to train a large number of warriors to protect the resources he has. As a god, normally, he would not pay too much attention to the lives of his followers. After all, he is immortal, and these followers will die if they die. He has become extremely indifferent to life and death. However, the comfortable life now does not mean that there will always be a comfortable life. The Han Dynasty was in its heyday. All village gods need to be entered into the list of the court, and they are not allowed to improve their strength without authorization. Once discovered, they will be killed immediately, unless the court needs it. Only warriors can improve their strength freely. Because it is the end of the Han Dynasty, rebellions are everywhere, so no one pays attention to these evil gods. The best way for evil gods to improve their strength is to absorb the essence of ordinary people. How could the court agree to such a thing? They are monsters. If these evil gods were not helpful to people's livelihood, they would have been like monsters. Kill one if you see one. The troubled times will eventually end, and a powerful leader will emerge to establish a more powerful dynasty, and the policies of the previous dynasty will definitely be continued. All the left-handed and crooked gods will be suppressed. All the powerful left-handed and crooked gods will be killed, leaving only some ordinary left-handed and crooked gods at the grassroots level, and they are still helpful to people's livelihood. For example, the river god, the valley god, the well god, the medicine god, the silkworm god. At that time, my strength will definitely be very strong, and I will definitely be the target of the new dynasty. Moreover, Li Qingshan is not sure how long he can hide the fact that he is looking for incense from the world. Once this kind of thing is known by the world's common leader, he will even name me to be killed, because this is too against the will of heaven, and the peak combat power will be reached sooner or later, and then it will become an uncontrollable factor of crime. People who have the ability to seize the throne. Even if he is right, he must die. So, before the establishment of a new dynasty, I must improve my strength to the peak. Except for myself. No one can kill my existence. From the end of a dynasty to war, and then to the establishment of a dynasty. This may take 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. No one can tell. At least now, the big man is still struggling, but has only reached the first stage. He still left himself enough time. Nyeojia Village Incense plus 103 points. In the end, Nyeojia Village provided a total of 103 points of incense for himself. Temple official, there is something I don't know if I should say it or not. Niu Shujing looked at Li Xiaoshu with respect and asked,
Speak.
Li Xiaoshu nodded. I saw a rumor in the village that the river god of Shanghe village was killed by our mountain god. Is this true or false? Niu Shujing asked in a low voice. As soon as the voice fell, the people of Xiaoniu village all looked at Li Xiaoshu with a hint of curiosity in their eyes. It's true. The river god was killed by our mountain god. Li Xiaoshu nodded. Hiss. As Li Xiaoshu finished speaking, the villagers of Xiaoniu village couldn't help but take a breath. Although they were well prepared, they were still shocked when they heard the mountain god temple official admit it. The village god of Shanghe village has been rampant for a long time, and the villagers of Shanghe village have become more and more barbaric because of the village god. Ordinary village gods dare not provoke them. Even Xiaoniu village has been oppressed by Shanghe village, and 2 fishermen have died. Now, it is a good thing that the village god was killed by the mountain god. After the villagers of Xiaoniu village burned incense, they returned to the village and prepared to build a temple for the mountain god in the village to worship the mountain god. Lijia village, Wangjia village, and Xiaoniu village are not far apart, but to walk from Lijia village back to Xiaoniu village, you need to pass through the farmland of Lijia village and Wangjia village. Looking at the wheat seedlings on the farmland of Lijia village and Wangjia village, the faces of the people of Xiaoniu village were full of envy. Alas, when will the crops in our Xiaoniu village be able to turn green after drinking enough water, like the crops in the 2 villages of Li and Wang? These crops look really good. It's a pity that they are not the farmland in our Xiaoniu village. Alas, I hope that praying to the mountain god this time will really work. If the autumn harvest fails, I don't know how many people will die. The people of Xiaoniu village looked at the farmland in the 2 villages of Li and Wang and couldn't help but sigh. Don't worry, uncles and aunts, when we build the mountain god temple, we will go and ask the mountain god to come back. The wheat seedlings in our Xiaoniu village will definitely turn green like these wheat seedlings. Niu Shujing looked at the somewhat depressing atmosphere and said to cheer them up. But everyone just sighed secretly. For the wheat seedlings in the farmland, they have tried countless methods, but they have returned in vain every time, and now they are somewhat decadent. From the beginning, they dug 7 or 8 waterless wells, carried water for irrigation, and offered sacrifices to the river god. Now, building a temple for the mountain god. Is it really possible? The people of Xiaoniu village quickly walked out of the area of the Li and Wang families. Going forward, they would reach the farmland of Xiaoniu village, and then the village. Hey, look ahead. Isn't it the farmland of our Xiaoniu village? Why is it raining in the sky? So many dark clouds? Just then, a villager of Xiaoniu village suddenly found that it was raining in the farmland ahead, and hurriedly said, Shwa shwa shwa. As soon as the voice of the villager of Xiaoniu village fell, everyone's eyes at the scene all looked forward. Sure enough, it was raining in the dark cloud ahead. And the way it was raining was very strange. It was only raining in that area. The place where it was raining was exactly the farmland of Xiaoniu village. Rain, it is raining. It is raining over the farmland of our Xiaoniu village. Oh my god, it is really raining. Is it the mountain god who is sending rain? The mountain god is sending rain. It must be the mountain god who is sending rain. Otherwise, how could it only fall on the farmland of our Xiaoniu village? It is finally raining. It is finally raining. Our Xiaoniu village is saved. It is saved. Thank the mountain god. Thank the mountain god. It is raining. It is raining. Thank the mountain god. Thank the mountain god. At this moment, the whole Xiaonu village was boiling, and everyone rushed forward frantically, their faces full of excitement and excitement. The farmland seemed to be some distance away, but it rushed over like flying, and some old people, including the elders and the village chief, even had red eyes. Mountain god. Lord Mountain God. Thank you, thank you. Build a temple. We must build a temple. Build a temple for Lord Mountain God. Woo woo woo. That's great. No one in the village will starve to death. A large number of people from Xiaonu village knelt on the ground, constantly kneeling and praying towards the sky. Their faces were full of piety. Today, Xiaonu village has offered a total of 100 incense sticks. When they burn incense again tomorrow, Li Qingshan believes that the incense sticks in Xiaonu village will definitely soar. However, this time, Li Qingshan did not make too much rain, but simply moistened the cultivated land. Xiaonu village, Daniu village, and Hainiu village are connected together, and even the cultivated land is connected together. On the side of Xiaonu village, light rain kept falling from the sky, but on the cultivated land of Daniu village and Hainiu village, there was not even a drop of rain. The farmers in Daniu village and Hainiu village who were carrying water to save the seedlings were confused. What's going on? Why is it that only Xiaonu village has rain, but not our Daniu village? Yes, didn't our Daniu village also send 2 sacrifices to the river god? This time the rain is really fast. Usually, a gust of wind blows over and brings the rain. Why is it that this time it only rains on the farmland of Xiaonu village and there is no wind? Let's go, find the village chief, and ask him to go to Shangha village to ask for an explanation. Immediately, several people from Daniu village put down their water-carrying tools and hurried to the village. Except for Daniu village. The farmers in Hainiu village were the same. They looked confused and hurried to the village to find the village chief to make the decision. Why is it that only Xiaonu village has rain? This is too bullying? Hey, why did the rain stop? The rain stopped? So fast? When the people of Xiaonu village saw that the dark clouds in the sky had dispersed and the rain had stopped, they all looked surprised. Everyone, uncles and aunts. We haven't built a Taoist temple for the mountain god yet, but the mountain god has come to give us rain, which shows that the mountain god can make rain. But our mountain god Taoist temple hasn't been built yet. It's naturally impossible to give us enough rain. As long as we build the mountain god Taoist temple and then invite the mountain god back from Lijia village, then the mountain god will definitely give us enough rain. Upon seeing this, Niu Shujing immediately stood up to reassure people. That's right, we haven't built a temple for the mountain god yet, but the mountain god has already made rain for us. We can't be lazy. Let's go back and build the mountain god temple now. Niu Shi, a supporter of Niu Shujing, responded first. The book of documents says it well. Let's build a temple now. Yes, what are you waiting for? Let's go back and build a Taoist temple for Lord Mountain God. This time, no matter whether our village can move or not, we must participate. The sooner the Taoist temple of the mountain god is built, the sooner the rain will fall in our village, and the sooner the wheat seedlings will turn green. Everyone, I'm afraid we can't hide the fact that Lord Mountain God can make rain. The neighboring villages of Daniu village and Hainiu village will definitely know about it. In addition, other villages will definitely know about it. Everyone knows that some village gods can make rain, but it is impossible to make rain unlimitedly. There is a certain amount of spiritual power consumed every day. So, let's work overtime and build the Taoist temple of the mountain god as soon as possible. That's right, let's go now. Hurry up. Don't kneel on the ground. Hurry up. The words fell. The people of Xiaonu village got up from the ground and rushed to Xiaonu village to start building the mountain temple. Every household tried their best. Those with people contributed people, and those with materials contributed materials. What if there were no bricks? Just tear down some from the walls of their houses. If there were none, they would tear down their houses and move the earthen bricks used for burning paper to the open space in the village. What if there were no earthen tiles? Just go to the homes of the village chief and the elders to dismantle them. If that didn't work, they would go to the ancestral hall. I believe that my ancestors will forgive me. Every household was not lazy. Everyone worked enthusiastically to build the mountain temple. They worked hard and sweated profusely. Even though the scorching sun was constantly shining in the sky, no one complained of being tired or suffering.
The new village.
When the head of Dainyu village heard the villagers' report, he still looked a little unconvinced. He took 2 elders to the farmland to check what was going on. As a result, he really found that the farmland in Xianyu village was extremely wet. It was obvious that it had just rained, but the rain was not much. At this time, the head of Hainyu village also came with 2 elders to check the rain situation of his village's farmland and Xianyu village. Brother, this river god is too unkind, isn't he? Why only give rain to their Xianyu village but not to our 2 villages? Then our village gave out 2 sacrifices. The head of Dainyu village said with displeasure on his face. That's right. This doesn't make sense. Why do they only send rain to the people of Xianyu village and not to our 2 villages? The village chief of Hainyu village also frowned, not understanding what was going on. Village chief. Generally, when the village gods send rain, a gust of wind will bring the rain over. Even if the river god doesn't want to send rain to our Dainyu village and Hainyu village, it's impossible for the rain to fall only on Xianyu village so accurately, right? In any case, some rain will fall on the farmland of our Dainyu village. But look at it. The dividing line between the rain in our Dainyu village and Xianyu village is really standard. There is really no rain from here. The elder of Dainyu village discovered a problem and said. Everyone noticed it. It was true. This rain was too accurate. Anyway, let's go to Shangha village to ask the river god for clarification, said the village chief of Hainyu village. Let's go together. Bring more people with us. The village chief of Dainyu village nodded solemnly. A ruthless look flashed across his face and said, if Shangha village doesn't let us live, the worst that can happen is that we will die together. Yes, let's go. The villagers of Dainyu village and Hainyu village hurriedly rushed towards Shangha village, their eyes full of anger. 2 bullying. In Lijia village, Li Qingshan has been refining the land these days, and now he has refined it to Xianyu village. 1/3 of the land has been refined by himself. It is estimated that by tomorrow, the land of the entire Xianyu village will be refined by himself. However, just when Li Qingshan was concentrating on refining the land, he suddenly felt that there was an uninvited guest on his territory. A black wolf demon. Whether it is strength or aura, it is quite good, and has entered the realm of a great demon. If it was an ordinary little demon, Li Qingshan could arrange Li Xiaoshu, Li Xiaoxing, and Li Lengni to have a trial and see blood. But this wolf demon can't. In the whole village, only I can suppress it. A 7th grade demon. This demon is really strong. Last time, with the help of Thunderfinger and Thunderflag, I forcibly suppressed and killed the Peach Blossom God. However, the strength of the Peach Blossom God is only the 9th grade ghost. That is, the strength of the 9th grade demon. The difference in strength is not a little bit, and it is very challenging. After entering Niobei Mountain, this black wolf demon rushed straight to the direction of Lijia village, and the fierce wolf head was full of hostility. On the night of the 15th, I suppressed and killed a black wolf demon. Could this black wolf demon be the elder of the black wolf demon at the beginning? Now it comes to seek revenge? In Li Qingshan's mind, the 2 names of Black Wind Mountain and Black Wind King emerged again. This wolf demon and the previous wolf demon must be from Black Wind Mountain, right? As for whether it is the Black Wind King, I don't know. We can't let this black wolf monster get too close to the village. If it is accidentally injured, it will be terrible. After all, every villager in the village can provide a lot of incense for himself every day, and there can be no mistakes. The clouds are heavy, and the skylark is going out, riding the wind and following the shadow. Listen to my command. The skylark rises. As soon as Li Qingshan finished speaking, The magic weapon Skylark changed in the wind and turned into a white cloud in front of Li Qingshan.
Puff.
The next moment, the Skylark immediately turned into a breeze and flew forward, but it looked like a cloud. But the speed was not slow. Not long after, Li Qingshan stopped on the path that the black wolf monster must pass. The sky thunder is drawn, and the purple lightning condenses. The sharp edge of the fingertips breaks the 3 elixirs. The mysterious thunder jade brews the world and shocks the world, and the finger method circles the thunder and breaks the cloud screen. The spell calls the thunder spirit word by word, and the ghosts and monsters are shocked. Thunder Finger. Before the black wolf demon rushed over, Li Qingshan directly prepared an attack method, and his defensive magic had already been used.
Asoyo shield saron didlik vingshanes bode.
This is easy. The power of thunder wrapped around Li Qingshan's fingertips, emitting a powerful destructive breath. It's getting closer. The black wolf demon is getting closer and closer to him. It's coming.
Go.
The next moment, Li Qingshan shouted angrily, and the thunder in his 2 hands was instantly released, turning into 2 thunders and shooting towards the black wolf demon rushing forward. Roar, roar, roar. The black wolf demon, which exuded an extremely fierce aura, immediately sensed the danger coming and immediately roared, twisting to the side with all his strength, intending to avoid Li Qingshan's attack. Unfortunately, Li Qingshan was unexpected and too fast, and the black wolf demon didn't react at all. Now he dodged in a hurry and was finally hit by one of the thunder fingers that brushed his fur.
Pa.
A flash of fire and an explosion sounded, and the black wolf demon's body instantly fell to the ground, and its black hair had become burnt. However, because of the powerful blood protection, it was not directly killed by Li Qingshan.
Ugh.
Even so, a mouthful of blood spurted out of the wolf's mouth, and the smell of burnt hair wafted throughout the forest.
Ah.
Village god, how dare you attack me? Do you know that I am a demon from Blackwind Mountain? The black wolf demon who was hit by Li Qingshan's lightning finger roared again, suppressing the severe pain in his body, and shouted at Li Qingshan. After being hit by Li Qingshan's lightning finger, the combat power was sharply reduced. The big demon looked at Li Qingshan with a hint of fear in his eyes and planned to report his background. My villagers need some meat to supplement their nutrition. You are a big monster.
Contribute.
Thunder was entangled with his fingertips again, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. Originally, he thought that the Thunder Finger and the Thunder Flag with the word Jun were not enough to deal with the 7th grade monster, and he needed to use the Thunder Induction technique to have a chance to kill it. Now, it seems that as long as the sneak attack is good, the Thunder Finger is enough to kill it. His own strength is only that of a middle-grade wild god. The realm difference between him and this black wolf monster is really a bit too much, and Li Qingshan can't help but be cautious. Now it seems that it is not necessary. Today, the villagers under his command can be regarded as having a good meal. At that time, he will also send a little bit to Xiaoyu village, and I believe that the degree of faith will also increase dramatically, right? You force me. Seeing that Li Qingshan was ready to kill him, the 7th grade monster shouted angrily, and then saw Claw take out a black thing from the hair under his body and put it into his mouth. The next moment, he immediately fell to the ground and rolled over, as if he had suffered extremely strong injuries. Humph! Li Qingshan snorted coldly, but he would not miss this good opportunity and immediately launched another attack on him. While you are sick, I will kill you. If I don't attack you now, will I wait for you to recover? The Thunder Finger condensed out. The thunder-emitting destructive power came out from the finger and flew straight towards the black wolf monster at an incredibly fast speed. The lethality was amazing. Feeling the extreme sense of crisis, the black wolf monster showed a trace of fear, endured the pain in his flesh, and hurriedly rolled to the side.
Pa.
The Thunder Finger fell on the ground, and a bush was instantly shattered by the power of thunder, emitting bursts of burnt smell.
Ah.
The black wolf demon roared, and fierce bloody energy spurted out of his mouth. The bones all over his body began to make crackling sounds, and his eyes were severely bloodshot. The chi and blood in his body increased rapidly. The 7th grade demon has now become a 6th grade demon. Village god, you forced me to do this. Although the earth pills given by the king can gain tremendous power once taken, the backlash is also very serious. But it doesn't matter. I can always make it up. The Black Wolf demon, who had just temporarily broken through to become a 6th grade great demon, had a hint of excitement on his ferocious face. He stared at Li Qingshan in front of him and said disdainfully, 6th and 7th grades. Although there is only a small realm difference, the gap is not small. 9th, 8th, and 7th grades are considered to be the early stages of great demons. 6th, 5th, and 4th grades are considered to be in the middle stages of great demons. This is not just the difference between 7th and 6th grades. It is also the difference between the early stage of great demons and the middle stage of great demons. The Black Wolf demon's strength skyrocketed, and he was full of confidence when looking at Li Qingshan in front of him. Just now, if it weren't for the sudden sneak attack by this despicable village god, it is still unknown who will win. Now his strength has been improved, and it is easy to kill this despicable village god.
Puff.
As the Black Wolf demon finished speaking, Li Qingshan's lightning finger flew over again at an incredible speed. The might of divine thunder shook the world. The flag rose between the clouds, shocking all directions. The thunder flags appeared, and the thunder in the sky was shining. The thunder flag with the word Jun on it was out. Then, a blue flag in Li Qingshan's hand swelled in the wind and slowly flew into the clouds in the sky. The lightning elements around it quickly condensed, and Li Qingshan gathered the power of his thunder finger a few points faster. Ao. The Black Wolf demon roared and rushed towards Li Qingshan again. After entering the realm of the 6th grade great demon, the strength of the Black Wolf demon really increased greatly, and its speed and reaction ability were far beyond what before. Li Qingshan's several lightning fingers missed and did not hit. However, he did not care. There was a flash of calmness in his eyes, and he was still outputting lightning fingers, but he wanted to see the fighting style of this Black Wolf demon. As long as he protects Lijia village for one day, sooner or later, he will go to kill the Black Wind King. First, use this wolf demon to familiarize himself with the fighting style. After all, they are of the same race and on the same mountain, so the fighting style should be similar. After several fights, the Black Wolf demon found a problem. He couldn't take down this despicable village god for a while. But the effect of his medicine is about to wear off. At this moment, the Black Wolf demon deliberately exposed a flaw, and Li Qingshan's lightning finger fell on the Black Wolf demon, bursting out a brilliant light and lightning. And an explosion. The whole body of the Black Wolf demon flew backwards like a cannonball.
Hit.
Something is wrong. Li Qingshan frowned slightly, but immediately realized that something was wrong with this matter. He circulated the magic power in his body and prepared to dodge. Sure enough, a beam of blood shot out from the mouth of the Black Wolf demon. Its speed was faster than that of Li Qingshan's thunderfinger, and it was full of blood evil spirit. If you look closely, you can find out. The thing wrapped in blood evil is actually the life-saving wolf demon that the Black Wolf demon has been refining for decades. It is best at sneak attacks at critical moments. Once used, it needs to be refined again. And this wolf demon, the gathering of the Black Wolf demon's decades of blood and energy, once it is spit out, the blood in the body will be greatly depleted. Decades of precipitation. Full of power. The sense of crisis came instantly, and Li Qingshan's eyes revealed a solemn look. A dull voice sounded, and the wolf Feng fell on Li Qingshan's earth shield. At this moment, Li Qingshan truly witnessed the horror of the earth shield. Facing the Black Wolf demon's decades of precipitation, it actually lowered its resistance for a moment. And Li Qingshan also dodged at this time, and the wolf Feng that had been sacrificed for decades brushed past his body. At the same time, another lightning finger shot towards the Black Wolf demon. How is it possible? The black wolf demon who had been hit by the lightning finger was startled, and a look of horror flashed in his eyes. He couldn't believe what he saw was real. The wolf Fong that he had sacrificed for decades. Just like that, it was dodged. Li Qingshan's lightning finger landed on the black wolf demon's body again. There was a snapping sound, and a puff of green smoke rose from the black wolf demon's body again. The air was filled with the aroma of meat. Black wolf demon.
Dead.
There is earth in the 5 elements, thick and peaceful. Obey my command and protect me. Earth's shield. Li Qingshan's internal magic power circulated, and another earth shield floated in front of Li Qingshan. After taking a closer look, he found that there was no damage on the top, so he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Every time it is condensed, it will be as new as before. This is the first time Li Qingshan has witnessed the ultimate defense of the Earth's shield, how strong it is. Of course, this is not the upper limit of the Earth's shield. As his strength continues to grow, the defense of the Earth's shield will continue to increase.
Growth.
Li Qingshan found the wolf Fong that the black wolf demon spat out. This wolf Fong is extremely strong. If it is made into a weapon, it must be good.
Then
he dragged the body of the black wolf demon and hurried back to Lijia village. The flesh and blood of this big demon is enough to rapidly increase the strength of the 3 temple officials under his command. Combined with his own incense pills, it will surely not take long for his strength to be raised to the martial arts master level. In addition, Li Qingshan plans to find some of the sacrificial girls he rescued and train them to be temple officials. After all, he now has too few temple officials. In the future, some daily affairs, I can't take charge of everything, and these temple officials will always be needed to solve them. Wake up. Before Li Qingshan rushed back to the mountain god temple, he noticed that the yellow-skinned fox in the mountain god temple had woken up. At this moment, it was looking around vigilantly and constantly sniffing the air. There was a bit of panic in its eyes. He had to hurry. After returning to the mountain god temple, Li Qingshan threw the body of the black wolf demon in the back hall and rushed to the yellow-skinned fox's room. Benefactor? As soon as Li Qingshan appeared, the yellow-skinned fox showed a hint of surprise and kowtowed to Li Qingshan.
Well.
Li Qingshan nodded and then said, "How is your injury recovery?" Injury? As soon as Li Qingshan finished speaking, the yellow-skinned fox showed a dejected look on his face and said, "When I was seriously injured, I forced someone to ask for a title, which hurt my foundation. If someone hadn't fed me elixirs during my coma, I would have died in a coma. Now that I can wake up, I'm afraid I won't live for more than 3 days."
Speaking of this,
the yellow-skinned man revealed a fear of death. Who doesn't fear death? I do have a way to protect you from death. Do you want to consider it? Li Qingshan looked the yellow-skinned man up and down and said, "Protect me from death?" As soon as Li Qingshan finished speaking, he saw a gleam of light in the yellow-skinned man's eyes and said, "Really? I have a magical thing here. I only need to grab a wisp of your residual soul, and I can make you immortal. Even if your soul is broken apart, I can hold the scroll to call back your soul and cultivate in the magic scroll to restore your strength. But once you enter the magic scroll, everything will have to obey my orders. How about it?" Li Qingshan looked at the yellow-skinned man in front of him and asked, "Immortality? Even if the soul is shattered, one can still live." As soon as Li Qingshan finished speaking, the yellow-skinned man fell into shock and surprise. He couldn't believe whether what Li Qingshan said was true or false. What a joke. In this world, who dares to say that he is immortal? Even those emperors with earth-shaking military power can do nothing. In the end, they can't resist the erosion of time and turn into yellow earth, right? Don't talk about this kind of thing to a yellow-skinned man like himself. Tell any monster, a person, or a ghost. He won't believe it. Even ghosts will be scattered with the passage of time. That's right. What shocked the yellow-skinned man the most was that this person actually said that even if his soul was scattered, he could use a mysterious thing to collect his soul and then cultivate and restore his strength. How is this possible? There is no such thing in the world. Benefactor, you. Don't lie to the little monster. I know that my fate is determined. From the moment I escaped from the little monster, I expected this day to come. The yellow-skinned man sighed, and there seemed to be a trace of regret in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by stubbornness. You will die within 3 days. It's a miserable life anyway. Why not give it a try? Li Qingshan said with a smile. A 7th grade great demon. If he could recruit it under his command, many troubles could be dealt with by this yellow-skinned creature. Therefore, Li Qingshan still wanted to recruit it under his command. This yellow-skinned creature seemed to be a female. This title was also against the will of heaven. It could be directly promoted from a 1st grade wild demon to a 7th grade great demon. If this yellow-skinned creature had not been seriously injured at the time, I don't know if its strength could be improved to be even more terrifying. That makes sense. What do you need me to do? The yellow-skinned creature thought about it and felt that what Li Qingshan said made sense, so he asked. Don't resist. As soon as Li Qingshan finished speaking, the human divine scroll immediately appeared in front of Li Qingshan, emitting bursts of immortal mist, surrounded by countless spiritual energy, which was quite strange. Seeing this, the yellow-skinned creature was also surprised and said, "What a remarkable treasure." Then, Li Qingshan chanted an incantation. A cold wind blows in the dark night, and the soul leads the spiritual silk around the 9 layers. The sound of the heart mantra is whispered, and the mysterious incantation is used to open the mysterious connection. Pick up the soul thread of the other party and put it into the secret chord of my volume. A halo of immortals enveloped the yellow-skinned man in front of him. Then, he carried a wisp of soul back to the human scroll. At this moment, the yellow-skinned man could clearly feel that a wisp of his soul was integrated into the human scroll. Those who enter the scroll, Huangjia Daxian from now on, your divine name is Huangjia Daxian. You can build a temple to enjoy incense, consume incense to improve your strength, or you can improve your strength in the old way. Li Qingshan said, looking at the god's title displayed on the divine scroll. After Madame Wu Gu entered the scroll, she could only seek incense to improve her strength. But Huang Xianer is different. Huang Xianer has a physical body and can rely on the previous methods to improve her strength, and what is improved is also the power of blood and qi. If a warrior enters the divine scroll, the same is true. As for the incense obtained by seeking food, it can be transformed into blood and qi for one's own practice. Of course, if the physical body is destroyed, one can only seek incense from the human world to improve strength like Madame Wu Gu. It seems so. The way of the Yin ghosts is the way that incense cannot be integrated, but the martial arts and demon ways of the human world can indeed. Great Immortal Huang? This god's title is really good, and my name happens to be Huang Xianer. After Huang Xianer finished speaking, she circulated the qi and blood in her body to check her own injuries. Her originally calm and indifferent eyes gradually became shocked and excited.
This.
How is it possible? Huang Xianer could clearly feel that the injuries in her body were all restored at the moment of entering the scroll, as if a mysterious power had healed her injuries instantly. She didn't even notice it. My benefactor, my injuries have all recovered. This is amazing. Doesn't it mean that whenever I get injured in the future, I can use this treasure to recover from my injuries? Huang Xianer said in surprise. That's not the case. The immortal qi that plundered your soul healed your injuries. But you can only enter the scroll once. If you are injured in the future, either use elixirs to heal your injuries or recover on your own. Once you die, your physical body will be destroyed. I can only guarantee to search for your soul and let you recover. The soul is immortal, but the physical body is gone. Do you understand? Li Qingshan said seriously. You can still use the previous methods to improve your strength now. Once your physical body is destroyed, you can only seek for food from the world to improve your strength. I see. Then I have to protect my physical body.
Huang Xianer nodded seriously.
This Taoist master has one thing I don't understand. I have never heard of any monster in this world who can ask for a title. Why can you? Li Qingshan showed a puzzled look on his face, looking at Huang Xianer in front of him. This is a question that has puzzled Li Qingshan for a long time. That's right. In this world, no monster will ask for a title. But our clan is extremely special. Not only can we ask for a title, but we can also transform into a human form when we are little monsters. Huang Xianer said shockingly.
What?
You can transform into a human when you are a little monster? Li Qingshan was slightly stunned, with a little surprise on his face.
Swish.
Before Li Qingshan could react, he saw a yellow-skinned man in front of him emitting a yellow mist, and a young woman slowly appeared in front of Li Qingshan. She was wearing a yellow short skirt, revealing a pair of white and slender long legs, which was extremely attractive. A pair of jade feet, like works of art in the world, with beautiful curves and flawless, making people unable to help but hold them in their arms to appreciate them. The two furry animal ears seemed to be Huang Xianer's biggest weakness. A real beauty. Li Qingshan looked at Huang Xianer in front of him and raised his eyes. Really good. However, like other monsters, we need to consume a certain amount of blood and energy to maintain our human body. Generally, small monsters or wild monsters cannot maintain it for too long. Even in the big monster realm, it can only last for an hour. Huang Xianer said. Oh, 1 hour?
Li Qingshan frowned.
What can he do in 1 hour? Then he continued, if your strength improves, can the time you can maintain your human body be increased? Of course. Huang Xianer nodded seriously. Okay. Li Qingshan nodded with satisfaction and said, you will stay here for a while. From now on, your identity is the beast guarding the temple under the seat of Taiping Daozuan. At the same time, I will also tell the villagers your divine title. By the way, there are a few temple officials in my mountain god temple. I will let them come to see you later, so that they can get to know you better. Li Qingshan said. His body slowly disappeared from the spot, and when it appeared again, it was already behind Li Xiaoshu. At this moment, Li Xiaoshu was refining the incense pill. Li Qingshan cast a magic power on Li Xiaoshu, and he slowly fell asleep. After using the dream-inducing technique, he entered Li Xiaoshu's dream. Lord Mountain God. When Li Xiaoshu saw Li Qingshan, a look of respect flashed across his face. Li Qingshan told Li Xiaoshu about Huang Xianer and the black wolf monster in the back hall, and asked him to deal with it, and then left Li Xiaoshu's dream. After returning to the statue, Li Qingshan began to continue refining the land. In addition to refining the land of the village, Li Qingshan also planned to refine some of the land on the mountainside, not just Niubei Mountain. Behind Lijia village is the land of wild mountains. In the depths of the mountains, there live countless powerful monsters. These monsters will not always be law-abiding. They often rush out to harass the people or absorb the people's essence. Some powerful monsters are incredibly fast. If you just reacted but couldn't deal with it, before he could evacuate the villagers, the monster had already arrived at Lijia village, which was a problem. So he had to refine more mountains so that if there was a monster attacking, he could sense it in advance. More importantly, in the future, as the villagers hunted every day, the hunters nearby would soon be hunted out. At that time, he could only go deep into the mountains. If his hunters were in danger, he would not know, let alone rescue them. Every loss of a hunter is a lot of incense. What's more, on the refined land, his strength can be increased, otherwise it is not easy to kill the 7th grade black wolf monster.
Start now.
Refine the land of the mountains and the village, do both. Li Xiaoshu first brought Li Langni and Li Xiaoxing to see Huang Xianer, who had transformed into a human form in the room, and then saw Huang Xianer transformed into a yellow-skinned animal again. The 4 women got along very well. They also called the villagers and told them that this was the guardian beast of the mountain temple, the Huang family fairy, and they needed to treat it with respect in the future. Everyone dared not underestimate Huang Xianer. The guardian beast of the mountain god must be a demon, not an ordinary yellow-skinned animal. I dare not offend it. Moreover, it is now the guardian beast of the mountain god.
Then,
Li Xiaoshu returned to the back hall and worked with Li Langni to deal with the body of the black wolf monster. All the bones were thrown aside, and all the flesh and blood were processed. After practicing martial arts, the appetite will become bigger. Unfortunately, the wolf skin was destroyed. Otherwise, whether it was made into a wolf skin coat or sold, it could get a high price. Noon. A pot of black wolf meat soup was quickly cooked. After the 3 temple officials, including Huang Xianer, ate and drank to their heart's content, Li Xiaoshu carried another pot of black wolf meat soup and walked towards the straw houses next to the mountain god temple. Aunt Zhu, Xiaosui, call them all over. After Li Xiaoshu said that, Aunt Zhu and Xiaosui hurriedly called everyone over, including a dozen sacrificial girls and more than 30 people from Zhujia village. The mountain god said, "You have been frightened these days, and the next few days will probably be very hard, so I specially gave you a pot of black wolf demon meat soup, 1 bowl for each person." Li Xiaoshu said with a tone full of respect for Li Qingshan. Black wolf demon meat soup? I didn't expect that we could actually drink demon meat soup. I heard that even in Haima town, only wealthy families can drink it. Demon meat soup is more nourishing than ordinary meat soup, but demons are difficult to hunt, and ordinary people can't even afford to eat meat. How can they afford to eat the flesh and blood of this demon? Thank you, Lord Mountain God. Yes, thank you, Lord Mountain God. Thank you, Lord Mountain God. I didn't expect that Lord Mountain God would still think of us at this time. It's really indebted. Xiaosui, Hongdo, and Aunt Zhu looked at the black wolf demon meat soup in front of them and sighed secretly. The people behind them were also grateful for the gift of Lord Mountain God, and everyone's faith was growing rapidly and soaring. Li Xiaoshu distributed a bowl of meat soup to each person, which was fragrant and tempting, and there were several pieces of black wolf demon meat in it. It was really luxurious. When Xiaosui and Aunt Zhu drank the hot meat soup, their mood immediately improved, and their faith in the mountain god rose even more. Finally, Li Qingshan's 4th die-hard believer appeared. Xiaosui. This girl who was saved twice by Li Qingshan and helped him fulfill a wish. Li Qingshan, who was refining the land, slowly opened his eyes and smiled. It was really a blessing in disguise. The 4th one finally appeared. Xiaosui held the hammer. At this moment, Li Qingshan exclaimed softly. The 5th die-hard believer also appeared? Aunt Zhu? The female warrior who led Zhujia village to escape?
Well,
not only did I save her, but I also saved all the remaining survivors of Zhujia village and took them in.
So,
Aunt Zhu's gratitude to me is no less than Xiaosui's. Becoming the 5th die-hard believer. It's also normal. Aunt Zhu doesn't know how many die-hard believers there are in this group of people. Die-hard believers can provide a minimum of 50 points of incense every day and a maximum of 200 points of incense. Tonight, I can go into my dream and ask these 2 if they are willing to become my temple officials. Shangha Village. The village chiefs of Dainyu Village and Hainyu Village led a group of people and hurried to Shangha Village. However, when the 2 village chiefs saw the tragic scene in Shangha Village, they were all stunned.
what?
What was going on? Shangha Village. There were charred bodies everywhere and a large number of houses and ancestral halls that had not been completely burned but were only emitting black smoke. Shangha Village. Was the village massacred? At this moment, the village chiefs of Dainyu Village and Hainyu Village were pale, looked at each other, and felt their legs go weak. Massacre. Ordinary villagers had never seen such a situation. Even the village chiefs of the 2 villages felt fear and shock. What's more, it was Shangha Village that was massacred. This is a village with good strength among the nearby villages. Whether it is the gods in the village or the number of warriors nurtured in the village, they are all very impressive. The river god is slightly stronger than the gods in Dainyu Village and slightly weaker than the gods in Hainyu Village. But now the entire village. No one survived. Oh my god, Shangha Village was massacred. Who did this? Could it be that Shangha Village has offended some enemies? Village hunting sacrifice. Just like Zhujia Village in the past, some villages or forces choose to take risks and directly capture all the people in a village, let the village gods drain their energy, and then work for the village. This is strictly prohibited by the government. Once discovered, the whole village will be executed. And there must be more than one warrior. Otherwise, there must be someone who can run away to report to the authorities, but looking at the situation in front of us, no one has run away. Too cruel, too cruel. Village chief, this couldn't be done by bandits? At this time, a young man suddenly spoke up. Bandits? Hiss. Nyo Shuhei's voice fell, and everyone at the scene couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, and their hearts were chilled again. The fear of bandits in the hearts of the villagers is engraved in their bones. They kill without blinking an eye. In the past, there were bandits in the nearby area, burning, killing, looting, and doing all kinds of evil. I don't know how many women were robbed and used as livestock. That year, I don't know how many villagers died under the knife of the bandits. If it weren't for the government's action later, I'm afraid that all the nearby villages would have been killed. I didn't expect that after many years. Bandits came out again. But think about it, it's true. The famine has been going on for several years, and bandits should have emerged as the times require. In addition, it's the end of the dynasty now. Alas, the people are suffering. Hey Nyo village chief, let's go back quickly? Said Dainyu village chief. Well, let's go back first. Hey Nyo village chief nodded solemnly and hurriedly led the villagers towards a village. Bandits kill without blinking an eye. The villagers must be notified in advance, and people must be sent to stand guard at night. Once discovered, the villagers must be notified immediately, and everyone must hide or run away as soon as possible. As for the river god who makes rain, forget it. The river god may have been killed, so what river god can still make rain? The village chiefs of the two villages left this place in a hurry, ran back to their own villages, and summoned the villagers to announce the matter to everyone. They must find a good hiding place so that once the bandits come, they can have a glimmer of hope. As for the village god, the river god who is no less powerful than their own village has been slaughtered, and the village god of their own village may not be a match. Everyone hurry back to find a good hiding place. If you really can't find it, dig a cellar quickly. The village chief of Hei Nyo village said. Village chief, I have a question. However, at this time, a young man named Nyo Shuhei said, the problem of rain on our farmland has not been solved. If this problem cannot be solved, even if we avoid the bandits' massacre, we will starve to death sooner or later. Yes, village chief, if the problem of drought in crops is not solved, we will die sooner or later. Other villagers also spoke up. Solve it? How to solve it? The river god has been killed. How can it be solved? Our village god can't make rain? Tomorrow, all the villagers will go to fetch water and water the land. If we water only a part of the land, some people will be able to survive. The village chief of Hainyu village was also full of helplessness on his face, and he was irritable and shouted angrily. Village chief, something is wrong. If the river god was slaughtered, how can a rain in the neighboring Xiaonyu village today be made?
Who made it for them?
Could it be that someone else did it? Nyo Shuhei suddenly thought of the problem and spoke up. Yes, the river god is dead. Who can make it rain in Xiaonyu village? Village chief, why don't we go to Xiaonyu village and ask? Maybe there are other ways to make it rain? After hearing what Nyo Shuhei said, the villagers came to their senses and spoke up. The chief of Hainyu village nodded and said, that's right, the rain in Xiaonyu village is really too strange. Let's go and ask and see if there is any way to make it rain in Hainyu village as well. Immediately, the village chief of Hainyu village led the villagers to set off again, and the target was Xiaonyu village. By coincidence, the village chief of Dainyu village also discovered the problem and was rushing towards Xiaonyu village. The two village chiefs looked at each other and walked together in perfect agreement. When the two village chiefs arrived at the entrance of the village, they found that there was no one at the entrance of Xiaonyu village. They were a little surprised. Where did the people in Xiaonyu village go? The vacant land in the village was discovered. All the villagers in Xiaonyu village were building houses, but this house didn't look like it was for people to live in. Two village chiefs, why did you come to Xiaonyu village? The village chief of Xiaonyu village came over, looked at the two village chiefs opposite, and said, Brother, let's not beat around the bush. The main reason we come here is to ask you a question. The village chief of Hainiu village had a somewhat humble look on his face and said in a flattering tone, "You want to ask how our village gets rain in the morning, right?" At this moment, Niu Shujing, a young man, came over and said, "That's right. How did it rain in your village in the morning?" The village chief of Dainiu village asked hurriedly. If it were in the past, the village chief of Xiaoniu village and Niu Shujing would naturally be unwilling to say it. Even if they were willing to say it, the other party would have to pay some price. But this time is different. Lord Mountain God, too, I want to expand my influence and increase my followers, so I naturally have to help with more publicity. In this way, I can get more protection from the Mountain God. There is a Mountain God in Lijia village who can provide rain, but there are several requirements for the Mountain God to provide rain. The first condition is that the whole village goes to offer incense to the Mountain God. The second condition is to build a village temple in the village to worship the Mountain God. The third condition is that from now on, we must offer incense to the Mountain God every day. As long as these three conditions are fulfilled, the Mountain God will provide you with rain. Our village has just started building a Taoist temple, and the Mountain God will provide us with rain. Niu Shujing said, "Burn incense, build a temple, burn incense every day." After Niu Shujing finished speaking, the village chiefs of Dainiu village and Hainiu village were slightly startled, with a look of surprise and doubt on their faces.
So
Simple? No, do you want to offer sacrifices? The village chief of Dainiu village asked. The gods spreading rain, resisting foreign enemies, or doing other things all require strength. These powers can only be replenished with essence. In this world, how can there be a god who doesn't work with energy? Are you kidding me? As long as the villagers offer incense? It's like someone telling you that men are not interested in women. Of course not. Look at my maverick village. Are there any sacrifices going out? Niu Shujing continued. If the Mountain God hadn't wanted to expand his influence and recruit more followers, I would never have told your village about this kind of thing. If you don't believe it, go to Lijiakan for verification. Let us go quickly. Don't delay our construction of the mountain temple. Niu Shujing said with an impatient look. Lijia village, Mountain God? The two village chiefs of Dainiu village and Hainiu village looked at each other and hurried in the direction of Lijia village. After this day of hard work, it was already evening. Lijia village. Today's hunting is over, and Hunter Lee has returned with the young men in the village. All the prey on Nyobe Mountain has been hunted in the past 2 days, and if there are any, they are only some hidden hares. For small wild animals like this, Hunter Lee took his people deep into some other mountains. The harvest was quite good. After all, hunting as a group is more efficient than hunting alone, especially when setting traps. Yesterday, dozens of traps were set, and 2 rabbits and 2 pheasants were caught in the traps alone. In addition, 1 deer and 2 civets were caught with bows and arrows. There are more than 40 non-venomous snakes and 3 venomous snakes, some wild fruits, and some firewood. It is definitely a good harvest today. Put all the processed flesh into 2 large pots. It's an absolute great supplement. As for the black wolf demon that Li Qingshan hunted, it would be better for the warriors to cultivate. These common people can only go home and honor their wives. There is no need to waste it. The big iron pot that was set up was boiling, and the smell of meat gradually floated around, making people salivate. Outside Zhongzi's civet village, the village chiefs of Hainiu village and Dainiu village immediately arrived at Lijia village. I smell the rich aroma of meat in the air, which is refreshing and makes my soul tremble. It smells so good. Village chief, it smells like broth. Niu Shuhei smelled the smell in the air and said, "In these days, can the people of Lijia village afford broth? Isn't it too luxurious?" The village chief of Hainiu village had a look of surprise on his face and said, "Let's go and see what's going on." Village chief, could it be that this Lijia villager killed the animals in the village? Do I remember that there is a mule in Lijia village? It's really possible. Could it be that the mule died of illness? The villagers from the 2 villages walked towards the village one after another, but before they could walk a few steps, they were blocked by people from Lijia village. They could only go in after explaining their purpose. Soon, a group of people walked to the empty space in the middle of the village. On the ground, the firewood was burning, and the broth above was boiling. The refreshing fragrance wafted out of the big pot. The people in the two villages were playing with it and chatting, and everyone's face was darker than before. People in Nyo village and Dainyu village should be ruddy and cheerful. Gulu. Both the villagers in Hainyu village and Dainyu village, like the people in Lijia village and Wangjia village, have not tasted meat in a year or two. They eat bran-thick vegetables every day. Even so, I can only eat half full, and I can only eat a full meal when the farming is busy. There is no fat in my stomach. Now, it is absolutely impossible to have no thoughts in my heart. Brother, what kind of meat are you cooking in Lajayakan? So fragrant? Nyo Shuhei took a step forward, looked at the villagers of Lijia village who were leading the way, and asked, "What kind of meat doesn't taste good when cooked?" The villagers in Lajayakan smiled and said, "This is the prey that our Lajayakan and Wangjayakan brought back from hunting in the mountains today." Go hunting in the mountains? After the villagers finished speaking, the village chiefs of Hainyu village and Dainyu village were slightly startled, with a look of shock on their faces. The village chief of Hainyu village couldn't help but said, "Young man, are you kidding me? The mountains behind us are the hills of the Ma family in Black Horse Town. If you want to go hunting in the mountains, you must pay 80% of the prey to them, and you can only keep 20%. You two pots have a lot of prey. How many prey must be hunted to keep these two pots of prey? Besides, one day? I don't believe it." Not only the village chief of Hainyu village didn't believe it, but also the village chief of Dainyu village and other villagers didn't believe that there were so many preys with only 20% left. The villagers of Lijia village saw more than a dozen people. All of them, they all stared at themselves with puzzled faces and couldn't help but laugh. "You guys are so smart that you are fooled by your cleverness. Why should you give the prey you hunt to the Ma family? Why give it to the Ma family? Because it's the top of the mountain of the Ma family," Nyo Shuhei said. "Ha! The top of the mountain does belong to the Ma family, but the animals on the mountain do not belong to the Ma family. You people came to our Lijia village and stood on the land of our Lijia village. Are you the people of our Lijia village? The birds flying over our heads in Lijia village are the birds in our Lijia village? Of course, these are not the most important. The most important thing is that we are protected by the mountain god, and the mountain god has said that anyone in the Ma family who dares to cause trouble will be killed without sparing anyone. What the Hades? This hilltop belongs to them. Whoever has the toughest fist belongs to him." The villagers in Lijia village snorted and clenched their fists. Whose fist is stronger? Whose is it? It really makes sense. The Hainyu village and the Dainyu village looked at each other, nodded, and looked at the villagers waiting to drink the meat soup with envy. I don't know when Hainyu village and Dainyu village will be treated like this, and the whole village can drink meat soup together. At the same time, I also secretly admire the courage of Lijia village. They even ignore the Ma family in Haima town. Aren't they afraid of the revenge of the Ma family? Anyway, the village chiefs of Dainyu village and Hainyu village, they absolutely dare not do this. They are not unaware of the power of the Ma family. The two village chiefs soon met the temple official of the mountain god temple. Li Lengni informed the two village chiefs of the conditions for the mountain god to make rain and protect them. No sacrifices are needed. Just burn incense, build a Taoist temple, and then burn incense every day, until you come out of Lijia village. The two village chiefs didn't dare to believe what they heard was true. Brother, do you think what the mountain god temple official said is true or false? The village chief of Hainyu village asked. This is the first time I've heard of a god that doesn't want sacrifices. But it's not up to us to build a temple in the village and worship a new god. In addition to persuading the villagers, we also need to inform the village god in our village. If the village god disagrees, we naturally can't worship the mountain god, said the village chief of Dainyu village. Village chief, didn't the temple official of the mountain god say that if the village god of our village disagrees, we should come to them to solve it? At this time, a villager spoke up. Shut up. However, as soon as the villager finished speaking, The village chief of Hainyu village began to curse. It's nothing more than the village god of Ligia village going to fight with our village god. But what if the mountain god doesn't win? Even if the mountain god wins and drives away our village god, or kills our village god, and becomes our village god and shows his fangs, how should we deal with it? So, this matter requires the village god of our village to agree. If the mountain god dares to show his fangs, naturally our village god will help solve it. The village chief of Hainyu village said. Many villagers nodded, thinking that what he said made some sense. Village chief, if our village really builds a temple for the mountain god, can we also go up the mountain to hunt and not give the Ma family a share? The meat is so delicious. We haven't eaten meat for more than a year. Another villager asked. Delicious. The meat is indeed delicious. Not only this villager, but other villagers also think so. Moreover, everyone has not eaten meat for a long time. Now recalling the delicious smell in the village, my stomach is still rumbling. Ligia village, what an enviable life. You think it's too simple. If the Ma family knows about the private hunting, can they be forgiven? Even if a village god can make rain, what does it have to do with strength? Besides, the Ma family is large in number and powerful. Not only do they have warriors, but they also have powerful clan gods. They are much more powerful than the village gods in our villages. What you see is meat. In fact, that is the life of the people in Ligia village. However, as long as the mountain god makes rain for us as soon as possible before Ligia village is slaughtered, it will have nothing to do with us. The village chief of Hainyu village spoke again. That makes sense. You are worthy of being the village chief. What you said makes sense. If that's the case, I really don't envy them in Ligia village. When in Ligia village, those villagers were so proud of cooking meat soup. Let's see how they will deal with the Ma family when they come to the door. It's going to be a good show. The villagers of Hainyu village and Dainyu village said one after another. After the villagers of the two villages returned to the village, they rushed straight to the village temple. Kneeling in front of the village temple, lighting incense sticks, curling green smoke floated out. The village chief of Hainyu village expressed his plea, hoping that the locust tree god would agree to build a new Taoist temple in the village and then let the villagers worship the new god. Mountain god. From now on, the villagers need to burn incense to this mountain god every day. Humph. However, as soon as the village chief of Hainyu village finished speaking, he saw a middle-aged man with a fierce face walking out of the statue, surrounded by yin energy all over his body, holding a wooden stick. His body was huge, like a black bear in the forest. He was violent and cruel. He looked at the head of the Black Bull village who was kneeling on the ground and said angrily, "How can you allow others to sleep soundly on your bed? This god disagrees with this matter. In public, this kind of thing should be agreed to, because the mountain god can make rain and solve the drought problem for the villagers. But in private, you married a wife, but you can't have children, so why do you want another man to do it? Even if it means cutting off your descendants, it is absolutely not allowed." The village. In the eyes of the village god, it is his private property. Isn't it just a drought? Can't the whole village work hard to irrigate a part of the area? After all, some food can be harvested. As for those who are going to starve to death, what should we do? Simple. Bringing them to absorb their essence will benefit yourself. Therefore, letting other gods interfere is something that no village god can tolerate. Yes, yes, yes. I know. The village chief of Hainyu village wanted to respond. If the mountain god was not invited, how could the drought problem in the village be solved? However, after seeing the furious look of the locust tree god, he stopped talking. Forget it. Raising such a thing has already angered the locust tree god, which is very disrespectful. If he dares to refute again, I'm afraid. But Lord Locust Tree God, if the drought problem in the village is not solved, at least half of the people in our village will not survive. Nyo Shuhei walked over from a distance, knelt in front of the Locust Tree God and begged, "Please, Lord Locust Tree God, give us a break and let us build a Taoist temple for the mountain god. Then the mountain god will not compete with you for the sacrifice." The sudden appearance of Nyo Shuhei startled the village chief of Hainyu village and the two elders who were kneeling on the ground. This young man was really too reckless. Humph. As expected. As soon as Nyo Shuhei finished speaking, he heard the locust tree god snort coldly, and a stream of inchi shot out from the locust tree staff in his hand, which landed heavily on Nyo Shuhei's lower abdomen. A dull sound rang out, and Nyo Shujing felt as if his lower abdomen was hit by a sledgehammer and his whole body flew backwards. He fell heavily to the ground, stirring up dust all over the ground. He fell to the ground and kept struggling, and then he could no longer get up. Seeing this, the village chief and two elders of Hainyu village were immediately frightened and trembled all over. I'll teach you a lesson today. If you dare to talk nonsense again, this god will absorb your essence. After saying that, the locust tree god turned into a stream of inchi, slowly sank into the statue in front of him, and disappeared. Hainyu village, Dainyu village. The result is the same. The village god absolutely prohibits other gods from entering. In desperation, the village chief had no choice but to announce that starting tomorrow, all the villagers would go to the mountain pond to fetch water to irrigate the wheat seedlings and then irrigate some of the cultivated land. This time, I'm afraid at least half of the villagers will not be able to survive.
Night.
The sky gradually darkened. The villagers of Hainyu village and Dainyu village gathered together. If you look closely, you can see that they are all young people. The two leading young men each hold a candle in their hands. Nyo Shuhei, has the village god of your village agreed? Nyo Shuda from Dainyu village asked. No. What about your village? Nyo Shuhei shook his head and asked. No. These village gods don't care about our life or death. They don't regard us as human beings at all. They regard us as their livestock, the livestock they raise. Humph. Nyo Shuda snorted coldly, his face full of anger, and said, Nyo Shuhei, we must do something for the village. In Lijia village. On one side of the mountain temple, several thatched houses have been preliminarily built. The people of Jujia village and the sacrificial girls have moved into one thatched house. At least, life is guaranteed. Safety is not a big problem. After all, Huang Xianer and the three temple officials all live in the mountain temple, and any disturbance can be detected at the first time. What's more, there is Li Qingshan. In a thatched house, several girls with beautiful bodies were lying together in a twisted state. Among them was Li Qingshan's target this time, Xiao Sui. After Li Qingshan finished a day of refining the land, he chanted a spell, Dream-Inducing Technique. The spirit dream leads to the spirit, and the soul travels to the 9 spirits. I will use the magic technique to lead the dream to the future. Hurry up and act as the law commands. The spirit dream leads to the spirit. As soon as the spell fell, Li Qingshan entered Xiao Sui's dream and led her over. This dream-inducing technique is absolutely a supernatural power. No matter where the believers are, they only need to use the dream-inducing technique to enter their dreams directly. Of course, the higher the degree of faith of the believers, the easier it is to enter their dreams, the higher the success rate, and the longer the stay time. After Li Qingshan practiced again and again, the success rate of entering the dream is getting higher and higher. Facing the die-hard believers, there will be no mistakes. Even for fanatic believers, there is a 90% chance. Xiao Sui felt that his soul was floating, slowly drifting forward, out of control.
Soon,
a figure appeared in front of him, wearing a yellow Taoist robe. Lord Mountain God, Xiao Sui said with a look of piety and respect on her face. Xiao Sui, I came to you in my dream today for only one thing. Now the Mountain God Temple is still short of temple officials. I wonder if you are willing? Li Qingshan looked at Xiao Sui in front of him and asked, Temple official? As soon as Li Qingshan finished speaking, Xiao Sui's face showed a touch of surprise and he nodded and said, Of course I am willing. Xiao Sui couldn't ask for it. As a die-hard believer, being able to become a temple official of Lord Mountain God is naturally what Xiao Sui dreams of. I have a list here which is the name of the body, refining exercises. You choose one, and I will teach it to you. After Li Qingshan said this, a magic power condensed, and a large amount of text appeared out of thin air in front of him, floating in front of him.
This.
Xiaosui looked at the words floating in front of her eyes, frowned slightly, and said with an embarrassed look on her face, "Lord Mountain God, Xiaosui can't read." Can't read? Li Qingshan forgot about this. The three women learned some literacy, but they couldn't recognize all of them. This is a troublesome thing. It's impossible for me to teach them all in the future, right? If there is a magical power, it can directly infuse the skills into the minds of believers. Which skills do you want to choose? I'll help you look. Li Qingshan asked. Is there any powerful one? Xiaosui likes powerful ones.
Xiaosui thought about it and said,
This one. Dragon Elephant Hammer skill. Li Qingshan thought about it and chose a suitable skill for Xiaosui. Thank you, Lord Mountain God. Xiaosui didn't know what this technique was like, but as long as it was given by Lord Mountain God, she would be happy. I'll tell you, you practice, remember the mind method, and moves first. After saying that, Li Qingshan began to teach Xiaosui to practice the Dragon Elephant Hammer technique. This girl was extremely talented in martial arts. After an hour, she had already mastered the basics and was able to practice some simple moves and mind methods by herself. Then, Li Qingshan used the dream-inducing technique to enter Aunt Zhu's dreamland and asked if she was willing to become her temple official. Of course I am willing. Aunt Zhu nodded seriously and said, being able to become a temple official of Lord Mountain God is what I want most. Although you are a warrior, the techniques you practice are too rough. I have some techniques here, you can choose one to practice. After Li Qingshan said that, the magic power gathered and condensed a large number of words in front of him, each of which was the name of a technique.
This.
So many? Aunt Zhu was slightly startled. A look of shock flashed across her face. Apart from other things, just the names of these bodybuilding exercises are very impressive. They are many times stronger than the Iron Fist Kung Fu that he practiced. What do you think? Seeing that Aunt Zhu was hesitant to make a choice, Li Qingshan asked again, You can't read either? Lord Mountain God, I can read, but there are too many exercises, and I am a little dazzled for a while. I practice swordsmanship, I'm used to it. This one. Ice Knife Cold Marrow Sutra. Aunt Zhu pointed to a name above, and her peach blossom eyes revealed a touch of excitement.
Okay,
Li Qingshan said, and then he took out the handwritten copy of the Ice Blade Cold Marrow Sutra and said, After you wake up, come to the altar of the Mountain God Temple and get it. In addition, there is another skill called Dragon Elephant Control Hammer skill, which is Xiaosui's skill. After you get it, give it to Xiaosui, and teach her the words on the skill to guide her practice. I didn't expect that Aunt Zhu could read. That's good, so I don't have to teach Xiaosui. If there are new temple officials in the future, they can be handed over to Aunt Zhu. Yes, Lord Mountain God. Aunt Zhu nodded. After Li Qingshan left Aunt Zhu's dream, he went to Li Hunter's dream again. Of course, he didn't let Li Hunter be a temple official, but a temple protector. I will not refuse the appointment of the Mountain God, Li Hunter said with a tragic look on his face. Then, Li Qingshan also gave Li Hunter a physical training skill, which was much more advanced than Li Hunter's longbow fist. The next day, the sun cast golden rays of light, falling on this dry and barren land. Countless desperate people looked at the cracked land and couldn't help but sighing to the sky. If there was no more rain, many people would really die. Black Horse Town, Ma's farmland. Walala. A lot of rain blew over with a gust of wind, falling on the endless farmland, moistening the land, and the wheat seedlings were extremely green. I guess they were watered frequently after the drought. This year is still a bumper year. On the bank of the Huangsha River, a god in blue clothes, with abundant energy, is circulating yin qi to spread a lot of water in the Huangsha River to the Ma's farmland. Just absorb the energy of hundreds of people in the Zhu family. The yin qi is extremely abundant, and his face is full of excitement because after absorbing a lot of energy, his strength has improved a lot. Drought, floods, insect plagues. Whether they can survive depends on their own abilities. For example, other wealthy families will even cooperate with mountain spirits and monsters to let them bring rain to their farmland. Some even use the method of controlling the earth to hijack the river water and dig underground culverts to backflow. Today's Ma family is not peaceful. In the solemn hall of the Ma family, there are exquisitely carved tables and chairs, and there are paintings by famous artists on the wall. A housekeeper is reporting to Master Ma about the recent situation in the family. This Master Ma is already old, but he has made great achievements in martial arts. Although he is old, he does not look decadent at all. I heard that he has to use a woman every night. Master, we have found clues about the annihilation of the Shangha village. It was done by a group of bandits from the Evil Dog village, and Shangha village was not the first target of this group of bandits. And several warriors who were sent to hunt down the remnants of Zhu village are missing. Rather than encountering an unexpected event, we must make plans early to avoid being reported to the higher-ups. Besides that, there is another small matter. The villagers of Li village did not pay their share of the money after going up the mountain to hunt. The housekeeper reported everything that happened in the past 2 days to the patriarch of the Ma family. What a troubled time. The master of the Ma family sighed helplessly and said, "The remnants of the Zhu family must be cleaned up. If they are reported to the higher-ups, according to the laws of the court, the clan god will be in danger. Remember, find the remnants of the Zhu family at all costs. Don't let any of them go. Kill them all. As for the bandits in Shangha village, find out where their lair is. They are so bold to dare to provoke our Ma family. As for the matter in Lijia village, find 2 clansmen, teach them a lesson, kill a few people, and bring their heads back to me and hang them in the vegetable market." "Yes, master, I'll do it right away." The housekeeper nodded solemnly and hurried down to deal with it. Aunt Zhu woke up early, and after thinking about the dream she had last night, she hurriedly got up and went to the mountain temple, and sure enough, she found 3 books of exercises on the altar. It turns out that dreams are all real. A flash of excitement flashed across Aunt Zhu's charming face. Thinking of the mountain god's instructions at that time, she picked up the 2 exercises and immediately went to find Xiaosui. From then on, there were 5 temple officials in the mountain god temple. Not long after, Li the hunter also came and took away the last exercise book on the altar. "Lord Mountain God, protect us. Don't let the village be massacred like Shangha village. I still want to live 2 more years." Li Qingshan can listen to the voices of believers when they burn incense. Li Qingshan will not satisfy personal desires unless there are some special circumstances. Only the livelihood issues of the group are what they need to solve. This kind of personal desire wish. Li Qingshan pretended not to hear it. 3 incense sticks and 6 concubines, he thought of it. Is this return on investment too high? Inside the statue, wisps of incense soaked into the body and began to refine the second of the 3 god tablets. As time passed, the black on the second god tablet became less and less, until the black on the second god tablet completely disappeared, turning into a whole earth yellow. The second god tablet was successfully refined. Congratulations to the host, successfully breaking through to the upper grade wild god realm. Upper grade wild god. At this moment, Li Qingshan could clearly feel the changes in the divine power in his body, which was more surging than before. Waiting for himself to refine the 3rd god tablet. Then he can break through to the next realm and level. Open the personal panel. Name, Li Qingshan. Divine title, Taoist typing. Incense, 0 strands. Divine position, mountain god. Strength, top grade wild god. Divine power, 2548/40,000. Divine power. Rain spell, dream-inducing spell, thunder finger, thunder-inducing spell, earth shield, incense concentrated mind method, Tianbao 100 refining method, 5 grain ripening spell, 5 grain insect repelling spell. Magical tools, Can character water flag, Jun character thunder flag, 100 ghost banner, stone nest for pounding medicine, earth furnace for refining treasures, skylark. Divine treasure, human god scroll, pounding medicine, Hemostatic pill, jade dew pill, 100 poison pill. Items. Believer's body refining method. The panel shows that his strength has entered the ranks of top-grade wild gods, and if he wants to break through to the next realm, he needs 40,000 incense sticks. According to the incense sticks he gets every day now, in less than half a month, he is enough to break through to the next realm. This speed of breaking through the realm is really amazing. When the believers came to burn incense today, Li Qingshan learned an important news from the villagers of Xiaoniu village. Shanghe village was massacred. As for who did it, it is unknown, but it is definitely not a hunting sacrifice in the village because the death is not the appearance of being drained of vitality. Shanghe village is related to Haima town. Ordinary forces will not provoke it. After all, they have to take into account the face of the Ma family in Haima town. Of course. Except for myself. Moreover, the silver and food in the village have been looted, and it is very likely that it was done by bandits. This drought has lasted for a long time, and no one knows when it will continue. Maybe the grain will really fail. By then, it must be for a bite of food, and they will do anything, sell their wives, sell their daughters, sell their vitality. People will completely become evil ghosts. At that time, they can't rob food. They must take advantage of this situation before it comes. Try to rob as much food and silver as possible and exchange silver for food. As the drought persists, silver is becoming less and less valuable. This is just a guess by Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan doesn't even know if there are bandits, but being able to massacre Shanghe village shows that this group of people are cruel and ruthless, and they must be prepared in advance. For example, someone needs to stand guard, in case the bandits come in and the villagers don't know anything. In addition, I am getting busier and busier, pounding medicine, ripening, repelling insects, forging, spreading rain. Some of these jobs have found people to help me share, but for some, I can't find the right person to share. The best way is to give birth to a divine heir with women. Then train the divine heir to share the work for me. Monitor the territory. These days, Li Qingshan has been paying attention to this matter. As the most loyal believers, Li Xiaoshu, Li Xiaoxing, and Li Langni are more suitable, and Wu Gu Nyangzi is also okay. Find a suitable opportunity. Give it a try. I don't know if my divine heir will be like a certain guy and take several years to be born. After the people of Xiaoniu village finished offering incense, they went back to build the mountain temple. The strong laborers of Lijia village and Wangjia village continued to hunt in the mountains under the leadership of Li Hunter. The back hall of the mountain temple. Aunt Zhu is teaching Xiaosui martial arts, and the two women are very concerned about it. Especially Aunt Zhu. When she started to practice the Ice Blade Cold Marrow Sutra, she was shocked. This technique is extremely profound. Compared with her previous techniques, it is many times more powerful. If she is at the same level, she can definitely kill her previous self easily after practicing the Ice Blade Cold Marrow Sutra. This is an opportunity to change her fate. She must seize it tightly. Xiaosui's faith in Li Qingshan has soared. In the past, she was a girl who fell into the abyss, a sacrifice, a victim. Even worse than a pig, a livestock.
But now,
Xiaosui has found the hope of survival. As long as she practices martial arts well, others will respect her and will never treat her as a sacrifice or a victim again. However, Aunt Zhu's martial arts techniques are naturally extremely profound, and Li Qingshan has hundreds of them. Outside Lijia village, a group of uninvited guests are approaching quickly, holding sticks more than 1 person tall in their hands, with ferocious faces, and wearing blue servant robes. Ma family. This dress and clothing is exactly the Ma family in Black Horse Town. Behind this group of servants, there were 2 men in shorts, with eagle-like eyes. They were the warriors kept by the Ma family. They had ferocious muscles all over their bodies. They looked like old trees with twisted roots, vigorous and powerful. They seemed to be quite powerful. From Majia village? The villager who was in charge of standing guard at the entrance of the village recognized the group of servants and warriors at the first time, and hurriedly ran into the village. What did the Ma family do in Lijia village? This villager knew it too well. He had drunk a lot of meat soup in the past 2 days. The Ma family finally came to the door. It's bad. The Ma family is coming to the village. The Ma family is coming to the village. The young man from Lijia village shouted to the villagers in the village while running. Go to the mountain temple. Go to the mountain temple. The Ma family killed people without blinking an eye. In the local area, they are like local emperors. Who can afford to offend them? Now, they can only run to the mountain temple as soon as possible. Ask for the protection of the mountain god. After hearing the voice, the village chief hurriedly came to the young man on guard and said, Where are you? The entrance of the village, just now at the entrance of the village. The young man pointed at the entrance of the village, his face pale with fear. Quick, take the villagers to the mountain temple and then inform the temple officials. The village chief hurriedly urged, and with a determined heart, he hurried to the entrance of the village, trying to delay the time for these warriors to enter the village. Now there are only the elderly, the weak, women and children left in the village. It is impossible to notify all the villagers in a short time to go to the mountain temple for shelter. If these servants of the Ma family are cruel and ruthless and attack the elderly, the weak, women and children, no one can withstand that stick. I am old, and the people of Lijia village have already lived a good life. Let them die. Oh, you all have come from afar. Please forgive me for not coming to greet you. Village chief Li hurriedly came up and said with a smile, I am the village chief of Lijia village. I wonder why you all came to my village. Humph. As soon as village chief Li finished speaking, a servant with a mustache stood up, and a trace of anger flashed in his narrow eyes. Did you go hunting in the mountains in the past 2 days in Lijia village? If this old man dares to lie, he will be killed directly. Kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Yes, yes, yes. Our village did go hunting in the mountains in the past 2 days. Village chief Li nodded solemnly. How dare you? Without the permission of our Ma family, you dare to rashly go to the top of my Ma family's mountain to hunt. Do you want to die? The servant with a mustache said angrily. Gentlemen, this was done by a few disobedient young men in the village. There is nothing I can do about this old man. How about this? I will call those young men over and let them deal with it. How about that? Village chief Li said hurriedly. Haha, you really have a good brain to put the blame on one person. I don't care who did it. But, as long as it was done by someone from your Lijia village, it is the responsibility of your Lijia village. 10 women, no older than 30 years old. Get ready for us to take them away. Otherwise, your entire village will not be safe. The servant with a mustache revealed a sinister look in his eyes, staring at village chief Li. Okay. I will arrange it right away, gentlemen. Please be patient. Please be patient. After saying this, village chief Li hurriedly walked towards the mountain temple with his crutches. Village chief, these people are from the Ma family, right? However, before village chief Li left, several women came out of the village. They were Li Qingshan's temple officials. Li Qingshan noticed the Ma family members entering his refining territory, but he didn't know what they were coming for. After finding out that they were coming for Lijia village, he immediately notified his temple officials to deal with it. He couldn't handle everything by himself, right?
Now,
with his unremitting efforts in refining the land, another hill next to Niobei Mountain was also refined by him, and he began to refine the 3rd hill. Oh, so you've been prepared for a long time? However, these girls are really pretty. We brothers can have some fun with them on the way. Anyway, it won't delay the lord of the clan from absorbing the essence. Why are these women carrying weapons? Where did you get so many weapons in such a small Lijia village? Just then, a servant discovered the weapons in the hands of Li Xiaoshu and others and shouted, Weapons are not cheap. A good weapon can even be passed down from generation to generation. Even the Ma family in Haima town could not equip every servant with a weapon. They all used long sticks. Only the warriors kept in the family were provided with weapons. A small mountain village actually had 5 weapons, and they looked brand new and quite extraordinary, which was suspicious. Where did these weapons come from? However, this group of servants did not take it to heart. Even if a few women had weapons, what kind of trouble could they cause? People from Arli village go up the mountain to hunt. Do you, the Ma family, want to control it? Among several temple officials, Li Xiaoshu, the strongest one, stepped forward and asked.
Now.
With the cultivation of a large number of incense pills, Li Xiaoshu's strength has improved rapidly. And with the help of blood weapons, he is not afraid of the warriors of the Ma family in front of him. Li Jia village goes up the mountain to hunt. Should the Ma family intervene? After Li Xiaoshu finished speaking, several servants of the Ma family opposite looked at each other, with a flash of confusion in their eyes. Is this woman so righteous? Who gave her the courage? Nonsense. This hill belongs to our Ma family. People from Li Jia village go to our Ma family's hill to hunt. Of course, our Ma family has to intervene. The leading servant scolded. Then kill you, Li Xiaoshu said with a hint of coldness in his eyes. Before coming, Li Xiaoshu and others have received the order of Li Qingshan. Kill them all. Not one left. Haha, girl, just you? The leading servant laughed loudly, staring at Li Xiaoshu and others with disdain.
Puff.
The next moment, Li Xiaoshu drew out the long sword in his hand and saw the cold light blooming, and the strong blood instantly poured into the long sword. The sword was full of murderous intent, and it was extremely terrifying. Endless killing intent, going straight for the throat.
Ah.
How could it be a warrior? When Li Xiaoshu exposed his blood, the blue-clothed servant in front of him was shocked. His pupils suddenly contracted, and he hurriedly tried to dodge the attack from Li Xiaoshu. It's really hard to imagine. This seemingly thin woman is actually a warrior? Warriors can generally be seen by looking at their body shape. Regardless of whether they are men or women, their bodies are extremely tall and sturdy. Unless she is practicing a second-rate martial arts technique? In a small town like Black Horse, where can there be any second-rate martial arts technique? It is already quite good to have a martial arts technique that is not up to standard. Green smoke came out of the ancestral tomb. What's more, this is a warrior from a small mountain village. Not only was the Ma family servant who was pointed at by the knife shocked, but the other servants, including the two warriors, were also shocked. They looked at each other, and a greedy gleam flashed across their faces. What the two of them are practicing now. It's just a second-rate martial arts technique. If they can get this second-rate technique, wouldn't they be able to rise to prominence? The most important thing. It's the blood weapon used by this woman, which is of high quality and can be sold at a high price. This trip is really the right one.
Do?
The long knife instantly pierced into the chest of the blue-clothed servant, and as the long knife was pulled out, blood gushed out. Li Lengni, Li Xiaoxing, and Aunt Zhu also drew out their long knives and rushed forward, with a cold light flashing in their eyes.
Now.
Li Lengni is already a 5th-rank warrior, and Li Xiaoxing is a 7th-rank warrior. Aunt Zhu was a warrior before she became an official in Li Qingshan Temple. Now, with the help of the blood weapon, her strength has greatly increased. As for Xiao Sui, who has not yet become a warrior, hurriedly hid in the back with the village chief. You are so brave to dare to kill people from the Ma family. The two warriors behind the blue-clothed servant were furious when they saw this. Their energy and blood burst out as well. They drew out the ghost headlong swords at their waists and killed him. The energy and blood strength of these two people is quite terrifying. They are all first-grade warriors. Only one step away from becoming a martial artist. Li Xiaoshu fought 1 against 2, and the Gangsha body refining skill was activated. A strong Gangsha aura surrounded him, forming a natural defensive armor that was difficult to invade with fists and feet. A crisp sound rang out, and Li Xiaoshu's medium-grade blood weapon longsword collided with the low-grade blood weapon of the Ma family warrior, making a metallic collision sound. Although the realm of these two people is one small realm higher than Li Xiaoshu. However, Li Xiaoshu's skills are more exquisite, and the blood and qi he cultivated actually suppressed these two people, combined with the medium-grade blood weapon. For a moment, the two warriors of the Ma family were actually unable to resist. That's right. 2 first-grade warriors couldn't even withstand the attack of a second-grade warrior? If outsiders saw it, they would be shocked. On the other side, Li Langni, Li Xiaoxing, and Aunt Zhu attacked together, and dozens of slaves of the Ma family all fell in a pool of blood. On weekdays, these people are the dogs of the Ma family. They have done a lot of bullying men and women, and they have also destroyed ordinary people's families. Evil slaves are better than evil masters. They deserve to die. Although this girl's realm is not high, her martial arts skills are probably more than second-rate, and the blood and chi she cultivated actually suppresses us. How could there be a first-rate martial arts technique in a small mountain village? We are in trouble today. The two warriors of the Ma family frowned and said solemnly, "Miscalculated. I thought it was a second-rate martial arts technique, but I never thought it was at least a first-rate martial arts technique, which allowed the second-rate martial artists' chi and blood to suppress the chi and blood of their first-rate martial artists. No trouble. You too, there is already a way to disperse the soul." As soon as Li Xiaoxu finished speaking, he had already seized an air strike, and the long knife in his hand was instantly handed out, piercing the chest of one of the warriors. Seeing this, another warrior had no time to attack with the ghost-headed long knife, so he could only kick Li Xiaoxu, trying to seriously injure Li Xiaoxu. But he never thought. When this kick had not yet landed on Li Xiaoxu, the evil spirit surrounding his body blocked this kick like an iron armor. Only a dull sound was made. Li Xiaoxu did not retreat an inch, and the evil spirit rolled around the warrior's feet like a scimitar, instantly crushing the protective blood and splashing the blood rolled by his feet. Seeing this, the Ma family warriors were shocked. They never expected that these black auras surrounding Li Xiaoxu's body had such a strong defense and counterattack ability. At this moment, a touch of despair arose in their hearts. Li Xiaoxu pulled out the long knife in the corpse, and hot blood splashed out. He killed another warrior with another knife. After several longsword collisions, Li Xiaoxu seized the opportunity again and chopped the blood weapon longsword towards the neck of the Ma family warrior. "I am a Ma family warrior. How dare you? You are not the only one."
Go.
Dozens of Ma family servants and 2 warriors.
Dead.
The Ma family warriors who were just showing off their power have all died at the entrance of the village. Pa. Good death. Aunt Zhu stepped forward and couldn't help spitting at the corpses. Zhujia village. Nearly 100 villagers were surrounded by the Ma family for hunting and sacrifice. Now seeing the tragic deaths of the Ma family's servants and warriors, she is in a good mood. "Village chief, let the people in the village burn all these bodies later," Li Xiaoxu said. "Okay." Village chief Li nodded seriously, looked at Li Xiaoxu and others with satisfaction and said, "I didn't expect that in such a short time. You little girls who I watched grow up have been trained by the mountain god to be more and more promising." Li Langni and others picked up the blood weapons on the ground. These things are very valuable. Even some martial artists are using low-grade blood weapons. Now Li Qingshan still has 4 low-grade blood weapons. With these 2, there are 6 low-grade blood weapons. It won't be a big problem to forge a hammer-type blood weapon for Xiaosui. Several temple officials returned to the mountain god temple. After the villagers in the mountain god temple got the news, although they were a little skeptical, they did not dare to question the majesty of the temple officials and walked towards the village entrance carefully. Sure enough, when everyone walked to the entrance of the village, they saw corpses lying on the ground, covered in blood, and died tragically. A blue servant outfit. It was the Ma family in Haima town. It seems that they are really the servants of the Ma family? Are they all dead? Lord Mountain God, you are so tough. We were still worried that the Ma family would come to cause trouble, but Lord Mountain God ordered them to be killed directly? I didn't expect these evil slaves to have this day. When I was young, I was forcibly dragged to the cornfield by the evil slaves of the Ma family. Even my husband was killed by these evil slaves. The people of the Ma family deserve to die. It's good that they died. A middle-aged woman couldn't help beating her chest and stamping her feet when she recalled what happened decades ago. A woman's reputation is the most important. At the beginning, the woman wanted to commit suicide several times, but was rescued every time. However, She hated the Ma family in her heart. Now that she said this kind of thing, she really didn't care about her reputation at all, and just felt relieved. It's good to die. Old sister-in-law, don't talk nonsense. The woman next to her hurriedly dissuaded her. Whether it is Lijia village, Wangjia village, Xiaoniu village, Dainiu village, or Hainiu village, these villagers have long resented the Ma family. Don't stand there, come up and help quickly, pull all the bodies over and burn them, grind the bones and scatter ashes. Village chief Li looked at the bodies on the ground and couldn't help but secretly relieved himself. The mountain people in Lijia village immediately took action, moved all the bodies of these evil slaves to the open space, and set a big fire, and the flames rose into the sky. We killed all these Ma family members. The Ma family will definitely come back to retaliate against us, right? What are you afraid of? We have the protection of the mountain god. But the Ma family not only supports warriors and martial artists, but also great martial artists. Great martial artists, they are not to be trifled with. They are above martial artists. In the backyard of the mountain god temple, Li Xiaoshu handed the 2 blood weapons he had just obtained to Li Qingshan. The golden light condensed into the Tianbao furnace, melting rare treasures to create a fairy picture. The fire in the furnace burned faintly, and the spiritual breath was injected into the Tianbao furnace. With the golden sun in the left hand and the fire in the right hand, the magic weapon took shape and shook the world. Treasure refining earth furnace. As soon as the voice fell, a furnace rose in the wind and fell in the backyard of the mountain god temple. Li Qingshan threw all 6 low-grade blood weapons into the treasure refining earth furnace, circulated the magic power in his body, and dropped them on the magic weapons. The originally calm treasure refining earth furnace immediately started to work.
Come.
The surroundings were immediately filled with rich and dense mysterious energy. The scorching temperature spread in all directions. If it was winter, the heating effect would definitely be good. According to the content of the Shintong Tianbao 100 refining method, Li Qingshan began to refine the 6 inferior blood instruments, extracting the essence and removing the dross and impurities. Time passed by minute. Finally, after 3 incense sticks, all the impurities in the 6 inferior blood instruments were cleaned up by Li Qingshan. The next step was to condense a new blood instrument style and engrave an inscription. After another 3 incense sticks, the heavy earthen furnace for refining treasures fell heavily to the ground, and a blood weapon flew out of the furnace and landed in front of Li Qingshan with great force. It was a long-handled hammer. After being tempered by Li Qingshan, 6 low-grade blood weapons finally got such a medium-grade blood weapon, which is of higher quality than the previous 5 medium-grade blood weapons. The power is even more terrifying. Even a warrior of the same level, once hit,
He is almost certain to die.
Xiao Sui, give it a name? Li Qingshan's body was suspended in the air, his feet on the skylark, and the whole body was filled with fairy spirit. Very cool. Looking at the shocked Xiao Sui, who was speechless, he said,
God.
If it appears in front of mortals, it still needs to be more cool. It was not until Li Qingshan reminded her that Xiao Sui realized her gaffe. The main reason was that the mountain god's skill in refining the blood weapon was too shocking. After all, Xiao Sui was just a girl from a mountain village. How could she have seen these things? They were called village gods. It would be better to say they were ghosts.
Today,
after seeing Li Qingshan's appearance and the fairy spirit around him, and stepping on the white clouds, she truly knew what a real god was. This is a god. Mountain god, Xiao Sui is practicing the dragon elephant hammer skill, so why not call it the dragon elephant hammer? Xiao Sui said after thinking about it. The next moment, Li Qingshan's magic power fell on the hammer, and the words dragon elephant slowly emerged at the position of the hammer handle. The treasure refining earth furnace and Li Qingshan disappeared together. Thank you, mountain god. Xiao Sui was delighted and stepped forward to hold the hard-earned dragon elephant hammer in his arms. Now, he could be considered a warrior with a blood weapon. But it's so heavy. With a dull, loud noise, the dragon elephant hammer fell heavily to the ground, and the dirt splashed. Xiao Sui tried several times. Although he could pick it up with his hands, it was still not easy to use it, or it was impossible now. After all, Xiao Sui's current strength is too weak. In a few days, when I improve my strength, I should be able to use it.
But
Lord Mountain God is so handsome. Some pictures of his father and mother together emerged in Xiao Sui's mind, and a dizzy rhyme appeared on his face. Oh, why am I blaspheming Lord Mountain God? He shook his head hurriedly and felt his heart beating faster, and his heart was pounding.
But
Lord Mountain God doesn't know what he is thinking, so it's okay to think about it himself, right? Xiaoniu Village. After the efforts of the whole village, the mountain temple was finally built. Of course, compared with the mountain temple in Lijia Village, it is naturally smaller. The villagers of Xiaoniu Village were already sweating profusely, but everyone's face was filled with smiles because they knew that the mountain temple was built and the crops in the fields were saved. It has finally built. The head of Xiaoniu Village looked at the mountain temple in front of him and said with relief, "Village head, it's getting dark. Let's go to Lijia Village to invite the mountain god quickly?" Niu Shujing wiped the dirt and straw in his hands and said, "Yes, go to Lijia Village and invite the mountain god." The chief of Xiaoniu Village nodded solemnly and hurriedly led the villagers in the village to the direction of Lijia Village. A group of people were in a mighty procession, and there was a sedan chair in the middle of the crowd, which was used to invite the mountain god. In the mountains and forests, Li the hunter was leading the villagers, rushing towards Lijia Village in a mighty procession, with prey on his shoulders, talking and laughing along the way. Today's harvest was very good, and a lot of pheasants, rabbits, and wild snakes were caught. There was even a wild boar weighing less than 200 pounds. This time no one was injured. Li the hunter raised his knife and chopped it down. The middle-grade blood weapon was extremely sharp, and it killed it in an instant. "Uncle Li, I have eaten a lot of broth these 2 days, and I feel that my body is getting stronger. When can you teach us to practice martial arts?" A young man in the village asked as he was on the road. "What's the matter? Do you want to practice martial arts so much?" Li the hunter, who was wearing animal skins, laughed. "Of course. As long as you practice martial arts, you can chase wild rabbits, chop wild boars, and kill black wolves like you, Uncle Li. Then our family's life will definitely get better, and my father and mother will be able to eat meat and drink meat soup every day. They have never enjoyed happiness in their lives, and I don't know how many years they have left. I will definitely practice martial arts well and let them enjoy a few years," the young man said with full ambition. "Uncle Li, I want to learn too. I want to learn too, Uncle Li." "Uncle Li and I." The other young men also spoke up, wanting Li the hunter to teach them martial arts. "Okay, I can teach you martial arts, but during the slack season, you can't delay hunting during the day. You can only practice after you go back. Can you bear this hardship?" Li the hunter said with a smile on his face. "Yes, Uncle Li, I can definitely do it. I can also." The young men around him spoke up one after another. "Okay, after returning to the village, we will start practicing. If you can't continue practicing, you can quit." Li the hunter laughed heartily again. Don't look at the enthusiasm of these young men now. When they really start practicing, I don't know how many of them will be left to persist. Martial arts practice is not easy to practice. Just right. Now there is meat soup to drink every day. Instead of letting him go home to find his wife to relieve his boredom, it is better to practice martial arts to consume his energy. If there is something in the village in the future, it can also help. The martial art skills given to me by the mountain god are too exquisite. Presumably, these people can't learn it. What's more, without the approval of the mountain god, I dare not teach the martial arts skills privately. The martial arts skills I practiced before are very good. Simple, easy to learn, easy to get started. If you can really practice the way and have some talent, you can also recommend it to the mountain god and become a temple protector. By then, the mountain god will naturally give more exquisite martial arts skills. The hunting team just arrived at the entrance of the village and met the village chief and others from Xiaoniu Village, who planned to come to invite the mountain god. You guys in Xiaonyu village are moving pretty fast. Have you finished building the mountain temple?
Li the hunter asked.
Yes. The villagers worked day and night and finally built the mountain temple. The chief of Xiaonyu village nodded solemnly. Let's go into the village together. After Li the hunter said this, the villagers of Xiaonyu village entered the village with Li the hunter and others. Li the hunter, you go up the mountain to hunt every day. Aren't you afraid that the Ma family will come to cause trouble? The elders of Xiaonyu village looked up and down at Li the hunter's harvest today, frowned slightly, and said, What are you afraid of? We have the protection of Lord Mountain God. Li the hunter said fearlessly. But that is the Ma family. Even the great martial artist supports many members of the Ma family. Lord Mountain God, can you be an opponent? The chief of Xiaonyu village said. We believe in Lord Mountain God. Li the hunter frowned slightly. It would be impossible to say that he didn't have this worry. However, Li the hunter chose to believe in the Lord Mountain God. If the Lord God said there was no problem, then there must be no problem. Just do it, you won't go wrong.
Oh.
Village chief Li looked at Li the hunter in front of him and sighed helplessly. The elders of the Xiaonyu village behind him pulled the village chief and whispered, Village chief, don't say anything. Anyway, we just have to ensure that the mountain god can bring rain to our Xiaonyu village tomorrow. As for offending the Ma family, it has nothing to do with us. I haven't heard of anyone who offended the Ma family and could get away with it. I think this Lijia village. In a few days, the Ma family will retaliate and massacre the village. Elder, if the mountain god brings rain to our Xiaonyu village, then he is the benefactor of our Xiaonyu village. No matter what, we can't watch this tragedy happen. To come to Lijia village from Haima town, you have to pass by our Xiaonyu village. I think we should let a villager guard the roadside starting tomorrow. Once he finds someone from the Ma family, he will immediately notify the people in Lijia village to hide. Niu Shujing said in a low voice.
Alas.
What you said makes some sense, kid. We can't forget the kindness of the mountain god in giving us rain. Tomorrow, send 2 villagers to guard the intersection. If someone from the Ma family comes, notify Lijia village immediately. What will happen to Lijia village then? We can't do anything about it. It's good enough that we can take care of ourselves. After thinking about it, the village chief of Xiaonyu village agreed with Niu Shujing's idea. Uncle Li, what's in your bag? At this moment, Li the hunter looked at Uncle Li and several villagers, carrying several bags and hurriedly walking out of the village, and stopped them and asked, Oh, the evil captive of the Ma family. Uncle Li said, The evil captive of the Ma family? How come the Ma family's evil captive is in the bag? There doesn't look like a human being in it. The head of Xiaonyu village was slightly startled and stepped forward to look at the bag. Yes. If you don't believe me, take a look. Uncle Li said, and then began to untie the bag. The Ma family's captive is in the bag? It doesn't look like it. This bag obviously doesn't look like it contains a human being. The villagers of Xiaonyu village showed a trace of doubt on their faces, and they all stepped forward to see how there was a living person in the bag. However, when Uncle Li untied the bag, everyone was dumbfounded. The bag contained a pile of charred bones. Look, there is also the waist badge of the Ma family's evil captive. The temple official asked us to send it to Li the hunter. Maybe we can make some farm tools out of it. After that, Uncle Li opened another small bag, and inside were a few small iron plates, but they were relatively thick. This really is the waist badge of the Ma family's evil captive. Village Chief Niu stared at the iron plates in the bag with his eyes wide open, with a hint of surprise in his tone. The iron plates of the Ma family slaves were made from the same mold, so they were easy to identify, and there was no need for Lijia village to lie to themselves. This Lijia village is really crazy. They even dared to kill the evil slaves sent by the Ma family, and there seemed to be 2 iron plates dedicated to warriors in the iron plates. Even the warriors of the Ma family were killed together.
Cruel.
The people of Lijia village. No, it was Lord Mountain God, who was so cruel.
Kill as he said.
Did Lord Mountain God do it? Asked the village chief of Xiaonyu village. The people of Xiaonyu village were also shocked. The Ma family is a local emperor. Killing the warriors of the Ma family is tantamount to killing the emperor's envoy. I'm afraid that Lijia village will be massacred. That's not the case. It was the temple official of our village who took action. There is no need for our Lord Mountain God to take action on such evil slaves. Okay, I have to throw these bones farther away to avoid bad luck. Uncle Li said. He left with a few villagers, leaving behind a group of Xiaonyo villagers in the wind. The temple official of Lijia village was actually a warrior? The figures of those thin female temple officials appeared in the minds of the villagers, which was really unbelievable. This Lijia village seemed to be really capable. Village chief, why do I feel that the Ma family can't do anything to the mountain god? Just then, Niu Shujing suddenly whispered. After the people of Xiaonyu village arrived at the mountain god temple, they explained their purpose. Li Xiaoshu used 3 incense sticks to inform Li Qingshan. Not long after, Li Xiaoshu came out with a mountain god grass statue in his hand. Seeing this, the people of Xiaonyu village hurried to meet him and carefully placed the mountain god grass statue on the sedan chair. Beating drums all the way, they rushed back to Xiaonyu village. In the mountain god temple of Xiaonyu village, the statue was placed there, and Li Qingshan immediately felt something. Now, as long as he moved his mind, he could appear directly in the statue in Xiaonyu village. Mauname, a woman with a cold look and a light body, was rushing down the mountain quickly. Although her face was covered by a veil, she could still be seen as a beauty. She looks extremely beautiful. There is a great treasure in Jingzhou, and you can slay a dragon with it. Junior sister Yi Bumian, wait a minute. Just as the cold black-clothed woman was on her way, a man's voice came from behind her. Then, a young man holding a folding fan and a long sword hurried to the front with a smile on his face and said, Junior sister, you are so fast. Song Zhonghe, what's the matter? Yi Bumian said in a flat tone. Song Zhonghe is the son of an elder in the sect. He is very talented and has made terrifying progress in strength. The sect has high hopes for him. The journey is very long, and it is a turbulent time. Junior sister has never gone down the mountain. It is inevitable that she does not know the human heart. Song Zhonghe said with concern, Junior sister and I are from the same sect. Now we are outside, and we should take care of each other. Junior sister, don't worry. Although there are many crises at the foot of the mountain, senior brother will definitely protect you and send you to Shan County safely. Yi Bumian raised his eyes slightly and said in a flat tone, Thank you for your kindness, senior brother. I know my limits and will not trouble you. Go ahead. After Yi Bumian finished speaking, without waiting for Song Zhonghe, this piece of dogskin plaster, to continue speaking, he used his martial arts like a black butterfly and rushed forward. Hey, junior sister, wait for me. Song Zhonghe saw this and hurriedly chased after him.
Ye Bumian.
The third mountain temple. It's not easy. Feeling the location of the third mountain temple, Li Qingshan breathed a sigh of relief. He only needed 4 mountain temples to complete the new achievement task and get rewards, and now he still needed 1. Heinyo village and Dainyu village. He only needed to take one of these 2 places. Wangjia village. Recently, because of believing in the mountain god, life has become better. Every day, I can go to Lijia village to drink meat soup. The girls are smiling and quietly waiting for the arrival of a happy night. The masters are no longer afraid of their own wives. Similarly, Lady Wu Gu under Li Qingshan was also very excited tonight. Because of her, she broke through. That's right. In the past few days, because of the incense of the villagers in Wangjia village, she finally broke through to the middle-grade wild god realm. The middle-grade wild god realm, equivalent to the wild ghost realm of the 6th to 4th grade. Lady Wu Gu suppressed her inner excitement and planned to thank her. Immediately, rushed to the location of the mountain temple in Lijia village. Mountain temple, night. Lonely and deserted. Several temple officials had also gone to bed early in the backyard. As for the sacrificial girl and the people from Jujia village, they were in the thatched house outside the temple, and no sound could be heard. In my ears, There was only the sound of the night wind rolling up the fallen leaves, and the sound of the falling ash when the incense burned. Li Qingshan appeared in the front hall, wearing a yellow Taoist robe, and looked at Madame Wugu and said, "Madame Wugu, why are you here so late at night?" Immediately, his eyes swept over Madame Wugu. She was wearing a white dress, a very thin waist, straight legs, round and slender, especially the towering peaks on her chest, which was a wonder. Madame Wugu's waist was very soft. Whether it was her peach blossom eyes with pity or her fairy-like posture, it could easily arouse the fire in a man's heart. The best beauty, nothing more than that. "Dao Zun, my wife broke through the middle grade wild god today and came here to thank you," Madame Wugu said. She bent her weak waist and knelt down in front of Li Qingshan. "Yes, just protect the believers in the future." Li Qingshan nodded with satisfaction, and with a wave of his long sleeves, a magical power lifted up the soft waist of Lady Wugu and stood up again. "Dao Zun, you must be tired after making rain for many days in a row. How about you let me massage your shoulders? To be honest with you, your father was a massage master. I have secretly read your father's books. How about you relax your shoulders?" Lady Wugu's peach blossom eyes flashed with water, and she spoke. "Master massage? Okay."
Li Qingshan nodded.
He didn't expect that Lady Wugu had such a skill. After an incense stick. "Yeah, comfortable." Li Qingshan let out a long breath, a look of enjoyment on his face, and said, "Madam, is this your first time?" "Of course, it's the first time. Madam, you are just a woman. If outsiders knew that you can do acupressure, wouldn't your spine be broken? Even your parents don't know." After saying this, Madame Wugu moved faster, and Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows.
"Such a day.
I won't change it for anything." Originally, Madame thought that acupressure could only be used on flesh and blood, but I never thought that it could also be used on Dao Zun. Madame Wugu stood behind Li Qingshan, and a pair of slender jade hands like green onions pinched Li Qingshan's shoulders and said, "Madam, can you only do acupressure on the shoulders?" Li Qingshan asked. "Of course not. Leg massage, back massage, and other things are all fine. This is my first time trying massage. If you are not feeling well, please let me know," said Madame Wugu. "No, it's fine. These past 2 days, my body is really a little tired," said Li Qingshan. "Madame Wugu's massage is really good. I might consider keeping her by my side and helping me massage when I have nothing to do. I am a god. I can't plow the fields like an ox every day. I have to enjoy life, right? What's more, this young lady is also pleasing to the eyes." Madame Wugu. Early the next morning. The people of Xiaoniu village worked most of the night last night, but they woke up early today, and they were all energetic and walked towards the plowed fields. "Uncle Nio, you got up so early?" Nio Shujing looked at a man who had just left the house and asked. "We must get up early. This is the first time we burn incense at the mountain god temple in the village. After we finish burning incense, we will go to the farmland to see when the mountain god will give us rain," Uncle Nio said with an uncontrollable excitement on his face. "Don't worry, Uncle Nio. The mountain god will definitely give us rain today, and it can't be a drizzle," Nio Shujing promised. "Ha, that would be the best." Uncle Nio laughed. "Why are you two standing there? Go burn incense to the mountain god." At this time, the village chief of Xiaoniu village came over with a cane and urged, "Hey, I'll be right there." Uncle Nio and Nio Shujing nodded and hurriedly followed. The mountain god temple in Xiaoniu village. Today, it was overcrowded. More than 80 people from the village, young and old, stood in front of the temple and went in one by one to burn incense. The first person to burn incense was naturally the village chief. "Lord Mountain God, please make it rain for our Xiaoniu village, please," he said. He lit incense, kowtowed, and a wisp of green smoke slowly penetrated into the grass statue. Today, Xiaoniu village supporters burn incense plus 6 points of incense. "Lord Mountain God, please make it rain for us. Please, as long as you make it rain for us, we Xiaoniu village will be grateful to you for the rest of our lives and will offer you sacrifices every day. Please, Lord Mountain God, make it rain." Lord Mountain God, make it rain. Please make it rain for our Xiaoniu village today. The people of Xiaoniu village knelt on the ground, one by one praying for rain for Xiaoniu village. The words kept jumping, and a large amount of incense was absorbed by Li Qingshan. Lijia village. Lord Mountain God, please bless me and make me rich. Lord Mountain God, please bless my wife to take concubines for me. Just 3 or 4 will be fine. Not too many, but they must be beautiful. Please bless me, Lord Mountain God, so that I can live in a big house as soon as possible. Please bless my son to study and pass the imperial examinations and bring honor to the family. Today, Xiaosui, a die-hard believer, offers plus 176 points of incense. Today, Li Xiaoshu, a die-hard believer, offers plus 189 points of incense. Today, Li Lengni, a die-hard believer, offers plus 181 points of incense. Today, Aunt Zhu, a die-hard believer, offers plus 175 points of incense. Today, Li Xiaoxing, a die-hard believer, offers plus 179 points of incense. Today, Hongdo, a fanatical believer, offers plus 49 points of incense. Today's total incense points plus 3,400 points. The personal panel showed that he needed 40,000 incense points to successfully refine the third divine tablet of the wild god and enter the next realm. Grass god. Once he entered the grass god, he would have roots like grass, and he would be able to take root in this world, have a foothold, and have some ability to protect the land. According to the current incense, he only needs 12 or 13 days to successfully break through. However, most of the people in Xiaoniu village are ordinary and supportive believers. After he shows some favors and shows some strength, his faith in him will inevitably increase. At that time, the incense will increase again. The time for his breakthrough will also be faster. Generally speaking, if the gods want enough believers, they have to create crises such as various disasters, all kinds of hunger, cold clothes. The gods only need to help a little bit to get a large number of believers. This kind of thing. In times of peace and prosperity, it is necessary to do it. In this chaotic world, there are crises everywhere, and there is no need to operate it yourself. He will not satisfy the private wishes of believers, except for special ones, and only needs to solve some crises in people's livelihood. And Li Qingshan discovered. Now that the farmland is no longer dry and the villagers of Lijia village can eat their fill, they have other ideas and wishes, including Wangjia village. But Xiaoniu village is united in wanting to bring rain, which is somewhat similar to the original Lijia village and Wangjia village. This is quite interesting. Sure enough, the gods are the easiest to see human nature. Xiaoniu village. The whole village, young and old, a total of more than 80 people, all stood on the edge of their own farmland, waiting for the gods to bring rain. Village head, do you think the mountain god will bring us rain today? A villager looked at the dry farmland and the scorching sun in the sky, frowning and said, "Don't worry, the mountain god will definitely come to bring us rain today. You can rest assured. Yesterday, our mountain god temple was not built yet, and the mountain god came to give us a little drizzle, didn't he? Today the mountain god temple is built. How could he not come?" Niu Shujing said confidently. "The mountain god will definitely come today." A man next to him also confirmed. "What are you people from Xiaoniu village doing standing at the edge of your fields so early in the morning?" Just then, villagers from Dainiu village and Hainiu village who came to water their fields with buckets of water saw the people from Xiaoniu village and asked, "What else can we do?" "Wait for the mountain god to send rain." Niu Shujing said, "By the way, aren't you people from Dainiu village and Hainiu village also planning to build a mountain god temple? If you have already started building it, the mountain god may send you a little rain today." Build a mountain temple? As soon as Niu Shujing finished speaking, the man opposite sighed helplessly and said, "Our village god does not agree with us building a mountain temple." Disagree to build? Then, how does your village solve the drought problem? Niu Shujing was slightly stunned and said, "Could it be that we take sacrifices to ask the pond god? But the pond god's price is very high. At least 3 or 4 sacrifices are required, and it is far away from here, and the effect of rainmaking is limited. Alas, we naturally know these. Now, we can only pray to the pond god while carrying water to irrigate the fields. The man sighed helplessly and stood on the edge of Xiaonyu village and said, I haven't seen the mountain god making rain. Let me see how the mountain god makes rain. Alas, that's really hard for you villagers, Niu Shujing said with a helpless look on his face. At the same time, the people in Xiaonyu village looked at each other, and they were secretly glad in their hearts. Fortunately, there is no village god in Xiaonyu village, because the villagers of Dainyu village and Hainyu village had to carry water to irrigate the fields in the early days. It can be said that the whole village was mobilized to protect the seedlings. Now they all carried water to their own farmland. After seeing so many villagers in Xiaonyu village gathered together, curiosity got the better of them, and they all came over. Seeing that their neighbors had also gone over, other villagers followed suit. For a while, the villagers of Hainyu village, Dainyu village, and Xiaonyu village gathered together. Niu Shujing, I really envy your village. Niu Shuhei, Niu Shuda, and Niu Shujing, 3 people of the same generation, gathered together and said, think of more ways. You can also try to change it. Niu Shujing frowned slightly, looked at Niu Shuhei and Niu Shuda, and said, change? Niu Shuhei and Niu Shuda looked at each other, silent, just looking up at the farmland and scorching sun of Xiaonyu village in front of them. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Just then, a cool breeze suddenly blew over, and the sweat on the faces of many villagers gradually dried up. Then, the scorching sky suddenly began to be covered with dark clouds. Thunder flashed in the dark clouds. Hualala! Drops of rain fell from the dark clouds, just right. All fell on the dry farmland of Xiaonyu village, while the farmland of Dainyu village and Hainyu village next to it, not a drop fell. The rain that Li Qingshan sent this time was no longer a drizzle, but moderate rain. With improvement of his own strength, it is not a big problem to send moderate rain to a village. A large amount of rain continued to fall on the dry land, and the cracked land gradually began to heal, and a large number of wheat seedlings were desperately absorbing rainwater. It's raining, the mountain god is raining, the mountain god is really raining. Thank you, Lord Mountain God. Thank you, Lord Mountain God. What a heavy rain, so good. With such heavy rain, as long as it rains once or twice, the crops will survive. Thank you, Lord Mountain God. So good. No one in our village will starve to death this year. Thank you, Lord Mountain God. In an instant, the people of Xiaonyu village knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the cultivated land. As for the people of Dainyu village and Hainyu village, looking at the large amount of rain falling in front of them, their eyes were full of envy. I really envy Xiaonyu village. Not only does it not need to offer any sacrifices, the drought problem in the fields is solved. How can it be like our village? Alas. Yes. Why doesn't the village god of our village agree? We work so hard to water the crops, but in the end we can only save a part of the crops, and at least half of the people will still die. Look at Xiaonyu village, the rain. It was said in the past that Xiaonyu village had a small population, but after this year, the population of their village may be around 100. Our Dainyu village and Hainyu village have more than 100 people, and we can still have 40 to 50 people left. I think it's good. Alas. The villagers of Dainyu village and Hainyu village sighed helplessly, their faces full of sadness. Especially Niu Shuhei and Niu Shuda. Their eyes were full of unwillingness and anger. Why didn't the village god allow them to build a mountain temple? Lao Gun, Xiao Mao, sure to, you guys come with me. Niu Shuhei looked at his childhood friends and walked away. In addition, there was Niu Shuda. Li Qingshan looked at the villagers kneeling on the ground and nodded with satisfaction. The faith of these people will grow rapidly, and we will know when we burn incense tomorrow. In an abandoned house at the junction of Hainyu village and Dainyu village, a dull sound rang out, and Niu Shuhei slammed his fist heavily on the table and cursed. The village god is so abominable. He can't solve the drought problem in our village. Why does he stop us from building a temple for the mountain god? Nyo Shuhei, we must do something to change the situation in front of us, just like Nyo Shujing said. Nyo Shuda said in a firm tone. That's right, we must do something to resist. Yes, isn't it the village god? Why don't we go to Lijia village to ask the mountain god, and ask if the mountain god can help us? Xiao Mao from Hainiu village said. Go to Lijia village for help? Xiao Mao, what do you mean? Nyo Shuhei looked at his childhood friend and said, we are just afraid of the village god. We are no match for him. We might as well ask the mountain god to drive him out. We will worship the mountain god in the future. Let the mountain god be the main one. How about it? Xiao Mao said firmly. That's a good idea. Since our village god doesn't want us to build a mountain god temple, let's drive him out. That's right. This is our village. If he doesn't let us survive, we don't need to worship him. Okay, let's go to Lijia village now. Immediately, the young men from the two villages looked at each other and prepared to go to Lijia village. Catch them for me. A bunch of rebellious sons. What a bunch of rebellious sons. At this moment, village chief, Nyo Shuhei and Nyo Shuda were horrified and tried to run out of the room in a hurry. You guys are really crazy. You dare to think about driving out the village god? If the village god knows about this, do you still want to live? The village chief of Hainiu village shouted angrily. Village chief? What are you afraid of? At worst, we will worship the mountain god in the future. With the mountain god on our side, the mountain god will not dare to do anything to us. Nyo Shuhei snorted coldly and said, what do you guys know? The people of Lijia village went up the mountain to hunt and have offended the Ma family of Haima town. Moreover, the Ma family has sent warriors to teach Lijia village a lesson, but the Lijia village actually killed all the warriors and evil slaves of the Ma family. How big a sin is this? This is a slap in the face of the Ma family. Do you think the Ma family will let Lijia village go? The reason why Lijia village is so crazy is because it has the support of the mountain god behind it. Can the Ma family let the mountain god go? If we worship the mountain god, won't we be implicated as well? Then, not only will Lijia village be massacred, but our Hainiu village and Dainiu village will also be massacred by the Ma family. The head of Hainiu village widened his eyes and shouted angrily. Village head, what are you afraid of? It's the people of Lijia village who went to the mountains to hunt. What does it have to do with the people of Hainiu village? We are just worshipping the mountain god. Besides, if the drought problem is not solved, at least half of the people in our village will starve to death. You're going to die soon. Why do you care about being implicated? Even if you are implicated, the most you have to do is give some silver and sacrifice a few sacrifices. It's better than half the village, right? It's not just us. Doesn't Xiaoniu village do the same? Nyo Shuhei argued. You don't know how terrifying the Ma family is. They are the real local tyrants. You young people are still too young. If you knew what happened back then, you wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Go, shut up this rebellious son, and lock him up in the ancestral hall. Let him reflect on himself. The chief of Hainiu village shouted angrily. Yes. The village chiefs of Hainiu village and Dainiu village took their people to their own ancestral halls and locked up all these young men in the ancestral halls for reflection. Hainiu village, Dainiu village, and Xiaoniu village are not far away. A group of men carrying long knives and full of hostility are walking step by step according to the markings on the map. Third boss, Hainiu village, Dainiu village, and Xiaoniu village are ahead. A bandit pointed to the three villages vaguely visible in front and said, let's go over first and then find a place to hide and wait until everyone is asleep at night to do it. We don't have enough manpower to do it now. The evil dog village looked at the three vaguely visible villages in the distance and said, yes. A group of men who killed people without blinking nodded, their faces full of excitement, and continued to rush forward. No matter what, I have to find a beautiful young lady today and have a good time. The young lady I finally chose in Shangha village was so tough that she bit her tongue and committed suicide. Haha, I'm going to get two this time. I wonder if there are any delicious young women in these three villages. The bandit's face was full of grim smiles and anticipation for the upcoming feast. After this drought, We're going to die anyway, so we might as well let the men have a good time first. Time flies. The sky gradually darkened, and a group of black shadows began to move towards the three villages. The spies had already figured out the terrain and intersections of the three villages. They just had to block the entrance of the village, and then the rest of the people could go in to kidnap people, kill people, and steal food.
Hey.
Inside the mountain temple, Li Qingshan frowned slightly, with a hint of coldness on his face. Bandits have entered the village? But they did not enter Lijia village, but Xiaoniu village. There were 2 bandits in total. One was a 7th-grade martial artist, and the other was a 6th-grade martial artist. Holding a sharp blade, they were hiding in the darkness, guarding the way out of the village. The bandits came to rob food and slaughter the village. Moreover, the strength of these 2 bandits was very strong, and they had already entered the realm of martial artists. According to Li Qingshan's judgment, these 2 bandits were obviously not the leaders of the bandits. The strength of the leader would only be stronger. It is very likely that they are at the level of a great martial artist. A great martial artist is equivalent to his next level, the realm of the grass god. However, he had killed an 8th-grade demon before. If the strength of this bandit leader was only that of an 8th-grade martial artist, or even a 7th-grade martial artist, Li Qingshan was confident that he could deal with it. But if he was a 6th-grade martial artist, or even a 5th-grade martial artist, then he was not completely sure. However, he must protect Xiaoniu village. This group of bandits was obviously coming to massacre the village, which was different from ordinary bandits. Ordinary bandits would leave some food for the people in order to rob again in the future, waiting to come back next year. This group of bandits was obviously coming for this one time. Then, change places. Mobile bandits. This type of bandits have one characteristic: the overall realm of the bandits is quite powerful. Maybe if they want to join, they must at least be a martial artist. Xiaoniu village was massacred, and he didn't care. Soon they will come to massacre Lijia village and Wangjia village. By then, I will have no incense supply, and these days' work will be in vain. If the strength of this group of bandits is not as good as mine, then kill them directly. If they are stronger than me, slip away immediately, find a way to protect myself, and then find a way to deal with this group of bandits. But now, I have to test the strength of this group of bandits first. Li Qingshan woke up Huang Xian'er and asked him to go to Xiaoniu village to help. After all, Huang Xian'er is an 8th-grade demon and can definitely help. Forget about my few temple officials. It is better to stay in Lijia village, honestly. After all, compared with this group of bandits, their strength is still a little insufficient. I moved my mind and silently recited the spell. The universe has its own way, and the spell sound is lingering in the secluded realm. The divine power of the 8 directions enters the image, and the curse falls and the statue returns to its position. When the spell fell, Li Qingshan opened his eyes again and was already in the statue in the temple of Xiaoniu Mountain. Li Qingshan had already refined all the land of Xiaoniu village, but the land of Hainiu village and Dainiu village had not yet been refined. He did not know what happened over there. Scar, send a signal to the 3rd boss. We have arrived at the location. Haida said, holding a large ring knife, guarding behind a big tree at the entrance of the village. Okay. Scar nodded, took out a very small cage from his arms and opened it. Immediately, a black beetle flew out of the cage and soon disappeared into the darkness. The bugs of the White Bone Mother are really useful. If it were in the past, we would not have such means. Haida looked at the beetle flying into the darkness, and a touch of relief flashed in his eyes. Hey, I have to say, the figure of the White Bone Mother is really good. Scar next to him raised a sly smile, and his mind began to make associations. You don't want to die. You dare to say anything? Blackhead was slightly stunned and shouted angrily. What are you afraid of? No one knows. Are you going to betray your brothers? Several bandits blocked the exits of Hainiu village, Dinyo village, and Xiaoniu village. Then, more than 20 bandits were divided into 3 groups, each with 7 or 8 people, and they quickly started to attack the 3 villages. Their goals were clear. First, to rob food. Second, to rob silver and copper coins. Third, to rob women. 4th, to kill people. 5th, to kill the village god. Inside Hainyu village, 2 bandits quickly climbed into the yard closest to them and moved silently towards the bedroom. Before they were exposed, they would try not to alert the enemy. Otherwise, some fish would always slip through the net and escape. The wooden bolt was easily cut in half, like cutting tofu, without any hindrance. It was already late at night. It was the time when the villagers were most soundly asleep, and a family of 4 lay on a big bed, unaware that 2 vicious bandits had entered the room. Taking advantage of the moonlight outside the window, the 2 bandits looked at each other, nodded with satisfaction, and raised their hands and knives.
Swish.
3 heads rolled down, blood gushed out. The young lady resting on the bed opened her sleepy eyes, wanting to see where the noise came from. But she never thought that as soon as she opened her eyes, her mouth was pinched by a large hand like an iron clamp, and a pill was stuffed into her mouth. It melted in her mouth. The young lady was confused, and looked to the side, and saw that her husband and child's heads had rolled off their necks, and a large amount of blood was constantly gushing out. The air was filled with a strong smell of rust and blood. Extreme fear surged in her heart. The young lady was about to shout loudly, but found that her throat seemed to be stuck by a foreign object, and she couldn't shout no matter what. Lost her voice? Hee, this young lady is really good. No, I'm going to have fun first, this little waste. Immediately, one of the bandits couldn't help it, but the young lady kept struggling, her eyes full of tears, until a cold, long knife was placed on her neck, and she immediately became obedient. You are useless, hurry up. Another bandit couldn't help cursing. Hey, you know me, I'll be fine after you count to 5. In Dania village, in a courtyard where 3 generations of a family live, an old man in his 50s lit a candle, put on straw sandals, opened the curtain, and prepared to go out of the room to get up at night, but he vaguely heard some noises. Who is it? Although the movement of the 2 bandits was light, it alarmed the old man who had just got up at night. He stretched his head forward, as if he wanted to see what was going on in front of him.
Puff.
As soon as the old man's head stretched out of the curtain, he saw a sharp, long knife falling down, and the round head fell to the ground with a dull sound. Blood spurted out. The old man's body stopped moving, and then slowly began to fall. Quick battle, quick decision, kill them all. The bandit who took action gave his companion a look, and immediately rushed out of the 2 bedrooms, killing anyone he saw with his knife. Although there was some noise, he was still asleep, and even if he was awakened by the noise, he was still a little confused. He didn't expect that a sharp, long knife had already chopped his neck fiercely. A series of dull sounds continued to ring out, and a family of 7 died, without a single survivor. Hey, this family has a lot of food, and there are even 2 pieces of silver. Madam, the lady of this family seems to be pretty good. What a pity. Another bandit looked at the woman of this family and sighed secretly. Such things kept happening in Hainyu village and Dainyu village. A large number of villagers were killed by bandits, and the other villagers were completely unaware. In Xiaonyo village, 7 bandits holding sharp blades looked at each other, divided into 3 groups, and started to act. A very slight sound was heard, and 2 6th-grade martial artists climbed over the wall and landed on the ground, quietly approaching the bedroom of the family in Xianyu village.
Swoosh.
However, at this moment, a deep blue light suddenly bloomed in the darkness. An extreme sense of crisis struck the 2 bandits. Looking up, they saw 2 thunders turning into long arrows, flying towards them. The speed was incredibly fast, and it was carrying a terrifying destructive force. Not good. The 2 bandits cried out inwardly. A chill came from head to toe, and their scalps were numb. Although the thunder has not fallen on them yet, they can still feel the terrifying power of the thunder. Immediately circulated the blood. Poured into the blood weapon in his hand, trying to use the blood weapon long sword in his hand to resist. Snap! 2 crisp sounds rang out in succession. The bloody aura on the blood weapon sword dissipated instantly after it touched the power of thunder. Then it poured into the bodies of the 2 bandits. The whole person was like a light bulb, emitting a dazzling light and a bursting sound, and then fell heavily to the ground, his whole body burnt, and there was a burnt smell in the air. The soul of a martial artist. Li Qingshan thought about it, and still sacrificed the 100 Ghosts banner, and used the soul summoning to collect the souls of the 2 martial artists into the 100 Ghosts banner. At the beginning, Li Qingshan had only tested the souls of the warriors, and had not tested what would happen after the souls of the martial artists entered the 100 Ghosts banner. Ghosts in all directions, wandering ghosts, listen to my call, and quickly go to the gathering banner. In Shi, return, do not leave or retreat, the 100 Ghosts banner is waving, quickly enter the banner. Li Qingshan cast a spell to summon the souls, and then the 100 Ghosts banner in the air quickly extended 2 In Chi chains, which detained the souls of the 2 bandits into the 100 Ghosts banner. Dare not neglect. In addition to these 2 bandits, there are still 2 groups of bandits who entered Xianyu village. No, the 2 bandits at the entrance of the village have not been dealt with yet. Li Qingshan drove the Skylark and quickly rushed to the location of the second wave of bandits.
Now.
The entire Xianyu village is his territory, and Li Qingshan can know very clearly which group of bandits appeared where. Shi. 2 lightning fingers were released. The bandit who was cutting the bolt suddenly felt a sense of crisis and dodged in a hurry. However, Li Qingshan had already released the 100 Ghosts banner. 2 exploding sounds were heard. Li Qingshan launched a sneak attack. How could he let these 2 4th-grade martial artists dodge? The thunder fell. 2 corpses fell to the ground with a burnt smell. The loud sound of thunder. It once again alarmed the entire Xianyu village, as well as the neighboring Hanyu village and Dainyu village. Including the thunder sounds from the 2 bandits who had just been killed, it also alarmed the villagers of the 3 villages. The In Chi chains in the 100 Ghosts banner rushed out and quickly dragged out the souls of the 2 4th-grade martial artists and sank into the 100 Ghosts banner. Li Qingshan drove the Skylark and continued to kill the last bandit gang. In this gang, there was actually a martial artist at the level of a 9th-grade great martial artist. Mountain God, look, it's the Lord Mountain God who has appeared. Li Qingshan had just left on the Skylark when the man of this family opened the bedroom window, looked at Li Qingshan's back and the yellow Taoist robe, and shouted loudly, "Boss, what mountain god, what immortal!" At this moment, in another room, an old man wearing thin clothes came out, sleepy and dazed, looking at his eldest son who opened the window and shouted. The other people in the yard were also awakened by the sound of thunder and the boss's shouting. They came out in their clothes and wanted to see what was happening outside. "Dad, I saw the mountain god. He looks the same as the mountain god we invited to our Xianyu village today, and he is also wearing a yellow Taoist robe and flew away on a white cloud." The eldest brother hurriedly asked, "Mountain god? What is the mountain god doing in our house? Hey, weird. Where does the burnt smell come from? Who's roasting meat? Oh my god." Soon, the family found the body lying in front of the door. First, the family was frightened and collapsed on the ground. The neighbors around heard the sound and knocked on the door to inquire about the situation. On the other side, the 3 bandits were slightly startled when they heard the explosion not far away, and a flash of anger flashed in their eyes. "It's bad, exposed. What are you doing, exposed so soon? Quick battle, quick decision, kill them all, and only leave the pretty girl." The bandit in the great martial artist realm finished speaking, and immediately kicked the door in, rushed into the room, raised his knife, and fell, leaving only the people of Xianyu village on the bed with a look of fear and despair.
Du.
However, at this moment, 3 azure lights shot out from the window. In the dark night, a faint blue arc of electricity was mobilized, exuding a destructive breath. So strong. The bandit at the level of a great martial artist immediately realized that this thunderbolt was not simple. He pulled his accomplices on both sides to block in front of him, and his whole body of energy and blood burst out with all his strength, and he fiercely rushed towards the earth wall behind him. A dull sound was heard, and the earth wall of the house was directly knocked open by the great martial artist. A big hole was seen, and the broken soil was flying and yellow smoke was filled. As for the 2 unlucky guys behind him, Their bodies had already fallen to the ground, and there was a burnt smell in the air.
Dead. Run.
The great martial artist felt the power of the thunder just now, and did not dare to stay here at all. He fled quickly to the distance, like a mouse fleeing in a panic. How could Li Qingshan let him go? The skylark was soaring at a low altitude, and its speed was much faster than that of the bandit at the level of a great martial artist. Are you the village god of this Xiaoniu village? The great martial artist bandit shouted while running wildly, looking at Li Qingshan, who was getting closer and closer in horror. Li Qingshan kept his mouth shut. Killing people? Why so much nonsense? Seeing Li Qingshan silent, the bandit great martial artist felt a sinking feeling in his heart, and continued, I am a bandit from the evil dog village. Although my strength is not as good as yours, the 3 leaders of my evil dog village are terrifyingly powerful. If you attack me, aren't you afraid that the 3 leaders of my evil dog village will seek revenge? To be honest with you, it was the 3rd leader of our evil dog village who led the food robbery this time. Although I am not your opponent, you are definitely not our 3rd leader's opponent. Why not let me go, and my evil dog village will let go of this Xiaoniu village? How about it? This was the response from the 9th grade great martial artist bandit. But there was only one lightning finger. The bandit was shocked and dodged in a hurry, but he never thought that Li Qingshan's 2nd and 3rd lightning fingers had already fallen, and happened to fall on the position where he dodged. Snap! A dull explosion sounded, and waves of burnt smells swept over. 9th grade great martial master realm. In front of Li Qingshan, there was no chance of resistance.
Dead.
The 100 Ghosts banner was sacrificed and refined, and a chain of Yin Qi flew out, locking the soul of this 9th grade great martial master into the 100 Ghosts banner.
Then,
Li Qingshan killed the 2 martial artists at the entrance of the village, and put their souls into the 100 Ghosts banner. The noise Li Qingshan made in Xiaoniu village was huge. After all, the sound of the Thunderfinger was very loud, and the villagers in Xiaoniu village turned on the lights after hearing the sound, and the whole village became lively. The strength of several bandits was immediately sent to the open space in the village. The villagers looked at the corpses on the ground and shuddered. Village chief, look at this long knife, and they came here in the middle of the night. They must be bandits. Could it be the group of bandits who massacred Shangha village? Maybe it is true. Hiss. In the open space of the village, a group of people couldn't help but gasp. They were filled with fear. Many people had seen the tragic situation in Shangha village, and they're still in shock. It was really tragic. Village chief, Zhuzi said that he saw the mountain god, and it was the mountain god who took action to kill these bandits and protect everyone's safety. Niu Shujing stepped forward and spoke to the village chief and the surrounding villagers. Zhuzi, is it really the mountain god? The village chief looked at Zhuzi and asked. Yes, it is the mountain god.
I saw it.
The clothes are the same as the mountain god we worship. It must be the mountain god.
Zhuzi nodded seriously.
Just the clothes are similar. It may not be the mountain god. One of the villagers frowned and said, There is no other village god in our Xiaoniu village except the mountain god. The one who just killed the bandits must be a god. Who else could it be except the mountain god just worshipped in our village? I heard that. What's more, the river god of Shangha village was killed by Lord Mountain God. How could he not kill a few bandits? This time, if it weren't for Lord Mountain God in our village, who knows how many people would have died? Niu Shujing retorted. You are right. In our village, who else will take care of us except the mountain god? It must be the mountain god. Yes, it must be the mountain god. Thank you, mountain god. Thank you. If it weren't for you, my family would be in trouble. Immediately, several villagers in Xiaoniu village who were attacked by bandits knelt on the ground to thank the mountain god. Their faith was soaring rapidly. Other villagers thought it made sense. Except for the mountain god, no one would take care of them. It must be the mountain god who protected the village. They immediately began to thank the mountain god, and their faith began to grow rapidly. Hainiu village and Dainiu village.
Ah.
Help.
Help.
Bandits, there are bandits, quickly beat the gong, beat the gong.
Just then,
There was a sudden noise from the neighboring Hainiu village and Dainiu village. Although the distance was a bit far, the people of Xiaoniu village could still hear it, especially the sound of the gong, which was crisp and rapid. It was the alarm of the coming disaster. Hainiu village and Dainiu village were also robbed by bandits. The people of Xiaoniu village looked at each other and couldn't help but secretly rejoice that fortunately the village had worshipped the mountain god earlier. Otherwise, it would be the same as the other two villages. Such a dense sound of gongs, accompanied by noisy crying. It was obvious. The village god of their village did not solve the problems for their villagers. The villagers of Xiaoniu village guessed correctly. After discovering the strength of this group of bandits, the locust tree god of Hainiu village and the grass rope god of Dainiu village fled directly to the distance without thinking. They didn't dare to stay for a moment. The locust tree god and the grass rope god, who were full of Yin energy, had already fled very far. If we just run away like this, these bandits will not kill all our villagers, right? The grass rope god looked at the mountain village behind him and said with a worried look on his face, "What else can we do if we don't run? We are definitely no match for that group of bandits. The villagers have already discovered this group of bandits. We can always run away. After all, there are not many bandits." Fortunately, this god is smart and ran out from a corner. If I ran out from the village entrance, I would definitely be discovered by the two martial artists guarding behind the big tree. The Sephora tree god secretly rejoiced.
"Oh,
Forget it, let's run first and come back tomorrow to have a look." Immediately, the two village gods looked at each other and continued to run wildly forward, not daring to stop. "Help, help. Go and ask the village god. Go and ask the village god." The village god ran away. Our village god ran away.
what?
The village god, if I had known earlier, I would have worshipped the mountain god. Who knows? The mountain god can still protect us. The locust tree god has run away, and you still think the mountain god will protect us? How is that possible? These village gods are more afraid of death than each other. The village gods have never treated us as human beings.
Whoa.
Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Help. Whether it is Hainiu village or Dainiu village, everything is in chaos, with people running around and bloodthirsty bandits everywhere. The air is filled with a strong smell of rust and blood. Wailing, screaming in pain, and insults are heard continuously. Some people are insulting the bandits, some are insulting the village god, and some are kneeling on the ground begging the bandits not to kill them, but unfortunately, they are greeted with only sharp blades. It is cruel. The current Hainiu village and Dainiu village have fallen into a purgatory on earth. It is completely different from the neighboring Xiaoniu village. The people of Xiaoniu village, listening to the screams of Hainiu village and Dainiu village, couldn't help swallowing their saliva secretly, and they were even more grateful for the protection of the mountain god. Faith is growing at an unprecedented rate. A large number of devout believers are constantly increasing, and Li Qingshan has reaped a lot of rewards. Hainiu village. Village chief, go to Xiaoniu village. The thunder just now came from Xiaoniu village. I heard that the mountain god is good at controlling thunder. It must be the Lord Mountain God who protected Xiaoniu village. Niu Shuhei hurried to the village chief and said, "Go to Xiaoniu village? But can Xiaoniu village accommodate us?" The village chief of Hainiu village had a look of annoyance on his face. If he had known this would happen, he should have listened to the words of the young man Niu Shuhei. Other villagers have long been dissatisfied with the locust tree god in our village, so they secretly let us go. We were originally planning to go to Lijia village to seek help from the mountain god on how to deal with the problem of the gods in our village, but we didn't expect the bandits to enter the village. As long as we serve the Lord Mountain God devoutly in the future, the Lord Mountain God will definitely accept us. This is also our last hope to survive. Niu Shuhei said, Okay, let's go to Xiaoniu village. Go to Xiaoniu village quickly. Go to Xiaoniu village. Go to Xiaoniu village quickly. Villagers, go to Xiaoniu village. The sound of gongs continued to ring. The people of Hainyu village rushed to the neighboring village of Xiaonyo village. The people of Dainyu village also reacted. They all rushed to the direction of Xiaonyo village, trying to get the protection of the mountain god in Xiaonyo village. In a remote town, Yi Bumian's beautiful peach blossom eyes were full of anger. With a ruthless heart, he reached into his arms and threw a rather extraordinary black ball at the monster behind him.
Boom.
The black ball released terrifying energy.
Then,
the flames soared into the sky, and the hot flames swept around, temporarily blocking the footsteps of the tiger monster behind him. Yi Bumian hurriedly used the light martial arts, like a black butterfly, and quickly rushed forward with all his strength. His combat effectiveness is not as good as that of the tiger monster, but the skills on his legs and feet are not comparable to that of the tiger monster. Why did this tiger monster chase me all the way? How did it know my whereabouts? 2 sticks of incense later, the tiger monster had been left far behind. Yi Bumian covered his soft abdomen that was severely injured by the tiger monster. A trace of blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth, and sat on the thatched roof of a mountain village to regulate his breath, with a weak look on his face, thinking secretly. Could it be? At this moment, Yi Bumian had an ominous premonition in his heart. Brothers Yi Bumian, please give me a wave of free gifts. Now I update 6,000 words a day, and I will strive to update 9,000 words 3 times a day tomorrow. By the way, Song Zhonghe, the figure of this person appeared in Yi Bumian's mind, and the coldness in his eyes became stronger. This person is particularly good at the way of smell. He has used this secret method to kill monsters and opponents who are much stronger than himself. He only needs to stick a certain smell on his clothes. Then kill the cub of the tiger monster, leaving a smell, and this smell is very lingering. Lead it to the road he has walked before, and the tiger monster can smell the smell all the way to kill him. And this smell can only be smelled by the nose of the monster. Song Zhonghe's method was specially explained to him by his master. He must be extremely careful and don't fall into it. Although we are from the same school, people's hearts are unpredictable. Half an hour later, Yi Bumian walked out of a pond, changed into clothes borrowed from a wealthy family, and rubbed some strong-smelling plant juice, and hurried towards Shanxian. However, after being seriously injured by the tiger demon, his speed of travel was seriously affected.
Yi Bumian.
Black Horse Town. The people of Hainyu village and Dainyu village ran towards Xiaonyo village, their faces full of fear and terror, while the bandits behind them laughed wildly and killed crazily. Run? I want to see where you can run to. Haha, all of you die. All of you die for me. The long knife in the bandit's hand fell mercilessly, and the body of a young lady from Dainyu village was separated, and her round head fell to the ground with a dull sound. The bloody smell all around aroused the villagers' desire to live, and they ran a few points faster. Village Chief, the people of Dainyu village and Hainyu village are coming to our village. At this time, a man from Xiaonyo village ran over in a hurry and said to the villagers of Xiaonyo village who were kneeling in front of the mountain god temple, thanking the mountain god for saving their lives. People from Hainyu village and Dainyu village are coming to our Xiaonyo village? Village Chief, we can't let these people come to our village. They will bring bandits with them. Our village doesn't have a wall. The people from Hainyu village and Dainyu village want to come to our village, and we can't stop them even if we want to. Village Chief, what should we do now? The eyes of the surrounding villagers all turned to the village chief of Xiaonyo village. At this moment of life and death, they hoped that the village chief could make a decision at this time. Don't worry. We have the protection of the mountain god, and those bandits will definitely not be able to do anything to us, said the village chief of Xiaonyo village. Village Chief, the villagers of Hainyu village and Inyo village do not believe in the mountain god, so the mountain god has no responsibility to protect them. Once the villagers from those 2 villages arrive and rush into the crowd of our village, how will the mountain god know who to protect? By then, even the people of our Xiaonyo village will not be protected. Aren't we doomed? A villager from Xiaonyo village suddenly raised a doubt. Yes, yes, the people of those two villages do not believe in the mountain god, so they deserve to be killed by the bandits. But they must not implicate us. I don't want to die. Village chief, think of a solution quickly. What should I do? How do I know what to do? Can I kill all the people from Danyo village and Hainyu village? The village chief of Xiaonyo village had a helpless look on his face and sighed. Village chief, let's go to the ancestral hall. At this moment, Niu Shujing actually rushed into the mountain god temple, held the grass statue of the mountain god in his hands, and said with a pious face, "Let's take the mountain god with us. Not only will we have the protection of the mountain god, but we can also close the gate of the ancestral hall, so that the people of Danyo village and Hainyu village can't get in." What a good idea. Village chief, let's do it. Hurry, hurry, hurry to the ancestral hall. Immediately, the people of Xiaonyo village thought of a way and hurriedly followed Niu Shujing to the ancestral hall. People's choices in the face of life and death will be very rational. Ensure that you stay alive. If there is benefit, then choose to rescue others. In this kind of village that fights for water sources can fight dog brains and wish to massacre all the other villages, not adding insult to injury just to save yourself is already good. After all, the three villages are adjacent, and there are many conflicts on weekdays. In order to compete for water sources, many people have been killed. The people of Xiaonyu village are in front. Hurry up and catch up with them. Wait for us. Wait for us. At this time, the villagers of Xiaonyu village and Hainyu village also ran over and followed closely behind the mountain people of Xiaonyu village. The smell of blood has spread to Xiaonyu village. Dao Zun, what's the situation now? A yellow figure appeared beside Li Qingshan and asked.
It was Huang Xianer.
At this moment, Li Qingshan was standing on the roof of Xiaonyu village, looking at Xiaonyu village and Hainyu village in the distance. Hainyu village and Danyu village have also been attacked by bandits, and they are now rushing towards Xiaonyu village. Hey, the bandits are coming in. Finally, the first bandit stepped into the land he had refined. Li Qingshan immediately noticed it and said, "Go to the ancestral hall of Xiaonyu village, and don't let any villagers from Hainyu village and Danyu village break in." Okay. Huang Xianer didn't know what Li Qingshan was thinking, but it didn't matter.
Just go and execute it.
Li Qingshan is not a saint. He can perfectly grasp human nature and can only do things based on what he wants in his heart. Hainyu village and Danyu village already know that they can get their help by building a Taoist temple for themselves, but they didn't do it. Now that danger has come, they want to get their protection. Once I agree, in the future, there will be countless examples. At most, when the danger comes, I will worship the mountain god and ask the mountain god for help. I will become a fat sheep being fleeced. If there are believers who have already believed in me, Li Qingshan is naturally willing to help when they encounter danger. They didn't believe in me before, but they came to believe in me when they encountered danger, and then asked me to help. Li Qingshan wanted to curse. However, the villagers of Hainyu village and Danyu village cannot all give up. Some of them are willing to believe in me, but they are stopped by other people in the village. What's more, once I help, these villagers will definitely be grateful to me, and then build a mountain temple, and they can get a wave of incense and complete the achievement reward of owning 4 Taoist temples. However, before I take action, something must be done to make the mountain people of Hainyu village and Danyu village bleed heavily, and know that the mountain god is not a nanny. Anyone can come for help when they are in danger, even if they are not believers. By then, when other villages know about it, they will also think deeply about building a mountain god temple first, and believing in the mountain god first to get help. Similarly, the people of Xiaonyu village will also feel the difference. Fortunately, their village believed in the mountain god first, so they did not bleed heavily, and got the protection of the mountain god. Look at Hainyu village and Danyu village. So many people died, and paid such a high price before they got the protection of the mountain god. It's really miserable. This incident is also a good example for other villages.
So,
Li Qingshan asked Huang Xianer to guard the ancestral hall and not allow anyone outside Xiaonyu village to enter. Similarly, I will also help the villagers of Hainyu village and Danyu village to try not to be killed by bandits, and then go to protect them after the divine punishment. Help, don't kill me. A villager from Hainyu village fell to the ground, looking at the bandit holding the blood weapon approaching him, his eyes full of fear and terror, his body trembling constantly.
Swish.
The bandit raised the long knife in his hand, emitting a chilling cold light, and the blood drops on it were thrown away, frightening the mountain man to wet his pants.
Pa. However,
just as the long knife in the bandit's hand was raised and ready to fall on the mountain man's head, a thunderbolt flew over and landed on the blood weapon long knife.
Ah!
The bandit screamed and felt numb all over. The blood weapon long knife in his hand was actually thrown out directly. Fortunately, the power of the thunderbolt was not strong, and he was only slightly injured and paralyzed all over. He hurriedly scanned the surroundings, trying to find who was blocking him. Seeing this, the villagers who fell to the ground rolled and crawled to their feet, like a stray dog, and hurriedly followed the villagers in front of them to the ancestral hall of Xiaoyu village. Li Qingshan controlled the power of the Thunder Finger, which was not enough to directly kill these bandits, but it could paralyze them all over, making it difficult for them to move and kill for at least half an incense stick of time. Hoo. Li Qingshan's Thunder Finger kept falling, and all the bandits who entered the land refined by Li Qingshan were like this.
For a while,
more than a dozen bandits fell to the ground. Your Excellency made a move in secret. You are really a hero, right? At this time, the third leader of the Evil Dog village rushed out wearing a leopard skin. His muscles were ferocious, his face showed anger, his breath was like a bull, and he was extremely powerful. Holding two swords like a palm leaf fan, his whole body burst out with blood, and the bloody aura swept around like a gust of wind. Li Qingshan's figure was forced to emerge in front. Village god? The third leader of the Evil Dog village fixed his eyes on Li Qingshan and said in a bad tone, I remember that there seems to be no village god in Xianyu village, right? Are you trying to meddle in other people's business? The other bandits also gathered around. As for the villagers of Hainyu village and Dainyu village, they were already standing outside the ancestral hall of Xianyu village. They didn't know why they wanted to rush into the ancestral hall, but they felt that as long as they were with the people of Xianyu village, they could get the protection of the mountain god and survive. As for whether the people of Xianyu village would live or die, I can't care so much. The third leader of the Evil Dog village, did you do the Shangha village? Li Qingshan asked. Oh, you also know Shangha village, so you must know the reputation of our Evil Dog village, right? Get out of here. Today, I will forgive you out of kindness, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. The third leader of the Evil Dog village shouted at Li Qingshan. If the opponent's strength was not as good as his, the third leader of the Evil Dog village would have rushed to kill him. If the opponent's strength was stronger than his, the third leader of the Evil Dog village would have run away. But the strange thing is, this village god did not leak out the yin qi, and it was impossible to see how strong he was. This is too weird.
Puff.
Li Qingshan snorted coldly and waved his hand casually, and saw a thunder shot towards the third leader of the Evil Dog village at an incredibly fast speed.
Pop. Then
a burst sounded, and the thunder fell in front of the third leader of the Evil Dog village, and the ground was directly burned black by the thunder. This is the land that Li Qingshan refined, and the magic power has power blessing. So the power is quite good. However, when Li Qingshan used the magic power, the Evil Dog village found that the village god in front still had no yin qi leaking out, and it was difficult to judge the opponent's strength. However, the village god, who can use thunder, it is very rare, and looking at the power of this thunder, it is also quite good. For a while, the third head of the Evil Dog village was a little entangled. Should I give up these 3 villages? Rushing forward in this unknown situation, either life or death. The risk is too great. For this little resource, there is no need to have a certain probability of risking my life. Give me 3 incense sticks of time. After 3 incense sticks, the villagers of these 3 villages are at your disposal. But before that, don't move here, otherwise, don't blame this god for being rude. After Li Qingshan said this, he finally thought, and the skylark appeared under his feet, rushing towards the ancestral hall of the calf village in front.
This.
Stepping on the clouds? The third leader of the evil dog village frowned as he looked at Li Qingshan's departing back. This skill is not simple. Could it be that this kid has a great background? At this moment, the third leader of the evil dog village was shocked by Li Qingshan. Third leader, what should we do now?
A bandit next to him asked.
Listen to that guy just now. Wait a moment. After 3 incense sticks, we will start killing, robbing food and women, said the third leader of the evil dog village. Third leader, why are you afraid of the village god? Can't we just rush up and hack him to death? Said another bandit. Shut up. I can't see the details of that village god, so I can't act rashly. Judging from the strength of his casual attack just now, he is quite impressive. We brothers only have 1 life, so we can't die in vain. Since the village god said that after 3 incense sticks, we can kill all the villagers at will, then we will stand here and wait for him for 3 incense sticks. After the third leader of the evil dog village finished speaking, an idea suddenly popped up in his mind, and he frowned and said, "What if these guys sneak away? Let's go, follow them, and keep an eye on them." Immediately, a group of bandits from the evil dog village rushed forward, and when they saw that the villagers of the Black Bull village and the Big Bull village were all gathered at the gate of a clan temple, they felt relieved. They really didn't run away. Among these villagers, there are many beautiful girls. The girls who were robbed a few days ago were all killed, and some more must be added. In addition, all the villagers must be slaughtered, and the reputation of my evil dog village must be spread. The big leader can make the next plan. In the dark night, outside the ancestral hall of Xiaoniu village, Niu Shujing, open the door quickly and let us in. Niu Shuhei stood outside the ancestral hall, knocking on the door vigorously. Oh no, bandits, it's that group of bandits. Just then, a mountain villager found the bandits chasing him, standing not far away, staring at him fiercely. He was immediately frightened and spoke hurriedly. The other mountain villagers looked in unison and saw the bandits not far away. Many villagers were frightened and cried out loudly. People from Xiaoniu village, please, open the door quickly. Open the door quickly. We are all surnamed Niu, and we all have the same ancestor. As long as you open the door, everything can be discussed. You people from Xiaoniu village, can you really bear to watch us die in the hands of bandits? Outside the ancestral hall, the villagers of Hainiu village and Dainiu village kept crying and crying bitterly. The villagers of Xiaoniu village in the ancestral hall shut up. Just as everyone was crying and making noises, Huang Xian'er, who had received a new task from Li Qingshan, appeared on the eaves of the ancestral hall and angrily scolded the people of the 2 villages who were crying below. We are from Xiaoniu village. The one on the eaves is the guardian beast of the mountain god temple. If you have any requests, you can tell the guardian beast. As long as the guardian beast tells us to open the door, we will open the door immediately. In the ancestral hall, Niu Shujing shouted to the villagers of the 2 villages outside. Guardian beast? The guardian beast of the mountain god? The villagers outside the ancestral hall all looked at Huang Xian'er on the eaves and knelt on the ground to pray for the door to be opened. Their eyes revealed a desire for life. Master Guardian of the Temple, please open the door and save us. Master Guardian of the Temple, we don't want to die. Please have mercy. Shut up. Huang Xian'er looked at the noisy mountain people below, a flash of disgust and displeasure on her face, and said, "Only the believers of Lord Mountain God can get asylum. You are not believers of Lord Mountain God. How can you get asylum? We are believers of the Mountain God, now. Please save us, as long as we can survive this time. We are the most devout believers of Lord Mountain God." The people of Hainiu village and Dainiu village prayed. Where are the village chiefs of your 2 villages? Huang Xian'er asked, looking at the villagers below who were crying and asking for help. Master Temple Guardian, our village chief died under the knife of the bandits. Niu Shuhei stood up and said, "However, I can temporarily replace the village chief, and I will bear all the consequences and responsibilities." Master Temple Guardian, our village chief is also dead I can also serve as the temporary village chief.
Then,
Nyoshida also stood up, with a firm look in his eyes. Okay, if you want to obtain the protection of the mountain god, you must agree to several conditions. The first one is to build a Taoist temple for the mountain god and burn incense every day. Huang Xian'e said. Of course, no problem. Definitely no problem. Nyoshida and Nyo-Shuhei nodded seriously. The second condition. All the silver and copper coins in your village are handed over to the mountain god temple. At the same time, all the food in everyone's home, 2/3 of it must also be handed over to the mountain god temple as a punishment. After all, you are not the believers of Lord Mountain God. If you want to obtain Lord Mountain God's protection, you must pay some price. Otherwise, what will the believers of Lord Mountain God think? I think you can understand, right? Give you 2 incense sticks of time to consider. Those who are willing to agree to the conditions can enter the ancestral hall. If you are not willing, Lord Mountain God will not protect you. Huang Xian'e said. Lord Temple Guardian Beast, our Black Bull village is willing to build the Mountain God Temple, and I personally am willing to agree to the second condition of the Mountain God. Nyo-Shuhei and Nyoshida were the first to stand up and speak. I am willing to. We are willing to. I am willing to. Immediately, several childhood friends who have followed Nyo-Shuhei and Nyoshida for many years also stood up and said. The gate of the ancestral hall opened. Nyo-Shuhei, Nyoshida, and others walked into the ancestral hall. In less than half an incense stick of time, 2/3 of the people in the 2 villages have entered the ancestral hall. Look at those bandits. They have been standing there for a long time. Will they not kill people again? Just then, the bald man from Hainiu village suddenly pointed his finger at the bandits not far away in the dark and said, Yeah, why aren't these bandits moving? Could it be that they don't kill people anymore? Maybe if these bandits don't kill people anymore, should we still go in? All the property and 2/3 of the food, if we give it to the mountain god temple, will we still be alive in the future? Yeah, the mountain god wants too much. 1/3 of the food is enough, but they want 2/3, which is more than half. That's fine, but they actually want all our property. This is too bullying. Isn't this taking advantage of someone's misfortune? Seeing this, several wealthy families in Hainiu village began to discuss. They found that the bandits were standing still, so they thought that they would not kill anyone anymore. They felt sorry for the food and silver in their homes. After all, as a wealthy family, they really have property. How could they be willing to give it away to others? Another half stick of incense passed. Most of the villagers in the 2 villages agreed to the conditions. Now there are only 4 or 5 people left. It's not that they don't want to come in. The price is too high, and they feel sorry for it. After all, they are not other villagers and they don't have much property and food, so they just give it. What are you 5 doing? Come in quickly. Nyo-Shuhei and Nyoshida shouted to the 5 villagers outside. We won't go in. It seems that the bandits don't dare to do anything. They want too much. Isn't this asking for my life? I would rather stand outside the ancestral hall. Master Temple Guardian Beast, do you think this price can be lower? The 5 of us all have some silver and food. Can we only hand over 1/3 of the silver and food? Don't think that we only hand over so little, but it is definitely more than the silver and food that the group of people inside took out. Can it be given according to how much silver and food each person has, and not according to the proportion of total property? The 5 villagers stood outside the ancestral hall to discuss, completely unaware of the danger. Or they thought that the bandits who stood still were no longer a threat. To them, food and silver were more important. There are many such people in the world. 2 incense sticks are up. Close the door. Huang Xian'e felt that the time was almost up, so she shouted to the people in the ancestral hall. Snap! The next moment, the door of the ancestral hall closed instantly, leaving only 5 anxious villagers outside the door. Hey, don't rush to close the door. 5 villagers knocked on the door hurriedly, but there was no response. They looked at the bandits in the distance in the dark night and found that the bandits who had committed many crimes did not take action. They breathed a sigh of relief. Are these bandits really not going to take action? A villager standing outside the ancestral hall said. I think so too. Maybe they will retreat after a while. Still not taking action? Are they really not going to take action? Half an incense stick later. Great. It seems that these bandits really won't take action, huh? It's saved. This is a big saving. Fools in the ancestral hall, you have given your property to the mountain temple in vain. Those bandits didn't take action at all. The 5 villagers standing outside the ancestral hall said with excitement in their tone. In the dark night. Third boss, the 3 incense sticks are up. Are you going to take action? A bandit said. Okay. Do it. The third in command nodded, raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and drew out the 2 swords at his waist. In the ancestral hall of Xiaoniu village. After hearing the gloating voices of the 5 people outside the ancestral hall, the villagers of Hainiu village and Dainiu village looked at each other, and a trace of regret flashed in their eyes. If that group of bandits really didn't take action, wouldn't they really give their property to the mountain temple in vain? This is too much of a loss? Dear uncles and grandpas, do you feel that you have lost out by entering the ancestral hall? At this time, Nyo Shuhei looked at the mountain people in his village and asked, Shuhei, your second uncle does feel some regret in his heart. Yes, I feel that he has lost out. This is all the property and 2/3 of the food. It is impossible not to feel distressed. Alas. The villagers of Hainiu village and Dainiu village sighed one after another. Loss? Where is the loss? I don't think it's a loss at all. Nyo Shuhei frowned and shouted angrily. You guys are so selfish, and your humanity is even worse. Do you think you've lost out by giving all the copper coins in your home and 2/3 of your food to the mountain god temple? But if there were no mountain god, you would all have been hacked to death by the bandits outside tonight. When you ran here from the village, you saw a lot of villagers hacked to death along the way, right? If there were no Lord Mountain God, you would have died in the village just like those mountain people who died in the disaster. Now, you have the protection of the mountain god. You still feel sorry for your little property, but you don't know that if there were no Lord Mountain God, you would have died long ago. As for those people outside, they are just relying on us. The bandits dare not approach the ancestral hall rashly because they are afraid that Lord Mountain God will kill them. We can't think we've lost out just because 5 people outside took advantage of Lord Mountain God. Are we still human beings? Quiet. After Nyo Shuhei finished speaking, there was complete silence at the scene. No matter it was the villagers from Hainiu village or Dainiu village, their faces were red. Yes. If there were no mountain god, not only the Hainiu village and Dainiu village, but even the Xiaoniu village would have died tonight. What's the point of talking about loss or not? If it weren't for the mountain god, they wouldn't even know where to run. Not to mention where they could be rescued. They could only wait to die. Compared to death, aren't they just some external things? It seems that they are nothing. Why did I have such thoughts just now? It really shouldn't have happened. Nyo Shuhei is right. We should be grateful to the mountain god for being alive. Aren't they just some external things? Even if the mountain god doesn't want them, we should still offer them to him. That's right. After the bandits leave, we must build the largest mountain temple in the village to worship the mountain god. Thank you, Lord Mountain God. Thank you, Lord Mountain God. I was reckless just now. I was reckless. We can't let those 5 people outside take advantage of us for nothing. Wait until it's over, and then we'll go and rob them. 2/3 of them will be offered to the mountain god, and the other 1/3 we'll just take out and eat for the whole village. A man from Dainiu village said with an unhappy face. Yes, that's right. I support this. I support it too. Count me in, and we'll do it together then. The mountain people from Dainiu village and Hainiu village all responded. Ah. No, the bandits are coming. The bandits are coming to kill us. Run, run. At this moment, suddenly, a shrill scream came from outside the door of the ancestral hall, followed by dense footsteps and the angry shouts of the bandits. Haha, run. See where you can run. The 3 incense sticks have arrived. Brothers, kill them all. There are many pretty young ladies in these 3 villages. They are really here. The rampant roars of the bandits outside the ancestral hall were accompanied by the wails and screams of the mountain people outside the ancestral hall.
Pa.
The Lizi, a mountain man from Hainu village, slammed the door of the ancestral hall heavily and shouted at the top of his voice, "Open the door! Open the door quickly! Help!"
Ah.
A miserable voice sounded, and the Lizi who knocked on the door was killed. The 5 mountain people who were unwilling to enter the ancestral hall, without exception, all died outside. Immediately afterwards, a dull explosion sounded, and the sturdy black wooden door was kicked directly into pieces. Wood chips flew. Large pieces of wood fell to the ground, and raised a lot of yellow dust.
Ah.
The people in the ancestral hall were frightened and trembled all over. They quickly shrank back, looking at the bandits with horror in their eyes. They couldn't help but let out a scream. Outside the ancestral hall, several corpses were lying outside, already bloody. The strong smell of blood and rust began to drift into the ancestral hall. Facing these bandits who kill people without blinking an eye, it is impossible not to be afraid. Hee. Today, let me kill them happily. The third in command of the evil dog village finished speaking, and before he could do anything, he suddenly felt a sense of crisis. He looked towards the eaves. Then he saw a thunder emitting destructive power flying over, and the thunder evil energy was jumping, and it would hurt if it was touched.
Terrifying.
Not good. The third in command of the evil dog village saw the thunder coming straight at him, and hurriedly took a step back to dodge the thunder's attack. However, his companions behind him were not so lucky. Huang Xian'er exuded a strong evil aura from her whole body. Wherever she passed, the bandits' necks were torn, a lot of blood gushed out, and then they fell heavily to the ground.
Deep.
Swish, swish. The third in command of the evil dog village had just stabilized his body when Li Qingshan's second, third, and fourth lightning fingers came over again. However, the third in command of the evil dog village was very powerful and dodged them all. The blood evil burst out again, and his aura soared. The 6th grade Great Martial Artist Realm. It is equivalent to the middle grade Grass God Realm, and Li Qingshan is still in the upper grade Wild God Realm, and has not even entered the lower grade Grass God Realm, but he can occupy a slight advantage, mainly because this place was refined by himself, causing the combat effectiveness of the Thunderfinger to soar. Of course, there is another important reason. The thunder flag with the Wurjin swayed in the air, and a large amount of thunder elements were gathered, which can be said to be the blessing of the power of thunder twice. As the bloody evil spirit of the third leader of the evil dog village burst out, Li Qingshan's body was also hit by the bloody evil spirit and slowly emerged. After locking the target, the third leader of the evil dog village held a double blade and killed Li Qingshan on the eaves. Concentrate on the sky and draw thunder to the sky. Break evil and eliminate filth and dominate Jiugao. 5 Thunder Emperors, listen to my command.
Thunder-reducing technique.
Li Qingshan's spell fell, and the mana in his body was quickly drained, and the originally clear night suddenly flashed and thundered, and a large number of dark clouds began to gather. An unstoppable force instantly locked the third leader of the evil dog village. Not good. At this moment, the third in command of the evil dog village felt the hairs on his back stand on end, and an extreme sense of crisis swept over him. His body retreated violently behind him.
Boom.
A bolt of thunder cut through the darkness, like a long sword. It exuded a strong force of thunder and evil, and the sense of oppression was extremely heavy. The people in the ancestral hall were swept up by this terrifying momentum and had difficulty breathing. Li Qingshan released several lightning fingers again, completely blocking all the retreat routes of the third in command of the evil dog village. Snap. A dull explosion sounded, and the body of the third leader of the evil dog village flashed with dazzling lightning, followed by a burnt smell that spread all around. The third leader of the evil dog village, dead, successfully killed the bandit above his level. A black flag emitting a strong Yin energy rose into the sky, and chains transformed from the Yin energy flew out of it, locking the souls of the bandits below and dragging them into the 100 Ghosts banner. The people below could also see the scene. However, they could not see any clues, just seeing black chains falling from the sky, and then nothing else. Ordinary people cannot see souls. Unless the soul actively appears and is impacted by the demon and blood evil energy, revealing its body shape. Just like the third leader of the evil dog village just now, the blood evil energy burst out all over his body, sweeping around, and his body immediately emerged. At this moment, in the ancestral hall of Xiaoniu village, there was silence, and the crows were the birds were silent. Everyone looked at this scene in the dark night in shock. Horror, it was really too horrible. The shock of the thunder that just broke through the night, and the explosion when it fell on the bandits, made many villagers' faith in Li Qingshan grow rapidly. The fighting power of the mountain god was really too terrifying. He killed these bandits without even showing his face? He was a great martial artist. Even in Black Horse Town, he was considered a top martial artist. Enough to open a martial arts hall in Black Horse Town. With his own strength, he could easily buy a yard in the town, marry 3 or 4 wives, and raise a group of servants and domestic slaves.
But today,
he died in front of everyone. Niu Shujing took a long breath, walked towards the location of the bandit's body, and stretched out his hand to test his breath and pulse. All dead. Dead. All these bandits are dead. Everyone is safe. Niu Shujing's face was full of excitement, and he said, "Dead, really dead?
Great.
These ruthless killers are finally dead. Woo woo woo. Dad, how could you be so miserable? You were hacked to death in the village by these bandits. Thank you, Lord Mountain God, for avenging me. Thank you, Lord Mountain God." Instantly, the ancestral hall of Xiaoniu village was out of control, and the villagers of Hainiu village and Dainiu village wailed in pain. This time the bandits entered the village. The 2 villages suffered heavy losses and many people died. The Hainiu village, which had 180 people, now has only about 120 people left. The Dainiu village, which had 130 people, now has only more than 90 people left. The 2 villages together now have only 210 people. Of course, if Xiaoniu village is included, there are about 300 people. If there are 300 people, all of them are supporters. Every day, provide yourself with at least 1,500 incense points and a maximum of 3,000 incense points per day. The people of Hainiu village and Dainiu village returned to the village. The originally peaceful village is now in ruins, with corpses everywhere. The air is filled with a strong smell of blood, which makes people feel terrified. Niu Shuhei and Niu Shuda commanded the villagers to gather all the corpses in the village together, wait until tomorrow morning to build a mourning shed, and then bury them together. A large number of corpses were piled together, densely packed. Some of the corpses were even in extremely tragic death, with the body separated and the flesh and blood blurred, which was really disgusting. Among them, there were many family members of the surviving mountain people, who could not help crying among these corpses. Hainiu village and Dainiu village were oppressed by a desperate and cold atmosphere. The atmosphere was extremely condensed. Alas, if I had known this earlier, I should have listened to Niu Shuhei's words and believed in the mountain god, right? Otherwise, I would not have fallen into this situation today. It's all our village god's fault. If it weren't for the village god's obstruction, the mountain god's Taoist temple would have been built, and so many people wouldn't have died tonight. Moreover, when we were in danger, the village god actually abandoned us and ran away. It's really shameful. Smash the statue of the locust tree god for me. From now on, we will worship the mountain god. Yes, smash it. Immediately, the villagers of Hainiu village and Dainiu village smashed and pushed down the statues in the village. The 2 villages were immersed in deep regret all night. If they had known this, they should have believed in the mountain god. Alas, look at the other people in Xiaoniu village, no one died. Look at our own village, many people died. At this moment, the belief of Hainiu village and Dainiu village in Li Qingshan has grown rapidly to an extremely high level, including the people of Xiaoniu village. At this moment, Li Qingshan has returned to the mountain temple of Lijia village. Tomorrow, Hanyu village and Danyu village will definitely build a mountain temple for him. As long as his mountain temple is built, the mission will be completed. I just don't know what reward I can get this time. This time, the bandits in the evil dog village were killed, which can be said to be a great harvest. They have gained the faith of the mountain people in the two villages. And Li Qingshan believes, after tonight, whether it is Xiaoniu village, Hanyu village, or Danyu village, their faith in him will grow rapidly. At least the average level can reach the support level. 120 people from Hanyu village, plus the people from Danyu village, 90 people, a total of 210 people. The supporter level believers receive an average of plus 8 points of incense per day. These two villages can provide more than 1,600 points of incense for themselves every day. If all of them are refined into incense pills, it is enough for a 9th grade warrior to directly break through to the 3rd grade, or even the 2nd grade warrior. Moreover, Xiaoniu village is also a participant in the incident, and the faith of the villagers in their village will also grow rapidly. Li Qingshan's guess was indeed correct. After seeing that the mountain god did not show up, he suppressed and killed the 3rd leader of the evil dog village. The villagers of the 3 villages were all shocked. They witnessed the terrifying power of the mountain god for the first time. As the saying goes, it is good to lean on a big tree for shade. Lord Mountain God, that is the big tree. I will follow Lord Mountain God until death. My faith is growing. By tomorrow, I will have 5 Taoist temples under my command, namely Lijia village, Wangjia village, Xiaoniu village, Danyu village, and Hanyu village. Next, I will refine the land of Hanyu village and Danyu village. Li Qingshan has refined another hill near Niubei Mountain. Including Niubei Mountain, there are 3 hills in total. As long as my believers enter these 3 hills, I can guarantee their safety. Next, I will refine the wild mountains while refining the land from Hanyu village and continue to refine the land in the direction of Haima Town, all the way to Haima Town. Even refine all the land in Haima Town. By then, I can clearly know anything that happens in Haima Town. After Danyu village and Hanyu village are fully refined, the nearest villages are Songyu village, Tiyao village, and Wuho village. These 3 villages have quite a few stories. Wuho village. They especially worship martial arts. It is rumored that their ancestor was once a great marquis. It is also a large village nearby with a population of more than 250 people. And everyone practices martial arts. The fields in the village were purchased in the early years. Although some of them have been lost, there are still many arable lands compared to other villages. Tuyao village. This village is rich in porcelain and earthen kilns, but the industry in the village has been controlled by the Ma family in Haima Town. The population of the villagers is about 110 people. Songyu village. This is a village rich in mulberry trees and silkworms. There are many weavers in the village. If there are unwanted baby girls in nearby villages, they will be taken in by the people in this village. There are about 200 people in the village. However, the weaving industry is also controlled by the Ma family. The villagers can only drink the remaining soup, and their lives are not very good. In addition to these 3 villages, there are 2 very small villages. One is called Shanwo village, and the other is called Gala village. The population of the village is only 50 people, and the population of the 2 villages combined is less than 100 people. They are located in a remote mountain corner with a very poor environment. If all 5 villages are taken down, a total of 670 people. Even if each person provides 10 points of incense for me every day, that is more than 6,000 points of incense every day. It's a profit. There are a total of 36 villages under the command of Black Horse Town. If all of them offer incense to me, the power of my incense will be unprecedentedly strong. However, Li Qingshan can't wait that long. After taking down Songyu village, Tiyao village, and Wuho village, you can consider finding a way to take down Black Horse Town. The people in a Black Horse Town are more than the population of 10 villages, with at least 2,000 to 3,000 people living there. However, it is not easy to take down Black Horse Town. Not only is there the clan god of the Ma family, but there is also the village god of Black Horse Town guarding it. How can other gods intervene? This is an extremely difficult bone to chew, but Li Qingshan is sure to take it down. It is extremely difficult for these village gods and township gods to break through the realm, just like the practice of warriors. It is not possible to break through the realm by absorbing the essence. Talent is also needed. Cultivation resources are only one of them, and I only need incense to continuously break through the realm. There is a world of difference. In addition, after killing the third leader of the evil dog village this time, his soul was also imprisoned in the 100 Ghost Banner. I wonder how the souls of these bandits are now. The 100 Ghost Banner was sacrificed and refined. There were gusts of cold wind all around, ghosts cried, and wolves howled. Li Qingshan moved his mind and released several souls. They were the souls of the third leader of the evil dog village, and more than 20 bandits. In the 100 Ghost Banner, they have transformed into ghosts. The whole body is gloomy and filled with strong evil spirits. The third leader of the evil dog village, who is the leader, even has the strength of the 6th grade wild ghost realm. As for the other bandits, their strength has also reached the small ghost realm. At this moment, he was baring his teeth and claws, with a fierce look on his face, roaring at Li Qingshan, as if he wanted to tear Li Qingshan to pieces.
Li Qingshan Shuklat.
He chanted the Wangchuan memory cleansing mantra. The memories of more than 20 bandits and ghosts were cleared, leaving only the murderous and ruthless ghosts. Because they were fearless, the battle grew further. The wild ghost realm, wild monsters, martial artists, and wild gods belong to the same realm level. The little ghost realm, little monsters, warriors, and wandering gods belong to the same realm level. Before he died, the third leader of the evil dog village was a great martial artist, belonging to the same realm level as the great monster, ghost demon, and grass god. After he died, he became a 6th grade wild ghost. The other bandits were martial artists in their lifetime and became different grades of little ghosts after death. Could it be that after the souls of the warriors were detained by themselves in the 100 Ghost Banner, they would become ghosts after being tempered by the 100 Ghost Banner, and the strength of the ghosts would be one realm lower than their own realm in life? Of course, ghosts are not included. What realm the ghosts and village gods were in before, they will remain in the same realm after being collected by the 100 Ghost Banner. This will not change. Now my 100 Ghost Banner has some appearance of the 100 Ghost Banner. Counting the ghost warriors such as the River God and the Peach Blossom God before, there are probably more than 30 ghosts. If the opponent is large in number but of average strength, the 100 Ghost Banner can be used to deal with it. Time flies. The next morning, the people of Lijia Village and Wangjia Village got up early, and the first thing they did was to go to the Mountain God Temple to burn incense. Mountain God, please bless me. 3 sons. My wife can be pregnant with 3 sons this time, please. Mountain God, please bless me. I hope I can become a man again. Otherwise my wife will definitely mess around with other men, please. Today, the devout believers of Lijia Village offer incense plus 13 points of incense. Today, the devout believers of Lijia Village offer incense plus 14 points of incense. Today, the die-hard believer Hongdo offers incense plus 78 points of incense.
Ha!
Li Qingshan exclaimed, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. The 6th die-hard believer appeared. Hongdo. This is the girl among the group of sacrificial girls, and she is acquainted with Xiao Sui. Li Qingshan was also quite impressed by this girl. She was wearing a red dress and looked very beautiful. Especially her long legs were tight and slender, like a spear, and she was unstoppable. The 6th die-hard believer appeared, and the 7th one was not far away. Li Qingshan discovered. This group of sacrificial girls abandoned by the village, and their parents were extremely loyal to him. There were almost no ones with less than fanatical beliefs. He could also add another temple official. Red beans. Today, the devout believers of Wangjia Village burn incense plus 13 points of incense. Today, the supportive believers of Wangjia Village burn incense plus 9 points of incense. Today, the supportive believers of Xiaonyo village burn incense plus 8 points of incense. Today, the supportive believers of Xiaonyo village burn incense plus 6 points of incense. Today, the devout believers of Xiaonyo village burn incense plus 11 points of incense. Today, the supportive believers of Hanyu village burn incense plus 8 points of incense.
Ha!
Li Qingshan looked at the terms in front of him and exclaimed again, "Believers of Hanyu village?" Li Qingshan's mana was running, and he appeared in the statue of the mountain temple in Xiaonyo village. Sure enough, outside the mountain temple, many people from Hanyu village and Dainyu village went to Xiaonyo village to burn incense. Moreover, the beliefs of the mountain people in these two villages are almost not ordinary. They are all supportive and above. Time passed by minute. The burning of incense in the 5 villages was soon over. Today, I got a total of plus 5,561 incense. If I refine all the incense, I will probably have more than 10,000 divine power. I want to break through to the lower grade grass god realm. I still need 30,000 incense points, more than 5,000 points per day, and it will take about 6 days. And during this period of time, as long as these mountain people know the benefits of believing in me, their faith will continue to improve, and I will find more incense for food. I am afraid it will not take 6 days. 5 days is almost enough. Once you enter the grass god, 6th grade great martial artists, 5th grade great martial artists, and even 4th grade great martial artists, I will not take them seriously. In this Black Horse town, I have the power to protect myself. Lijia village and Wangjia village also learned about what happened last night. This morning, they did not go up the mountain to hunt, but went to Hanyu village and Dainyu village to help. After all, so many people died. They have to be buried in peace, and coffins are more important. Thin-skin coffins are necessary. Remove the door panel, simply nail it, and a small coffin can be made. Oh my god, so many people died? Li Taizhong looked at the corpses in the ancestral hall and couldn't help but be shocked. Oh, what a sin, what a sin. This group of bandits is so hateful. They actually killed so many people? They deserve to die. Fortunately, our village believed in the mountain god early on, otherwise we would have become the same as Hanyu village and Dainyu village. Yes, our village doesn't have a large population to begin with. If more people die, the village might be destroyed. If we hadn't believed in the mountain god, we wouldn't have just died as a part of us, but the whole community would have been massacred. After all, it's impossible for the mountain god to come to Lijia village to save us, and we don't have a chance to run to Lijia village. What you said is correct. Hiss. As the people from Xiaonyu village finished speaking, the mountain dwellers from the surrounding Hanyu village and Dainyu village also took a deep breath. It was really a close call. Excuse me, is the temple official here? At this moment, Niu Shuhei and Niu Shuda kept looking at the mountain dwellers from Lijia village and Wangjia village and asked, "Yes." As Li Langni finished speaking, the surrounding mountain dwellers hurriedly and respectfully made way. Temple official, all the copper coins and silver from our 2 villages are here. After Niu Shuda and Niu Shuhei finished talking, they brought over a cloth bag, which was filled with copper coins and a few small pieces of silver. As for the food of our 2 villages, 2/3 have been placed on the flatbed carts outside, and the remaining 1/3 is placed on the side. In our 2 villages, except for the food on the flatbed carts, there is no more food and copper coins and silver. In addition to these food and copper coins, there are also the blades in the hands of those bandits last night, which are also placed on the flatbed cart. Niu Shuhei said with a pious face, "This is what the people of the 2 villages promised to the mountain god last night."
Well.
Li Langni nodded and then said to the men around him, "You guys come with me to pull the food and copper coins back to the mountain god temple in Lijia village, and then I will ask the mountain god how to deal with them." Yes. Immediately, several men from Lijia village and Wangjia village nodded in agreement. Li Langni and several men left Hanyu village, carrying the bandits' blood weapons and food, and rushed towards Lijia village. The 3 villages of Lijia village, Wangjia village and Xianyu village began to assist the mountain people of Hainiu village and Dainiu village in making coffins and burying the dead. As for the bodies of the bandits in the evil dog village, they were all burned, and then the bones were crushed and scattered into ashes. Otherwise, how could they be buried? In a forest not far from Hainiu village and Dainiu village, two figures slowly woke up, looking in the direction of Hainiu village and Dainiu village with complicated eyes. I don't know how many people are left in our village. I hope that group of trash can be smarter. If they all die, who will provide energy for this god? Are we going back now? The grass rope god looked at the blurry Dainiu village in the distance and asked,
Nojeri.
I don't know if the bandits are still in the village. If we run into them when we go back so early, we'll be in trouble. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. It's better to go back tomorrow. Anyway, there's not much difference between going back today and tomorrow. The Sephora tree god said. Okay, then let's go back tomorrow. But these bandits wouldn't come to our village for no reason. There must be some villagers who provoked them, causing this god to flee in a hurry in the middle of the night. When I return to the village, I must ask these mountain people for some compensation. At least I have to absorb one person's energy to calm my nerves. These lowly people almost killed me. The grass rope god cursed angrily, his face full of displeasure with the mountain people in his own village. That's right. This group of bandits came here. There must be someone who provoked them. Otherwise, why didn't these bandits go to massacre other villages? The locust tree god also nodded solemnly. Black Horse Town. In the solemn hall of the Ma family, the atmosphere was depressing and a little scary. Master Ma kicked away the kneeling maid Shui Ling and said, How is the investigation going? Report to the master. The matter of Shangha village has already had a result. The bandits of Shangha village were massacred by the bandits of the evil dog village, including the wild boar monster sent by the clan god and the two disciples of the clan god, the river god and the peach blossom god. They should have been killed by the bandits of the evil dog village. The housekeeper reported. The bandits of the evil dog village must have never thought that the deaths of the peach blossom god and the river god would be counted on their heads. If the leader of the evil dog village was here, he would have to twist the housekeeper's head off. In this farming era, it is already very good to be able to get this information. It's not like you are a hawk and dog of the court who specializes in collecting intelligence. Evil dog village? Humph. A group of bandits. It would be fine if they robbed other villages, but they dared to rob my Ma family. Master Ma showed a trace of displeasure on his face and continued, Have you investigated the details of the evil dog village? Report to the master. The bandits in the evil dog village are ruthless. They will not leave any survivors in any village they rob. We only know that this group of bandits is called the evil dog village. We learned this from a surviving villager in the massacred village. We don't know anything else. Presumably, it is a mobile bandit. From observing the civilians they killed, the blades are extremely sharp. Presumably, they are at least in the martial arts master realm, and they are equipped with a large number of blood weapons. The housekeeper continued to report. Send out the spies in the house, and check for me. If we don't make these bandits bleed, how can our Ma family survive in the future? Master Ma snorted coldly. Yes, master. However, there is still a small matter that I want to report to Laozi. The Ma family's housekeeper whispered. What's the matter? The warriors and servants we sent to Lijia village to deal with the villagers who went up the mountain to hunt privately. None of them came back. The housekeeper responded. You mean Lijia village killed them? Master Ma said. It's possible. The housekeeper nodded.
Haha.
Even if they have 800 guts, they dare not attack the warriors of our Ma family. Just a bunch of untouchables. Our Ma family has suppressed and trained these untouchables for hundreds of years. Their knees have long been soft. Do they dare to stand up and attack our Ma family? Master Ma laughed, for he knew the villagers of Black Horse Town too well. Over the years, he had killed many people, and even the untouchables were scared by him. Who would dare to provoke the Ma family? Are they crazy? The Lijia village should at least understand one thing. If they killed the servants and warriors sent by the Ma family, there would be stronger warriors to deal with them tomorrow. If they killed more, there would be stronger martial artists and great martial artists to deal with them the day after tomorrow. Therefore, no one in the entire Black Horse town dared to go against the Ma family, which was the real reason why the Ma family was the local tyrant. Master, how should this matter be handled? Asked the housekeeper. Send a few more people to deal with it. The clan god is in a critical moment of cultivation recently and urgently needs a lot of energy. By the way, investigate some missing warriors and servants to see if they encountered the group of bandits in the Evil Dog Village. Master Ma said. In Master Ma's mind, the servants and warriors he sent out were more likely to be killed by bandits than by the people of Ligia village. These untouchables are spineless. How dare they resist? Yes. The housekeeper nodded solemnly and slowly retreated. Evil Dog Village. The atmosphere in the Evil Dog Village today is a bit depressing. The eldest boss is wearing a tiger skin and sitting in the first chair. His face is calm, but the murderous intent in his eyes is hard to conceal. The third boss has not returned yet. But now it is already noon, and he should have returned long ago. Brother, the third must have had a good time in the village, so he didn't come back. Why not wait a little longer? Said the second boss of the Evil Dog Village. Yes, brother. Our third boss has unparalleled martial arts. He is a great martial artist. What danger can he encounter when he goes to rob a village? I estimate that the third boss will return with a full load in a while. Hey, I wonder how many girls the third master has brought back. I'm going to have a good time this time.
Suddenly,
in the lobby, a group of bandits were clamoring, full of confidence in the third master of the Evil Dog Village. What is there to be afraid of? Can a great martial artist encounter danger when he robs a village? What's more, there are more than 20 martial artists. This old man is too unruly. I will scold him after he comes back. The big boss of the Evil Dog Village scolded. Don't worry, big brother, I will scold him for you when the old man comes back. The second boss, wearing a black bear skin, laughed heartily. Time flies. At noon, the people of Hainyo Village and Dainyu Village were buried one after another. After all, the coffins were made quickly by dismantling the door panels. In the afternoon, Ligia Village and Wangjia Village, including the young people of Wangjia Village, went up the mountain to hunt together. Because there was only half a day, there were not many prey. But after making a pot of soup, everyone was satisfied. There is another good news today. Li Xiaoshu successfully broke through to the 9th grade martial artist. If other martial artists knew about this, they would be shocked and jealous. After all, how long has Li Xiaoshu been in martial arts? He broke through to the martial artist? And the reason why Li Xiaoshu broke through so quickly was mainly due to Li Qingshan's incense pill. In the past 2 days, Li Langni and Aunt Zhu have shown signs of breakthrough. I guess they will be able to break through the martial artist realm in these 2 days. In this case, I have 3 martial artist temple officials under my command. Li Qingshan chanted the dream-inducing spell, and Hongdo, a diehard believer who was drinking meat soup, felt a little dizzy and extremely sleepy. After saying something to his companions, he hurried back to the straw house and fell asleep on the bed covered with straw. In a dream, Hongdo slowly opened his eyes and found himself in a chaotic place, surrounded by gray, and his body floated up from the ground uncontrollably and flew forward. What's going on?
Could it be?
Hongdo's mind flashed with excitement and surprise. Is it the mountain god? It was the mountain god who entered his dream. Hongdo had heard about this from his good sister Xiaosui. Before Xiaosui became a temple official, it was the same. He taught from a dream, not only embarked on the martial arts, but also became a temple official. At that time, I was envious. If I could become a temple official of the mountain god, serve the mountain god, and be willing to pay any price. Could it be that my wish is really going to come true? Hongdo tried her best to suppress her excitement, looking forward to meeting the mountain god next time. Mountain god. Sure enough, Hongdo soon saw Li Qingshan, and a gleam of light flashed in her eyes, and said excitedly, I came to find you today just for one thing. Are you willing to be a temple official of this Taoist master? Li Qingshan looked at Hongdo with an excited face and asked. Yes, Hongdo is willing. Hongdo nodded hurriedly. In that case, from now on, you're the sixth temple official under this Taoist master. Since you have become a temple official of this Taoist master, I will naturally not treat you unfairly. Swords, spears, halberds, axes, hooks, forks, and various martial arts. Which one do you want to learn?
Li Qingshan asked. Gun.
My grandma once told me a story about a gunman. Hongdo thought for a moment and said, I happen to have a Tianjue gunsha kung fu that is suitable for you. After waking up, you can go to the incense table of the mountain temple to take the kung fu. If you don't understand, you can ask other temple officials. Li Qingshan said, and slowly exited Hongdo's dream. Thank you, Lord Mountain God. Hongdo could no longer suppress the excitement in her heart and said in a fierce voice. After Li Qingshan left, Hongdo slowly woke up. After thinking about what happened in the dream, she hurried to the mountain temple. Sure enough, on the altar of the mountain temple, there was really a kung fu. Hongdo immediately took the kung fu and hurried to find her friend Xiaosui, wanting to share the good news with her friend. After a day of hard work, Hanyo village and Dania village finally dealt with all the deaths in the village, including the bloodstains on the ground and walls, which had to be wiped off. Otherwise, I would feel uncomfortable when I saw it. The sky gradually darkened. Niu Shuhei and Niu Shujing organized the villagers to build the mountain temple in the village. Although the villagers worked hard for a day, they did not show any fatigue or reluctance in building the mountain temple. Build the mountain temple as soon as possible. Then we can invite the mountain god back one day earlier to protect the village. By the way, the mountain god will also bring rain to the farmland, and the drought problem in the village will be solved. In the village, although only 1/3 of the food is left, as long as everyone goes out to dig wild vegetables, go hunting in the mountains like Ligia village, and pick more wild fruits, they can still survive. If they really can't survive, they will sell some farmland. As long as they wait until autumn, when the food harvest is good, any difficulties will be overcome. But the primary problem now is to build the mountain temple. Of course, the one who died was the third in command of the Evil Dog Village, which means that there is still a big boss and a second in command in the Evil Dog Village. If the mountain temple has not been built yet, and the bandits have come to seek revenge, wouldn't they be in a blind position? So, no matter what, the mountain temple must be repaired as soon as possible, so why not do it overnight? As for the copper coins and grains from Hanyo village and Daniu village, they are all piled up in the warehouse of the mountain temple. Who knows when they will be useful? Inside the Evil Dog Village, the third boss has not returned for a day, which casts a haze over the hearts of all the bandits. Something happened. This must be something wrong, and no one dares to find any excuses. Big Boss, the third boss, disappeared when he went to rob Hanyo village, Daniu village, and Xiaonyo village. The problem must be with these 3 villages. I think let me take some brothers to kill them, put the knife on the neck of those untouchables, and I will definitely be able to find out something. A bandit with hideous muscles and a scar on his eyebrow stood up and patted his chest to guarantee. Big Boss, let me go. My realm is stronger. I will definitely be able to find the third boss. Another bandit stood up and said, Can you guys be stronger than the third boss? At this time, the second boss of the Evil Dog Village slowly stood up and said, Big brother, I think I can only go for this matter except you. After all, the third brother has met with an accident. If others go, they will just die. As a bandit leader, you should plan for the worst outcome for everything. Otherwise, this group of bandits would have died 800 times. The third boss hasn't come back yet, and he must not be able to come back. We can't go there rashly, or we might get into trouble. Send a few people to find out the news. It's not too late to take action after getting the news. The big boss of the Evil Dog Village tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart and still remained rational. Yes. The second boss nodded solemnly and immediately went to find someone to make arrangements. On the Evil Dog Village, several martial artists hurried down the mountain, dressed in the clothes of peasants, and their targets were the Black Bull Village, the Big Bull Village, and the Little Bull Village. These martial artists may not be very strong in combat,
but
Their ability to spy on intelligence is unique. If the third master is still alive, it would be the best. If the third master is dead, then we will take revenge. If we can't beat him, just pretend that nothing happened and come back to kill him when we become stronger or the enemy is weaker in the future. If we can beat him, we will just slaughter them all. The next day, the people of the 5 villages continued to burn incense. Today, a total of plus 5,621 points of incense were obtained. After the incense was burned, the Black Bull Village and the Big Bull Village continued to build the mountain temple, while the young and strong men of the other 3 villages continued to hunt in the mountains. During these days, every time they went up the mountain to hunt, they could catch some game. Because of the frequent hunting recently, there were fewer and fewer game nearby, so they could only go deeper into the barbarian mountains. The deeper into the barbarian mountains, the greater the danger. There are countless powerful monsters and ghosts hidden in the mountains of the barbarians. For example, the Black Wind Mountain is not far from here. It is a truly bloodthirsty monster. 20 years ago, the Black Wind King of the Black Wind Mountain once led his wolves down the mountain and slaughtered dozens of villages before returning. The government was furious. They immediately ordered a manhunt, but unfortunately, countless monster hunters went in but returned empty-handed. Even many well-known monster hunters stay forever in the barbarian mountains. In the end, this matter was left unresolved. The mountain temples of Haenyo Village and Daenyo Village have been almost built, and it is estimated that they will be completely completed tomorrow. By then, the statue of the mountain god can be invited to enter the Taoist temple. In the forest, the locust tree god and the grass rope god slowly woke up, looked in the direction of Haenyo Village and Daenyo Village, and said, "It's almost time. We should go back and see how many untouchables survived." Delicious spirit, this god is coming. The locust tree god showed a touch of excitement and smile on his face, and couldn't help licking his lips and said, "Wait a minute." However, just when the 2 village gods were about to return to the village, they suddenly felt a sense of crisis in front of them and hurriedly retreated behind them and hid in the bushes. Behind them, a group of powerful bandits hurriedly passed by and rushed towards the direction of Haenyo Village and Daenyo Village, with blood weapon long knives on their waists, about 5 or 6 people. Bandits from the Evil Dog Village. Full of evil spirit, the locust tree god and the grass rope god looked at each other, and an ominous premonition rose in their hearts. It was not until the bandits from the Evil Dog Village left for a long time that the locust tree god whispered, "I think we can wait a while before going back. There is no need to rush for these 2 days. "Yeah, I think so too. Shamwell Village and Gala Village. As the 2 most vulnerable villages in the nearby villages, they are also worried about the drought of arable land. The land in this village is already barren. If there is no more rain, there will be no harvest, and I don't know how many people will die. It's possible that there will be no family left." The village chiefs of the 2 villages are very sad because the 2 villages are adjacent. At this moment, the 2 village chiefs are sitting together, sighing and giving up on themselves. "Village chief, why don't we go and ask the mountain god of Legia Village for help?" At this time, a young man came over and said, "The mountain god of Legia Village? A mountain god? Can he make rain?" The village chief of Shanwo Village frowned and asked, "Of course he can. I just brought my wife back from her parents' home, which is Wangjia Village. I heard that the farmland in their village was also dry, and they even prayed to the river god, but it didn't work. In the end, they prayed to the mountain god, and the mountain god made them rain. When I went to pick up my wife, I passed by the farmland of Wangjia Village and Legia Village and saw that their farmland was damp. Look, I still have the soil from their land here. It's all damp," the young man said, and immediately took out a handful of soil from his pocket. The village chiefs of Shanwo Village and Gala Village looked at each other, stepped forward, and pinched the damp farmland in their hands, with a flash of surprise in their eyes. "It seems that it is really damp soil. Hongyu, are you sure this is the soil from the farmland of Wangjia Village and Legia Village?" The village chief of Shanwo Village stared at the young man Hongyu with a serious face. "Of course. Hongyu nodded seriously and said, "If you don't believe it, just go to Lijia village and ask the mountain god." "I still don't believe it. How can a mountain god bring rain? It's not a village god like the river god, pond god, water god, stream god, etc." The village chief of Shanwo village shook his head and said, "I don't think it's reliable either." The village chief of Gala village also shook his head and said, "Two village chiefs, if you don't believe it, I will take you to ask. As long as we promise to build a temple for the mountain god, it will definitely bring us rain." The young man Hongyu said, "Just build a Taoist temple, do we need to give other sacrifices?" The village chief of Shanwo village said, "The mountain god is different from other gods, so he naturally doesn't need these. Just build a Taoist temple. My father-in-law told me this, how could it be wrong?" said the young man Hongyu. The village chiefs of Shanwo village and Gala village looked at each other, and it was difficult to make a decision. Two village chiefs, "I will accompany you to see, and you will know." After saying that, Hongyu directly pulled the two village chiefs and hurried to Lijia village. Haiyu village. After the efforts of the villagers for a night, half of the mountain temple has been built, and the remaining half will be completed in a short time. At this time, the direction of the farmland of Haiyu village was suddenly covered with dark clouds.
Then,
drops of rain fell from the sky and happened to fall on the farmland of the three villages, and not a drop of rain was wasted. "Look, the mountain god has sent rain. It's the mountain god who sent rain to our Haiyu village. That's great. Our drought problem has finally been solved. Thank you, mountain god. Thank you, mountain god." The mountain god is still the best. He does things for us villagers without asking for sacrifices. He is not like other village gods who not only ask for sacrifices, but also refuse to do things for us when we encounter problems. He deserves to die. Thank you, Lord Mountain God. If we had known this, we should have believed in Lord Mountain God earlier. Yes, so many people wouldn't have died. Immediately, the people of Haiyu village and Dainyu village began to believe in him again. The village chiefs of Shanwo village and Gala village were led by Hongyu and rushed all the way to Lijia village. They had to pass Haiyu village first, then Wangjia village, before they could reach Lijia village. Village chief, look ahead. The mountain god is making rain. That's the mountain god making rain. Those are from Haiyu village and Dainyu village. I heard they also believe in the mountain god, so they are welcoming the rain from the mountain god. At this moment, Hongyu suddenly pointed to the rainwater that was falling on the farmland of Haiyu village. At this moment, the village chiefs of Shanwo village and Gala village, after seeing the rain, their long dry hearts were instantly moistened. It's really raining ahead. Could it be that what Hongyu said is true? Does the mountain god of Lijia village really have the ability to make rain? If so, then we really have to go and ask for it. The village chiefs of Shanwo village and Gala village suddenly became excited, because the matter concerning the life and death of their entire village finally ushered in a turning point. For a moment, without waiting for Hongyu to speak, the two village chiefs hurried towards Lijia village. Hey, so many people are coming. At this moment, Li Qingshan suddenly found that there were 3 more groups of people on the land he had refined. The first group, bandits, not many in number. After stepping on the land he had refined, all their movements were sensed by him. The second group, 2 old men who seemed to be the village chiefs of Shanwo village and Gala village. The third group, an injured woman, wearing thin clothes, was rushing towards the direction of Lijia village. This person was a disciple of the Ame sect.
Yebumian.
The hem of her skirt was torn apart because of her hasty escape, revealing 2 slender and white long legs, which were extremely tempting. The perfect arc was simply the murderous aura of a man. There was a trace of blood on the corner of her mouth. Perhaps she was seriously injured. After several bandits in the martial arts realm approached Haiyu village, they immediately stopped circulating their chi and blood and tried their best to dress themselves up as a group of refugees. Natural disasters and man-made disasters continued, and it was the end of the dynasty. There were a large number of refugees all over the country, so dressing up as refugees would not arouse suspicion. In fact, because of their identity as refugees, no one was willing to go up and check or approach them. These refugees were just hungry beasts. They were hungry. In their hearts, there was no law. As long as they could fill their stomachs and survive, they would do anything dirty and rotten. Spread out. Don't leave the captured untouchables alive, but clean up the bodies, said the spy headed by the evil dog village. Yes. The other 4 spies nodded solemnly, scratched their fluffy and dirty hair, pulled their stinky coarse clothes, lowered their heads and bent over, and prepared to move around. Hoo. However, just as these 5 spies were about to take action, they saw 5 thunderbolts flying in the distant sky at an incredibly fast speed, and they were in front of them in the blink of an eye. These 5 spies were only martial arts masters. How could they escape from Li Qingshan's lightning finger? Their pupils suddenly contracted, and before they could dodge, they were all hit by the lightning fingers. Pa.
Then
5 dull explosions sounded, and lightning flashed. The bodies of the 5 spies from the evil dog village fell to the ground, their bodies burnt, and there was a smell of meat floating around. Dead. They died too quickly. They didn't even see Li Qingshan's face, and were killed instantly. They dared to enter the territory they refined and do evil, which was simply courting death. As a god, Li Qingshan would not satisfy the personal desires of his believers, such as getting rich, getting married, and letting women marry him. However, Li Qingshan still pays much attention to people's livelihood issues. For example, let the people in the territory have good weather and be free from harassment by foreign enemies, wild beasts, monsters, and ghosts. Wait until the future. I can really build the underworld and reincarnate. Maybe I can consider the magical power of sending children. Of course, this kind of magical power is too busy. After all, there are more than 1 or 2 families who want children. The magical power can be delegated to the gods under my command. Anyway, as long as I enter the human god scroll, if the gods under my command receive incense, I can get 60% of the profit.
Go.
Li Qingshan sacrificed the 100 Ghost Banner, and the souls of the 5 martial artists were locked in the 100 Ghost Banner. When I gather 100 ghosts, I can let the ghosts in the 100 Ghost Banner fight and devour each other. Then collect new ghosts to enter. The power of the 100 Ghost Banner is average now, but Li Qingshan believes that the role of this 100 Ghost Banner will be extremely great in the future. Now he is just occupying a small corner, and he doesn't even have the territory of a town. In the future, as his strength grows, his influence and power will grow. The 100 Ghost Banner can also be refined to become the 1,000 Ghost Banner, the 10,000 Ghost Banner. At that time, endless powerful ghosts will come out of the banner, covering the sky and the earth, with infinite uses. The Han Dynasty, the 9 states of the world. Li Qingshan believes that it won't be long before he will have his own place. What sound? It seems to be at the entrance of the village. I heard it like the sound of thunder, right? The sound of thunder? Isn't that the method of the mountain god? Could it be that the mountain god has taken action at the entrance of our village? You guys come with me to see. Niu Shuhei frowned slightly and pointed to a few young men in the village. Today, Niu Shuhei has become the village chief of Hainiu village and the mountain dweller with the highest faith in Li Qingshan in the entire Hainiu village. Led by Niu Shuhei, a group of young men carefully left the village and soon found 5 human figures that were struck by lightning and turned into charcoal at the entrance of the village. Holding back the nausea in his heart, he stepped forward to check. Village chief, you see there is a knife next to him. Could it be the bandits from the evil dog village? A mountain villager pointed to the blood-stained long knife next to the dead body and asked, "Why don't these bandits let our Hainiu village go?" Fortunately, we have the protection of the mountain god. Thank you for the protection of the mountain god. Thank you for the protection of the mountain god. Our mountain god is much better than the previous god. These bandits were killed by the mountain god before they entered the village. If it was the previous god, he might have just given up and ran away. Even if he didn't run away. Humph, we will have to make a lot of sacrifices. Several young men looked at the dead bandits and secretly rejoiced in their hearts. If these bandits were allowed to enter the village, what would happen? I don't know how many more people will die. Go. Tell the villagers that nothing happened. It's just that a few bandits came to our village to kill people but were killed by the mountain god first. Dispose of the bodies, and then send these weapons to the mountain god temple in Lijia village. Neo Shuhei said, looking at the bodies on the ground. Okay. Several villagers nodded solemnly and told the villagers of Hainyu village about the matter. When the villagers learned the truth, they were grateful for the protection of the mountain god, and their faith in their hearts increased again. Many curious villagers hurried over and kicked the bodies a few more times. Run. Run faster, otherwise you will die here today. This black wolf demon. Yi Bumian ran desperately with blood at the corner of his mouth, covering his lower abdomen with one hand. If he hadn't been injured by the tiger demon, how could a small black wolf demon here be his opponent? If he had come down the mountain a month later, that tiger demon is definitely not his opponent. If he had known earlier, he would have listened to his master and waited until the seal in his body dissipated a little before he went down the mountain. Or he was too greedy and reckless. The reason why Yi Bumian was selected to enter Ame was because of his jade furnace body. Once he reached adulthood, it would be revealed. At that time, he would inevitably be fought over by all parties and his fate would be adrift. He was completely reduced to a tool. Similarly, this kind of physique is also very talented in cultivation. In the past 10 years, the master completely sealed his jade furnace body and also sealed his own cultivation. Even if he worked hard day and night, his progress would be extremely slow. But when he was 18 years old, the seal would gradually dissipate. His own cultivation would gradually return. The more the seal disappeared, the more his own cultivation would return. As long as he did not announce it to the outside world, no one would know about the jade furnace body that had been specially treated. Go down the mountain a month later. How could he bear this? No, there is another black wolf demon. Li Qingshan, who had just dealt with the bandits, suddenly felt that there was a black wolf demon following the woman, but the woman had stepped into his territory first, and the black wolf demon had not yet stepped in, so he did not notice it. Although the black wolf demon was also slightly injured, it was extremely fast. The distance between Yi Bumian and the black wolf demon was getting closer and closer. There was no escape.
Swish.
Yi Bumian drew out the blood weapon long sword at his waist, emitting a chilling cold light, and then killed the black wolf demon. This blood weapon is of high quality. Li Qingshan also rushed over on the Skylark at this time, and was secretly surprised when he saw the blood weapon that Yi Bumian drew out.
No.
This should no longer be called a blood weapon. This thing is full of brilliance, with bursts of scarlet mist wrapped around it, and it is extremely sharp. A trace of blood, and chi is poured in. It can burst out with unparalleled power. Yes, it is really a good blood weapon. No, it can't be called a blood weapon. What a good sword.
Ah.
The world is about to be in chaos. Not only do I need believers, I also need a strong team of temple officials to protect the safety of my believers and territory. Finally, Yi Bumian's blood was seriously depleted, and he was whipped away by the wolf's tail without paying attention. Don't underestimate this wolf's tail. The tail of an ordinary black wolf is nothing, but the wolf's tail of this big monster is like a steel whip and iron rod.
Puff.
A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Yi Bumian fell heavily to the ground. Fortunately, he had a good sword and added several deep wounds to the black wolf monster.
Aoaoao.
The black wolf monster roared. A flash of excitement flashed across his face and quickly killed the injured Yi Bumian. Dao Zun, do you want to do it? At this moment, Huang Xiana, who heard the wolf's howl, also rushed over and looked at the battle in front of him. You are not strong enough. Let me do it, Li Qingshan said, and firstly sacrificed the thunder flag with the word Shen to gather the surrounding thunder elements. In this way, the power of the thunder induction technique will be amplified. And on the land that he refined, his own magical powers will be amplified again. It's over. Looking at the black wolf monster that was getting closer and closer, a flash of despair flashed in the eyes of Yi Bumian, a disciple of Mount Ma. He tightly grasped the long sword Yi Ming in his hand, and he had no strength to resist. A disciple of Mount Ma. If he died under the claws of this black wolf monster, he would be laughed at for a long time if he was known by the disciples of the sect in the future. Jingzhou has a great treasure, and you can kill dragons with it.
Thunder induction technique. Gotcha.
A strong sense of crisis suddenly descended on the originally clear sky. Whether it was the seriously injured Yi Bumian or the black wolf monster who was about to kill, they all felt the hair on their backs stand up. An ominous premonition came to my heart. Above the sky, a bolt of lightning, carrying an unstoppable destructive force, chopped down at the black wolf demon below. The black wolf demon was startled and hurriedly dodged to the side.
Pa.
With a cracking sound, the first bolt of lightning landed on the side of the black wolf demon's body. The ground exploded, and countless mud splashed. A lot of lightning still touched the black wolf demon's body, causing it to feel slightly numb. Unfortunately, Li Qingshan's lightning-inducing technique was not just a single bolt of lightning. Click, click, click. The second, the third, the fourth. Thunderbolts fell from the sky densely, and the space around the black wolf demon was directly blocked by the thunder. There was no way to avoid it, and the only choice was to resist. The black wolf demon roared again in despair, and the sound spread far away. He had to circulate the energy and blood in his body to activate the demonic energy to resist the thunder.
Papa papa.
A series of dull and explosive sounds sounded. When Li Qingshan's thunder fell on the body of the black wolf demon, the evil spirit was almost instantly wiped out and destroyed. The power of thunder is too violent and overbearing. Anything that stands in front of you will be directly destroyed and smashed to pieces. The black wolf demon felt numb all over his body, and then there were bursts of tearing pain in his body, as if every bit and inch of flesh and blood was being torn, and needles were pricking him. The fur was burned by fire, but in an instant, he lost control of his physical body, and all his internal organs were destroyed by thunder and stopped working. The body fell to the ground.
Death.
The aroma of wolf meat began to float around. Li Qingshan controlled the skylark and flew over slowly. Huang Xianer was still standing at his feet, which was quite warm. Village god? Yi Bumian looked at Li Qingshan, a flash of surprise in his eyes.
He thought he was dead today.
But I never thought that there would be noble people to help me. The feeling of surviving the disaster made Yi Bumian take a long breath and feel more grateful to Li Qingshan. After all, this was a life-saving grace. He forced his limp and weak body to stand up and said, "Thank you." Then he took out a pill and threw it into his mouth. As soon as the elixir was taken out, a fragrance of elixir floated to Li Qingshan. It must be of high quality. I am the village god here.
Who are you?
Why are you being chased by the black wolf demon? Li Qingshan glanced at the black wolf demon lying on the ground and said, "He has killed several black wolf monsters. This one's strength has reached the great demon realm. It seems that there will be a battle between myself and the Black Wind Mountain. I will find time to find out some details. If the strength is average, I will directly take the initiative to kill it. If the strength is too strong, then let's wait a little longer. Disciple of Mount Ma, Yi Bumian, thank you for your life-saving grace. This kindness will definitely be repaid in the future." Yi Bumian endured the injuries in his body and said, "Hey, that's a bit polite." Li Qingshan waved his hand and said, "It's too tacky to say that you should repay a favor without repaying it. When you see injustice on the road, draw your sword to help. Isn't this what you should do? What's more, you are a disciple of Mount Ma. I know that the disciples of Mount Ma are first-rate good people and knights. But then again, you should repay kindness. I think this sword in the girl's hand is quite good," Li Qingshan said. His eyes fell on the sword in Yi Bumian's hand, and he raised a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Let's get the benefits first, and then talk about it. Since you like it, let's repay the kindness. Yi Bumian frowned slightly and threw the long sword in his hand towards Li Qingshan. I got the long sword. It has a heavy texture. The blade of the sword is full of light, which is definitely a good thing. This long sword is a blood treasure, named Yiming. It should be enough to repay your kindness, right?
Yiming.
Of course. Li Qingshan nodded with satisfaction and said, "The girl seems to have suffered. If you're injured, how about you go to our village to recuperate?" Yi Bumian wanted to refuse. After all, people's hearts are not ancient, and no one knows what the village god in front of him is planning. However, thinking that he was seriously injured now, if he continued on his way, he would inevitably not encounter any danger. Not to mention, if the village god in front of him wants to harm himself, he can do it now instead of waiting until later. "Thank you." Yi Bumian nodded, covered his wound, and followed Li Qingshan towards the mountain temple in Woken. Looking at the skylark under Li Qingshan's feet, Yi Bumian frowned deeper. "Can't you give yourself a lift?" Li Qingshan saw that Yi Bumian had been staring at his skylark and said slowly, "This is more energy-consuming, otherwise I will carry you." "That's it, it's pitiful to see you seriously injured. Remember, you owe me another favor. But remember to pay it back." After that, Li Qingshan waved out his magic power and rolled Yi Bumian on the ground onto the skylark. The reason why skylark is called this is because it is relatively small. It is just right for one person to stand. It doesn't matter if there are multiple Huangxianer. After all, how much space can one Huangpizi occupy? But if there is one more person, that location is very narrow. Just like now, the bodies of Li Qingshan and Yi Bumian were almost tightly attached to each other. You can even smell the other girl's body fragrance. Not long after Li Qingshan returned to Lijia village, Li Xiaoshu and several temple officials rushed over and pulled back the bandits' blood vessels and the flesh and blood of the Black Wolf demon. Lijia village, mountain temple. Li Qingshan placed Yi Bumian in a room in the mountain temple and wanted to ask about the situation in the outside world. There are very few channels through which I can contact the outside world. He doesn't even know about blood treasures that are better than blood vessels. After all, no one in the entire Black Horse town owns blood treasures. "Miss Yi, I don't know what the situation is like outside. I heard that the Han dynasty is about to wither, and there are voices of rebellion. I, a little village god, can only stay in this small mountain village. I don't know what the situation is like outside." Li Qingshan asked. Although the Han dynasty withered, it still had the power to strike. Although there are voices of rebellion everywhere in the world, only fools really rebel at this time. Everyone is waiting for the opportunity, waiting for the Han dynasty to truly wither and fall. At that moment, at this time, the rebel armies are all launched by various major forces as scapegoats to attract the firepower of the imperial court. The real forces are preparing secretly, except for the local forces in various places. Among the various sects in the world, there are also many sects who want to take a piece of the pie. Yi Bumian said, "Oh, that's it." Li Qingshan nodded and continued, "I wonder if the girl is in a May. Is she planning to rebel?" "What are you talking about?" "Of course I won't rebel in a May," Yi Bumian said hurriedly. "Haha, be cautious." Li Qingshan smiled and continued, "What are the major forces and sects in the world?" "I don't know about the major forces in the world. After all, most forces hide their strength secretly. No one can. I don't know what the other party's strength is. But I know a little bit about the Jojo sects. Among the sects in the world, there are more than 100 sects and gangs in other places. I will not go into details."
"It is one of the 9 sects."
At this point, there was a look of pride on Yi Bumian's face, and he was also warning Li Qingshan not to have any intention of harming me. There is still one update left today, and the update will come out in the early morning. The third update is 9,000 words, no problem. Please give me a wave of 5-star reviews and gifts, brothers. I wonder why the girl came here? Li Qingshan continued to ask. Jingzhou has left Dezhang and the 9 sects, forces from all sides, Jianghu gangs, rebel leaders, and imperial spies have all gathered here to find out what's going on. Yi Baimian said. This matter is not a secret. Everyone in the world knows it.
Dazang?
What is Dazang? What is its function? Li Qingshan was slightly startled, with a look of doubt on his face, and asked. Jingzhou, one of the 9 states in the world.
This is where I am now.
No one knows what Dazang is, but there is just a saying. When Dazang came out of Jingzhou, he learned that he could slay dragons. Yi Bumian said. Miss Yi, just now you said that you Amei people have no intention of rebellion. Li Qingshan said. We, the Amei sect, will not rebel. Yi Bumian also smiled. Jingzhou is so big, I wonder how Miss Yi plans to find the treasure? Li Qingshan continued. Fight your luck. No one knows what Dazang is or where it is. Besides me, there are some disciples from our Amei sect who have also come down the mountain to look for the great treasure. Each person is assigned an area, or several people are assigned an area. The great treasure can only be obtained by those with great luck. Yi Bumian said. As long as we get the great treasure, we will definitely be able to get a share of it when the heroes compete for supremacy in the future. Once the great treasure is revealed, it will be legitimate. Li Qingshan frowned slightly. The heroes of the world are like crucian carp crossing the river, and talented people are emerging in large numbers, all waiting for the death of Lao Long and sharing his corpse. The troubled times are really wonderful. However, if you want to stand firm in the troubled times of wind and rain and not be swept away by the troubled times, you must lay a solid foundation before the troubled times come. Otherwise, once the troubled times come, they will be completely shattered by the storm. What you have to do is to try your best to include the surrounding villages into your territory and then ensure that the people in the territory have good weather and good harvests and live a good life without worrying about food. Only in this way can the people have a deep belief in themselves. Provide more incense every day. When the people have enough food, they can practice martial arts and produce more warriors. Only when the weather in your territory is good and the people are healthy, in other troubled times, the people who are not full and can't wear warm clothes will see you as a savior and desperately want to worship you. So, it is not enough to let the people in the village believe in you, but also to pay attention to the people's livelihood issues in every village. Once the great treasure is revealed, at least one continent can be divided. Yi Bumian looked Li Qingshan up and down and smiled. However, all this has nothing to do with you. After all, you are a village god and can never enter the main hall. Miss Yi, what do you mean? Li Qingshan was slightly startled and asked. Village gods need to absorb human essence to improve their cultivation. Of course, they can also absorb some other living things such as chickens, ducks, pigs, sheep, and the like. Unfortunately, the essence improved by absorbing these animals is very limited. If you want to become a powerful god, you need to absorb the essence of countless living people. This method goes against the way of heaven. Therefore, the Han Dynasty allows the existence of some low-level village gods. Never allow the emergence of village gods with too strong strength, even in troubled times. If you are a village god, when your power reaches a critical point, you'll be hunted by the heroes of the world. Of course, there are powerful gods. But this kind of gods and ghosts can no longer rely on the gathering places of the people under the court. They can only hide like ghosts and monsters, just like lost dogs. Hide in uninhabited places, hide in the mountains, hide in the land of barbarians, where there are few people. Yi Bumian explained. Yi Bumian's words reminded Li Qingshan that when his strength is about to reach the critical point, he should try to keep a low profile, build high walls, and store up food. When you really become the king, you'll have the power to sweep away everything. Of course, there is no need to think so much now. If you want to reach the critical point of the village god's strength, you still have a long way to go. Miss Yi, rest assured. Li Qingshan said. Thank you for taking me in. I will leave when my injury improves. Yi Bumian nodded, and Li Qingshan disappeared in front of him. This conversation with Yi Bumian completely aroused Li Qingshan's sense of urgency. Before the troubled times come, the foundation should be consolidated. Now. The land should be refined more, whether it is the wild mountains behind him or the land of the nearby villages. As Li Qingshan refined the land inch by inch, it gradually became his own territory. Li Qingshan could clearly know everything that happened in the territory. The land of Hanyu village and Danyu village has also been refined almost. At this moment in the mountain temple, Mr. Temple Official, these two are the village chiefs of Shanwo village and Gala village. The main reason we came here this time is to ask, how can we get the mountain god to make rain for us? The young man Hanyu looked at Li Xiaoxing respectfully. Bring the people of your village to burn incense for the mountain god, and then build a mountain temple in the village. Burn incense every day, and you can get the protection of the mountain god and make rain, Li Xiaoxing said. Mr. Temple Official, is it so simple? Don't we need to do something else? The chief of Shanwo village stepped forward and asked. Mr. Mountain God does not need human sacrifices. Of course, if there is a chance, we can also find some natural treasures for Mr. Mountain God to offer as tribute, and Mr. Mountain God will take special care of us, Li Xiaoxing said. He needed natural treasures to improve his strength, but they were just things that Li Qingsha used to confuse the enemy's judgment. After all, he did not need essence or natural treasures to improve his strength, which was a bit against the will of heaven. He did not have any big forces to rely on, so he should not be too amazing. If there were big forces to rely on, he would naturally be more amazing so that he could get the attention of the big forces and obtain more resources. Okay, we will go back to the village and organize the villagers to come and burn incense. After the village chief of Shanwo village finished speaking, a group of 3 people hurried into the village, intending to bring all the villagers to Lijia village to burn incense. At noon, the people of Hanyu village and Danyu village successfully built the Taoist temple. They only needed to bring back the statues of the gods before they could open the temple and burn incense. Immediately, 2 groups of people rushed to the mountain god temple in Lijia village to invite the statues of the gods. For these 2 villages, Li Qingshan used the incense concentration method to condense 2 grass statues. The upper limit of incense absorbed per day is 3,000, which is more than enough. Unless the faith level of a village of 100 people reaches the fanatical level or above, it will not be enough, resulting in overflow of incense. On the 1st and 15th day of every month, when the incense doubles, the incense that the grass statue can absorb will naturally increase. There is no need to worry about this. The statues of gods with better quality than grass statues are clay statues, which require 3,000 strands of incense to condense, and the upper limit of incense that can be absorbed per day is 10,000 strands. Please invite Lord Mountain God into the temple. After burning incense and purifying their bodies, the people of Hanyu village and Danyu village shouted, and several young men came forward one after another, placed the 2 statues on the sedan chair, and covered them with red cloth. Then, they beat gongs and drums and began to rush into the village. Everyone's face showed excitement and excitement. Congratulations to the 2 village chiefs. Now we have invited the mountain god back. Village chief Li looked at Niu Shuhei and Niu Shuda and said, Yes, the village will have the protection of the mountain god in the future, and we can feel at ease. In the future, we will all believe in the mountain god, so we should walk around more on weekdays. Of course. Among the nearby villages, 6 villages already believe in the mountain god, right? Yes. Our 6 villages will definitely have a good harvest this year. By then, we can go hunting in the mountains with your Lijia village. We will not have to worry about food. I think there are many unmarried children in the 2 villages. How about? The 3 village chiefs looked at each other and nodded. There have been constant disasters in the past 2 years. Things like getting married have been delayed, and now it is time to put them on the agenda so that the children can get married as soon as possible, reproduce offspring for their ancestors as soon as possible, and pass on the incense. The 2 grass statues were soon placed in Hanyu village and Danyu village. For a while, in front of the mountain god temples in Danyu village and Hanyu village, firecrackers rang, gongs and drums were beaten, and the villagers cheered, their faces full of excitement and excitement. From then on, they were truly protected mountain people. An elderly man even knelt on the ground, constantly kowtowed to the mountain god, saying, "Thank you, mountain god, for saving my life. In the future, I will definitely burn incense for the mountain god every day. Please continue to protect my Hainyu village in the future." Li Qingshan felt something in his heart. He now had 2 more places to go. Congratulations to the host. The 4th Taoist temple has been built and the achievement rewards have been successfully obtained. Hunyuan Guan Gongfa, Immortal Touching the Top of the Head, a Sandan level pill recipe, and Lingfeng Sending Method. System prompt. If the number of believers exceeds 1,000, new achievement rewards can be obtained. With the successful construction of the 2 new mountain temples, Li Qingshan's achievement task rewards were also successfully delegated, and this time the rewards were quite a lot. There are a total of 3 magical powers and 1 pill recipe. Pill recipe: White Bone Pill, which can be made by using the skeletons of wild beasts and monsters with snake herb and red flower vine in a special ratio, for warriors to practice and improve the strength of warriors' chi and blood. This is a good thing. Whether it is the skeletons of wild beasts or monsters, people rarely use them. If they can be refined into pills and used for practice, it would naturally be the best. Hunyuan Infusion Method. Mobilize the mana in the body and the perception of the method to merge with each other and forcibly infuse it into the mind of the caster, so as to forcibly perceive the method. Immortal Touching the Top. Forcefully open the 12 meridians and improve the talent for practice, but the ability to withstand the opening of the 12 meridians is related to personal qualifications. It cannot be opened forcibly, otherwise it will explode and die. Spiritual Wind Sending Method. It can transmit sound to the caster, but there is a distance limit. They are all good things. Li Qingshan looked at the reward this time, and a flash of excitement and surprise flashed across his face. And Li Qingshan could see it. The rewards obtained this time can all be used to cultivate the combat effectiveness of believers. When the level of belief reaches the die-hard level, a temple official will be arranged. When the level of belief reaches the fanatic level, a temple warrior will be arranged. Then, a fairy will touch the top of the head directly, and then a Hunyuan Guan Gongfa will be used. Immediately embark on the road of cultivation. Go to the wild mountains to hunt wild beasts and monsters, grind medicine, and take the bone pill to improve your strength. Open the Believer Panel. Believer Panel. Ordinary Believers. 8 Supporting Believers. 273 Devout Believers. 164 Fanatic Believers. 65 Die-Hard Believers. 6 Li Qingshan took a look and saw that the die-hard believers Li Qingshan had been paying attention to were 6 people. But there are already more than 60 Fanatic Believers. More than a dozen sacrificial girls, that is, the girls who were taken in by him in the thatched house on the side of the mountain temple, are all fanatic believers, about a dozen people. These girls can all step into the martial arts. If the belief continues to improve in the future, you can consider letting them become new temple officials. The rest. Remove some of the elderly and children, as well as the older ones with exhausted blood. Add these more than 10 sacrificial girls. There will probably be more than 30 people left. For Li Qingshan in the early stage, these more than 30 people should be enough to protect the safety of the 6 villages on a daily basis, if they are well trained. For example, some beasts, ghosts, and monsters harassment. Tomorrow, let Li Xiaoshu notify those who meet the conditions to come to the mountain temple and ask for opinions. Now that there is the spiritual wind-sending spell, Li Qingshan no longer needs to use the dream-inducing spell, and can directly use the spiritual wind-sending spell. Unless it is a believer who is extremely far away from this place, the dream-inducing spell can be used. Now that I have offended the Ma family, the bandits, and the Black Wind King, none of them is easy to mess with, but Li Qingshan doesn't take it to heart. Tomorrow, let the temple officials go to scout. After getting the specific information, see which persimmon is softer and go to kill them directly. Otherwise, they will definitely come to trouble me. Only by killing them will the trouble disappear. At this moment, after the 2 village chiefs of Shanwo village and Gala village returned to the village, they immediately gathered all the villagers together and informed the villagers of what happened in Lijia village. Shamwo village and Gala village are too poor. There are low earth walls and thatched roofs. There are not many livestock or even poultry in the whole village. Everyone is pale and muscular. As long as you take out a white flower bun, find a widow who is open-minded and do it secretly. If the widow has a child, it will be even easier. It's hard to say. Even a married man will do this for his own children. Village chief, can the mountain god of Ligia village be so kind? As long as we build a temple, he will bring rain to our Shamwo village? Isn't that unlikely? Yes, as long as we build a temple and burn incense every day, he will bring rain to us. How can such a good thing happen in this world? Village chief, you haven't been deceived by those people in Ligia village, have you? The people of Shamwo village began to question. They didn't quite believe that such a good thing would fall from the sky. Even if it did, it would not happen to them. My dear uncles, I, Hongyu, can guarantee that this is definitely true, because my wife's maiden home is Wangjia village, and now Wangjia village believes in the mountain god. As long as we burn incense to the mountain god every day, we can really get the mountain god to send rain and protect us. Everyone can think about it. Even if the mountain god deceives us, what can he deceive us about? It's nothing more than building a temple for him. If this is false, we can just tear down the temple directly. Why would the mountain god do this? He won't get any benefits, right? Anyway, our Shamwo village and Gala village didn't invest much in this matter. The two villages are nothing more than two mountain temples. But what if this is true? Then the drought problem that has plagued our two villages for a long time will not be solved? The young man Hongyu said. After hearing this, everyone looked at each other. This is indeed true, even if they were deceived. But there is no loss. If it is true, then it will be a big profit.
Hongyu, you are right.
I support this matter. I support it too. I support it. Immediately, the people of the two villages spoke up in support, and then, led by the village chief, rushed to Ligia village. The two villages are too poor. The clothes are all tattered, no one can eat enough, all are skinny, and follow the village chief all the way. If you don't know, you would think it is the beggar's gang. Lee the hunter has already returned with the hunter team, and the harvest today is quite rich. 4 wild rabbits, 2 pheasants, dozens of snakes. The most important thing is that there is a wild sheep and a deer, all of which are skinned and thrown into a big pot to boil. The fire is gurgling with steam, and the fragrance is wafting around. The villagers of Wangjia village and Ligia village are waiting with bowls and chopsticks, their faces full of anticipation. What a nice smell. At this time, the beggar-like villagers from Shamwo village and Gala village entered Ligia village, smelling the fragrance in the air, their faces full of intoxication. What is this smell? Why is it so fragrant? Why do I feel a little confused? The people of Shamwo village smelled the meat fragrance in the air, and they felt a little dizzy, and their faces were full of enjoyment. The stomachs that had been hungry for a long time made a series of gurgling sounds. Shamwo village and Gala village are really too poor. If Ligia village was a wealthy village at the beginning, then Shamwo village was definitely a poverty-stricken village. No one in the whole village had ever eaten enough. Eating a full meal before dying is the biggest ideal of Shamwo village and Gala village. Meat? Other villages may eat some and get contaminated with some in 1 or 2 years. The people of Shamwo village and Gala village. Some people have never tasted meat in their lives. Every meal is small wild vegetables with rice bran and coarse grains. There are also lands in the village. But the harvest is too little. The land is barren, but when the big man pays taxes, he doesn't care whether your land is barren or not. Anyway, it is collected according to the mu. Once the tax is paid, there will be nothing left. Eating bran and vegetables to survive is already the best blessing for Shamwo village and Gala village. It seems to be meat, the smell of cooking meat. Look, people in Ligia village and Wangjia village are cooking meat. Finally, a Shamwo village citizen pointed forward with a face full of horror. Is it really meat? No wonder it smells so good. Where does the meat come from Ligia village? It's not a festival. It's too extravagant, right? Oh my God. If I can have a good meal of meat in this life, It will be worth it even if I die." After saying that, a villager from Gala village touched his stomach, which had never been full in his life, and said, "The fur is still there. It seems to be wild animals such as hares, pheasants, and deer." Did the people from Lijia village go hunting in the mountains? Really? So many prey? I remember that if you go hunting in the mountains, you have to get the nod from the Ma family and give 80% of the harvest to the Ma family. You can only keep 20%. How can there be so much? This meat is too delicious. The people from Shanwo village and Gala village looked at the meat steaming in the big pot, their faces full of envy and yearning, and their saliva flowed out. If they hadn't seen so many people from Lijia village and Wangjia village here, and each one was stronger than the people from their own village, they would have rushed up to grab it. Ha! Give it to the Ma family? We hunted the prey with our own ability. Why should we give it to the Ma family? What a joke! After hearing what the villagers of Shanwo village said, Hunter Ma couldn't help but laughed. Why give it to the Ma family? Hunter Li's words startled the hundreds of people in Shanwo village, and a look of surprise flashed across their faces. They couldn't figure it out for a while. This hill belongs to the Ma family. You are hunting on the hill of the Ma family. Can you not give it to the Ma family? The village chief of Shanwo village stepped forward slowly and looked at Hunter Li. In the crowd, Yi Wumian walked over slowly, looking at the scene in front of him, and was quite curious. Why not? The hilltop belongs to the Ma family, but the wild animals don't belong to the Ma family. This Lijia village is the land of our village. If the girls from your Shanwo village pass through our village, does that mean they belong to our Lijia village? That doesn't make sense. The Ma family has been too bullying in the past, and they want to take advantage of us mountain people for everything. Besides, we in Lijia village have been hunting for several days. We can drink broth and meat every day. Aren't we living well? Li the hunter said with a cheerful look on his face. But aren't you afraid of the Ma family? If the Ma family knows about this, they will definitely come to make trouble. At the very least, they will compensate with silver, food, and women. If they cause serious trouble, many people may die. The head of Gala village asked with a worried look on his face. The Ma family, the local tyrant of Haima town, is used to being domineering and arrogant. The mountain people and the common people here are afraid of them to the bone. The Ma family farted, and these mountain people thought the sky had fallen. The captive mentality has penetrated into their bones. This is why many people starved to death and did not know how to resist. Humph! We in Lijia village are protected by the mountain god. We are not afraid of the Ma family. You from Shanwo village and Gala village came to our village to burn incense to the mountain god and ask him to bring rain, right? If you build a Taoist temple successfully and invite the mountain god back, the mountain god will protect you. At that time, the strong laborers in your village will gather in our Lijia village every morning and go hunting in the mountains together. The prey will be distributed according to the per capita number and the amount of effort. I know that your two villages are poor. Some people have tasted meat all their lives. As long as you believe in the mountain god devoutly, you can eat enough meat. Li the hunter patted his chest and promised.
Really?
Can you come tomorrow? Then I will come too. As soon as Li the hunter finished speaking, the young men in Shanwo village immediately became excited and spoke one after another. The young men who have been hungry all their lives could not withstand the temptation of meat soup. What are you doing? Shut up. Is the Ma family so easy to provoke? Live our lives well, but don't provoke the Ma family. Upon seeing this, the head of Shanwo village immediately reprimanded several young men in his village. Village head, you are too cautious. May I tell you that we have killed more than 1 or 2 people from the Ma family and now nothing happened, right? Forget it. Anyway, you should just believe in the mountain god first, and you will know how terrifying the mountain god is in the future. As long as it doesn't harm others. I'm not afraid of anything, said Li the hunter. Let us consider this matter. After all, the Ma family is not so easy to offend. After the village chief of Shanwo village said this, he led the young men and villagers in the village and hurried to the mountain god temple. The village chiefs of Shanwo village and Gala village did not dare But many young men were interested and looked in the direction of Li Liahu frequently. Li Liahu knew what these young men were thinking. He just smiled and said nothing more. Interesting. In the crowd, Yi Bumian looked at the scene in front of him and found it quite interesting. This village god is not bad. People in the temple, we from Shanwo village and Gala village, are here to burn incense to the mountain god. The village chief of Shanwo village looked at Li Langni respectfully and said, "Line up. Come to me to get the incense." After Li Langni said this, she took out the incense, lit it, put it aside, and handed the incense to the mountain people from Shanwo village and Gala village who were queuing up one by one. The incense burning began. Today, ordinary Shanwo village villagers burn incense plus 1 point of incense. Today, ordinary level mountain folks in Gala village burn incense plus 1 point of incense. Today, ordinary level mountain folks in Shanwo village burn incense plus 2 points of incense. The incense burning ended quickly. More than 90 people from the two villages received a total of plus 103 points of incense. This is normal. As the level of faith becomes higher and higher in the future, the incense contributed will naturally increase. My new achievement reward is to have 1,000 believers. Now that nearly 100 believers have been added again, it can be regarded as a small gain. Mr. Temple Official, as long as our village builds the mountain god temple, can it really bring rain to our village? The village chief of Shanwo village was still a little worried and asked, "Of course. As long as you do it according to the requirements and are pious enough, you can get the mountain god to bring rain." Li Langni said, Okay, we will go back and build the mountain god temple now." The village chiefs of Shanwo village and Gala village nodded solemnly and then hurried towards a village. The people of the two villages returned along the same route and just happened to meet the people of Lijia village who were sharing the meat and broth. Their eyes were about to pop out. "It smells so good. Why was I born in Shanwo village? Wouldn't it be great if I was born in Lijia village?" Songyu village. This is a village not far from Hainyu village. The village is rich in mulberry trees, silkworms, and brocades. Many years ago, these industries were all the businesses of the villagers of Songyu village, and everyone lived a decent life. Later, under the Ma family's trickery and robbery, all the businesses of Songyu village were taken away by the Ma family and became one of the Ma family's industries. Therefore, life in the village became more and more difficult, and they could only stay up late to earn a living. Sericulture and brocade weaving are not that easy. First of all, the environment is very demanding, and only here in the entire Haima town meets the requirements. The most important thing is that there is a stream in Songyu village. This stream flows down from the mountain, and its source is deep in the mountain wall. The silkworm plates and silkworm racks used in silkworm breeding need to be cleaned regularly, preferably in flowing water. This stream is the best place. This is also the lifeline of silkworm breeding in Songyu village. It's just that the stream almost dried up before, but later, for some reason, the water flow resumed. Plop! A sound of falling into the water was heard, and a beautiful weaver girl jumped into the stream and swam quickly upstream. She was very fast. She had a slender figure, a very thin waist, and was wearing a coarse weaver girl's dress, but after entering the stream, her hair was spread out. She was a very beautiful girl. If you look closely, you can find that there is a faint yin energy around the girl's body. She is the village god worshipped by the village. However, this Songyu village does not worship a village god. It was worshipped before, but it was killed by the Ma family. Now, the Ma family sent warriors to garrison here. The girl soon appeared at the uppermost reaches of the stream, and all the water was pouring out from the mountain wall in front of her, as if the mountain had opened a hole, and all the water stored in it flowed out from here. The gap through which the water flows from the cliffs of the mountains is extremely narrow. It is impossible for ordinary people to get in, and the mountain walls are extremely thick. Lin Xiaoxi's mind moved. The next moment, after an incense stick of time, the narrow gap in the cliff in front of him suddenly became wider, but many of the cracks in the cliffs were already blocked by aquatic plants. Back then, this stream was blocked by aquatic plants, which caused the water flow to drop, and it almost made it impossible to raise silkworms and cut off its livelihood. Lin Xiaoxi circulated the yin qi in his body and fell on the aquatic plants, blocking the cracks. It instantly turned into powder and flowed out along the cracks with the water flow. After all the aquatic plants were cleared, the water flow increased significantly, and the water level of the stream also rose slightly. Lin Xiaoxi immediately returned the same way. After another incense stick of time, he emerged from the stream, shook the stream water off his hair, and his face was filled with tears. A faint, sweet smile was revealed. The water stains on the clothes were visibly dried. After putting on the shoes, the small jade feet hurried home. At this time, people in Songyu village had already started to eat dinner. Villages like Lijia village and Wangjia village, including other villages, do not have extra food for the third meal and usually eat 2 meals. Recently, Li the hunter took the hunters in the village to the mountains to hunt, so that everyone can drink a bowl of broth and meat at night. For other villages, don't even think about it. But Songyu village is different. There is still dinner, but this dinner is not for free. After eating, you have to light a lamp and boil oil to weave cloth. Otherwise, the task of the Ma family will not be completed. The whole village will suffer. In a small courtyard in Songyu village, the walls are compacted with earth and the roof is built with thatch. The house is extremely simple, but there are some brocade and silkworm breeding equipment. Xiaoxi, why did you go out for so long? Come and have your meal quickly. In the low earthen house, a charming woman walked out slowly. She was nearly 40 years old, but she looked quite dignified and charming, especially her eyes, which were full of the resentment of a young woman. Her chest was tall and large. Even if she was bound by clothes, it was difficult to cover up her proud capital. The young woman had already lowered her head, and her toes were not visible. Lin Xiaonyang never married in her life. As for Lin Xiaoxi, she was the child adopted by Lin Xiaonyang that year, so she should be considered as her adoptive mother. Mom, I saw a rabbit by the clear stream and wanted to catch it, so I forgot the time. After Lin Xiaoxi said this, he and Lin Xiaonyang went into the room. 2 bowls of porridge had already been placed on the table. It was made by boiling coarse grains and rice bran into powder. This kind of porridge is particularly hoarse when you drink it. However, Lin Xiaoxi and Lin Xiaonyang have gotten used to it. After eating 2 bowls of porridge, they sat in front of the loom next to them and started weaving. This is a very energy-consuming and hard work. Come out, all the weavers in Songyu village, come out. Just then, a series of strong voices of warriors suddenly came from outside the yard, and one by one, the weaver girls came out from each yard, including Lin Xiaoxi and Lin Xiaonyang. In Songyu village, there were fallen mulberry leaves, mulberry paper, and all kinds of spinning wheels and looms for weaving cloth everywhere. Everyone gathered in the middle of the village, about 70 people. These were all the weaver girls in the village, and the others were some old, weak, women, children, or men. The warriors of the Ma family gathered the villagers of Songyu village this time. They had ferocious muscles all over their bodies, abundant blood, and fierce faces. There were 4 people in total. Each of them was quite strong. In front of the 4 warriors, there was also a young man dressed in silk. He was not very old, and his face was full of arrogance. The look in his eyes when he looked at the weaver girls of Songyu village in front of him was full of disdain and disgust. Master Ma, what are you doing here this time? The head of Songyu village stepped forward and asked. A big shot is going to celebrate his birthday recently. Our Ma family is going to send a batch of velvet circle brocade. A total of 20 pieces are required. It must be completed within half a month. I will come to receive it. Is it okay? After Master Ma finished speaking, he looked at the head of Songyu village and said, 20 pieces of velvet circle brocade? Completed within half a month? As soon as the voice of Master Ma fell, all the weavers at the scene couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, with shock on their faces. Master Ma, are you kidding? Velvet circle brocade is not plain brocade. It can be woven quickly. If 4 people start working on a piece of velvet circle brocade at the same time, it will take at least a month under the condition of burning oil and lighting lamps. In Songyu village, There are no more than 70 weavers. It will take at least more than a month to weave 20 pieces of velvet circle brocade. But Master Ma said within 15 days? This is simply an impossible deadline. Master Ma, this deadline is too tight. 20 circles of velvet circle brocade will take at least 1.5 months. The head of Songyu village showed an embarrassment on his face, and he stepped forward and said, 1.5 months? This young master does not have this time to give you. Just half a month. Village Chief Lin, this young master can't care so much. After half a month, if you don't see 20 pieces of velvet circle brocade, I'm sure you know what this young master's methods are. Don't worry, this young master will naturally not kill all of you, but I will randomly select some of you. And those useless men, children, and old people in your village, this young master will randomly select some of them. Don't hold on to luck. 20 pieces of velvet circle brocade. One less, this young master will pick 10 people. Master Ma swept his eyes towards the weaver girls of Songyu village, frightening them so much that they shuddered all over, with a hint of fear in their eyes. They had indeed heard of Master Ma's methods. Any woman who fell into his hands would be tortured half to death in the end, and would be rotten when sent back, and would die in a few days. No one knew what those women had been through. But judging from the injuries of the women sent back, those days were definitely the most desperate days. Let's go. The master of the Ma family waved his hand and immediately left Songyu village with 4 great martial artists. Village chief, what should we do? 20 pieces. These are 20 pieces of velvet brocade. Even if we burn the midnight oil, we can't make them. Village chief, think of a way quickly. 1 less piece will kill 10 people. The weaver girls of Songyu village showed fear on their faces and hurried forward to seek advice from the village chief. The village chief was also at a loss. Everyone. Village Chief Lin first stopped everyone's noise and said, go back tonight and prepare to make velvet brocade and start weaving first. I'll think of a way here and then go to Master Ma to see if there is any flexibility. I can't think of any good solution for the time being. The news quickly spread throughout the Songyu village. Everyone's face was filled with despair and panic, not knowing what to do next. 20 horses. Half a month is definitely not enough time.
Today,
every household in Songyu village lit an oil lamp, and the loom made a creaking sound that did not stop for a long time. The Ma family is forcing people to death. After the 2 villages of Shanwo village and Gala village returned, they immediately took action to build the mountain temple. Because the 2 villages have a small population and are relatively small, the mountain temple built this time is not very large, it is just a small temple. The villagers worked overtime and started working overnight. The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight rose, the small temple had been built for the most part, and it might be completed today. The 5 villages of Lijia village, Wangjia village, Hainiu village, Dainiu village, and Xiaoniu village got up early, and the first thing they did was to burn incense for Li Qingshan. One believer after another knelt in front of the mountain temple. While making a pious wish, he contributed incense to Li Qingshan. A total of plus 5,821 points of incense were obtained today. He was only 17,000 points away from breaking through the grass god realm, which means that in 3 days at most, he could directly enter the grass god realm. Early in the morning, 30 fanatical believers selected by Li Qingshan stood in front of the mountain temple in Lijia village. These believers came from Lijia village, Wangjia village, and even Hainiu village. Of course, the most were the sacrificial girl that Li Qingshan had rescued, and a girl from Zhujia village. Zhujia village was Aunt Zhu's. The whole village was hunted and sacrificed by the Ma family. This is no small matter. Once reported to the authorities and exposed, the Ma family will face a great disaster. However, Aunt Zhu did not go to Shan County to report to the authorities. This is not the first time that this has happened in Haima Town. There have been villages that have been hunted and sacrificed before, and some villagers have gone to Shan County to report to the authorities. As a result, the matter was left unresolved. In a word, there is no evidence. This matter was done by the Ma family. Even if you have evidence, the Shan County government will find a way to make you have no evidence. Officials protect each other. How could the Ma family be able to become the local emperor in Haima town and be in conflict with the people in the county? Officials, no contact?
So,
Aunt Zhu gave up the idea of reporting to the authorities. If she wanted revenge, she had to do it herself. Especially after following Li Qingshan and becoming a loyal believer of Li Qingshan, she was full of confidence in her future martial arts. Sooner or later, one day, I will be able to practice powerful skills and kill all the Ma family in Haima town. Avenge the people of my Zhujia village. Today, Aunt Zhu successfully broke through from the 1st grade warrior realm to the 9th grade martial artist realm. Several temple officials of Li Qingshan stood on one side. Each of them was a beautiful girl, and it was very pleasing to the eye. Temple official, I wonder why you asked us to come here? A sacrificial girl named Lu Su looked at Li Xiaoshu and others curiously. Yes, I still have to go up the mountain to hunt. Temple official, is it the mountain god who wants to summon us? Several fanatical believers, with great curiosity, asked.
well,
It is the Lord Mountain God who summoned you all. Please keep quiet and wait quietly.
Li Xiaoshu said.
When the 30 fanatical believers heard that it was the Lord Mountain God who summoned them, they immediately stopped making noise, but everyone's face showed a touch of excitement and excitement. I don't know why the Lord Mountain God summoned them. The excitement in my heart is really hard to suppress. At this moment, Li Qingshan sat in the statue, looking at the 30 believers standing outside, and activated his magic power. The method of sending magic with spiritual wind. The sound falls into the magic power, and it is sent into the ears of the believers like spiritual wind. This method is also extremely confidential. For example, if you send a message to Li Xiaoxing, even if Li Langni is standing next to you, she doesn't know what you are saying. At this moment, the 30 believers felt a gust of spiritual wind caressing their ears, and then a voice came, which was the voice of Lord Mountain God. I am the Taoist master of Taiping, Li Qingshan. Everyone, are you willing to become the temple protectors under my command? One chapter is owed, and it will be updated together with tonight's chapter. Temple protector? The voice of the mountain god?
Hualala.
The next moment, 30 fanatic believers in front of the mountain god temple were excited, kneeling on the ground one after another, and said with piety, I am willing. It is a great honor to be the temple protector of the mountain god. I am willing. I am willing too. Without exception, the 30 fanatic believers all wanted to become Li Qingshan's temple protectors. This was their honor. If you perform well, in the future, you can also be promoted to temple officials. Today, you will start as temple protectors. Next, I will open up your 12 meridians so that you will have more talent for martial arts practice. The process is extremely painful. If anyone can't hold on, speak up immediately, don't hold on. Do you understand? Li Qingshan's voice fell on the ears of the 30 fanatic believers like a spiritual wind. Yes. 30 believers nodded in response immediately, their faces full of excitement and excitement. Open up the 12 meridians. Although they don't know what this means, the mountain god will definitely not harm them. May the heavens and the earth be blessed, and the purple sky's spirit gather on my body. The immortal touches my head. Li Qingshan's spell fell, and he saw a magical power surging out of the mountain temple, attracting the purple sky spirit of heaven and earth to fall on the 30 believers. The surrounding was filled with rich purple air, mysterious and colorful like a fairyland on earth. Under the guidance of the magic power, wisps of purple sky spirit drilled into the bodies of believers one by one and began to clear the 12 meridians that had been blocked for a long time. There are a large number of meridians in the human body. Once opened, the practice of martial arts can grow rapidly. Li Qingshan had a guess in his mind that at the beginning of the long river of history, human meridians were not blocked, but with the passage of time, some kind of accident happened, which led to the blockage of meridians. When the purple sky spirit was poured into their bodies, the 30 believers felt unprecedented pain. They couldn't help but fall to the ground and wailed, struggling to offset the pain brought by opening up the 12 meridians. Li Xiaoshu and Li Xiaoxing and other temple officials looked at each other and then secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they didn't have to suffer this hardship. However, as soon as this thought came to an end, another magical power flew out from the mountain god temple, attracting the purple sky spirit to fall on Li Xiaoshu and other temple officials.
Ah!
The same painful scream sounded, and Li Xiaoshu and others fell to the ground and wailed in pain. They could clearly feel that the meridians in their bodies were gradually torn and stretched. Unprecedented pain. After half an incense stick. I can't stand it. I can't stand it either. Lord Mountain God, I give up. I give up becoming a temple protector. After one stick of incense, a total of 8 people gave up becoming temple protectors, but the other 22 people relied on their faith and willpower to hold on. Li Xiaoshu, Li Langni, and other temple officials also held on. Even though the pain was about to torture themselves to death, they never thought of giving up. Once you give up, in the future, you will definitely be one step behind others in martial arts, and it would be unqualified to serve as a temple official. For the position of temple official, in order to better serve the mountain god, Li Langni and Li Xiaoxing are holding on. Fortunately, all this is over. One by one, they lay on the ground gasping for breath. Even though they have not yet stepped into martial arts practice, they can already feel that their bodies are lighter and stronger than before. Hunyuan infusion, however. All this is not over yet, and the power inside the statue of the mountain god temple is seen to attract the power of the heaven and earth, and a violent force falls on the believers and temple officials in front of them. A large number of insights about the skills, like a revelation, are stuffed into the minds of every believer, and the skills practiced by each person are carefully selected by Li Qingshan, and almost all of them are different. Even for the temple officials who have already practiced martial arts, Li Qingshan gave them a second infusion. Originally, they were still a little awkward or they didn't understand something, but they immediately understood it thoroughly. The more thorough the understanding of the skills, the more beneficial it will be for future practice. Half an incense stick later, Li Qingshan successfully gave 22 fanatic believers and several temple officials absolution. I feel like there are a lot more things in my head. It was the mountain god who directly taught us the martial arts skills.
Ah?
Isn't it necessary to understand and practice the martial arts skills by yourself? How can there be such a way? This is our mountain god, who can do things that other gods can never do.
Ah?
If that's the case, wouldn't I be able to practice directly without having to comprehend martial arts techniques, saving a lot of time? Of course. Great. Thank you, mountain god. Thank you, mountain god. Thank you, mountain god. Immediately, one by one, the fanatical believers knelt on the ground, worshipped devoutly, and their faith began to rise again. Swish, swish, swish. In the mountain god temple, rays of light flew out again and landed in front of each believer. They were incense pills wrapped in cloth bags. The incense pills inside were enough for these believers to enter the realm of warriors. This is the incense pill, which can directly help you improve your warrior realm. If you can make contributions to this Taoist master in the future, you will naturally be rewarded. In addition to practicing hard every day, you can also go into the wild mountains alone or together to hunt. The flesh and blood of the prey you get can be used in daily life to improve your warrior realm. The bones of the prey you hunt can also be handed over to Li Xiaoshu, who will refine the white bone pills you need for cultivation, but you will need to pay a portion of the white bone pills as a reward.
From now on,
the 22 of you will be the temple protectors of my mountain temple. The road of martial arts is difficult, and you need to practice hard. Li Qingshan's voice fell on the ears of every believer along with the spiritual wind delivery method, and then disappeared. Thank you, mountain god. I became a temple protector? That's great. I will tell my parents this good news. I actually became a temple protector. The faces of the 22 temple protectors were full of excitement, while the faces of the 8 believers who failed to hold on to the immortal's touch were full of regret. If I had known this, I should have persisted just now. Regret, really regret it. Are you 8 willing to become quasi-temple protectors? Just when the 8 believers were extremely regretful, Li Qingshan used the spiritual wind-sending method again, and the voice sounded in the ears of the 8 people. Lord Mountain God? The 8 believers were slightly startled at first, and then they were overjoyed. They knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the mountain god statue and said, "Yes, we are willing." These 8 people just don't have enough willpower. Of course. There are also problems with talent. Some people's meridians are very seriously blocked. When using the immortal touch, the pain they experience is unbearable. Although the 12 meridians of these 8 believers have not been opened, it doesn't matter. It can be opened a second and third time in the future. As long as the willpower of these 8 people continues to be honed and strengthened, there is still a chance to survive. Of course, it is best to open the meridians for the first time. The second and third times, the effect is slightly worse, and a person's meridians can only use the immortal touch 3 times. If the immortal touches the top again for the 4th time, it is very likely that the meridians will burst and die on the spot. The talent or willpower of these 8 believers is not up to standard. However, belief in one's own faith is the unchanged fanatic-level believer. I should give them this opportunity. Let them step into the martial arts first, but the speed of improving the realm will be much slower. After some experience, they can try the immortal touch, and the success rate will be much higher. These 30 believers, Li Qingshan intends to let them directly enter the barbarian mountains for trial. Li Qingshan does not know how many of them can come back alive. The danger of the barbarian mountains is a taboo in everyone's heart. There are not only a large number of ghosts, but also a large number of monsters. However, it is also the opportunity for all warriors. I have given the believers excellent talents and the most superior skills, which is already one step ahead of a large number of warriors in Black Horse Town. Whether they can fight their way out depends on themselves. I can't be a nanny. In that case, even if the realm of these temple-protecting warriors under my command is strong, their combat effectiveness must be extremely poor. The next moment, the magic power wrapped in the power of Hunyuan fell on the 8 believers, and a large amount of insights and information of the exercises continued to flow into the minds of the 8 believers. After half an incense stick, the 8 believers could clearly feel that there were many more things in their minds. A touch of excitement flashed across their faces. They knelt on the ground and said, "Thank you, Lord Mountain God. Thank you, Lord Mountain God. In the future, we will definitely follow Lord Mountain God well, and we will sacrifice our lives without hesitation." The degree of faith of these 8 people began to grow rapidly again, and the incense they could provide every day increased again. Well, not bad. Master, the Tuyao village is ahead. A burly martial artist pointed to a village in front and said, "This Tuyao village is full of yellow earth. I think the young master should not go in. Let us, the little ones, go in and notify them. It's not the first or second time to come here. It doesn't matter." The young master of the Ma family waved his hand and walked into the Tuyao village in front of him with 4 great martial artists. Sure enough, as soon as they entered the Tuyao village, there was a lot of yellow dust and wood debris everywhere. "Young Master Ma, I wonder why you came to Tuyao village today?" The village chief of Tuyao village, who was about 40 years old, hurriedly came up and said respectfully, "Call all the Tuyos in your village to this young master. Hurry up. This young master doesn't have so much time to waste with you." The young master of the Ma family said impatiently, "Yes, yes, yes." The village chief of Tuyao village nodded in response and quickly called all the men in the Tuyos in the village together. They were dirty and disheveled. The look in his eyes when he looked at the young master of the Ma family was full of fear.